This audiobook contains 85 censored sentences and 213 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. The anomaly also went from Satan class to Universal class after being separated from the puka. So it seems like merging with it nerfed it quite a bit. They work very strangely, but it'll just get rid of this one for now. It shot a branch towards me, and I dodged it. Quickly making my way towards it, I coated my right arm with 10k and shot it forward to its chest. At the moment of contact, I shot a powerful, concentrated blast of 10k into the anomaly's body and then jumped away. With many things in life, if you get an excess amount of something without careful preparation, you tend to become encumbered or overwhelmed. An easy example is water balloons. Just like the anomaly right now, I put way too much 10k into it than it can handle, and it'll eventually explode. They'll explode before you can utilize them for their intended purposes, aka throwing it at someone. The anomaly's body increased in size rapidly before it exploded in multiple colors. It was odd. I would have thought it would explode into a goopy black mess. The colors remained there for a few seconds before vanishing. Are we saying that anomalies are unusual? How in all living world did you come to that conclusion? The little information I have about them also says that they may sometimes form black holes after being killed, so I was prepared to destroy it, but luckily it didn't form one. After confirming that the anomaly was truly gone, I gave Danu a thumbs up, and she undid the barrier. I held my hand up and repaired the areas that the puka and anomaly had destroyed. So I pointed at it and gave it the relevant information about what happened. The expression on its face darkened, and it began bowing. It even looked at the few corpses of dead elves around the place. They'll bring them back. Don't worry about it. Although explaining the cause for it will be a bit more complicated, I told it, and sighed. I can't exactly just say, hey, so something called an anomaly took control of the puka and ran amok for a few weeks, and it's basically my fault, my bad, They'd think I was psychotic or wouldn't believe me. The leaders know of the multiverse, and ID assume the Queen of the High Elves does too, but if the other High Elves are staying for our discussion, then that would be a problem. The puka looked at me confused, but I patted its head. Leave it to me, all right? If you want to pay it back, help protect this forest for a while. It stared at me before nodding and going over to the creatures of the forest. I got up, clicked my fingers, and gathered the corpses of the dead elves. In total, there were around 27 of them. All of them were killed quite quickly, nothing too extreme like with the cryptids I first fought back in Spain a year ago. So I didn't need to deal with anything particularly disturbing, but most of them were taken down with a single precise hit or several shots before they went down. I put my hand forward and mass resurrected them. Lisa and Suzuko stood beside me, while Gabriel and Danu stayed back with the creatures of the forest. The light that encompassed their bodies shone brightly, but briefly. Once it dissipated, slowly, one by one, their eyes fluttered open. They slowly got up and looked around. They found me and Danu there, and seemed to understand what happened. He turned back to the army of elves and shouted, "My comrades, let us go back. We are victorious today." They cheered before they vanished from the spot. The one who shouted that turned and bowed to me one more time and also disappeared. "Did you do something to their memory?" Lisa asked. "No. They're aware, but are choosing not to say anything about it, probably for the sake of their own mental health. Anyway, let's make our way back too." But I peered at Danu, who seemed to be busy with the creatures again. "Danu will leave you and Gabriel here and get you later, since you seem busy. We'll go and report this first, all right?" She smiled at me and agreed. Gabriel also agreed to this, so I teleported us back to the entrance of the... Once we arrived at the entrance of the throne, luckily enough, they were still there. The ones we revived, two weren't back, so I clicked my fingers and had them teleported behind us. What the... Middleman? Were you responsible for this? Asked the leader from earlier. Yes, I was going to teleport us all back, but you guys ran off before I could tell you. Well, and then it worked out, so don't worry about it. Anyway, let's go. I told them and pushed the doors open. Yo, we're done. The stunned faces I was greeted with weren't anything new, but their jaws dropped further when the supposed dead elves came into the room and awkwardly waved to them. "Iltran, you were alive?" Tyalha asked in disbelief. Before I could say anything else, Lixis, her attendant, dashed towards Iltran, one of the leaders, and embraced him. Using observe on both of them told me the status of their relationship. They were engaged to one another. It seems that she was quite distraught with his supposed death, so this was nothing short of a miracle for her. So, is your power of resurrection true? Tyalha asked sheepishly. You could say that, I replied. We then told her what happened and who was responsible for it, omitting the fact that it was an anomaly. However, I gave Tyalha enough hints that I wanted to speak to her privately about it, and she nodded at the end of the discussion. Once it was over, the rest of the elves were asked to leave the place. Lixis came over to me before touching my hand and thanking me. Thank you, I silently nodded at her, and she left with Iltran. Once the doors were closed, I put a barrier around us, preventing anyone from listening in. So, you're aware of the multiverse, right? If not, they'll just send you the relevant information. I asked, and she nodded. All right, so after a few minutes of explaining it to her and everyone else with me, they were surprised by it. I hadn't explained a reason for the Puka's strange behavior and things that were left behind, but after hearing my explanation, it made sense. I had informed them of the anomalies before, but since I usually took care of them across the multiverse without so much as going to them or moving from my spot, they didn't think it would be the case this time around. However, I was informed by Azathoth and the information I received after evolving that they can and will appear anywhere at any time. This world wasn't excluded at all. To think something like that would come here. Will it be a regular occurrence? She asked worriedly. That I wouldn't know. As I said, these things can happen at random anywhere. So the next one may occur in Italy or even the Hindu pantheon or on the moon. I won't know until it appears, and that's when I can take care of it. I told her. I see, she said, looking at the ground. Regardless, thank you for your assistance, Middle Gene. What compensation would you like? She asked. Before I could respond, Suzaku pinched my cheek, and Lisa took my arm, confusing me. Did they expect me to request something unusual? Well, maybe the me of a year ago might have, but now... You know the gardens here? One of those shed things was locked. Is there any way of going there? I asked, surprising her. The spirit there and the elf that takes care of it have limited access to others. However, one of the warriors you brought back today was one of her cousins, so she will give you an exception once I tell her of this. So yes, it's possible, she explained, Cinchuredo, so apart from things that were inaccessible to me because of others and me respecting that boundary, I can do anything, so most things that people can offer me won't really be necessary. Well, we'll get going then. They'll ask the others about that in the future then. Take care, I said and walked out with the two I was with. Once outside, the other elves were gone, but we saw Rezpen at the end of the hallway, staring at me. He frowned one last time before running away. Is he at Sundara? Lisa asked. He may just hate me for other reasons, probably some teenage angst. But whatever it is, hopefully he'll grow out of it, I replied. Anyway, let's get Gabriel and Danu and get back to a magic circle appeared in front of me. Suddenly Aaron, get over here, why your mother is, shouted Kana. I was concerned and quickly looked into it, but after I did, the adrenaline I felt quickly faded, and I ended up wearily smiling at the magic circle. Well, come in a minute. Luckily, we just finished over here, so hang tight, I told her before dismissing it. Is everything fine? Asked Suzaku with a look of concern. Yeah, it is. It's something stupid, but I want to go there and stop her. For my own mental well-being, too. Anyway, let's get Danu and Gabriel. Sadnal wanted assistance with his research, as he lacked the funds and equipment after he left Grigori. His ideals and ideas were different from Azazel's, and he was asked to stop most of his research as it was too imprudent. He tried to convince Azazel and even change it to comply with Azazel, but in the end, he didn't like it. To Sadnal, nothing could be gained without loss. He thought Azazel's approach was too restrictive and failed to unlock the full potential of sacred gears. Unlike the research he was pursuing, he wanted to artificially awaken sacred gears so they would evolve into new Longinus-type sacred gears. So after mulling it over for a while, he decided to leave the organization. There were a few fallen angels who agreed with his ideas, and they followed him. He also took his team, the Abyss team, with him when he left, as they were quite dependent on him as he taught them back in the Nephilim in his Satinal class. However, his plans, along with the Wizards of Ounces, were foiled by the budding Slash-Dog team at the time, led by an inexperienced Toby-O-Accuse. With them in the way, they slowly took down their teams and groups that they sent to stop them. Slowly but surely, they were all killed off one by one. Satinal himself was set to be captured and questioned, but he faked his death and bided his time. When the Chaos Order was slowly getting their recognition again under Ophis rule, he waited, and then, once Lapis and the others started showing up, he finally decided to act. His fate was unknown to most people after all, and it was a good time for him to do this as various groups and parties began to move on. He used this to his advantage to carry out more of his experiments, and he genuinely thought that this could have been his chance at achieving the unachievable. However, one of their researchers, Avetsa, suddenly changed sides, hindering it. Then, slowly, more and more of their groups started being wiped out, even after he and the others helped provide them powerful items and hybrids with artificial sacred gears. This left Satinal frustrated with himself and others around him. Everything he did was foiled by the middleman and Team DXD. In his eyes, he couldn't catch a break after working so hard for so long. He hated it the one being he managed to trick also vanished near the beginning of the year, further confusing him. Satinal bore two grudges towards three people. The first was Azazel for his naive and limited views in sacred gears. They shared the same enthusiasm about sacred gears, yet he was too much of a coward in his eyes to pursue it with reckless abandonment because of a small mistake he made that was lost to time. Second was Toby-O-Accuse, and by extension, the Slash-Dog team. They were the second group that got in his way 5 years ago and nearly killed him and destroyed the Chaos Order. No matter how much he planned, he couldn't think of a way to kill them all in a satisfactory manner. Third and finally, in recent memory, the middleman and outer god, Gene Skyward. He wasn't the only one frustrated by this man, as he had done everything in his power to block him at every turn. Even though their superiors were the ones getting in his way, he'd find a way to beat them, leaving them even more frustrated. In even more recent memory, more of their members were turned against them. More were captured and were being tested on by the DXD Alliance. And finally, he suspected that there were multiple moles, rats, and double agents that worked for him. The biggest one in his memory was their current leader, Daniel. It didn't make sense to him. In Satinal's mind, he didn't remember Daniel ever being part of the previous batch of leaders, even among Lapis and the children of Nyarlathotep. He thought it was odd, but any time he brought it up, he was instantly dismissed, like what he was saying was impossible. Centuredo, he had also recruited the other frustrated members of the organization and planned on hiding at his original base and preparing. Presently, at this current time, that's where Satinal was. Even though he hadn't officially left the organization, even though they couldn't really do that, he still kept in contact with them and occasionally went back to help with some work. However, in his mind, he had already left them and didn't plan on helping them after a certain period of time had passed. He wanted to collect the Infinity, the dragon god of infinity, the Ouroboros dragon Ophis. He had succeeded once. He'll succeed again because of his mind. Ophis was still naive. He had seen her play with the princess of the Western Yukai faction many times, and that led him to believe that she still had a naive mindset. He also saw her in a much more mature form, but believed that it was just her playing along with the middleman's usual schemes and nothing more. Satinal was a smart man, but because of what Aaron did after his evolution and Satinal's own tendency to underestimate people he detests, it made him pick some poor decisions from time to time. First, the Infinity, next, the leader, and finally that wretched outer god. He mumbled to himself. He looked at a device that was in the final stages of production. They were given a blueprint by the EV, but they lacked the resources to create it, so Satinal decided to improvise and use the materials in their world to create it. He had no idea if the effects it produced were supposed to be right, but in his eyes, it was enough to do what he wanted. To make the infinite finite and capture the dreamer down the line, as well as disrupt the powers that DXD has. With this, Satinal mumbled. He made himself believe that these were the powers of this device. He had no proof, but he had convinced himself that it was capable of those things. But reality was much more disappointing, and he would find out soon enough. Satinal-sama, when are we going to try to capture the dragon god? Asked a member of his Abyss team. Some of the original members were dead, so he had to replace them with new and improved versions that were hybrids with his best artificial sacred gears to date. The one who asked, that was the deputy commander of the team. Satinal looked up and laughed. Soon, once I finish the touch-ups to this device, we will capture her first. After that, we will hunt down the Dreamer and then finally the pesky middleman. Once we're done, we'll take down our former comrades and open up universal travel again. I would have liked to go to the Crepuscule Phantasma or Eevee Atoll, but we lack the manpower for that, so we will go explore other universes in search of powerful items, artifacts, or abilities and integrate them into you, the Abyss team. Is that so? Then I'll inform the rest, he said before leaving the room they were in. I'll turn all of you into mini infinities. Just you wait, Fufu, he mumbled to himself. I'll have your heads, Azazel, Tobio, and Jean. Once this baby is complete, nothing is stopping me. Aaron Tools soliloquy so. I can explain, I think, said Ain. We had arrived back in the land of Heaven Falls. We were in a particular building that had been built after the war. It was, I guess, a chapel that did fake weddings, or at least let the people there try out wedding attire. You can see where this is going, right? If not, Mom and Aoife had gone into this place after asking Ain and Kana. They were against it at first, as they themselves hadn't visited it yet and didn't know how I would react. But in the end, they yielded and came here. Cindy was with them, and we were just outside their room. There were other people in there helping them get dressed into the wedding dresses. Why did you two go with them? I asked. I think both of you would look good in them. Ain looked sheepish and looked at the ground. All right, my bad, I said, and I gently took her arm before she leaned her head against my shoulder. Ain shook her head and snuggled into me. No, it's fine. It's been a long time since she first got married to that asshole, but I guess some scars stay for life, and even when she's mostly healed from it, I kind of just gave her a bit of a jolt and a reminder of that time. All I need to do is erase those memories by replacing them with memories of us. In contrast, Kana's face had turned red, and she looked away, mumbling something incoherent about not being ready yet or something along those lines. It was just trying on a dress. What part of that is not being ready yet? Suzaku and Danu didn't voice their thoughts, but both silently nodded along. It'll pass. As far as I'm concerned, I'm already married to you. That's how I personally see it, said Irene. Ophis also shook her head. She didn't see a point to it, so I'll assume she has the same opinion as Irene. They all looked at her unamused as she unabashedly smirked back at them. Please don't start a war here, I chided them, and they all calmed down, but that comment will definitely stick in their heads. The door suddenly burst open, and a very flamboyant man came out with Mom and Aoife in wedding dresses. I present to you Royson and Aoife wedding version. He shouted and shook his hands around them. I've heard that some people change when they put on certain clothes, makeup, or even both. However, I have never been to a wedding before and only heard things from people or read them online, but both Mom and Aoife were blushing, waiting for a reaction out of me. But I couldn't really react. I was just left speechless. Don't you two think? The lively man asked, drawing their attention. I want to join too, Gabriel declared and raised her hand. I would like to do the same, Suzuka said quietly. More participants? Great. Come over, friends, he said and walked into the room. He gestured for Aoife and Mom to go with him. But before they did, you both look beautiful. I can't find the words to say it. Honestly, I don't think there's a word to justify how I feel right now. Aoife, Royson, I told them. Kya, Aoife shouted and grabbed her own cheeks before running into the room. Mom seemed more speechless than me before walking into the room too. Lisa and Kana also jumped into it before it closed. I guess we know how you'll react at our future weddings, Ain said, sniggering a little. Is it Aincoin? Asked Irene smugly, earning an embarrassed glare from Ain. All right, let's calm down, I told them. Let's just get this over with. Guys, I can't move. A few hours had passed since then, and we were on our way to the inn we were staying at for the night. We just finished eating dinner, and we're heading to use the bath facilities at the inn. Currently, Suzuko, Gabriel, Mom, and Aoife, everyone was clinging on to me with no exceptions. Earlier in the day, after all of them came out again with the wedding dresses, I kind of went overboard with the compliments, and now they were like this for the rest of the day. I'm not complaining. I love it, actually, but trying to move is quite difficult. However, we finally reached our destination. The owner laughed at me, and we went to our room. You guys go ahead. I need to do something really quick, I told them. They didn't question it, and they grabbed their towels and clothes before leaving for the open indoor bath. I had booked the entire inn for ourselves, paying the owner 50x more than what the nightly rate should be. So he let us have the inn all to ourselves, which was my plan. I watched them go before vanishing from the spot. Arriving at a cliffside that looked over the town, a shadow soldier appeared behind me. "How is it?" I asked. Coming beside me and kneeling down, they replied, "Everything is ready. Several other shadow soldiers have been stationed in the surrounding countries, and Alicia is also offering her aid, along with Resnius. Sadinal and numerous others are inside the base as of right now." Beside me was Bellion. Since universal travel is no longer possible, the risk of other beings going into the dimensional gap has decreased significantly, so I've given him a wider and broader role than before. Greed will also participate in this. "We will stop anyone who tries to escape, my liege," he said before getting up. "It seems overkill, but better safe than sorry." "Good. Keep on monitoring them and inform me of any changes, and if any of them leave, follow them. I don't want to alert any of them about this before we start tomorrow. Once I give the go-ahead tomorrow, capture them." "Of course," he replied before vanishing. I sighed and looked back up at the moon. Scathack and the rest should meet us at Thynafrene Rhymes, so we can finally start after that. But since Mom wants to join us, we can leave the tour of the place after the mini-operation. "It's rare to see you here, Jean," said a voice behind me. Peeking back, I saw Noada there with his hand up. "Noada, huh? It's rare for me to see you not drinking in that room," I replied, making him laugh. "It is, isn't it?" he said joyfully and stood beside me. "Is something bothering you?" "No, it's just that I have my own little operation for tomorrow, and am wondering what I should do after." "You're confident in it succeeding?" "Yes." "Foo-foo. If it came from anybody else, I would have my doubts, but if it's you, I can believe it." A pause in conversation happened, and we stood in comfortable silence for a minute. "Thank you for creating that grave. It's well maintained, too. Did you put some kind of automatic cleaning magic on it?" he asked. "Yes. I only put the best for Nessa, her family, and everyone else that lost their lives," I replied, scrunching up my face at remembering them. I felt a hand on my shoulder, a tired and brittle one. If a single hand could tell a story, I'm confident that the one on my shoulder right now could tell several lifetimes. "Thank you. We will be forever grateful to you. Are you sure you're not giving us pre-referral treatment because you're Irish?" he asked with uncertainty. "I'm not. I'd do the same thing to the pantheons we're allied with, but I will admit that I was fond of Nessa. While our interactions were limited, they gave me a glimpse of a future that I could have someday. She and her family were taken too soon." "I see." The hand on my shoulder left it, and Nuada started walking away. Centrito WL. I tried my best to keep my composure, so there's that, I guess. Walking over to them, I sat down and joined them. Eventually, I felt her presence behind me. A few seconds later, I expected a sponge to hit my back, but instead, it was something much softer, like a warm towel. When looking back at the open bath, Mom, Cindy, and Aoife's mouths were agape, shocked by what they were seeing. "That looks just like something from an anime show." Centurato, Mom, and Cindy suddenly got up and walked over to us, surprising everyone. They stared at me for a few seconds, then at Suzuku, and finally they went back into the changing rooms to get 2 extra sponges. Cindy brought out 2 extra wooden stools and put them on each of my sides. She sat on the left one, while Mom sat on the right one. "Well, that makes my son happy. It's not exactly efficient, Suzuku. So while you continue that, we'll help with this," said Mom as she grabbed my right arm and began scrubbing it with the sponge. "Yes, I have done this plenty of times in the past, haven't I, Aaron?" Cindy asked while handing me a towel. "I guess. But didn't that stop when I was 14? It just felt a bit awkward for me," I replied. "It did," she said, smiling, although it was for a different reason entirely. Confused by her smile. Centurato, they can grow big in the short and long term." Everyone stared at Aoife, who awkwardly squirmed in the open bath. Did she just make a joke? Is that considered a pun? I like them, so should I laugh? Again, as I went to react, I felt startled by something nearby, making me let out a surprise sound. Cinchureto back to everyone else in the open bath, to me, and then to Suzuka. She sighed and let go, and turned around to sit beside me. She turned around and smirked at me, then stretched her left arm out and lifted Mom's chin to bravado her to look at her and me. Irene then smirked at her before refusing to move. You're not going to listen to me, are you? I asked. No, your attitude is also stubborn, you know? Shaking my head, I clicked my fingers, teleported her back to the bath. Cinchureto, but that shed behaved for the rest of the time there, and she did. The three with me finished cleaning up alongside me, and Suzuka stayed with me the entire time as we spoke about their expectations about tomorrow's mini operation and what they'd like to see in 10k-15 rhymes. Everyone's ready, right? I asked. Everyone around me gave me a resounding yes. After breakfast, which was its own chaotic mess, and last night's events before we fell asleep, I had teleported us to 10k-15 rhymes earlier, and we had informed Queen Halloween of our plans. With us were the new members of Scat Hack, Afe, Vita, and Minerva, who would be joining us today. You plan on finishing this little mission today, right? Just to be sure, how long will you stay here? Queen Maeve asked. Beside her was Alice Keitler, who would be her attendant for the day while Afe was gone. It shouldn't take long, a few hours at best, so expect us to be back before the end of the day, maybe around 5 or 6 in the evening. I replied, and she nodded her head. Very well. I will prepare an exquisite dinner just for all of you. She proclaimed. You're not good at cooking, ma'am, said Afe. I'm obviously not going to be the one cooking. She quipped back at her right-hand woman, who in turn just smiled at her. Kana and I will be here, so we'll help with that too, said Ain. Stay safe, okay, Danu? Danu nodded beside me. She was coming with us while the others weren't. I had asked them last night, but they declined, saying they didn't like fighting that much, but still did it in my pocket dimension. I clapped my hands to get everyone's attention. So, hay-raced the plan, I tapped my head and sent the information to everyone else. My plan was to tell them during breakfast, but it would have been inefficient since we'd be missing at least most of the other members. The Shadow Soldiers, Alicia, and Resnias are going to be assisting us today. They'll make sure that no one escapes. Although we'll create a barrier that will prevent that when we teleport in a few seconds. It's just for some reassurance. So, any questions? I asked, looking around at everyone. Scat Hack put her hand up, and I nodded at her. Capture or take down. Capture any of the original members of the Abyss team. I'm going after Satinel with Ophis, and well, capture him. Anyone else take them down if you're unsure. Inform me, and he'll tell you if we need to capture or take them down. Everyone agreed to this, and after doing one more round of checks, we left for the Mariana Trench and Satinel's base. Satinel's base was quite large. It had around 10 floors that were quite spacious, and had around 30 rooms in each of them. With our teams, I had put us on different floors to make this quick. Most would be in groups of 2, except one that had 3 people in it. Suzaku and Danu, Gabriel and Irene, Mom, Cindy and Aoife, Scat Hack and Afe, Minerva and Vita, and finally, me and Ophis. Lisa would go off by herself. I was against it, but she insisted, so I relented but put some shadow soldiers in her shadow. Touching my ear, I spoke to everyone telepathically. Ophis and I will be at the very bottom, the 10th floor, where Satinel is. Meet us there once you're all done, all right? Roger. They answered collectively. Let's go. Ophis and I had a slow and peaceful walk towards the room that Satinel was in, all the while quietly and quickly defeating people that stood in our way. Third-person point of view, it was unexpected, but after Aaron's group infiltrated Satinel's base, numerous and powerful explosions occur at once, shaking the entire base and alerting Satinel, the researchers, and the members of the Abyss team at once. What the? Are we under attack? Satinel shouted in panic. The monitor in front of him suddenly changed, and it showed the face of one of his fellow researchers. Satinel, the middleman, showed up with a few members of DXD. He also brought the Ouroboros dragon and Apocalypse dragon. Satinel's eyes widened in surprise before he started cackling. He brought them to me. Perfect. We may not be completely ready, Cinceredo. I've already done it to fallen angels, but not many pure angels this should prove fruitful, he said and smirked. And they're just making their way to me? Wonderful, I can kill 2 dragons with 1 stone, cuckoo. Saturnal turned his attention to the device that was floating in the middle of a machine. He turned back to his colleague and said, delay the rest. I will take care of the Ouroboros dragon and middleman. Right away. He made his way to the device and changed the settings on the machine. It started buzzing with noise and began to power up the device even more. A little more power and it is fine, right? We don't team up this often, do we? Gabriel asked Irene while clinging on to her. We often did, in Aaron's pocket dimension, replied the dragon. Unless you mean outside of that. Then yes, you're correct. This duo had been assigned the 4th floor to subjugate, and they had only come across a few people. So far, most of them were researchers testing out artificial sacred gears that both destroyed after a few seconds. The rest were new hybrids that hadn't been given a name and had limited combat knowledge. Gabriel was hesitant to engage her enemies, but Irene stopped them right away, providing some kind of balance between the two of them. Gabriel is capable of taking drastic action, but if she could, she had the mindset of Asia before the war. Although she will act if she deems it necessary. She wanted to question Aaron about only capturing certain people and not everyone, but she didn't get a chance to ask him before the operation started. As they continued to walk down the long hallway, a wave of light rushed past them and increased the entire hallway's illumination, briefly blinding them. Cinceredo, because of the difference in their power, Irene's barrier held strong and didn't waver in front of all the attacks. It eventually stopped, and they heard clapping on the other side of the hallway. Both women saw a middle-aged man wearing very flamboyant clothing. His chest was exposed, and he had white feathers all over the attire he wore. He had glowing bracelets on each wrist, a very large necklace with a bird on it, and a pink and red hat with wings on its side. A smirk dawned his lips, and his green eyes glowed. Welcome, welcome, DXD to Saturnal Samus secret base. I hope you enjoy your permanent stay here after him. Oh, aren't you? The Seraph Gabriel and the Apocalypse Dragon Great Red? The smirk on his face only grew broader, and he chuckled. Lucky me. I can bring you 2 in since Saturnal Sama wants both of you. He pointed his left arm towards them and shouted, Buzzy, come out. A long, silky worm-like creature jumped out from behind him. It had 2 white, feathery wings on its body. Its eyes were shaped like octagons, and it had square teeth, which both Irene and Gabriel found unique. An independent avatar-type sacred gear? It's most likely artificial, too. Is this the thing that attacked us earlier? Irene asked while examining the creature. The young man did a pose and pointed his finger at them like a gun and shouted, Correct. Buzzy, go. The worm-like sacred gear torpedoed towards Irene and Gabriel. Its wings flapped behind it, and it began to emit light that quickly formed into light blades. It shot it towards them, and halfway towards them, they multiplied and slammed into Irene's barrier. Booby fair and fight me like a woman, but you're a man, said Irene. I am a lady. Irene raised a brow, but didn't question it. She shrugged and tapped her staff once before the light blades disappeared. She dismissed the barrier, and subsequently, light spears shot from behind her towards the man. The sacred gear called Buzzy jumped in front of the light attacks. An enormous mouth opened from part of its body and swallowed the attacks. It landed on the ground and let out a burp. Foo-foo, good work, cutie, praised the man in front of them. Colonia, by the way, the most flamboyant person you'll meet, well, I'm a hybrid between a divine beast and a fallen angel. After he said that, jet-black feathered wings appeared from behind him as he also summoned light spears around him. I think I'm useless here because that cute sacred gear can eat my light, mumbled Gabriel. Goo, that thing is cute to her? I don't understand, never mind, thought Irene. You have access to different abilities now, don't you? Aaron had already prepared you for a scenario like this, stated Irene. As if remembering that detail, Gabriel nodded her head before joyfully raising her arm up. And you're choosing to do that? Irene asked in horror and shock. Yay, let's beat the mean worm Sean. An army of mini Gabriels appeared from the magic circle that Gabriel created from above them. They all started dropping to the ground and chatting amongst themselves. Laughed Colonia. You expect me to believe that those things can defeat me? He asked in indignation. Irene shook her head and only felt pity for them. Buzzy also opened its mouth before launching a vortex of wind magic from its mouth. Formation B, everyone. One of the mini Gabriels shouted. This one had a white hat that had Commander on it. Aye, aye. They shouted and quickly formed an arrow shape. Element, fire, commanded the mini Gabriel. From the top of this army to the very bottom of this army, all of their bodies ignited into flames as they charged forward. This created a relatively large and hot arrow that was charging towards Colonia. To his utter horror, the flaming mini Gabriels destroyed his light spears and the windy vortex that were aimed at them. Before either of them could react, the mini Gabriel army's speed increased to a point where neither of them could follow it, and they slammed into Buzzy, creating a mini explosion. Buzzy! Colonia screamed, horrified at the sight. After the explosion ended, Buzzy was still standing, but severely injured. The mini Gabriels were ordered by the original Gabriel to hold back on the attack, as she didn't want to accidentally obliterate the base before Aaron and the rest could deal with the sections. Frowning, Colonia asked his sacred gear if he was fine, and it made a weak noise, which indicated that it could keep fighting. It can't be helped, let's go with that, cutie. Balance adjust, shouted Colonia. Buzzy's body exploded in light, and his body quickly increased in size and morphed into a more snake-like shape and texture. Shiny white snake scales covered Buzzy's body. It had cloud-like eyebrows and sharp snake-like pupils. Around its body were light rings that glowed. The two wings on its body became even bigger, and at the tip of its tail was another head that emitted a strange glow. It's over for you two. Buzzy, go. Mow them down, commanded Colonia. The injuries that Buzzy had sustained were now healed, so with a healthy new body, all the rings shone and began to continuously fire light attacks towards Gabriel, the mini Gabriels, and Irene. The head at its tail shone brighter, and the speed of all the attacks increased as wind was applied to them. Finally, Buzzy also fired light breath attacks encased in wind properties. The light breath attack was brighter than the others, reminiscent of the earlier attack that threatened to blind both Irene and Gabriel. Gabriel mumbled cutely while hiding behind her. Irene's eyes twitched before she sighed. Fine, they'll play along, okay? Yate cheered the seraph. Irene raised her staff and pointed it at the army of mini Gabriels. All of their bodies glowed, and crimson armor with silver-orange angelic wings sprouted from their backs. We have been buffed. Charge! With the new armor provided by Irene, the army of mini Gabriels charged, but to everyone's surprise, except for Irene's, a magic circle appeared above them, and, so cute, Gabriel chirped as she hugged Irene's arm. From the magic circle came out an army of mini Irenes. Some were in their human form, while others were in their dragon form. A few of the mini Gabriels jumped onto the dragonized Irenes, along with the human form mini Irenes. The mini Irene army laughed, followed by the mini Gabriel. The armor that Irene provided would protect them against any elemental attacks. They would absorb them and invert them into energy for the mini Gabriel's use. Irene's own miniature army had the same armor on them and functioned the same way. The mini Irenes pointed their staffs towards Buzzy and Colonia's attacks and countered them with a Crimson Ray Blast. Centuredo obliterating Buzzy and quickly targeting Colonia. In a desperate attempt at surviving, Colonia forced his physical form to its limit, used up every single bit of his power, and created a defensive magic circle in front of him. Aya! A roar from his very being echoed in the halls, and to his own surprise, the attack from the mini army stopped, and he grinned. As he went to speak, something white and shining appeared in front of him. Gabriel had jumped forward, and with her light powers coating her leg, she slammed it into Colonia's face. Gabriel kick, the seraph shouted. Colonia was violently blasted away and crashed into the base's walls, knocking him out. The wall was also mostly destroyed, and it was kept up by Irene as she was seen pointing her staff at it. "Gabriel kick?" Irene asked as she came over and stood beside Gabriel. "I saw Royson use it when she was training with Leanne," explained Gabriel. Now we know where Aaron got his naming sense from," said Irene before laughing to herself. Gabriel titled her head, confused by the comment. Although, she stopped and looked at the unconscious Colonia. Aaron said to only bring the original members, and after using my appraisal on him, he was artificially created and not part of the original team, so we should deal with him. "No, he said that we could choose to neutralize or detain them," muttered Gabriel. "No, he said to ask him if we're unsure if we should capture or neutralize our targets," corrected Irene. She quickly contacted Aaron and informed him of the situation. "He'll let you two decide. His artificial sacred gear can be confiscated whether she is taken down or captured, or should I say she?" asked Aaron. Irene nodded and turned back to Gabriel. "He said it's up to us." They stared at each other for a few seconds before Gabriel created a defensive magic circle to their left, blocking an attack. "Dang it, I was too late. Wait for me, Coloniane, they'll save you," shouted a young girl. "Flexi, go!" Thunderbolt. A yellow mouse with a red thunderbolt on its tail ran towards Irene and Gabriel and sent a yellow thunderbolt towards them. It hit Gabriel's magic circle and didn't do anything, making the young lady express her annoyance. "Give Coloniane back," she shouted angrily at them. "You're an angel, aren't you? Aren't you supposed to help everyone? But you're doing bad things. Bad people should be punished," replied Gabriel, slightly frowning at the girl. "We are justice," she shouted, and she did the same pose as Colonia. "I, Setami, will stop you with Flexi." Kitsune ears popped up on her head, and two tails appeared behind her. Her ears were the same color as her hair red. Her eyes were orange, and she was around 52 in height. She wore a shrine priestess uniform and gettys. She generated foxfire around her. And Jean told us that most of their members are still new and haven't been certified for actual combat yet. Hence why they seem so inexperienced. Before Aaron teleported them here, when he tapped his head, he shared various bits of information with them. Most of it was about how he wanted the operation to go. The other half was about the members of Sataniel's group. Overall, the Abyss team was their lead fighting group. After that, there were a few other individuals that had been prepped for combat while the rest were still in training. The researchers and scientists weren't combat-oriented, but they had the raw power to do serious damage to certain species, like devils and vampires, because of their light. Dash! A voice boomed in the distance. Both women created defensive magic circles in front of them, and a hulking giant slammed into them, cracking the combined magic circles a bit and surprising them. "This one, I see it's Raz, the mixture of an orc, goblin champion, and divine beast that was a powerful wyvern," said Vita as she stared at the man who kept on charging at their magic circle. "Raz owe him." Minerva looked at the man and frowned. He had short black hair, a diamond-like body, red-hot shorts, and bare feet. On his back were wyvern wings, and he had claws for hands. Raz stopped his charge and backed away. He looked at both Vita and Minerva before sighing. "Weak women, why must I fight them? Where is Middleman?" he asked. Raz was a brute with basic intelligence. He could follow orders and was considered just below the Abyss team, as he only had his body to use and was given powers for birth. Super strength, durability, endurance, regeneration, flight, and diamond body made him formidable. All of that is also increased by his goblin champion, orc, and divine beast powers mixed within him, as well as the modifications given to him by Sataniel and the other researchers and scientists of his group. Wah! Minerva was about to go off on him when Vita put her hand in front of her. "He has the intelligence of a child. Don't be too hard on him. Fufu," she said, summoning her familiar, a blue bird named Grianos. "I know hungry, woman," he said while staring at the bird familiar. "It's so low that he thinks you're tempting him with food? Why are we stuck with?" Minerva swiftly turned around and blocked another attack aimed at them. Now what? In front of Minerva were two individuals, a woman and a man. The man had blonde hair and pure black eyes. He wore a white three-piece suit, a fedora hat, and carried a glass of wine in his right hand. On his shoulder was a white rabbit, smirking at Minerva. The woman wore a white-pink one-piece dress with frilly ends and rosebuds on her shoulders. She had black hair and pure white eyes. On her shoulder was a black rabbit with its eyes closed. We believe that the unworthy are not allowed to face the worthy, Abyss team. Hence why we have decided to face the unworthy. The true members of DXD are the ones that will be allowed to face the Abyss team, said the man. 2 fakes, especially the woman with the familiar, are below that. How have you contributed to DXD? No, because we don't know who you 2 are, added the woman. Kazbek, Eleni me handle them, said Raz, brining his arms up and infusing them with Tuki. We don't want to fight the fake, so you can deal with the witch and her familiar. However, this woman, I want to study her abilities. You have a strange power, said Kazbek, one of the 2 figures. ID like it given to me. Kazbek, said the woman named Eleni. Kazbek took her hand firmly. Anything for you, my dear. Minerva cringed at seeing the opponents behave that way. So without another second's hesitation, she arrived beside Eleni, wrapped her arm in a pink aura, and sent it towards her face. To her surprise, the black rabbit's tail had stopped her attack, but the shockwave it produced blasted them away. Both Kazbek and Eleni landed on the ground, unharmed. But before they could react, Minerva appeared in front of them again and threw a flurry of punches their way. However, this time both rabbits on their shoulders blocked them using their tails. She quickly jumped away and sighed. She noticed that her hands were bleeding, so she used her pink aura to quickly heal them. Centuredo, is that why you planned on getting close to Jean after this operation? Imagine getting a crush on him. Of all people, you're basically fighting against most women who admire him. Vita shouted as her own battle with Raz had started. Minerva's face turned red as she held back her shout, but she failed miserably. So what? You're acting like you never had a crush on a celebrity at all. But this one is more realistic. He's Irish and comes to our pantheon relatively frequently. Tears had formed in Minerva's eyes. They threatened to spill, but she continued to keep her short composure. Still, you're not the only one in the Irish pantheon to do this, Fufu, teased Vita. She was doing this on purpose, as Minerva's innate ability relied on her emotions. The more emotional she became about anything, the stronger her powers became. The pink aura was just a byproduct of it. Minerva's powers were quite simple, an overall power boost and healing. She also produces heart-shaped attacks as projectiles when she's at the height of her powers. As previously said, as her emotions grow stronger, those emotions could be anything. She becomes stronger. Apart from that, she knew magic had access to Tuki because she trained for months to unlock it, because she found out that Jean's women could use both Tuki and magic, and her body was naturally resilient. Aya, shut up, Minerva screamed, her face becoming crimson. At the same time, her powers quickly increased. Even though Minerva knew what Vita was doing, she still fell for it, but at the same time, she didn't care. She needed a reason to get stronger right there and then. Minerva knew that the 2 rabbits on their shoulders were artificial sacred gears given to them by Satinal. She disappeared from their sight and didn't reappear anywhere they anticipated. I can't feel her energy. Where did she go? Eleni asked, surprised by this outcome. Keeping his calm, Kazbek ordered both of their sacred gears to produce a shield around them. Both rabbits created a shield that merged together. On one half, it was black, while on the other it was white. Kazbek produced a floating screen in front of him using his powers and attempted to track Minerva, but he was too late. She had appeared behind him and sent a powerful uppercut towards him. His black rabbit screeched towards Minerva, but her pink aura-covered fist destroyed the attack, surprising both the sacred gear and Kazbek himself. Her fist landed on the back of his head, sending him towards the ceiling. He was thrown against it and bounced off before landing in the distance. Minerva turned her attention to the woman, Eleni. She had ordered her white rabbit to attack her. The white rabbit's tail multiplied twice, and all 3 shot towards her. Minerva used her finger and created a heart shape with them. From those pink heart-shaped bullets fired towards the white rabbit's tail attack. Her heart-shaped attacks tore through the rabbit's tail, making it shriek in pain. She then followed it up by charging towards Eleni, covering her right arm with the pink aura but now in the shape of a heart, and slammed it into Elena's stomach. The woman in question gasped and was knocked away further down this particular hallway. "This is the power of love," declared Minerva. Small, heart-shaped particles floated around her. In frustration, added Vita, who laughed. "KHHH, why do you always have to say that? I love you too, Min Min." Vita was known for teasing anyone she came across, whether they were family, important figures, or the leader of their realm, Queen Halloween. If the occasion called for it, she would tease them. The only exception to this was when a serious event was happening, when she would usually hold her tongue. "Doing Yomi," Raz shouted before charging Vita again. She avoided the attack by sidestepping it and twirling around. As Raz passed her, he quickly turned around, coated his body with 10k, and slammed it down towards her. Again, Vita avoided it easily, but had to jump away as the fist that Raz used was hurled to the ground, destroying it and leaving a medium-sized crater. Raz pulled his fist up, stared at Vita, and smirked. "Me strong. Ugh, what a brute. He'll never understand the appeal, is it? Because you think you're cool?" Vita asked the hybrid, but he only tilted his head before running towards her again. Vita thought it would be the same dance, so she prepared to dodge. She was surprised by Raz's wings, which began to vibrate rapidly behind him, and then seconds later, he disappeared. The next thing Vita felt was pain in her lower abdomen. Much like how Minerva dealt with her opponents, Vita was flung away and crashed on the other side of the floor. Her body was embedded in the wall, and a trickle of blood went down her mouth as she looked back at Raz, who had continued to charge at her with his still vibrating wings. "We'll be doing that," ordered Vita. The bird beside her chirped loudly before a green and blue aura covered its body. Raz became curious about it, but didn't stop his charge. He had appeared in front of Vita again, and the woman hadn't reacted much to his delight. However, Centuredo heaved a sigh of relief. She touched her stomach and began to slowly heal it. While healing magic was rare, Vita could utilize it. However, its effectiveness wasn't near as potent as Minerva's innate ability or Asia Argento's twilight healing. "Keep that up, will you, sweetie?" asked Vita. Her familiar Grianos chirped and agreed. The blue and green auras appeared around Grianos again, then expanded and enveloped both of them. Now more wary of what Grianos was doing, Raz looked at his injured arm and grunted. He focused on the spot and healed his injuries with his regeneration. The cuts quickly healed, making him smile. Unlike Vita, who was in front of him, he had superior healing and could shrug off injuries like this. But if his arm were to be cut off, he couldn't reattach it. Focusing on his 10k, he started sending 10k punches towards Vita from a distance. Utilizing his superior physical strength, he started walking towards Vit and firing those attacks. Grianos did his best at maintaining the aura. The attacks that hit the aura were cut apart, but some were still getting through, and this forced Vita to avoid them. Vita had begun chanting something under her breath. She didn't want Raz to hear it, so she used magic to dampen her own voice even further. Raz's assault continued to escalate as he began to incorporate aura wing attacks. He imbued 10k into his wings and, while flapping them, created blades of wind and blades of 10k from them, and began firing them towards Vita along with his 10k punches. Grianos chirped at Vita, indicating that he wouldn't be able to block everything that was being thrown his way for much longer, and she wordlessly nodded to her familiar. Her familiar didn't need to worry about this for much longer, as Vita had finished her incantation and smiled at Raz, who noticed and became confused. Vita summoned her own staff and spun in her right hand. She thrust both her hands out, turning her staff horizontally, opening her left hand, and putting it near the head of the staff. Her purple eyes began to glow, and with a smirk, she declared, "Time for you to have a little nap," raising in a flash of dazzling green and blue light. Everyone on the floor was momentarily blinded. "Dang it, Vita, at least warn me beforehand." Minerva screamed in dismay. Flashing a smile, she said, "Fufu, you shouldn't mess with me, especially from the family I came from. Vita Milstein was adopted by the Milstein family at a young age." She was a few years older than her sister Emma. However, she herself was a prodigy at using magic, on par with the likes of Lavinia Rennie, Lisa Minnick, and Fusey Hirawa. However, this was a trait from her original family. They were wiped out by the evil god Baylor's servants because her family was part of the reason why Baylor was killed in the past. Her family had decided to help the god of the sun, Luff, eliminate the evil god Baylor, as he and his controlled servant at the time Crumcrutch had wreaked havoc in the Irish supernatural world at the time. Many of her clansmen at the time were killed, and only a few survived. But those who survived lived a quiet life for many years, until the devout followers of the evil god Baylor finally managed to find her and the rest of the family. Fortunately, Vita was hidden when the attack started and was also drugged by her mother, so she didn't have to witness what happened. Vita herself wandered a few days by herself in despair, that is, until she came across Anastasia Milstein, the mother of Emma Milstein. She took her in, and the rest was history. Vita took the name, was trained in magic, and lived with them in Queen Halloween's realm. However, she still holds a bit of a grudge against the evil god Baylor and wishes to fight them one day. The only way for this to happen was to confront the current holder of his sacred gear that housed him, Gaspar Vladi. Vita had also hunted down the rest of the followers of Baylor over the years. Many of them became elders, though she didn't care some had managed to maintain their youth, but that made it more satisfying for her when she killed them. As Vita's spell activated, and for the second time in Raz's life, he felt terror. Suzaku, Himejima, and Danu were having no trouble on their floor, as most of the enemies they came across were researchers. They simply restrained them and used sleeping magic on them, even though Aaron told them to eliminate them. They had contacted him earlier about a proposal. They had asked him if he could spare them and change them like he did with Ivetsa. They also asked if it would be possible for Sadnal. Having more talented researchers on their side would be beneficial. The answer he gave them was that he would think about it, but from the tone of his voice that both of them heard, they believed that he would more than likely do that. "W, what do you think of this?" Danu asked, showing her smartphone to Suzaku. They had been talking about Danu taking the next step with Aaron in their relationship. She had been away from their home for most of the time because of a sudden boom in her flower business in Ireland. The reason for this was because of Aaron. He hadn't informed her about it, but Danu was quite happy with it. On his website, he mentioned that he had ordered the flowers around his shop in Kuo from a certain business in Ireland, hence the sudden boom in business for her. Once Danu found out, she wanted to repay him, but at the same time, didn't know how or when. This also meant she was away from their home for a while and stayed in her previous abode in Ireland. What Danu showed Suzaku was the gift she wanted to surprise him with. It was a thoughtful present, and she thought Aaron would appreciate it. Centuredo, she stopped the goddess. I myself don't wear anything fancy when I want to spend quality time with him. Aaron has said that it's a plus, but not a deciding factor, so keep that in mind. How about sticking with your favorite pair? My favorite pair? Danu mumbled. I do have two that I really like, she admitted. But before they could continue, two powerful attacks were sent their way and were blocked by Danu, creating large roots in front of them. Hiya haha, they think they can just casually stroll through here? This ain't a park, you absolute fools. A man's voice roars from behind the explosion. They're powerful and very close to the dragon. One of them is a goddess, and another is the head of the Himejima clan. It makes sense that they are a bit arrogant, said another man's voice. Danu receded her roots, and they saw the two men beyond them. One had crimson hair and yellow eyes while wearing noble attire. The other had white hair, purple eyes, and noble attire. Upon seeing this, both of them became alarmed and confused. Hiya haha, look at him. They're surprised, eh? Asked the white-haired man. Indeed, we do look like certain devils, don't we? Said the crimson-haired man smugly. Suzaku squinted her eyes at them with suspicion. Crimson hair like the Grimmery devils, and white-silver hair like the Lucifers. Who are you two? She asked. If you think we're bastard children of those devil clans, then you're mistaken. We were simply designed and created this way, replied the crimson-haired man. I am Codex. The barbaric fellow beside me is Askell. It's a pleasure to meet the women of the Outer God. Enough with the bullshit. Let's go, roared Askell. He then charged towards Suzuki. He couldn't destroy the root that Danu had used on him, and he quickly began to bleed out. What the heck? He screamed. I can't get out. He shouted again, panic rising from within him. Takuzo, come out and break this thing. A flash of light suddenly surrounded Askell, and moments later he was freed from Danu's attack. He looked up with rage in his eyes as Codex appeared beside him. Codex touched his shoulder, and the hole in his damage began to quickly repair itself. With a confident smile on his face, Codex said, My unique ability is to reverse any damage that is done. It can be on me, a person, or a thing. Apparently, it came from a different universe. I'm quite blessed to receive it, although there are some minor drawbacks. Yeah, you got a short fuse. No. Codex slapped Axel on the head before bringing up his right arm, and a blue-white aura coated it. If possible, I'd like to face the Himejima clan head. I've heard many interesting things about you from some exiled members in the past. He appeared beside Shizuku, and as he was about to grab her, she deflected his hand, surprising him. If that's the case, then I'd like to interrogate you about them then, she replied, coldly glaring at Codex before she slapped him on the cheek and teleported both of them to a different part of the floor. Takuzo, we're going wild. I want that monster dead, bellowed Axel. A boar with clouds circling all its legs appeared. It had the symbol of pi on its forehead and pi for its pupils. There are also white streaks around its body. Takuzo, the independent type, sacred gear, blew hot steam from its nostrils and lowered itself to the ground. Axel's body also changed. The clouds appeared around his arms, wrists, legs, ankles, and head. His pupils turned into pie shapes, and his clothes turned white. Call me the great boar god, and I'm going to destroy you, he declared. What a foul bravado, mumbled Danu, dissatisfied with how the young man was acting. Fortunately for Danu, she had come across people who weren't as rude as Axel. Usually, she tended to avoid those types of people high on energy. However, after meeting Aaron and meeting many high-energy type people, she came to get used to it as they weren't as brazen as him, with the exception of Kuroka at times and Cookie of the Slash Dog team. She could look the other way at them because they weren't, by definition, evil people. At one point, Kuroka did side with them along with the Vala team, but time and circumstances changed things, and she's fine with them now. But Axel was the type that she tended to avoid. The leader of the Tothaday Dan and was sometimes vulgar, but he also showed restraint and maturity in his earlier days presently. He's nowhere as bad as he was back then, and Danu respects that. Askell, to her, was the type of person who didn't care about anything but themselves. She understood this from the short meeting and interaction they had. Even now, as they stared at each other, she couldn't see him change or grow, even if they were to capture him. So, she decided on one thing. I will eliminate you, she professed. Eliminate me? Are you stupid? In the boar, invisible wind slammed into Askell's gut. This was followed by several smaller roots appearing from the ground and attacking him. Some of the roots were stopped by his sacred gear, Takuzo. However, because they were much weaker than Danu, it only lasted a few seconds before Takuzo was thrown away and the relentless assault continued on Axel. Axel couldn't move or react to any of this. He could only helplessly be juggled around by Danu's attack. He glanced at Takuzo, but noticed that his sacred gear was being kept back by some kind of invisible force. Neither of them could do anything. They felt helpless. Since his creation, he has always been told that he has the potential to join the Abyss team. The thing he lacked was combat experience. Every time he fought a member of the Abyss team, he would always lose, and every time he asked how, it was for a different reason. He was too hasty. He was too aggressive. He let his anger and temper get the better of him. He didn't plan enough. He fell for tricks too easily, etc. Over and over, he couldn't pass over the wall. That was the Abyss team, especially their leader. His artificial sacred gear wasn't a powerful offensive type, but with his mastery over it and its utility, along with his own skills and power, it made him nearly unstoppable. As these thoughts plagued his mind, his own rage and frustrations kept increasing as the seconds ticked by. Finally, it exploded as his body was filled with even more power. However, He soon felt his vision become strange, as if it were falling, which confused him. His eyes looked up at an indifferent Irish goddess looking down at him. It finally occurred to him that he had been fatally wounded, and before he could conjure another thought, he died. Danu stared at the man who was alive just seconds ago as he fell to the ground. The boar artificial sacred gear stared at its wielder before it faded. A look of shock and disappointment was on its face. Danu, who is a goddess, had lived for many years. Even if she herself wasn't a fighter for most of it, she had gained an uncanny ability to read people. Whether it be their facial expression, their actions, or even their body language, she could discern around 80% of the time what their next move would be. One could call it a poor man's precognition. She could tell that he was upset by the one-sided battle, but also how his frustrations kept on rising during their short fight. She felt his powers quickly rising, and before he could utilize them, she killed him, ending the fight before he could reach a new power level or powered-up form. Danu had read many things over the years, and in recent memory, after she moved into Aaron's home, she was introduced to more media. Furthermore, with Aaron's infinite library, she had more access to different books worldwide, not only in the human world, but also in the supernatural world's books, many of which had forbidden or cursed books, although they were in a special room and placed to avoid the average reader from being cursed or killed. The one who kept an eye on that room was Lisa, as she herself was cursed by a certain book, and she didn't want it happening to the people she cared about. Suzaku, I'm finished here. Danu had used their ring's transceivers and informed Suzaku of her victory. He'll bring his corpse with me. Maybe Aaron wants to use it? All right, he'll be finished with mine soon. I feel two more coming our way. They also seem stronger than the two we're fighting. If you can cut them off, then I would appreciate it. He'll join you as soon as I can, replied Suzaku. Okay. Danu disconnected their line and stored the corpse of Axel in her ring. She turned her attention to the location of the sacred gear he once wielded and found. A boar shaped in a pendant surrounded by clouds. How curious, she mumbled to herself. Independent avatar sacred gears are sacred gears that take the form of a living-like creature that moves and acts on its own free will and instincts. Among the embodiment type sacred gears, these sacred gears themselves have their own individual consciousness and instinct, as the wielder can command the sacred gear from a distance. Because of its nature, it often mimics a living thing, and the embodied beast-type sacred gears can also eat like a living creature. Independent avatar sacred gears that manipulate energy can make a huge amount of energy take a humanoid form, using it as a puppet. The embodied sacred gear can be made to not be visible to ordinary humans, and it can disappear or assume a smaller form that makes it easier to lead daily life than the true appearance. The advantage is that the user can issue instructions from a safe place away from the battlefield, but at the same time, the risk that the user is vulnerable is greater than other sacred gears, so the user is often physically weak. In the case of the beast type, if the sacred gear is attacked, damage may accumulate, and it will be impossible for it to continue to fight or for the beast to be sealed with a unique technique. It is said that it is necessary to go into the depths of the sacred gear and the soul of the sealed creature in order to enhance the ability, but there is a danger that there is a chance that the user could be replaced by the consciousness within the sacred gear. However, it seems the method that the Cow's order, or perhaps Saturnal himself, was unique to them. In order to make artificial independent avatar sacred gears, they needed to create a physical object to tie it to. Otherwise, it would simply stop existing as the soul they captured, and the things they used for them would simply cease to exist without the tether. Danu surmised that this item was what kept the new sacred gear here, as it wasn't tied to Heaven's system. So they needed to be physically tied to items in order to stay after the wielder passes, or if they hadn't found one to give it to. Maybe you can be used by someone else in the future, she mumbled before putting it in her pocket. Danu turned around and walked away. It'll stop these two from reaching Sitko. They may be the aforementioned Abyss team. I expected this outcome, but to think you would simply burn away my powers. The Outer Gods women are truly something else, muttered Codex. Codex was kneeling in front of Suzaku with flaming chains holding him down to the ground. She had used Gleipnir and Aaron's own mana rope as references, while also having exclusive access to food chain that Aaron shared with the Fated Ones. Suzaku simply found a power in the multiverse that would burn anything, whether that was magic, technique, concept, or time and space itself. It would burn it. So she applied that to her innate flame manipulation and simply destroyed his powers anytime he attempted to utilize them. This left Codex virtually defenseless. He had to rely on his magic and 10k, but even then, the woman in front of him burned away everything that came into contact with her. In his eyes, she was untouchable in every sense of the word, and he couldn't help but think that she herself was a goddess in her own right. I don't need your pity or kind words, Suzaku Himejima. I have told you about the exiled members I interacted with while we fought. I have nothing more to say. Nor will I switch sides. I cannot stand people like the middleman, he told her. If that's your decision, then I will respect it. Suzaku aimed her hand at Codex and struck him down. He did not scream, cry, or insult her. He simply accepted his fate. Codex only respected people who were above him in both power and authority. Suzaku was above him in power and was the current head of the Himejima clan, and she was quite close with Aaron. Even if he didn't like Aaron for how he did things, he couldn't deny his influence and power, so he respected him at that level. Suzaku sighed, looking at the burnt ashes of Codex. She turned around but quickly felt a clash of powerful auras in that direction, and she quickly dashed towards it. When she arrived, she saw Dhanu's green aura colliding with two other people, both women. The head of the Himejima clan summoned Juke, and they immediately launched large fireballs towards the two, who noticed and avoided the attacks on time. He was destroyed in the flames, so I couldn't retrieve him, but he told me as much as he could, although he explained he only did it to people he held respect to. Said Suzaku, "It's fine. I have the other, and even then, we can inform him of where you killed him if he wants to retrieve Codex himself," replied Danu. "These two are Atomy," shouted the blue-haired woman. "Saida," shouted the pale pink-haired woman. "Together, we are ADIDA." They shouted together and did a pose by holding each other's hand and standing on one foot. Two independent type sacred gears appeared and sat on their heads. The one on Atomy had the body of an owl, it had the wings, but the head was of a dog with the sharp fangs of a vampire and cat paws for the talons. The one on Saida was the size of a toddler, with a chest made of tentacles with several eyes on it. The head was a mix of a dolphin and a shark, and it had two tails that had sharp protrusions coming out of them. Upon hearing this, Suzaku and Juke became confused. They didn't know how to react, as they both stared at the two odd women. "They were like this when I met them too. They're quite unusual, to say the least," Danu said calmly. "Unusual would be an understatement," said Juke in her bird form. "Maybe we can assume that the members of the Abyss team all have mental illnesses?" "How rude," shouted Atomy. "Rude to the max," repeated Saida. "Streckle, Breckle, go." Both sacred gears jumped off their heads and charged towards Danu, Suzaku, and Juke. Aaron Tool and Ophis stepped through a certain door on the last floor. They had thoroughly investigated the other rooms of the floor, defeated the enemies that lay in them, and the only room left was the one they just went through. When they did, they heard clapping, and in front of them at the other end was Satinel. The fallen angel had been working together with the Cow's Order for an entire year. "Well done in making it here. I kept an eye on you two the entire time," he said, smirking at them. "We also finally get to see each other face to face. Outer God the same to you, Ophistano." "Oh, we know," replied Aaron. He held up several surveillance cameras in his hand, confusing Satinel. "What I showed you on your monitor was just an illusion." Ophis became hungry partway through, so he stopped for a small snack break. When Satinel heard this, it only served to annoy him, but maintaining his professionalism, he sighed, composed himself, and ignored the explanation entirely. "Regardless, you have fallen into my trap, Outer God. I have known that you may have done something to our members, even if I don't have proof. I have memories of certain events that happened throughout the year, but none of my colleagues remember any of them." "No, that's not right. Some do, some don't. Whatever you did, I can at least respect it, as it does showcase your power, even if not many knew about it." To that, Aaron shrugged, and Ophis popped another candy into her mouth, further angering Sadnal. What Aaron told Sadnal was true. They did stop for a quick snack break. However, Aaron told Ophis how to act around Sadnal so that he would act more irrationally than he already is. Because of what he did, Sadnal had slowly become unstable through the new year, and it all accumulated with him leaving and cutting ties with the Cow's Order, essentially isolating himself with very few other like-minded individuals. Did you really need to tell me all that? Aren't you smarter than me? So why explain all of that? Asked Aaron. Although he knew the answer to that, Sadnal stared blankly at Aaron, unable to speak. He's right. Why'd I just blurt all of that out? What is happening to me? No, he's messing with me. I was telling him that, hoping he would say something about it, but he didn't. Your tricks won't work on me, Outer God. Sadnal this time didn't elaborate any further and drew his weapon, ready to strike. A small compass. A compass? Ophis asked, tilting her head. He pointed the device towards the two and shouted in elation. It'll make the infinite finite. An orange, gassy substance came out of the compass and covered both Aaron and Ophis, all the while Sadnal kept maniacally laughing. The longer this device was activated, the more confused Sadnal became. He expected them to at least scream or attempt to avoid the device's attack, but to his surprise, they didn't. Once he thought they were in it for long enough, he deactivated it and waited for the gas to clear up. What? How? Sadnal was left speechless. Both Aaron and Ophis stood there with no changes to them. Ophis tilted her head again and asked, Fanta? Why did you spray us with Fanta? Fanta? Muttered the scientist in dismay. He didn't want to believe what the dragon had said. For him to simply spray them with Fanta of all things. What do you mean, Fanta? That human-made beverage. How could I possibly spray you with that? He asked, his anger finally exploding. Even if you ask me that, I want to know how to answer you. You were the one with that device, replied Ophis. Ophis glanced at Aaron before nodding again. She began walking towards Sadnal, who was incredulous at it all. You expect me to stand here and do nothing? I'm still a former cadre and a powerful fallen angel with years of experience. I've also upgraded myself, he declared, and his left arm turned into a cannon. Sadnal smirked and fired a beam of light from it at Ophis. The dragon god of infinity slapped the attack away, making it hit the barrier, and the barrier absorbed it. He didn't stop there, as he thrust his other hand forward and changed it into several smaller cannon-like weapons. Behind him, countless light spears also materialized. He then threw them all at Ophis, as well as firing a barrage of attacks from his hand cannons. Ophis put her hand forward, created a shield, and blocked it all. Some slammed into it and exploded. Others were absorbed into it, and some were destroyed before touching it. What Sadnal couldn't see were invisible snakes that were wriggling in front of the shield that Ophis had. They did two things. They absorbed and reinforced the barrier, and they would fire invisible shots at the attacks, destroying them. The ones that bypassed them simply exploded on the shield, but they were weak enough that they didn't do any damage to the snakes. Aaron, who was behind Ophis, had conjured a chair and sat on it while watching this entire interaction. He wanted her to get a bit of revenge for how they treated them all these years. Sadnal and the Wizards of Oz were the reason that the Cows Brigade started. They were the ones that tricked her into joining, with the promise of helping her kick Great Red out of her home. However, they only wanted to use her for their own benefit. Today, the Dragon God of Infinity would be able to get a small bit of revenge on them, especially toward Sadnal. Sadnal knew it was futile, but he had hoped that the device he had been working on would weaken both the Ouroboros Drago and the Outer God. But he was deceived. While the device initially had its own powerful effects, once Aaron found out about it, he changed it when he came back. However, with the original powers of the device, it wouldn't have been enough to do anything to him or Ophis. It was made by one of the Umbra's Sagarif. He, like the other Umbra, liked tinkering with devices and creating unthinkable nightmares in the form of items. Most are created on a whim, but have many devastating effects. This device in particular would find the weakness of whoever they targeted it with and would temporarily provide the wielder of the device with that power. They would then use that power to defeat, kill, or capture their opponent. Once the device identifies that they have done one or all of those things, it will deactivate and release the effects on both parties. Ophis finally arrived in front of Sadinal, Centuredo forcing him to keel over and be on his knees. "Why did you lie?" Ophis asked, looking down at the fallen angel. Smirking, Sadinal scoffed. "The human world and our world are built upon lies. Do you really believe that we in them became like this today by purely being honest with each other? You were alive for so many years, yet you were so short-sighted and naive. I didn't need to make up a grandiose lie to even fool you." Ophis stared at the man before agreeing with him. "I have been alive for a very long time. However, I never once wanted anything else than silence. That place was my home, but was suddenly invaded, so I wanted to get rid of them. I was desperate. So I allowed myself to be deceived by all your lies." Ophis, who was in her adult form, transformed back into her small form and placed her foot on Barato of Sadinal's head. "From my creation, I knew I stood above most since a voice told me in my head. I tried talking to it, but it never responded after it told me I was stronger than all of the beings in my world. So I believed it and continued with my life. If you were the strongest, would you bother learning anything in space in a world filled with mostly nothing and silence?" She asked Sadinal, who didn't reply. "Once you become so strong, and when you live life alone and no one can contest that position, you become apathetic to mostly everything. I never had anyone to learn from. At most, I used my power to increase my physical strength and magic. Nothing more, nothing less." Trying to force his head up, Sadinal asked, "Hurry up. What on earth are you trying to get at? They'll die of boredom at this rate." Ophis slammed his head back into the floor, making a small thudding sound. Sadinal was still alive, but he suffered a decent amount of damage because of that. What I'm trying to say is that anyone, whether they're a god or something else, can still keep growing even after thousands of years of being alive. You just need to find the right people for it. You've been stuck in your own bubble for so long. Do you really consider other people's opinions that aren't nearly identical to yours? Or do you simply dismiss them? Maybe this is why you've lost. Maybe that's why Aaron changed your reality," she said, and kicked him away. Sadinal crashed into his giant supercomputer and destroyed it. "See, change my reality?" he asked, confused. Ophis looked back at Aaron and nodded. "I'm fine with that. I don't need revenge as long as I have you, and everyone else in my life is perfect." Ophis showed a genuinely bright smile to Aaron as he got up from his seat and walked over to her. "You've changed a lot," he said, petting her head. "While you're fine with that, I'm not. You're a part of my family, so we'll take on the liberty of revenge for you." Aaron materialized above Sadinal and lunged at him with fury, overpowering him in a single, decisive strike. He brought their faces close together and stared at the man with his sharp eyes. "I have a lot of things to say to you, but I'll make it simple, all right?" said Aaron. Sadinal couldn't move, and he couldn't form a coherent thought. He had no idea what was happening, as the only thing he could feel at the moment was terror while staring into Aaron's eyes. "It'll make you suffer for a bit for Ophis, for the Slashdog team, for Lavinia, because you sided with the Wizards of Oz, and for all the trouble you and your colleagues put me through last year. This amount should suffice for a bit of revenge," he said with an evil smirk. Once Aaron pulled away from Sadinal after landing his finishing strike, Sadinal didn't feel any pain. There was no blood that poured out either, confusing him. Yet he couldn't speak. He couldn't even hear his machines or anything else apart from his own heartbeat, which kept getting louder. "I hope you enjoy your 10,000-year journey, Sadinal," said Aaron's voice. "I was also responsible for that strange memory of yours." As terror was about to overtake his consciousness, everything for Sadinal became pitch black. Aaron turned around and walked back to Ophis. Seconds later, Sadinal collapsed to the ground, clearly in intense pain, clutching his Barato. "What did you do?" Ophis asked, curiously looking at Sadinal. That should be another world of pain for him, and should leave him traumatized enough. He glanced back at Sadinal and added, "Once it's all done, we'll just convert him like a Vetsa, so we'll have a new scientist and researcher on our side. He's more useful alive than dead." Aaron began walking away towards the door. "Aren't we bringing him?" she asked. Well, keep him here for now. I'll go join the others and capture some of the Abyss team myself, since I want to take their sacred gears from them," he told her. Ophis silently agreed and joined him. Chapter 11, Part 3, Transcendent Twilight Third-Person Point of View in California. In a hidden base of the Grauzober, a certain female magician was feeling down. All throughout the day, she kept sighing sadly while not focusing on her tasks. This worried other magicians around her, especially her former boss, Mephistopheles. Even right now, he was watching her from a distance as she worked together with Fusey Hirawa. The chairman felt a tap on his shoulder, and when he turned around, he saw Hirokazu. "Oh, Hiro." After he asked that, Kita appeared from behind him and said, "It's the pains of love." They both stared at her, and she elaborated. "I don't know the last time you were in love, Chairman Sand, but I'm a woman in love too, and I know the symptoms, although Lavinia's is a bit more severe than mine. I was once, in a relationship," mumbled Mephisto. "Years and years ago, right? I don't understand the reasoning of leaders within certain factions. Just settle down already. Jean is making the world a better place, so you have that liberty now," she said, leaving with the books she was carrying. Hirokazu bowed his head. "I'm sorry about that, sir. She tends to just be a bit too honest at times," apologized Hirokazu. But I am curious about it. Why haven't some leaders and powerful people settled down yet?" Mephisto sighed through his nose. "Maybe now, yes. With the things that Jean is doing, it's a lot more practical to start families within the supernatural world. The only dumb organization that will go against him is the Cow's Order." But to answer the other half of your question, Mephisto stared at the still sad Lavinia, Rennie, as she kept sighing as she worked away. The state of the supernatural, for the longest time, had been very shaky. If any of the three great powers did something irreversible, another great war would have started. If any of the three great powers provoked a pantheon bad enough, war would have started. For as long as I lived, war was something that was feared to start with the slight mistake that was made by any side. "Would you start a family in that?" he asked, staring at the young man beside him. Hirokazu shook his head. "My wife and children would be at risk, just as I would go to the front lines." The old devil nodded his head. Exactly. You would be risking your life and your family's life. If you decide to start a family, you must make sure you have certain things. You must be strong, stronger than your opponents, and you have to be financially stable in case the worst-case scenario occurs." "Meaning? If you and your wife were to meet your end, and you knew it, what would you do?" asked Mephisto. "We would save our child, though. That's what you meant. If we had money, they would be able to hide until it was over and survive afterward, although that's not a guarantee," he clarified. "It's not, but it's a safety net for them to fall on. I have personally witnessed such scenarios happen over the years, and war didn't happen, but in the human world, it did, especially during those two wars that are famous in them. Orphans everywhere, staring, crying they had lost their parents with nothing left in the world." He squinted his eyes. "Do you know what happened after?" he asked, and Hirokazu didn't say anything. "They died. Most were below a certain age and couldn't." Believing in the words of someone much younger than me, even I surprised myself. However, Jean is always aware that achieving that is next to impossible. Hirokazu became confused and asked, "What do you mean? Wouldn't that be ideal, though? If it was, it would have already happened." Mephisto stared at Hirokazu and said, "There will always be someone who's against that peace or a group. We have that in the form of the Cow's Order during this time, this era. What about the future? I believe Jean can make his dream a reality with 90 efficiency. Anything else than 10 are the ones who are against that dream, even if it will benefit them." "Why?" asked Hirokazu. "Aren't they? What about the politicians? Are they ever honest with theirs?" The budding dragon frowned and stared at the ground. He thought about the various countries, their leaders, and their governments. Probably not." Mephisto laughed at him. I know, it's a difficult topic to speak about. Leave it to us and Jean. We'll find a way to make it work, and if push comes to shove, we'll just use his powers to make them comply." "He's not." Mephisto laughed again and smacked Hirokazu's back repeatedly. "My jokes go over you, Hiro. I know he's not that kind of person, but you never know. Some people will only ever understand strength, influence, and conflict. G may even change a bit in that regard. Change. It was inevitable, and Hero knew it. Heck, he himself had changed substantially over the years, especially last year and this year. He couldn't deny that Gene Skyward may slowly change over the course of time, but he was also hopeful that he wouldn't become a tyrant. He said. Hirokazu agreed before walking away. Mephisto sighed again and looked back at the still sad Lavinia, Rennie being comforted by Fusey Hirawa. He couldn't help but smile at them. Will he change like that or stay the same? Only time will tell, but the people around him will definitely be the deciding factor. But, seeing them like that, I don't think it will come true, he muttered before walking away. Scat-Hack and Afe were facing off against 3 members of the Abyss team. Both sisters were enjoying themselves as they got to face fighters with unique sacred gears. Quit running away, shouted a man in annoyance. Face me like a man. I'm a woman, though, responded Scat-Hack as she avoided another laser beam from his independent avatar type, sacred gear. You're more manly than most men I meet, he shouted and continued to fire laser beams at Scat-Hack. The Queen of the Land of Shadows didn't know if she should take that as a compliment or not. However, she did know from the use of her appraisal earlier that the young man that was attacking her was at least Satan class, along with his sacred gear. Unlike the others she saw earlier, this sacred gear was from the system in heaven. While it wasn't as strong as the original 13 Longinus, it was considered at least unique as it had more than one ability, which was rare, especially when it hadn't achieved Balance Breaker yet. Scat-Hack landed on the ground and dashed towards the man, but was quickly thwarted because of the sacred gear. Its eyes shone a purple glow, forcing her to jump away and avoid its gaze. The sacred gear apportioned Cluillian, also known as Abyss King of Petrifying Scrutiny. The lasers it shoots out from its mouth will petrify anything it touches, including magic and other sacred gears. Its eyes will take away all the senses of the targeted individual's sight, smell, hearing, touch, and taste. It will leave those affected very vulnerable and guarantee this man's victory in a battle. However, he wasn't the only one in the Abyss team with this sacred gear, as their leader also had something similar, much a bit more powerful. The scared gear was in the shape of a chicken with large and abnormal eyes. Unlike the regular chicken, this one could fly using its wings. This man, Yukijnek, hadn't achieved Balance Breaker with it yet. However, he could force an overbooster to occur. It forces him to reach a Balance Breaker state. More often than not, it's incomplete, so it's quite risky for its wielder. Yukijnek and the leader of the Abyss team had different Balance Breakers. While Yukijnek's was the regular crest side and subspecies, their leader had reached an X side, something completely unique to himself, and even had Satinel praise him for evolving his sacred gear. It was possible because Aaron had changed the systems in heaven after all, and more sacred gear possessors were able to change and evolve their sacred gears worldwide during the tournament or on their own. Can't get near me, yeah? What's next? Show me your moves, Goddess Scat-Hack, roared Yukijnek. His long black hair swayed in the shockwave of his sacred gear's attack, and his brown eyes shone as his own excitement increased. He wore his school's uniform as he still attended school and was around the age of 17. Ah, very well. I shall show you my moves, boy, she replied and lunged back towards him. Yukijnek had been waiting for this. He had baited the woman in front of him to do this, and he grinned. Let's go, male. Balance break. Purple light coated the entire body of his sacred gear, male. Overbooster. A strange sound and language neither of them had heard bellowed from male before it exploded in the purple light. The chicken had now transformed into an enormous bird with multiple eyes all over its body, as well as diamond armor wings. Get her, male, he ordered before the large bird opened its mouth and several beams fired from it. It also flapped its wings, which created purple tornadoes that quickly went over to Scat-Hack. These tornadoes could also petrify anyone they touch and take away their senses. In its forced balance breaker state, 90 of its actions have a petrifying ability and can take away its victim's senses. So if it just grazed Scat-Hack with its wing, beak, or any part of its body, she would be petrified and have her senses taken. The ever-so-confident woman smirked at this challenge and drew her spear back. In a single thrust, she destroyed the attacks that were coming her way, surprising Yukijnek. The sacred gear's eyes started shining again, but before it could finish its actions, an invisible force knocked it away. Using this chance, Skathak dashed towards Yukijnek and thrust her spear towards his stomach. To her surprise, he managed to dodge while smirking at her. Hey, did you know? All of the members of the Abyss team have an automatic dodge ability implemented into them. If we stay calm and do not move our bodies ourselves, we can dodge everything. He shouted in elation. Cinchuredo, he quickly jumped away, clutching it. What happened just now? He couldn't understand what was happening. He could only stare at the smug woman in front of him. What did you do? Fufu, I didn't do anything. I simply attacked you, she replied. Yukijnek gripped his shoulder tighter in frustration. Liar. You must have used some kind of magic to bypass. You were simply too slow. We have an unspoken rule with Aaron hold back just enough, so we won't accidentally destroy this world. But he'll admit, most of the time we won't even need that power since most of our opponents are weak. Bar each other since he helped us achieve it. That's why many of us are enjoying this tournament. Even if we still have to hold back when fighting gods, we can still enjoy ourselves since we can use more than necessary. This is even more so when we face each other since we can go all out. The fields were made for it too. Although Skathak looked around herself and sighed. I don't think he reinforced this place with his barrier. But if he did, he didn't tell us, so he'll stick to holding back and not accidentally destroying this place. If we did, it would garner international news since the Marian Trench was disturbed by an unknown Barado, Fufu, faster than my eyes can follow. Also holding back. What on earth is this woman talking about? Satnal-sama has already given us the data of all the fighters here. Apart from 2 of them, we know everything about them. She's only God class. I can still keep up with her, he thought and clenched his hand shut. Like many, Yukijnek was affected by Aaron's reality manipulation and had his memories changed and altered. His memory of their updated power was removed, and he was made to think that they were still at the same power level as last year. Aaron also made it so that when he tried to learn the new powers they had, it would just be replaced by the old information a few seconds later, and they wouldn't suspect a thing. Oh, I see, so that's how it is. How amusing, Lord Aaron, mused Skathak. Your sacred gear is interesting. My husband will want it, so he'll end this now. I'd like to see you try. Yukijnek was suddenly blown away without any warning. To him, Skathak simply stood still before he was suddenly knocked back, confusing him. She wasn't joking, he thought before a foot slammed into his chest again. However, she was forced to back away as several lasers were shot at her. Male obliterate her, ill create that to back you up. The sacred gear shrieked before flying towards Skathak. Yukijnek began to chant something, and black-powered dust and flakes started to float around him. They slowly turned into various shapes and morphed into larger sizes. This was a unique ability for him. He could turn most things into these black-powered dust and flakes. They didn't have any special qualities apart from that. But it's an ace he saves for last in case he's pushed back into a corner. These flakes and powered dust are hard and sharp enough to pierce through anything made by humans currently, and he surmises that he can keep evolving them to bypass the divine aura eventually. Skathak noticed this and took note, but she decided to focus on a large bird attacking her for now. With her eyes closed, she dodged the vast majority of its attacks while deflecting the rest with her spear coated in Tuki. She saw Yukijnek aim his right arm towards her with a massive grin on his face, so she also activated her magic circle below him. He didn't have enough time to avoid it, as rune-style magic circles fired several fireballs towards him. This forced Yukijnek to use his black dust and flakes to counter the fireballs. He clicked his tongue and looked back at Skathak, even more angry than before. But when he looked back, Cinchuredo, Male screeched and violently began to shake its body, trying to get rid of Skathak, but all of its attempts were futile. It tried aiming its eyes at the woman, but since her eyes were closed, it had no effect on her. Her spear suddenly glowed brightly, and a smile appeared on her face. Let's give you a point-blank and weakened version of Guy Balg after she uttered those words. A small explosion decimated the area. Yukijnek was blown away, and the walls around them were also destroyed, exposing even more rooms. The other two members of the Abyss team were also blown away. However, Aif managed to stab her spear into the ground, preventing her from joining them. Once the explosion calmed down, there was nothing left of the sacred gear. Yukijnek was also embedded into one of the remaining walls, and he pulled himself out once he saw the damage, and that male was nowhere to be seen. The malice in his grew. However, he also felt that he had just retreated into his soul to regain some energy, so he had to fight Scathach while his energy drained to help his partner recover. You're a despicable woman, you know that? I'm simply doing what I can do, little one. If it means temporarily destroying your sacred gear, then so be it, replied the woman. Now, then it's your turn to show me your moves, right? Yukijnek had his words thrown back at him, and it really pissed him off. Nevertheless, he scoffed at her. Whether it be my sacred gear or my innate power, you will fall to me because my preparations are complete. An immeasurable amount of black flake and dust appeared all around him. It also seeped into the remaining walls and ground. The entire hidden base of Sadnal, as well as the surrounding sea of the Mariana Trench, began to tremble. Yukijnek brought his arm up and was preparing to attack Scathach when both his arms were suddenly cut off, surprising him. He saw that the goddess had appeared just below him, and she had swung her spear down. You think that's enough to stop me? He roared, and the flakes and dust began to fly towards her, but Scathach closed her eyes and smirked. She spun around and swung her spear horizontally, striking him down. Before he could process what had happened, and before he could fall, she aimed her ring at him and stored him in there, freezing him in time. Scathach didn't stop there, as there were still two members of the Abyss team left on their floor. She quickly made her way towards her sister Aif and found her in combat with the other two. The two remaining members were both males. What was quite peculiar was that they both used spears by utilizing their sacred gears. One of them was like Cookie Simijima's Byakusa. He had a cat-like independent avatar-type sacred gear he had on his shoulder, and its tail was wrapped around his left arm. The tail and arm were also coated in a dark purple flame. The young man who wielded this sacred gear wore an anonymous mask, a black trench coat, barato, and boots. The other young man had no ordinary clothing. The only thing that gave him any semblance of protection was his sacred gear. The young man held a shining orange spear in his hands, and because of that spear, it also gave him armor in the form of clear orange flames all around his entire form. Cinchureto, hell cut you down, bellowed the other young man. Sven laughed as he continued his assault. Back at you, Rudy. Sven owned the orange spear and armor, while Rudy was the one with the Byakusa-like sacred gear. Both were good friends and had the best chemistry amongst the members of the Abyss team. Sven and Rudy were best friends prior to being recruited by Sadnal. They lived on the streets in a certain European town. As both of their parents kicked them out, they had found each other by coincidence and had been inseparable since. They have each other's backs and wouldn't abandon either one, and they'd face death if it were to make sure the other would survive. They led horrible lives prior to meeting Sadnal, and while they were subjected to horrendous experiments while under him, they were given a place to sleep and food and were allowed to master their sacred gears while they were with each other. To Sven and Rudy, who were abandoned by the people that were supposed to care for them, this life was enough, even if it made them terrorists. As Rudy went to attack Aif again, he was cut off by Scathach's spear and then kicked away by her. Rudy, shouted Sven. But moments later, she was also attacked by Aif, who had her own spear. Aaron had gifted it to her after she joined DXD, so both sisters would periodically train with each other to help improve each other's spearmanship. Aif was surprised. She had expected the attack to connect with Sven's chest, but he had reacted just in time to stop it from hitting him. "I'm not that slow," shouted Sven, glaring at Aif. Aif closed her eyes and slashed at Sven several times each, and every time it seemed to the young man that he had blocked her attacks, making him even more confident. Nevertheless, that confidence was shattered moments later as numerous shallow cuts appeared all over his body. Aif's attacks had bypassed his armor completely, surprising him even more. This armor can block God class beings Saturnal Sama even said so, yet you can bypass it? How? He asked in exasperation. What Saturnal told Sven was true. However, what they failed to account for was that Aif and other God class beings and gods themselves can still grow stronger. This was the case for Aif, as she had spent many hours in the training facility in Aaron's home. She was also trained by various people, including the Electa, since she and Scathach didn't know what to expect out of the original Lucifer and Satan, as they wanted their revenge on them. Aif opened her mouth, but stopped herself. Countless memories flashed in her head at that moment, and the words that came out of her mouth were skill issue. She blurted out, confusing not only herself but also Sven. They remained idle in the air for a few seconds before falling and resuming their fight. What does that even mean? Asked Sven. I don't know. It just came into my head, retorted Aif, blushing. She had heard a few people say that phrase. The original was Aaron Tool. After that, Aquino, Lavinia, Chiron, Valerie, Gasper, and Kuroko were the ones who said it the most. Ah, look at them. Falling in love, Scathach said monotonously through the ring's transceiver. Shut up. Now is not the time, screamed Aif. Ha ha! Aif disconnected her transceiver before charging towards Sven with even more vigor. Over time, she had been subjected to Scathach's teasing, as she was prone to it. However, she also teased her sister back about her lover, Aaron, and it usually worked. But after Scathach and Aaron's relationship solidified, teasing her about him stopped working, leaving her with no ammunition to fight back her sister's teasing. Slash after slash, Sven's armor began to be chipped away by Aif. This made the man panic, and in a desperate attempt to regain control, he fed his armor and sacred gear even more power, which in turn created a powerful spiraling vortex that burst from his armor. Aif had to transiently back away to avoid being hit. She watched him quickly absorb the flames that came out of him. The flames around him condensed and became less transparent. She could no longer see his figure through the flames, as his armor had solidified too. There were several protrusions on his shoulders, knees, arms, legs, and stomach. He also donned a helmet that looked like a visor. Sven spun his spear around and pointed it at Aif. Looks like I reached my own balance breaker. Ready for round 2? It's already over, Aif said as she appeared behind Sven, who failed to react on time. She quickly thrust her spear towards him, puncturing several holes into his body. Sven was left speechless, but he didn't fall there. He quickly turned around and swung his spear at the same time. It was further accelerated by the flaming boosters that appeared on his spear, but they missed their target. He speedily looked around himself, but didn't find her, however above, he thought. And when he looked up, the blunt end of Aif's spear slammed into his head, momentarily knocking him out. Aif used this chance to cuff him with anti-magic cuffs, and also seal the sacred gear with a sealing slime that Aaron gave them earlier. When Sven woke up, he tried to break free from his cuffs, but couldn't. He panicked when he didn't see his sacred gear, but calmed down when he felt it inside of him. Lastly, Aif sealed Sven's mouth using magic. She didn't want to hear him talking or screaming while her sister took down his friend. Now then, let's get you to your friend, she said, dragging him away. Aif quickly arrived at a different location and found Scathach was still fighting Rudy, but it wasn't looking good for the young man. Even Sven could tell from where he was sitting. Scathach was smiling the entire time, and Rudy looked like he was struggling badly as wounds from the fight took their toll. I still haven't. No. Rudy attempted to activate his balance breaker, but Scathach put a stop to that by rushing over to him, striking him down. Rudy tried to stop it using his other hand in a magic circle, but it was countered by Scathach using magic negation. When Rudy was disarmed, his sacred gear detached and immediately jumped back on his other arm, coating it with its tail in dark purple flames. Not yet, I still have. Without waiting for Rudy's theatrics, Scathach spun around and kicked him in the stomach. As he was launched away, she swung her spear down towards his other arm. Rudy, using everything he had plus his 2-key, thrust his spear-coated arm and blasted dark purple flames towards Scathach's slash attack. The two moves collided, but there was no power struggle. A few seconds after their attacks collided, Cincheredo, after Scat Hack sent her slash attack at Rudy, she jumped forward and slammed her knee into his face, knocking him out. Once Rudy fell to the ground and Scat Hack landed on her feet, she turned around and asked, Cincheredo the same with Satinel, explained Afe. When hearing this, Sven only started thrashing around more violently, so Scat Hack walked over to him and kicked him on the head, knocking him out. It would have been better if you knocked him out, Afe. You were facing them before me. You should have been able to deduce their personalities at that time. So why didn't you? Scat Hack asked. Afe looked at Sven and then to the ground. Maybe I've been affected by Gene, but I thought he should at least see his friend before we took them, and Scat Hack didn't say anything. She instead bent down and carried Ruby with her free arm. Let's just go meet up with Aaron. Royson, Aoife, and Cindy were facing 3 more members of the Abyss team. However, a 4th person joined them, Lisa. She had been investigating the works of Satinel's group and taking note of them. She wanted to see if any of them could be of use to her personally. However, nothing appealed to her, so she left to join the rest. Miss Royson, if you have problems, ask for help, Aoife said, dodging the attacks of a certain member of the Abyss team. She was a woman like her, around the same age as her. Cincheredo, she dashed back towards her with Fragarack in hand and sent a slash towards the sacred gear. It was sliced into millions of pieces but quickly reconstructed itself, surprising her. With a smug look on her face, the woman said, Snarpy can infinitely regenerate, no matter how many times you cut him. I'll keep getting back up. Regeneration, huh? Repeated Aoife. Okay. She dashed back towards Snarpy, and the shark-like sacred gear fired mini torpedo bullets at her. Aoife brandished her sword before swinging it downward, cutting the torpedo bullets in half. She then swung it upwards, sideways, and diagonally, slicing them all with no effort whatsoever. The woman took a step back, taken aback by this. Dang it, you're not getting away with this, she shouted before jumping towards Aoife, covering herself in blue tuki. She created large scythes on her forearms and hurled them towards Aoife. Aoife smiled, increased her speed, and dashed through the woman. She was confused and looked around herself. When she turned around, she found Aoife there with her sword on her shoulder. As the woman brought her up and was about to send an aura slash at Aoife, the scythes on her forearms began to quickly fall apart. Wah, wah. Aoife flash-stepped in front of the woman and kicked her foot up, connecting it with her chin. Before she completely fell to the ground, Aoife faced the shark-like sacred gear and sent 5 powerful and large ghostly white aura slashes towards it, destroying it. Dang it, Olivia! Hi-ya! Royson screamed before punching a mass ball of energy into oblivion. What on earth is wrong with that old lady? The boy asked. He had tried to shout his teammate's name, but was interrupted and had to jump back to avoid Royson's attack. Royson had been trained by several people in Aaron's home because he worried for his mother a lot and wanted her to be ready for anything. He didn't want a repeat of what happened to Lavinia. So with anyone new or old, he would train them as much as they could. Royson, much like Aaron, was an all-rounder. However, most of her attacks and powers are nonsensical at best. She suddenly pulled out a frying pan out of nowhere and threw it at the young man in front of her. His sacred gear, a large rabbit that walked on 2 legs, put its hand up to stop it. But the frying pan was thrown with so much bravado that it knocked the creature back and slammed into its bravado, sending both it and its wielder flying into the distance. Coincidentally, this knocked both the sacred gear user and the wielder out, surprising everyone there except for Cindy, who had also finished her fight. She had tied up her opponent, who was a young boy with short brown hair, wearing a plain white shirt and brown pants with blue sneakers. Even John got defeated? The boy muttered. Please don't underestimate us, Sir Khan, said Cindy. She had also tied up his sacred gear in anti-power ropes. These ropes had the power to seal any and all types of abilities across the multiverse. Cindy herself was also changed to Outer God EX by Aaron earlier in the year. So apart from the Electa, Shadow Soldiers, and Outer Gods, no one could break them. Whose, as Aoife was about to ask, a large ice attack was sent to her at the same time. A powerful purple lightning bolt shattered it. Next? Oh, Lisa, nice timing. Another member of the Abyss team had shown up at the end of the hallway before anyone else could move, and just like a flash, Aoife disappeared and reappeared behind them with her sword drawn. She quietly put it to her side and sheathed it. The man suddenly collapsed onto his back and began screaming. Aoife crouched down and said, "I'm sorry. You'll feel better soon." She used sleeping magic on him and also stopped the bleeding with fire magic. After that, she used her telekinesis to make him float and brought him back to the rest of their group. I can't feel any other person on this floor. Everyone else should be finishing up too. Another powerful rumble shook the entire base, and they all looked down. "Isn't that Vita?" "It feels like her," Royson asked, poking her own cheek. "It is. You've gotten better at telling the difference between energies," Royson complimented Lisa. "Fufu, I have the best teachers after all," she replied. That compliment was aimed at Lisa and many others. However, Royson had been taking lessons from Erin too. After her study sessions with Lisa, Lavinia, Fusey, Lefay, Barato, and Anna, she would go to Erin for extra lessons. However, she arranged it that way so she would be able to spend more time with him as both of them had busy schedules. "Should we were done," said Erin's voice. All of them turned to it, and he held his hand up. Ophis was sitting on his shoulder in an even smaller form, and she held her hand up too while sipping on juice. Aoife and Royson rushed him while everyone else walked towards him. "Hey, so," Aoife began explaining everything to him while Royson added her own bits and pieces. Erin listened carefully and patted them on the head every now and then until the rest arrived in front of him. "What about the rest?" Lisa asked. Vita finished their group by using a pretty powerful spell that basically ripped apart the entire floor they were on. If I hadn't reinforced it in time, the rest of the base would have collapsed. Suzaku and Danu also finished theirs and are waiting on the last floor where we left Sadinal. Gabriel and Irene should be joining them soon too, he clarified. Erin sighed and looked to the side. Minerva wasn't hurt since I managed to protect her on time, but the guys they were fighting were completely defeated. It was interesting. I didn't think she had that kind of spell. "Anyway, let's go join them. You guys can tell me the rest on the way there," he told them, and they began walking away with Aoife and Royson clinging onto him. Erin Toole's soliloquy as we walked back to the last floor. Mom and Aoife told me about the various things that they saw in each of the rooms and labs in this place. Although most things they saw and encountered were basically test tube children who were barely a year or even a month old being forced to learn a fight. They felt pity for them, so they just knocked them out. Even though I ordered them to eliminate the targets, I doubt these three could just do that on a whim. Maybe I was desensitized over the past year living here, as well as the years I spent in my pocket dimension and 10,000 years by myself. Now, if I saw a future where they could redeem themselves, then yes, I'd also give them a chance. But even after looking into it myself, more often than not, they fail because of their own self-destructive tendencies. Typically, I look into around 1,000 alternate futures. If even one of them had a chance of becoming normal enough to function within the human and supernatural society I was aiming for, then I'd suggest rehabilitation. But most of them, save for a few, don't ever change or improve. So, I'll handle myself, I'll deal with them after we get back. For the few who can, it'll just erase the memories that they had here. It would be too scarring for them to keep. By the way, you'll convert Sadinal, right? Will you also put him in Grigori like Avetsa, cutie? Asked Lisa from behind us. That's the plan. Avetsa herself won't ever suspect it since I've sworn everyone there to secrecy. And even if someone did tell her at some point, she wouldn't believe them since I added a bit more to it after I evolved. I told her. There were a few more questions about other things, and I answered them as best as I could. Most of it was aimed at what would happen to the other scientists, and my answer was the same for them. They would get the Sadinal Avetsa treatment. They were talented, so killing them would be a waste. They're also not just part of the Fallen Angel faction, so they'll go back to their respective factions and pantheons and be part of their own research departments there. Around 95 of them were part of DXD, or were very cooperative and wanted to form an alliance with us. So there was no problem in releasing them after I let the DXD leaders interrogate them, then changing them after. As for the Abyss team, well, We'll take their sacred gears from them, put them through rehabilitation, and go from there. There's only one that didn't have a future of success after rehabilitation and goes back to doing crime. But after I explained that to Azazel, he said he would want to do some not-so-savory experimentation on him. Something about understanding how those kinds of people's brains work, and hopefully finding a cure via magic in the future. He basically wants to find a way to change people, like how I did with Avetsa, but to a lesser degree cut out that problematic part and change it for something else. The end result should be more or less the same, since the supernatural could already erase and alter memories. Eventually we arrived on the last floor, and the automatic doors opened. And there were the rest of our group, with the other members of the Abyss team tied up or knocked out. In the middle was Satinel, out cold and convulsing, clearly in rough shape. "Ugh, why does he smell so weird?" Minerva asked. She and everyone else heard the door open and turned to us. "Why does fallen angel odor smell so strange?" "I think that's just Satinel, Minerva," I told her, and we walked over. I held my hand out and cleared the air, and everyone looked relieved. Now, then, looking towards the sleeping Satinel, I crouched down and cleaned him up first a fresh set of clothes, and then I started. This time around, I didn't need to create a new form like I did with Avetsa, but he still needed to change, and at the same time, I was curious about his history. He surely had more than him a crazy scientist that had different views than Azazel. So, I went off my own and jumped off the deep end, right? As I created a magic circle beneath him, I checked on Satinel's history. It only took a few seconds, but I received the relevant information, and it was sad, but I didn't really sympathize since he truly did just jump off the deep end and never look back. Like the rest of the original Grigori, he fell from heaven because of his jealousy towards Michael, the other seraphs, and other scientists and researchers in heaven. He looked up to the God of the Bible for his ingenuity in creating both systems, especially the sacred gear system and everything about it. He wanted to create his own, but like Azazel, he needed more time and research to fulfill it. As he spent time on that, he slowly became jealous of several people, Centuredo, so that one day they could recreate it in the same image as Big G or create something better. However, they always lacked something. They even recruited several sacred gear wielders over the years. Some of them were even the wielders of the original 13 Longinus. But Satinel fixated on a few things balance breakers, awakening them within any wielder and making the normal sacred gears into Longinus types of Longinus-level sacred gears. The rest was mostly the same, the falling out and him being disappointed in their progress, which led to him being more reckless and eventually leaving and joining up with the Wizards of Oz and starting the Cows Brigade. I also saw bits and pieces of his time in the Nephilim Institute and his interactions with the new/dog team at the time, as well as his original Abyss team, which were all either killed, captured, or abandoned by him. But there is one thing that I found curious. The leader and deputy leader of the Abyss team weren't here today. I mumbled, surprising everyone. They probably left last night using teleportation since none of the Shadow Soldiers mentioned anything about anyone escaping. "Are you saying that they knew that Satinel and his group would be defeated?" Scathack asked. "Yeah, it seems to be the case. I know we're there now, but I guess they didn't stick around like the rest, huh?" I added and looked around. They're not the type that cares about their team and just abandons them to save themselves. Huh? What happened to them? Where are they? Aoife asked, worried. They've joined back up with the Cows Order at their base at the end of the multiverse. So, they abandoned him and went back to the Cows Order just to save their skins, but their time will come soon, I replied and got up. Since I was done checking his memories, it was time to change him to be on our side. The magic circle had been waiting patiently for me to activate it. So after pointing my finger at Satinel, the area around him glowed brightly for a few seconds before it abruptly stopped. It didn't take long for him to wake up. His eyes opened, and he quickly got up and looked around his surroundings. The leaders of DXD already knew that this was my plan for him, along with the other researchers and scientists, but asked me to let them interrogate the others, but I could do this to Satinel as soon as I could. "Good morning, Satinel. How are you feeling?" I asked, holding my hand out to him. Everyone else, there was a bit tense, since most of them hadn't seen this happen live before. Jean said, "Oh my God, what happened? Did you finally do the raid? Was I asleep for all of it?" He asked in a panic, hastily looking around the place. "Yeah, it's done. Good job on being a double agent for all these years," I told him, and he finally grabbed my hand, and I pulled him up. He exaggeratedly sighed and shook his head. "Do you know how long I had to endure that for? The number of things I had to do that I was uncomfortable with, and the things I saw. They'll be haunted by them forever," he said and shivered. It was clear that everyone there was stunned, speechless at the complete change in his personality, mannerisms, and even the way he spoke. The proud and arrogant way he spoke was gone and was replaced with a more normal tone. He still had that confident aura around him, but he was humble to a degree and now had some PTSD because of the time he spent as a double agent. "Well, you'll get through it, but if you need those traumatic events removed, just hit me up. Anyway, I've taken all the relevant data out of your computer, so we can leave now since the raid is finished." What I told him was a lie. Honestly, I'm surprised and scared at myself at how well and calmly I'm lying to him. But Satinol seemed to agree with it, and after going over to some hidden compartment he had in the room and taking some things from them, he came back over. "Before we go, I noticed that the leader of the Abyss team and deputy leader aren't here. Do you know anything about that?" I asked. I already knew the answer, but wanted to test its effectiveness compared to Yvette's. Comptoir was mostly responsible for her, and I was responsible for Satinil's conversation, so I wanted to see if there were any differences. I had my suspicions about them. They were the most resistant when I had to experiment on them, but in the end, they became the most powerful among the members of the Abyss team. Hence, I gave him the leader and deputy leader positions. Because of those facts, you suspected them of betraying you? Suzaku asked. Nodding wisely, Satinol agreed. Yes. Among them, they never warmed up to me. They always held me in contempt, so their leaving my group and going back to the Cow's order made sense. They probably planned on gathering evidence about me, then showing it to them before coming back and getting me killed. It's great that you decided to do this today, so I can go back to the DXD Alliance. I see. All right, let's get going then. They'll teleport you guys to your respective realms, and they'll join you after, I told them and teleported them away. Using speed faster than light, I checked the base and chucked a bunch of items into my inventory just in case Satinol may ask for them in the future, as he did in several other possible futures. Once that was done, Bellion appeared behind me after I arrived in another large open area near the 3rd floor. There were only 2 attempts made by 2 scientists to flee. They were quickly apprehended and handed over to Grigori. The rest stayed and fought your group, my liege, elucidated Bellion. 2, huh? Anything notable about them? One said he was given something by the Phantasma before universal travel was sealed by you. The item we recovered from him had the same aura and ominous feeling as the other items that we retrieved from them before, like the power that Nyx had, further explained Bellion. He then brought out the item. It resembled a mix of a chess knight piece in chess with dragon wings and the word barf on it. Despite how strange it is, it had some kind of seal on it that kept its aura and power from leaking from it. I took it from him and encased us in a barrier before I removed it. What was unleashed from it was some kind of, it resembles an animal, but it also feels like an independent type sacred gear. I finished Bellion's sentence, and he agreed. In front of us was a little lion cub with dragon wings, a few jet black scales on its body, a horn that resembled a unicorn, and tentacles growing from its side. Apart from that, it looked quite cute if I were being honest. Its eyes were what stood out. They glowed with a soft pink hue. How long had they been observing DXD to make this? Comptoir said that they were quite meticulous and planned out things before acting on them. But seeing this helper, answer, they had finished this prior to your evolution. The Phantasma, along with Rizavim and other natural sacred gear wielders of the Cow's order, collaborated on it. This was their first iteration of it. Helper, answer, darkness and shadows are the most prominent elements and powers in that universe. Hence why they chose to imbue it with them. It can use draconic energy, shadows, darkness, tentacles, and pink eyes attribute to Lapis. However, they serve no function. Hearing that last part made my stomach churn. This little guy wasn't Lapis, but knowing a part of it was a tribute to her just didn't sit well with me. Before I could react, it rubbed its head against my leg. As it did, Shin came out of my shadows and stood beside it. Both of them stared at each other before Shin leapt towards it, and they play wrestled on the ground. I was now even more conflicted. Shin is friendly with everyone, but this was the first time it had just done that towards a potential enemy or complete stranger. It seems like you're keeping him, partner. Shin has spoken. The other me is fond of it. I would advise that you don't abandon it. It's 4 against 1, Aaron. Give up. I feel like I'm being bullied here. Scratching my head and sighing, I bent down, and Shin jumped on my arm and then to my shoulder. I picked up the unnamed sacred gear from the Phantasma. Do they have some kind of system they made for their own sacred gears? I asked Kantuar. It will take them 2 years to rebuild it. Ramlar, huh? He really went and did that. I only knew about a few specifics he did from Daniel, and I've kept my knowledge of what's happening over there to a minimum. But for him to do that, he'll leave it to the outer god, but right now, I can't stay still. Those were the last words he gave to Laronia, and by extension, to me. Name if I'm taking you in, I may as well have a name for you, I told it, and it tilted its head at me. After thinking for a few seconds, I came up with one that I liked. How about Lyodin? In response to this, it let out a strange sound, wrapped some appendages around my face, and brushed my cheek with one of them. How about without the appendages? I asked. It stared at me for a few seconds before retracting them. Lyodin is a mix of 2 names that I remembered. Don from Tekduin, the Irish god of the dead, we went there to fight Rizavim's group. And several other things happened after that. Leah is from Talia. I believe it was of Hebrew origin, and it means dew of God. So what I'm going for here is the dew of death or dew of the dead, since it's also one of the first sacred gears made by the Phantasma. Kantuar, I'm not detecting anything, so we want you to change anything, right? I asked just to be sure. Barato, answer. Because it hasn't been influenced by anyone in that universe, yet what they wanted was a tool to do their bidding, but with enough independence that it can still neutralize any target they choose without their input if sent on a solo mission. That's how they saw independent type sacred gears, and this is how Lyodin came to be. It will follow orders from you, since you basically made it yours just now by naming it. Kantuar, answer. Depending on how you nurture this phantasm sacred gear, it will evolve and change just like the ones in the Draconic Dais. Nurture, I already have so many sacred gears that it's becoming a bit much, but I'll see what I can do with this like with demon armor. In Curcio and Abyss Extinction, I can wait, can I combine them? I brought out Abyss Extinction and stared at the unnamed sacred gear. It's possible, right, Kantuar? Will there be complications? Both are darkness-based sacred gears, I asked. Kantuar, answer. Easily. There will be no complications, but you'll need to change and adjust certain things. It'll help. All right, Lyodin, come here. I don't know if this will hurt, but ITLL make you stronger. Okay? I told the little creature. It only tilted its head, and I placed it beside him. All right, let's do it, Barato. Barato, W what? B, but we haven't done this together yet. I meant combining these two. Barato. I was joking, dear. Very well, let's do it. I don't understand her humor at times, and even mine can be a bit strange. Shaking my head, I aimed both my hands towards Lyodin and Abyss Extinction. A jet-black swirling vortex appeared underneath them before shooting up and becoming a pillar. More strange sounds began to emerge from the black vortex. I believe they were the cries of the sacred gear, Kantuar. Answer. I will continue the rest. You will need to dive into the sacred gear's consciousness. Wait, what, you can't just kick me out like that. I shouted, but then scratched my head. All around me was just black, but I did feel some kind of strange energy westward, so I ran in that direction. I still had access to my powers here, so using that, I quickly arrived at what was causing it, and I found Lyodin. I asked, and the sacred gear turned around. Hurt, hurt, it cried. No complications, my ass. Maybe she forgot to account for his own suffering, and not just on my end? I ran over and held him, and using my powers, I nullified the pain. Why? Hurt? Hate? No, you probably won't understand what I'm going to say, but please listen, all right? I told him, and he nodded. I took a deep breath and told him what I was doing, why I was doing it, his origins from the Crepuscular Phantasma, and any other relevant thing I could think of. Lyodin stared at me the entire time, trying to understand what I was saying to him. Once I was done, we both sat there silent. He was essentially a newborn with no knowledge about anything. His very existence was meant to be a robot that listened to others' orders and did them. But thanks to Bellion and that scientist, I have him now, and his future can be changed, and looking at the original and intended one, it wasn't pretty. I had to eventually stop him and then catch him. But the rehabilitation would have taken a long time to do, so this was ideal. Trust you. Lyden suddenly came over and leaned his head against my stomach. Barato, answer. His resistance has stopped. I will finish it. You can come out now. I nodded to myself and patted Lyden on the head. He'll go back out now, and we can talk there, okay? I patted him one more time on the head before leaving the place. He seemed fine, and his emotions were stable, but he'll check again once I'm outside. Once I was back outside, I saw that Abyss Extinction and Lyden had finished merging. The tentacles vanished and were replaced with purple and black flames. His wings had become more pronounced, and he had matured into a Cape Lion. His mane was jet black, while his pink eyes had turned into a mix of blue and silver. His body stayed mostly the same, but the horn on his head also changed into the symbol of infinity instead. He looked very different from what we initially saw. He came up to me and rubbed his head on my leg again, and I rubbed his head. It seems like it worked. How do you feel? In response to the question, Lyden let out a soft growl. It seemed like he was happy with it. Can you change back to a smaller form? I inquired, and he growled again before darkness covered his body, and he turned back into a small lion cub. People are dumb enough to mistake him for a cat, right? But some can just make themselves nigh invisible to normal humans, so it's not that big of a deal. Lyden came over to me, and I picked him up. Everything's settled then. I'll leave that to you, I told Bellion, who had been quietly observing everything. Yes, of course, my liege, he replied before vanishing. Let's go join the others then. With Shin on my head and Lyden in my arms, we left back for the Inafrene Rhymes. Reaching the gloomy and Halloween-esque realm, I was greeted by some chaos. I arrived at the place in front of Queen Halloween's castle, and just beyond the door, I heard some shouting from numerous people. What do you mean it's gone? I prepared it specifically for today, Celine. Minerva's voice screeched. Like I said, it's just gone. I didn't eat it, all right? Responded a calm voice. So you ate it? She screamed again. Come here, you stupid cat. Meow. G, get away from me. Emma. Help. Got. Ugh, I'd rather not. I'm going back to sleep. Wake me up when there's no cat here, Lycan mumbled before going silent. Shin also seemed to not like the idea and jumped into my arms, so I was holding both him and Lyden. Pushing open the door with my shoulders, there were more people there, the Milstein family and my group. They turned to the door and saw me there. The first one on my side was Siko, followed by Gabriel and Aoife. What's that? Aoife stopped herself and pointed at the lion. Another universe's sacred gear. Huh? I certainly don't feel the regular energy coming from it, unlike the one called Shin. What have you named it? Rosalia, the grandmother of the Milsteins, asked. Lyden. I told her and explained why I chose it, which she and a few others found amusing. Little Don, huh? It's been a while since I saw him, mused Rosalia. If I am to compare it to something, then he looks incredibly young. Can you imagine it? A childlike god of the dead? Kafufufu. You certainly wouldn't imagine it. Don looks that young? Well, that's unexpected, kind of. I expect the gods of this universe to be anything, really. Censuredo the Morgan? Asked Rosalia. The Morgan is one of the many prominent figures to feature in Irish mythology and is primarily associated with war, battle, fate, and death. She is a gifted shapeshifter and is known to favor changing into a crow. The Morrigan was one of the Tuatha De Danann, who were the folk of the goddess Danu. This is what human history tells us. So what's the truth? I explained and then asked. But Rosalia clicked her tongue at me. TCH, Mr. Know-It-All gave a basic breakdown. But it's a bit more complicated than that and different from what humans know. Like with her involvement with Ku Chulin, I asked and she nodded. Crossing her arms, she smugly explained, unlike what human history said about it, Morgan only trained little Ku for a short time and used her unique power in aiding him in the war. However, Little Koo did say Morgan had a romantic interest in him and wanted to pursue a relationship, but he declined since he had someone at the time. So it's true about him being married to Emmer? Since Afe here isn't married, Aoife asked, looking at Afe. No, Afe wasn't amused by that and plainly denied it, and given her history that I knew of, it was even more unlikely. However, Scathack laughed at her sister and roughly patted her on the back. My stupid disciple fell in love with a woman called Mao. And if you know about those legends from those parts of the country, then you'll vaguely know the truth. However, unlike the legends, he fell for her and had children. They were human and died human, explained Scathack. That's what he told me. A look of loneliness and regret appeared on her face. Scathack must feel some guilt for just staying in her own realm for so long. She missed out on a lot of things while she was holed up in there, but ultimately, it was her decision. Aoife, was it? You are correct, and even today, they are still married. She was a normal human woman, but in one way or another, she managed to find a way to make herself immortal so she could stay with him. They got together after the death of Mao, clarified Rosalia. The first time I met Scathack last year, she told us a bit about it, but never finished since we became preoccupied with other things. But I didn't think Ku Chulin was married to anyone today. Also, I haven't gotten back to him about that duel. I should really do that. But I have to give him props for being able to wait for so long. Didn't you promise him a duel, Aaron? Scathack asked. I just remembered, but you know how things turned out after that day. It made it hard to get back to him and have a duel. I mean, look at Vidar. I promised him a duel and didn't get to do it until the tournament. I will remind him. You and I will. She didn't even let me try to make a case. She pulled out a smartphone and texted someone on it, presumable Ku Chulin, and a few seconds later it dinged, and she smirked. There is no set date, but he will contact you when he's not busy either. I could only sigh at her and nod my head. I did have his number, right? I took out my phone, searched for his number, and told him my side of the story. Huh, that sounds like her. Just contact me when it's convenient for you. I can wait. I learned to have more patience over the years. Maybe it was due to her or other people, but yeah, anyway, don't worry about it. As long as you follow through with it, though. Ku Chulin replied quite fast, which surprised me a bit. I was also taken aback by his, I guess, maturity. Maybe I should stop comparing him to the weird stuff I read in my past life. Our conversations continued for around 2 more hours, everyone adding in their own opinions, except for 2 people, Gabriel and Lisa. Lisa was looking at me with strong interest, like she was waiting for something to happen, perhaps expecting a positive outcome. You could say. Gabriel was also kind of the same, except she was a bit more reserved about it, and her face was flushed the entire time. Suzaku, who noticed this, could only silently scold Lisa and comfort Gabriel. I feel like I have a long night ahead of me. Lunch concluded a few minutes ago, and everyone went off on their own. Well, Mom, Cindy, Scathack, Afe, and Aoife did. They were being guided around by Minerva, Ain, and Kana. The rest, Danu, Suzaku, Lisa, Gabriel, Irene, and Ophis, came with me. Our current destination was the library where Alice Keitler was because, apparently, she was attacked by the Cow's Order for something or other last year, and I didn't have time to go and check up on her. Knowing her history, I can surmise why and who did it well. Before I evolved, but now I know who it was. Petronilla de Metan Richard de Valle. It was during the attack of the Wizards of Oz during Halloween. Imperia and Severa, the 2 artificial super devils that were sent to attack me, are currently being held in Ajuka's own lab for testing. And while they've sworn loyalty to me, the 4 great Satans and the old boomer devils want to make sure they would even now, they're still there, but are set to be released soon. Arriving in front of the door to the library, I pushed it open, and at the far end, on a chair, Alice Keitler sat. She heard the door open, looked up, and saw us before smiling, putting her book away and running towards us. I heard you were back earlier, but I didn't think you would stop by here, Jean, she said, putting her hand on her chest. It seemed that the short run made her tired. I wanted to check up on you since I didn't get a chance after the attack during Halloween. Both of them, Petronilla de Meath and Richard de Valle, are in Grigori. They'll most likely stay there for a long time. So if you want to speak to either of them, I told her, and she nodded. I see. Thank you for telling me this. However, I never expected for very energetic devils to save me during it. she said and chuckled. Jinchuru and Ruruko, right? I asked as she gestured for us to go further into the library. Surprisingly enough, the rest began to wander off into it. Even back at home in my own library, the place usually has quite a few people going into it. I do have various types of literature in it, including light novels and manga, so those who are interested in them tend to go there to find the next volume, and if they like it enough, they'll buy it to support the author. The ones that stayed with me were Suzaku and Office. Alice invited us over to where she previously sat, clapped her hands, and summoned more chairs. We sat down on them and began talking to one another. After they were arrested, did they say or do anything? Alice queried. While I wasn't there myself during and after the initial arrest, according to Azazel, Penemu, and other fallen angels, both were quite combative. Especially Petronilla, since she really wanted you dead. Richard was a bit more cooperative, but initially he was as combative as Petronilla. Thinking back on it, I wasn't sure if I should mention that Petronilla became a bit, I guess, unhinged, wild, bravado eyes, and acting aggressively toward anyone who got too close. Everyone there was eventually forced to sedate her just to keep things under control. Richard wasn't too bad, yes. He was combative, but he didn't resort to what Petronilla did. Hell, Penemu told me that he was even shocked to see Petronilla act that way. He knew she wanted Alice dead, but to that extent? Probably not. You seem to want to say more. Would you mind telling me? She asked. You tend to go silent when you have more to say, Aaron. It's honestly a strange trait of yours. It's like you're mulling it over and weighing the pros and cons, Suzaku said, placing a hand over mine. Speak in candy, Ophis muttered from my other side, offering a piece of candy toward me. I accepted the gesture and laughed. All right. So I told her about how Petronilla was and how Richard was, and she was obviously shocked to hear of her actions. She wasn't like that. She mumbled sadly. It's been years since then. Time and hatred can change people. We can only accept it. Some people can change back with enough help, while others can't, I told her. You're the miracle dragon, aren't you? I'd like to know if she has any chance of going back prior to our little-known tragedy, asked Alice. She looked at me with hope in her eyes. Miracle dragon. I'm not sure if I like being called that, even if I have done some miracles all across the world, but I can't exactly tell people to stop calling me that the same with my other titles. As for her request about Petronilla, I closed my eyes and looked into Petronilla's various possible futures. As I mentioned before, I take into account the first 1,000. If I can't find any, they'll usually leave it at that. I think 1,000 chances is pretty considerate of me. However, since Alice seems hopeful about this, it'll add an extra 1,000 on top of that. After a few seconds of searching, there was one, but it's the one that I don't think she'll want to pursue. Like earlier, let's call it the Avetsa Satinal treatment. Changing her back to that time with slightly different memories. Out of the 2,000 possible futures that I looked through, she only became herself again in one. Really, but I said in a louder voice, surprising everyone there. Rising my index finger up in front of myself, I looked at her seriously and added, it's done in a way you may not like, and this method of changing someone is only known by very few people. The ones in my group know this. Queen Halloween has a vague understanding of it, and if I tell you, you'll be part of it. So what will it be? Do you want to know and pursue it or leave it at that? Alice Keitler stared at me unblinkingly, then down at her book in her lap. For a minute straight, she didn't say anything. A few of the ones with me asked what happened, but I simply told them that I wanted to get my point across and have Alice take this decision seriously. I've only done this for a few people, and I don't want to use it so casually since I feel like I'm just creating a new person inside of body. Even if they resemble them around 99 of the time, there's that one that Azazel has said that Avetsa felt strange. She had new hobbies, interests, and things she said in the past that she'd never do or get into. You could say that it's just them getting into new hobbies as they age and change, but who knows? It could or it couldn't be. I'm not sure if I could look into it, and their old versions are essentially gone. They can't be recovered naturally. I would literally need to find a near-identical timeline and just grab that soul and personality of Avetsa and slap it back onto the current Avetsa. Any attempt to try to make her old self would be just a new Avetsa that acts the old self, but will also develop their own unique interests that the true old self wouldn't develop. It's strange and convoluted, but I guess trying to make it simple would be like copy and paste to cut and paste. Or if I use an example from Kuriko, No Basket, it would be like Kai's copy to Haizaki's pillage. Kai's copies his opponent's abilities perfectly and imitates them, while Haizaki copies their ability but changes their rhythm and pace to suit himself and disrupts the originals when they try to use it again. Just like how resurrection may work in my previous lives media. The person they brought back to life, are they the same person as when you killed them? Or are they the same person from a different timeline, world, or universe with just that very small difference, aka a mole in a different place, or do things slightly differently? With my powers, I can avoid this by specifically targeting their soul or consciousness and bringing them back. Please tell me about it first so I can decide, she said, almost begging. I agreed and told her of the process. At the end of it, I also swore her to secrecy, which she dazedly nodded her head to. Again, Alice fell silent, and we waited for her to talk to us again. With things like this, it's a moral dilemma. Azazel probably deals with it, but I don't know how the guy truly feels about it. He is known as the most sinister fallen angel. So him being able to hide his feelings about the topic is a given. Although I can always find out, he also knows that, but we have a silent agreement and respect that I want unless he tells me himself. May I think about it more? I think this type of decision may need more time, she requested while bowing her head. I should have clarified that you didn't need to tell me now, but yeah, you can take your time with that decision. Once you're done, you can contact me through this or use a communication magic circle, I told her, and I handed her a piece of paper with my number. The conversation between us and her was essentially finished with that since Alice seemed to be in deep thought about it. So we excused ourselves and said that we'd explore this library for a bit. She was fine with it and wished us well. Walking away, Lyodin, who was still in my arms, squirmed a bit and looked up at me. Why? He asked. Why what? I replied, look, you deal with it. Lyodin is basically a child who doesn't know any better how I explain this, and its complications may affect his future development. Staring at him for a few seconds, I decided on my course of action and slowly told him how and why. The moral dilemma of Alice regarding that topic and how the mechanics of changing someone's personality will affect not just themselves, but also the ones around them, especially the ones who knew about their previous self. I also told him that it wasn't an easy choice. Stick with what is now and the person they've become, or change them into the perfect version of themselves by force, since it would be a lot more convenient for other people. In the end, Lyodin nodded his head, yawned, and said he would seriously think about my words before going to sleep. Cinchuredo, I guess grown-up words, and stick to words that are easy for children to understand. Lyodin is still a newborn, right? Yeah, but at the same time, he's a sacred gear too, and he's already mature, much like Jin did with Tobio when he entered his balance breaker for the first time, I told her. He did? Then he's like Shin, she muttered, staring at Lyodin. By the way, what will you name Lyodin? You'll announce him along with a new Longinus before the main tournament starts, right? Name, huh? I haven't thought of one, but I guess he'll need to do that once I show him to Azazel, and yeah, they'll unveil him to the rest of the supernatural, but at the same time, they'll be exposing him to it. So ITLL be interesting to see how everyone else will react to the new Longinus Sacred Gears. We eventually arrived on the second floor of a library, where there were multiple rows of shelves with books. For some reason, we found that everyone that came with us had converged in a certain section of it, the top right corner of the second floor, so we made our way there. Upon quickly arriving there, we saw all of them huddled in a corner, reading a book. The one with it on their hands was Lisa. Irene looked quite smug, while Danu and Gabriel were blushing. Gabriel looked like she was both horrified and curious about it, while Danu was blushing out of shame. Ophis was about to say something, but I stopped her. We quietly made our way to them, and I peeked at what they were reading. What I saw made me snort. Now it made sense why Lisa and Irene weren't affected by it, and the other two were reacting the way they were. It was an old book about Barato topics and personal matters from centuries past. It was written in Old Irish, and thanks to the ability I gave them, they could understand it. I looked away and began laughing. I didn't think cows were that popular for men back then. Can you back this up, Danu? I asked. I immediately felt soft hands hitting me on the back. Glancing back, I saw that it was Danu red in the face. They were the strange human men, not the Godwell. If we take what Zeus did stop. She cried and embraced me tightly. We're not all like that. And that's not what happened, I think. The fact that she said, I think, already makes me question a lot of things. Well, I'm just teasing her, and I know the truth, but still, I didn't think she'd react that way. It's still adorable, though. Aaron isn't that large, mumbled Gabriel. He can theoretically make his barato any size, said Irene. Gabriel stared at her for a few seconds before enthusiastically agreeing with her. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to change my barato size to something ridiculous. I'd really hurt all of you if I try to reach any of you. Isn't that like an enormous size at 100 centimeters? If I follow certain decisions I make after we left Queen Halloween's castle, we met up with everyone else in the center of the town. You're leaving already? Aine asked in disappointment. I rubbed her head and chuckled. You'll see us later tonight or tomorrow night. They'll bring some snacks from Ireland back as an apology. Then Aine started listing off various snacks and sweets she could think of, and I agreed to buy them just before we left back for home. After another round of goodbyes and leaving Scathack and Afe, I was about to teleport us away when Vita appeared out of nowhere and grabbed my wrist, confusing everyone. A moment, Jean? She asked, and I agreed while stopping our teleportation. This may come as a surprise, but I'd like to have a sparring match with Gaspar Vladi in the future, she said, stunning us all. She leaned close to my ear and whispered the reason, and when she pulled away, I wasn't that shocked. You're not surprised? She asked. No, but I need to tell my junior this, since it's ultimately his decision if he wants to accept it or not. Whether he says yes or no, will you accept his answer? I asked back. She crossed her arms and chuckled. I may be carefree, but I won't force the little damper to fight me if he doesn't. But a lonely look dawned her face. I'd like it if he accepted. Let's say for a bit closer in my life, please. I'll relay the message to him when we get back home. He'll contact you as soon as I get the answer. Thank you. She bowed before walking away. It makes me wonder, is she hoping to speak to Baylor when she fights Gaspar? Is it the closer she wants? If he doesn't remember her or her family at all, how will she react? As I had those sorts of thoughts swirling in my head, we left for our next destination, Tir na Nog. A few hours passed after our arrival in Tir na Nog. One thing led to another, and we were going to be staying here for the night. However, instead of staying in an inn, we were staying in Queen Mia's home, the castle. We still had a few hours before night and evening came. So, like before, everyone went their own way to explore. This time, however, all of us were in a single group, so I could keep an eye on all of them. Our current destination was the circular hill with the beams that were coming out of it. The times I've been here, I haven't gotten a chance to explore them since I had other reasons for being here. Today, however, I did not, so it was a good opportunity. I thought it was small at first, but I wish I could have taken the horses here. Oh, I want to explore those islands at night too. Aoife exclaimed, twirling around and jumping around as we climbed the stairs. We'll make time for it. Aoife, I told her, and she thanked me. The last island in this place had started flowering and was being used by everyone here. After I restored it and let Niamh and Oisin's souls rest in peace, that place had begun to become a hot spot for tourist activity. There were even more people here than before, especially some males. I guess because the alliance was growing, Queen Mia changed the rules here to fit the newer era and generation. After a bit of chatter, we eventually arrived at the top. There were 8 pillars that had blue gems on them that shot blue light into the center, where an even larger blue gem was. That larger gem was being powered up by the other 8, and its own pillar of light was even more powerful, brighter, and intense than the rest. Now that I took a closer look at it, it seemed to be the one shielding this entire realm. Perhaps even the reason for the realm being maintained and kept up. I'm glad you could join us, said Queen Mia. Mia, you're here? I thought you said you were busy? Aoife asked, waddling towards the realm's queen. Yes and no. After I heard you wished to come here, I decided to bring some items to showcase something to you all, she explained, bringing out a yellow crystal. This helps with powering this gem. Usually, it's blue, but if I add my own powers to it, and because I'm the current queen, it will change. She brought out another blue gem and began to inject her own powers into it. The blue gem slowly flashed yellow before it began to rapidly blink in and out of blue and yellow before completely turning yellow. Mia let out a sigh before showing it to us. I'm not exactly sure how it works, but the text that the previous queens left told the future queens to do this every 5 years to maintain the barrier of our realm. How curious. Before I realized it, I'd already approached Mia and taken a hold of the gem in her hand. I began comparing them and noticed something strange looking back in the past, and comparing Mia prior to her ascending as queen was interesting. When she became queen, some kind of new energy entered her body. The one responsible for it was Tir Na Nog itself, or, to be more precise, the enormous tree on the last island. The ceremony took place there too, and once the new queen was chosen, the tree would provide the new queen with that energy. Before that, Mia was just an ordinary woman who lived here. The energy she gained was then used to empower the crystals found in this realm, and they would feed them to the large gem in the middle to basically give it a new charge. You could say that they were just changing batteries for it. Mia mambold. When I looked up, her face was red as she looked at me. I felt several hands suddenly grab hold of me. Curiosity got the better of me. Don't be overly familiar with the queen, Aaron bad. Gabriel chided me. The rest agreed, but dropped it. Queen Mia awkwardly smiled at us before I let go of her hand. She explained the mechanics of it more before walking over to the large gem and opening a slot underneath it using magic. This can only be opened by me or another official like Aoife, whom you met on the ground floor earlier. Me Faception, Aoife said and nodded wisely. She had made a big deal about it earlier, and even asked me if I thought of her when meeting the Aoife of this realm. I did, but I wasn't going to admit that in front of the other Aoife, who felt extremely awkward about it. After she inserted the blue gem into it, it immediately vanished, and she closed it. After she closed it, the gem and area around it began to glow even brighter before a small pulse left it, sending a gust of wind our way. The light from the large gem had gotten even brighter than before, and the ones around it glowed slightly brighter too. Your visit was well-timed, as I needed to change it in a few days, but this should be fine since it has become quite dull, she said, turning back around. If you wish for a small tour of our realm again, I would love to be your personal guide. Mom and Aoife stared at her, enthralled by her smile and offer. They glanced at each other before nodding. Aaron dear, I approve, okay? Mom said, giving me a thumbs up. She hired a fellow Aoife. I'm fine with it, said Aoife, also giving me a thumbs up. Only Mia was confused by their statements, but the rest understood, and in response, I light chopped them on the head. Would appreciate it, Mia, and thank you in advance, I told her. Foo-foo, it's fine, she replied before gesturing with her hand for us to follow her. Nighttime, for better or worse, and for some reason, Queen Mia only allowed one person to stay with me in my room was some kind of strange rule the previous queens made. Apparently, the single companion arrangement of this realm got a bit too overwhelming, and having so many in a room proved a bit too dangerous, hence why the one-person rule now. Well, it was 12 max before, but since the old entry limit rule was phased out, more than one person can come into this realm now, which makes sense. Although I asked her about groups that had arrived together before, she didn't have an answer. But they said that they were still in the testing phase, whatever that meant. Cinceredo, it seemed a bit impossible, since she wanted the evening to just be one-on-one and not with anyone else. She had told me this earlier, after they mentioned that Lisa was joining me tonight. Well, I did promise you, I replied, giving her a warm hug. Lisa was wearing an elegant purple outfit, and she had been staring at me for most of today after the operation earlier in the morning. So she had been waiting for this all day, and now she had run out of patience. Start well. Let's not make you wait any longer, I said before turning to face her. Said Lisa. Cinceredo. And it finally dawned on her that this was happening. You and my D like to say that I know. You told me before, I said, interrupting her. Not like it matters, though. You also told me one drunken night before I gave you immunity to alcohol that you had hurt yourself with a personal item. Cinchuredo, pushing me even deeper and holding me close. Erin's here with me now, she whispered before leaning in. I pulled back, confusing her, and a look of worry flashed across her face. See, you could be honest with me, Lisa. Hier worries heißing. Cinchuredo, when I excused myself. I went to my room to calm myself down since I was upset about what happened. Before she finished her own sentence, Lisa started moving closer to me and began venting her frustrations loudly. But I had set clear boundaries between us beforehand. Cinchuredo, it was quite striking to see Lisa wasn't as large as Aquino or Suzuku, but she was still notably big by normal societal standards. Ah, please include me too, she exclaimed. Reaching over again, I gave her shoulders a friendly squeeze. Yes, that feels nice. Cinchuredo. Spreading her arms towards me and asking for a hug. Thanks. I leaned back down and gave her a friendly hug before we continued for a couple of hours more. A few hours had passed since then, and Lisa was peacefully sleeping nearby. She had fallen asleep after we finished, and I was grateful to have spent the afternoon together. And I decided to hold off, since it wouldn't be appropriate to take things further while she was resting. I wonder how Kikiho and Higuro would react if I mentioned that Lisa-sensei and I have grown much closer lately. I imagine they'd be pretty surprised, so I'll probably keep that to myself for now. Erin? She asked. Cinchuredo, didn't you? I asked and lightly poked her on the nose. The tournament results for the preliminary stages are coming out soon since they'll end. Which teams do you think will make it? Fufu, a few of the obvious ones, but apart from them, it makes me wonder, she replied, closing her eyes. Let's sleep for now, she said, quickly falling back asleep. Yeah, I kissed her on the forehead before going to sleep. Whatever teams make it, I hope that there will be no hard feelings about it, and whoever makes it will do their best on the main stage. Chapter 12, Part 1. Angel's Date Night, and the main stage Aaron Tools' soliloquy. A few days had passed since our escapade in Ireland, a time cherished by all. However, the present called for a shift in focus. The preliminary rounds had concluded, and only the teams that had accrued sufficient points remained in contention. I found myself in a room adorned with the names and symbols of the 16 successful teams. My alterations to the timeline had given rise to a peculiar amalgamation of canonical and alternative teams. In truth, I had anticipated this turn of events. Yeah, this outcome was in the cards, remarked Azazel, who stood at my side. Shiva, positioned on my other flank, chimed in with a reassuring tone. The individuals intertwined with your journey have rightfully secured their places, Jean. Tiamat, forever cryptic, offered a contemplative statement. This promises to be an intriguing inaugural tournament. The unspoken anticipation hung palpably in the air, a collective recognition of the exceptional path that had brought us to this juncture. Avetsa Cup Tournament main round contenders. Team Rias Gremory King, Rias Gremory Team, Golden Rakshasa King, Aurelia Le Guin Team, Imperial Purpur King, Saror Bale Team, Sona Citri, King Sona Citri Team Spear of the Draconic Emperor King, Chao Team Babel Belial King, Diauser Belial Team, Vajra, King Indra Team, Fantastic Dragons King, Hirokazu, Miller Team Moon Rabbits King, Kurosagi Team, Shinto King, Hachiman Team, White Dragon Emperor of the Morning Star King Valley, Lucifer Team, Trump Card of Heaven, King Dulio Jejaldo Team, Slash Dog King, Kanami Managawa Team, Leisure of the Kings King, Typhon Team, Journey to the West King Sun Wukong, First Generation, Team Black Satan of Darkness, Dragon King, King Zeno, Grim Reaper. Am surprised that Team Azura, Team Surtur, Team Shooting Star, and Team Phoenix didn't make the cut. I remarked, my gaze locked on the screen before us. In this peculiar tournament, God-class teams and other formidable contenders had fallen before the relentless prowess of DXD. It was a bewildering period for deities and godlike beings, as they found themselves repeatedly bested within the arena. Even many human participants had achieved the elusive balance breaker during these fierce contests, reshaping the course of battles. Regrettably, Team Lightning failed to secure their place, along with the team representing the Irish gods and a few others. The outcome before us revealed a divergence from the canonical path. 3 teams had emerged as victors in this modified tournament, distinct from the original storyline, though 2 of them had no existence in the canonical narrative. Team Sona Citri, Team Moonrabbits, and Team Fantastic Dragons had earned their positions. Notably absent from the list were Team Azura, as mentioned earlier, along with Team Shooting Star, Team Cert, and Team Phoenix. Yeah, but we're also announcing those, right? Satinel interjected, drawing our attention to a separate screen one that displayed the current Longinus and the new Longinus. Current existing Longinus Original 13. True Longinus Wielder, Kanami Managua, Zenith Tempest, Wielder Dulio, Gesualdo Annihilation, Maker Wielder, Leonardo Dimension, Lost Wielder George Boosted Gear, Divine Dividing. Unique, Wielder Gene Skyward Divine Dividing, Original, Wielder Vala Lucifer, Canis Lycaon, Original. Wielder Tobio Accuse, Sephiroth Grawl, Wielder Vala Teeps, Incarnate Anthem Wielder Lint, Selzen, Regulus Nemia Wielder, Seror Bale, Tempest Extinction, Absolute Demise, Wielder Lavinia Reni. Innovate Clear Telos Karma, Wielder Mitsuya, Kanzaki New Classified, Longinus New Longinus. Aeon Bela Wielder, Gasper Vladi Alfeka Tyrant, Wielder Meredith Ordinant Unknown Dictator Wielder Magnus, Rose Nereid Kyrie Wielder, Ingvile Leviathan Star Buster, Star Blaster Wielder Shooting Star, Real Name, Unknown, Carnage Incarnate. Grand Chariot Wielder Zenobia Corda Demon God Manifestation. Demons Extract Wielder Yashina Lydia Vitalivna, Linear Basiliki Wielder, Hirokazu, Miller Demon Armor. Incursio Wielder Gene Skyward, Abyssal Twilight Wielder Gene Skyward. Did you really fuse that adorable lion cub creature with the Abyss Extinction? And you're calling it Abyssal Twilight? Azazel inquired, raising an eyebrow. Absolutely, I affirmed with a confident nod. Abyss was already a part of the Abyss Extinction, and Lyodin originated from the Phantasma essentially. A poetic synonym for darkness is twilight. So, the name just clicked. I explained before turning around. But let's not dwell on nomenclature. Anyway, it's time to kick off this announcement. With that, I took the lead, striding out of the room, followed by Azazel, Shiva, and a handful of others. The Grand Tournament's main stage was about to burst into action. Suzaku Haimagemas soliloquy seated comfortably within the VIP room, we bided our time, waiting for the grand spectacle of the main stage tournament's opening ceremony. The room was bathed in the glow of numerous cameras, both within its confines and scattered throughout the vast arena. The raiding games, conceived by the cunning devils, unfolded within the Agar's territory's grand arena, more precisely, the ethereal, floating city of Agrias. Nearly all of us had gathered here. Those actively participating or aligned with teams were down in the stadium. The sole exception being Lavinia, who accompanied Aaron as his queen, as he prepared to deliver a significant address, or, in his own words, an audacious challenge to the supernatural realm. Royson and many others graced the room with their presence, though Royson herself wore an uncharacteristic air of worry. She sat beside Azathoth, with whom she had engaged in lengthy conversations over the past few days. Surprisingly, Velgrind was absent, as she had sought Greyfire's guidance to enhance her culinary skills, much to the surprise of many. Azathoth had intended to join Velgrind her culinary quest, but Royson's relentless chatter had successfully coerced her into joining us. Out of the 16 teams present today, only 5 boasted the presence of deities among their ranks, a revelation that was sure to astonish many in the supernatural world, as today marked the announcement of the teams advancing to the main tournament. It's beginning, Rainier exclaimed. Her own team, Team Lightning, had not made the cut for the main tournament, but anyone in her team or any other excluded team had the option to join the remaining squads. Thus, Rainier herself could potentially become a part of Team Golden Rakshasa or another team of her choosing. The music commenced, and they chose this for the music? Hephaestus Sama gasped in dismay. The selected tune was none other than the legendary Dragon Song. The audience's reactions ranged from astonishment to amusement, but it was unlikely that Aaron had any say in the matter. It was probably chosen by Seraphol and Surzek's Lucifer. The 16 teams advancing to the main stage have been determined. Stay tuned for the results and another important announcement. Boomed Nod Gamagen, a commentator for numerous matches, joined by an equally enthusiastic devil commentator. Did Aaron inform any of you about the teams that made it? Lisa inquired. Well, the Grimmery, Citri, and Slashdog teams have certainly advanced, as they're not here with us. We can safely assume the same for the Chow Chow and Bale teams, Gondal Sand deduced. She had sufficiently recovered to rejoin our ranks, though her attempts to reconcile with her husband had been met with refusal. We remained unaware of the underlying reasons, much like Gondal and Rossweiss, but it was suspected that Aaron possessed the answers, as he was typically privy to such information. Consequently, 4 days ago, Gondal made the decision to relocate to our residence. Rossweiss had recommended the move, supported by other Valkyries from Aaron's household. Aaron himself had no objections, and with additional encouragement from us, especially the Mothers Association, she had comfortably resettled. In our midst, surrounded by our collective energy, she quickly regained her usual vivacity. Rossweiss, the Valkyries, and the Mothers Association provided her with constant companionship, while everyone else did their utmost to accommodate her needs. After a brief 5-minute wait, Nod, the commentator, resumed speaking. We kick off with the first team to secure a spot in the main stage without a single defeat. They're the tournament favorites, and many believe they could emerge victorious. Led by the formidable Aurelia Le Guin, supported by an intriguing ensemble. Give it up for Team Golden Rakshasa. Aurelia and her team strode forward, sporting matching uniforms unlike their preliminary attire. Clad in blue blazers, white pants, capes, and their personalized footwear, they exuded an undeniable air of unity and purpose. After Nodsand's announcement, the stadium erupted in resounding cheers. Her team's formidable reputation had cast a shadow over many other participants in the tournament, including those hailing from DXD and the ranks of God-class teams. With each bewildering twist in the competition, the attainment of balance breakers, the awakening of newfound innate powers, the reawakening of dormant sacred gears, or even the occasional shock upset, certain teams began to bow out. This phenomenon extended beyond conventional teams. Even those featuring deities began to withdraw, either due to an aversion to the impending challenges or apprehension toward the astonishing might displayed by their peers. Although most competitors were merely playing the game, the showcase of powers was enough to unnerve them, earning the tournament the moniker of a power display. The next team hails from the underworld, renowned as the first group ever trained by the enigmatic middleman and a vital component of Team DXD, recognized for thwarting terrorist threats. Led by the Grimmery clan's princess and heir, let's welcome Team Rias Grimmery to the stage. Rias and her team had come a long way since the previous year. Their newfound ability to take on God-class beings with ease left many bewildered and, at times, intimidated. However, as the word spread about their mysterious trainer, understanding began to dawn on some, shedding light on the sudden surge in their powers. The next team originates from the human world, comprising humans who have vanquished Ultimate Class and God Class teams alike. A squad composed of the middleman's subordinates, sacred gear wielders, and led by the possessor of the universe-piercing spear. Let's give a warm welcome to Chow Chow and Team Spear of the Draconic Emperor. Chow Chow and his team had pushed the boundaries of human capability. Chow Chow himself, according to Aaron, possessed an immortal essence despite his human form. His second chance at life, along with the enigmatic trials he underwent in the Phantasm, had sealed his loyalty to Aaron. The rest of the team followed suit after the inauguration of Aaron's shop, becoming his trusted subordinates. Aaron invested substantial trust in them and often dispatched them, alongside the Slashdog team and EXC, on numerous Black Ops missions, bolstering their efficiency. DXD remained the last line of defense, addressing global issues that transcended both teams' scope. Next up is a legendary team featuring an even more legendary trio, hailing from the Hindu pantheon and Mount Meru. This jovial ensemble of elderly gentlemen with unique outlooks on life. Please welcome Team Journey to the West, led by none other than the first generation, Sun Wukong. The three first-generation Sun Wukong, Zhu Beige, and Xiao Wujing made their entrance one by one, followed by the heaven-sent child Neza, a member of their team. Their unparalleled synergy outclassed 90 of the competing teams, enabling them to overcome most challenges with ease. Mount Meru's prowess is truly remarkable, with two of their teams making it to the main tournament, exclaimed the other commentator. Next up, a team under the command of the King of Monsters, Typhon, comprising young prodigies and even several gods. Let's give a resounding welcome to Team Leisure of the Kings. Many would find it strange if they didn't qualify for the main stage, despite suffering a defeat at the hands of Aurelia's team, in which Aaron participated. Team Leisure of the Kings secured victory in most of their subsequent matches. Fueled by the combined might of Asgard and Olympus, bolstered by newly empowered Valkyries, they effortlessly breezed through the preliminaries. Another fan favorite in the tournament. Many eagerly anticipated a showdown between them and Team Golden Rakshasa. This team comprises nothing but gods, Centuredo, thanks in part to DXD members on other teams. These select individuals had caused the downfall or near defeat of numerous God-class teams. An unexpected dark horse of the tournament. A roster comprising Grim Reapers and Unknown Devils. They've garnered immense support with their victories in the preliminaries. Let's give a warm welcome to Team Black Satan of Darkness Dragon King. What a mouthful of a name. The team led by the high-class Grim Reaper, Zeno, who assumed the role of king, comprised a unique blend of artificial devils and Grim Reapers. In the first half of the preliminaries, they suffered a string of losses. However, once they enlisted the aid of artificial devils like Balberith and Verine, their fortunes took a remarkable turn, culminating in a series of victorious encounters. One of their most notable triumphs came against Team Azura, although they also tasted defeat at the hands of Team Trump Card of Heaven. This particular match proved arduous for all involved, with Dulio, Griselda, and Irina carrying the team on Dulio's side. The remaining members fought valiantly, but were often overwhelmed by the artificial super devils, each possessing unique traits akin to those found within the Devil Clan. Aaron speculated that these artificial super devils may have originated from the Phantasma or Eevee, as he doubted that such powers could arise naturally or awaken without external influence. Next up, hailing from the Egyptian Parthenon, this team primarily comprises rabbit yokai and monsters, led by a newfound goddess for both the Egyptian and Greek pantheons. Please welcome Kurosagi and Team Moon Rabbits. Kurosagi and Vera, the king and queen of the team, represented the most potent goddesses within their ranks. Yet, their lineup also featured two Satan-class rabbit yokai, who had come to hone their skills in Aaron's domain, alongside a handful of ultimate-class and high-class rabbits. This eclectic mix granted them formidable power, further augmented by their distinctive combat styles and gadgets provided by Aaron, along with their innate abilities. Another formidable human team. Their leader, a prominent figure in the renowned Grauzober Magicians organization, has recently earned the moniker of Nascent Dragon. Hailing from the USA, we introduce Hirokazu Miller and Team Fantastic Dragons. Much like many others, Hirokazu regarded Aaron as a source of inspiration. His diligent efforts, coupled with the changes wrought by Aaron in heaven, prompted the evolution of Hirokazu's sacred gear. He had even christened it recently, a rather straightforward moniker in stark contrast to Aaron's penchant for eccentric naming conventions. Next, we have another formidable squad. Two of their gods notably participated in the exhibition match hosted by the middleman, the god of war and the goddess of lightning, thunder, and storms. Presenting Team Shinto, under the leadership of Hachiman-sama and Raijin Sama. Hachiman Sama and Raijin Sama shared a close bond with Eren. Following their defeat at the hands of Eren and Lavinia in the exhibition match, they harbored a strong desire to face him again in the finals, aspiring for a genuine contest rather than an overwhelming defeat. Next in line is one of the renowned rookies for the current heir to the Great King Bale, the Great Lion King Serorg Bale, and Team Imperial Purpur. Serorg, the last person to lift Eren from his depression, remained a dear friend held in high regard. Reports suggested that, following the tournament's conclusion, he would marry Silvatila, just as Tobio and Issei were planning to tie the knot. The anticipation surrounding these unions was palpable. Another member of the Rookies 4. She has effortlessly navigated the tournament, showcasing both tactical acumen and formidable power. Heiress to the Citri clan and sibling of Satan, presenting Sona Citri of Team Sona Citri. During the 100 years within Eren's dimension, Eren had conveyed to Sona and her peerage that they needed to bolster their raw power. Their training, spanning 5 decades, aimed to augment their strength, develop new techniques, and achieve their counterbalances. This was imperative for facing teams that relied less on tactics and more on sheer might. Next up is a diverse team featuring both humans and fallen angels, aligned with the Grigori faction as their agents. Formerly led by the wielder of Canis Lycaon, widely known as Slashdog, leadership has now been passed to a new figure led by the current Kanami Managawa, who wields the true Longinus. Please welcome Team Slashdogs. As Kanami strode onto the stadium turf in their sleek Black Ops attire, her characteristic cheerfulness remained undiminished. It seemed a facet of her personality that would persist, yet, like Eren, she also knew when to don a more serious mantle in pursuit of her duties and responsibilities. The team has undergone significant changes in its lineup. The renowned Ice Queen has departed, making way for several newcomers. However, Tobio Accuse-san will continue as a reserve member, so there's much to look forward to from Slashdog in the future, noted the other commentator. From heaven itself comes the team that embodies hope, led by the Joker of Heaven and the sub-leader of Team DXD. Please welcome Dulio Gesualdo of Team Trump Card of Heaven. Their supervisor is none other than Rudiger Rosenkreutzer, also known as the Upsetting Sorcerer. Dulio-san's team has achieved numerous victories, but suffered an unexpected loss, albeit against a relatively weaker opponent. This incident had sparked significant discussion at the time, but most have since moved beyond it. Next up, a man renowned solely for his prowess in this game. A role model for many devils, believed by many to be the devil who will go the furthest in the tournament and expose corruption within the game. It's Dihauser Belial and Team Babel Belial. The thunderous roar and cheers that accompanied Dihauser's entrance were unfathomable. He had garnered a massive fan base in the underworld, which had only grown as people watched his tournament matches. Even as we watched, the genuine smile on his face as he battled opponents from all walks of life left an indelible impression. That man truly cherished the games, and as many had predicted, the champions staged a magnificent comeback, vanquishing team after team, including some God-class opponents. This only served to strengthen the belief that he was invincible among devils. Last, but not least, the final team to secure a spot in the tournament. A former terrorist, one of the Heavenly Dragons, a descendant of the Lucifer bloodline, and the adopted brother of our beloved middleman, it's Vala Lucifer and Team White Dragon Emperor of the Morning Star. They participated in the most matches during the preliminaries, achieving 1 draw and winning the rest. An impressive feat. Once all the introductions concluded, the elevated stage in the air took the spotlight. A magic circle appeared, and several individuals teleported in. Azazel, Avetsa, Michael, Surzex, Seraphal, Shiva, Tiamat, and Ajuka graced the stage. While there were more tournament organizers, many preferred to stay out of the spotlight and away from cameras. Speaking of spotlights, it was incredible to witness Eren's transformation from someone who vehemently shunned it to becoming a worldwide sensation. One couldn't help but wonder how his past self would react if informed of his current status. Azazel approached the microphone, his finger in his ear. Avetsa playfully smacked the back of his head, eliciting laughter from the audience. I'd like to extend my gratitude to everyone who's joined us here today. Thanks to Gene, there will be complimentary food and drinks available at various stadium entrances. He prepared them himself, so enjoy, Azazel announced. The main stage is finally underway, and we expect all of you to make it an electrifying event. However, we have one more announcement to share. It pertains to a new classification for sacred gears, which we've dubbed New Longinus. These sacred gears possess power on par with the original 13, Azazel declared. So far, we've identified 10 sacred gears worthy of this new classification, with Aaron owning 2 of them, he continued. The announcement stirred murmurs and gasps from the crowd, piquing their curiosity. Are there not a few more sacred gears that could qualify for this classification? Penemu asked. Indeed, there are, Latia replied. But according to Aaron, they have yet to reach the level of these 10. If the current wielders further evolve them 1 or 2 more times, Aaron intends to include them in a new Longinus category. However, for now, they fall short in the eyes of Aaron, Azazel, Avetsa, and Sadnal. The discussion then ventured into various topics, including the cow's order, a subtle hint about revealing themselves to humans, more about sacred gears, and I'm aware that some of you may be curious about the rules for the main stage matches, Azazel interjected. To ensure a streamlined and less chaotic experience, we have decided to utilize the standard rules of the rating games. In other words, the match concludes upon the defeat of the kings, without any special rules applied. It's a straightforward battle on the game field. Of course, depending on the stage, some may be disqualified if they venture out of bounds. However, this primarily pertains to field rules rather than the game rules, so please keep that in mind. The audience members began conversing among themselves, while the teams appeared content with the decision. Some had thrived under unique game rules, while others had struggled, but most were adaptable and amenable to the change, recognizing the benefits of simplifying the competition. Since some couldn't stay engaged for games like One Day Long War, which lasted an entire day, particularly with less experienced and weaker teams, their viewership for such matches had plummeted. Lastly, this fellow behind me wants to say something, Azazel remarked. Aaron stepped up behind him and delivered a light smack to Azazel's head, prompting a grumble from the latter. Aaron took hold of the microphone and surveyed the crowd. Behind him stood Lavinia and Tiamat, with Lavinia offering waves to the attendees, albeit with only a few responding. She had garnered her own share of fame, even attracting a somewhat peculiar following devoted to the adventures of the Ice Queen. It was indeed strange, and we had only discovered it due to Gasper and Ingvild's fans informing us. Any odd photos and artwork had been promptly removed, as Aaron had zero tolerance for such matters, which was entirely understandable. He couldn't police it all since normal photos couldn't be seen as a crime, so he let them be, although he did admit a lot of them made Lavinia look even more beautiful, so they weren't too angry with it. He even considered hiring them to be the cameraman or woman for their wedding in the future. Aaron began with a congratulatory tone, addressing those who had successfully made it this far and acknowledging those who hadn't. His smile widened as he continued, assuring the latter group that there would always be another opportunity to strive for. Then he shifted his focus to the teams that had indeed advanced. A palpable aura, silvery white and encompassing, radiated from him, sweeping over the entire underworld. It was a surprising spectacle, causing many to momentarily pause in surprise. However, it wasn't an aggressive or threatening aura. Rather, it carried an undeniable weight, an imposing presence. In response to this display, many of the teams below couldn't help but break into grins, mirroring Aaron's infectious enthusiasm. Fixing his gaze upon them, his pupils sharp and determined, Aaron delivered his challenge with a sense of daring. "Come and get me," he declared. Indrasama couldn't contain his excitement, shouting enthusiastically, "Hiya ha ha! That's the spirit, Jinpei Dragon. He'll definitely rise to the challenge too." He, too, released his own aura, a declaration of his unwavering determination. Eren exchanged a warm smile with Indra-sama before gracefully returning the microphone to Azazel. The latter sighed, likely contemplating the implications of Eren's words. Amidst the mixed reactions, I found myself sighing, unable to fully share the prevailing enthusiasm. It appeared, however, that most others were fully on board with the challenge, none more so than Royson. She seemed to be utterly besotted with Eren, almost like a doting mother. Eren Tool's soliloquy. Several hours had passed since the announcement, and we were now in the midst of planning the broadcast of the group matchups and the fighters. I sat in my office, discussing the details with the other organizers. Surzex couldn't contain his excitement. Wouldn't it be a blast to just let it happen naturally? He exclaimed. Both he and Seraphol seemed more interested in provoking their sisters into fighting once more than in offering any practical input. Seraphol enthusiastically raised her hand in agreement. I concur. However, their desires were promptly shut down by the unified voices of Shiva and Azazel, both of them wearing disappointed expressions as they disregarded the two Satans. Turning to me, they sought my opinion. I glanced at the current groupings and potential matchups. I was keen on avoiding a confrontation between Aurelia and Rias because I had a fairly good idea of how that would play out. For the sake of variety, I decided to alter the future. How about this? I proposed unveiling my own version of the tournament brackets. Avetsa, taking the document from me, considered it. At least you're not showing favoritism. Plus, those who lose could potentially join the winning team afterward, right? I nodded, finding this arrangement more intriguing. It would also provide an opportunity for those who tasted defeat to challenge me, although I was aware that not all of them might be eager to do so, given their recent setbacks. Group A. Round 1 Team Vidra versus Team Black Satan of Darkness Dragon King. Round 2 Team Sona Citri versus Team Trump Card of Heaven. Round 3 Team Babel Belial versus Team Rias Gremory. Round 4 Team Shinto versus Team Moon Rabbits. Group B. Round 5 Team Fantastic Dragons versus Team Imperial Purpur. Round 6 Team Spear of the Draconic Emperor versus Team Leisure of the Kings. Round 7 Team Golden Rakshasa versus Team Slashdog. Round 8 Team White Dragon Emperor of the Morning Star versus Team Journey to the West. These were my initial thoughts on the revised brackets. Rias had always yearned for a shot at the #1 spot in the rating games, particularly against Iauser. This reshuffling provided her with that chance, here and now. If Indra managed to best Balberith and Varine, Sona would be facing a God-class opponent, and Vritra could exact some long-awaited revenge on Indra for his previous demise. Depending on the outcomes of the clashes between Team Shinto and Team Moon Rabbits, an intriguing matchup between Rias and Dai Hauser could be on the horizon. As for Group B, I structured it so that Chow Chow and Sarorg might have a rematch if they emerge victorious in their respective games. Meanwhile, Hirokazu and Vidar were set for exciting battles on the main stage. However, I had my doubts about Kanema's team, even with the assistance of Marum, unless they pulled off a miracle. Entering the main stage, Aurelia would likely take things more seriously. Even if she had plans to intentionally lose at a certain point to someone else, those plans might be disrupted by the bracket changes. Valley, on the other hand, faced what could be his most challenging fight to date against Aurelia, and victory seemed improbable unless he acquired substantial power-ups. Shiva, amused by the arrangements, chimed in, "If Indra wins, then Seraphol Leviathan's little sister will be up against a god. Otherwise, the angels will be pitted against a god." Either way, it promises to be an entertaining tournament with these brackets. You've also provided some teams with the opportunity for a rematch if they secure victories. Azazel added, "Yeah, many are still eager to see a rematch between Sarorg and Chow Chow, especially since their previous game was cut short due to the type of match. In a standard rating game, it's anyone's guess who would come out on top. Those two may have grown even stronger since then." As they continued discussing the tournament, I found myself lost in thought, pondering which matchups to finalize when I should a voice interrupted my contemplation from beyond the door. It was Reiko. "Jean, Velgrind, and Azathoth are looking for you in the kitchen. If you have the time, please come downstairs." I hesitated for a moment, but Azazel encouraged me. "Go ahead. We came here to discuss the tournament, and it seems like we're mostly in agreement with your ideas. We'll stay a bit longer." Surzex, in his playful manner, chimed in with a thumbs up. "That's right, Jinkoin. It appears your ladies need you." He struck a goofy pose, sticking out his tongue, and acted like a child, a behavior Astri would likely not tolerate if she were present. The others shared similar sentiments, except for Seraphol, who wanted to join but was overruled by the rest. I nodded and replied, "They'll send Grafia up with some food and beverages then." "Thanks," before leaving the room with Reiko. As we stepped outside, I inquired, "Cooking and food?" She smiled and nodded. "Yes, cooking and food." A soft chuckle escaped my lips as we descended the stairs. Velgrind and Azathoth had left for trips during the past few days. They'd also been taking cooking lessons from Grafia, Reiko, Cindy, the Pleiades, and Mom. Kuroka, eager to join, was being restrained by Chiron, who was similarly excited. I handed them some snacks as we passed by, momentarily satisfying Kuroka's curiosity. Upon entering the kitchen, I found a table set with what appeared to be a unique soup in the center, accompanied by bread and unfamiliar meat. Velgrind and Azathoth stood nearby, awaiting my arrival. Lavinia, Suzuku, and Danu wore strained smiles on their faces as they gathered in the room. Rossweiss sat on one of the couches, her arm covering her eyes, looking utterly exhausted. I couldn't help but wonder what had transpired here. My eyes scanned the room, and I noticed Artemis, looking shell-shocked, and Grafia, who stood in the kitchen, appearing similarly fatigued. "What did you two do?" I inquired, directing my question to Velgrind and Azathoth. Their expressions mirrored confusion as Velgrind replied, "What do you mean?" I gestured toward the weary women around us, and Velgrind shook her head. "Cooking. This turned out to be a lot more challenging than we initially thought." Azathoth nodded in agreement. "We even had a battle of Flickamo." I couldn't help but be bewildered. A Flickamo? What on earth is that? And when you say fight, are you referring to the creature for its meat or the ingredients for the soup? Azathoth stared at me and conjured a magical image that showed her and Velgrind fighting some kind of bear-like monster in a bizarre, mostly purple and yellow world. In the background, there were strange meat trees, and a voice continually uttered, "Move over," for reasons unknown. I couldn't help but gawk. What kind of world or universe was that? It seemed like something straight out of Rick and Morty. Azathoth clarified, "A Flickamo is a bear from another universe. However, their blood is made of honey, and they are sexless. If you soak it in honey from this world as well as its honey blood for a full day, it becomes quite delicious. If you cook it a certain way and eat it with that soup, then it will taste good." Her assertion of it tasting good left me skeptical. I glanced around at the others, who avoided eye contact, and I began to suspect that good might be subjective. I nodded wordlessly and took a seat. All eyes were on me as they eagerly awaited my reaction. I picked up a fork and knife, sliced a piece of the Flickamo meat, dipped it in the honey blood sauce thing, and cautiously placed it in my mouth. Following Azathoth's instructions, I also sampled some of the soup with the meat. A bizarre, otherworldly taste flooded my palate. The meat itself was surprisingly tender, but the soup was a strange combination of lentil soup with hints of honey, blood, and a peculiar aftertaste that resembled a wet cloth wiped with unpleasant substances. In essence, it was a culinary disaster, but I managed to swallow it and quickly reached for a glass of water placed beside me. Reiko smiled at me after I took a sip. It appeared she was the one who prepared it for me. "So?" Velgrind asked anxiously, while Azathoth also looked expectant. I debated how to approach this delicate situation. Should I be honest and risk hurting their feelings? Or should I fabricate a compliment? Or perhaps there was a middle ground. Lie. Tell the truth. Vomit. Tell them the truth and offer to help find a way to cook it that brings out its flavor without the unpleasant taste. Ritter's suggestion was the route I had intended to take. After all, Velgrind and Azathoth had dedicated several days to this endeavor, and I doubted that Grafia, Reiko, Cindy, the Pleiades, or Mom possessed the knowledge to prepare this unusual dish. They must have dreaded this moment as well. I pretended to ponder, placing a finger on my chin. It's not cooked right. Velgrind looked perplexed. Not cooked right? What do you mean? I elaborated. You know how there are multiple ways to cook something, and each method can yield a different taste? For this flickamo, I believe it needs to be cooked in a special way. Any other approach will make it taste off. Give me a second. Locating the appropriate cooking method and practices from the world where flickamo originated wasn't difficult for me. After a few seconds of research, I discovered the ideal method. They were correct about the honey blood soak, but the best way to serve this creature was to grill or smoke it, paired with ice-cold tea. I shared this newfound information with them, and both Velgrind and Azathoth took notes. However, Kanema's sudden outburst caught us off guard. You mean you made us eat something disgusting because you cooked it wrong? Kanema's voice echoed in the room as she stood by the entrance, her head poking in. I've been puking in the bathroom, no. Seriously, how can you eat that? She pointed at me in disbelief. A bright, radiant ring materialized behind me, and with an air of feigned enlightenment, I placed my hands together in a prayer-like gesture. It's the power of true love, I declared, stifling my own laughter at the absurdity of it. The room fell into an uneasy silence, struggling to grasp the bizarre statement I had just uttered. Kanema's complexion turned as pale as it had been earlier, and she abruptly fled the scene, accompanied by gagging sounds. So it was that bad, huh? Velgrind inquired, sounding somewhat disappointed. Just to clarify, did either of you actually taste it? I probed. And no, Velgrind admitted, and I turned to Azathoth, who also shook her head. Well, no wonder they were unaware of the taste. Typically, when experimenting with new dishes, you serve as your own guinea pig. In my culinary journey, I had tasted every disastrous concoction I created until I became proficient. That's when I started sharing my food with others after ensuring it didn't taste like, well, garbage. Next time, make sure you try it yourselves so you know. I trailed off. Azathoth nodded, looking somewhat awkward in the midst of the awkwardness that permeated the room. I could only assume that the others had been asked to taste it, but struggled to find the right words. Then I had an idea. Velgrind, wait, I suddenly shouted, startling everyone present. What? She asked, taken aback. Let's feed this to Azazel. Give everyone else normal snacks, Graphia. Can you handle that for me? I requested. Graphia fixed her gaze on me, her expression oozing with disappointment. Are you sure about this? She asked. Yes, it's a rare occurrence every now and then is fine, right? I replied, a sly smirk tugging at my lips. She sighed in response and accepted the plate from Velgrind, who played along with the plan. I instructed Graphia to tell Azazel that this dish had been specially prepared for him while serving the others regular snacks. A bit of fun every now and then isn't bad, right? I quipped, grinning mischievously. They responded with disapproving silence. Ugh. Aaron, please, give me some kind of cure for this. My stomach feels horrible, Kanami said in a strained voice as she re-entered the room, quickly hugging me and shedding tears of distress. I glanced at Velgrind with a look of horror, while Azathoth simply stared at the crying Kanami. Poor thing, I muttered, patting her head and alleviating her discomfort. Kanami swiftly turned around and flashed a grin towards someone at the entrance, her younger sister, Natsum, who appeared thoroughly annoyed. Seize Jin. Azazel's thunderous voice resonated throughout my home, causing the very foundations to quiver. The man himself burst into the dining room, his piercing glare fixed on me. What on earth did you feed me? Is this some kind of joke? He demanded, clearly irate. I vomited that stuff as soon as I tasted it. Arching an eyebrow, I feigned ignorance. I haven't even cooked anything yet. All I did was ask Raphia to distribute the snacks to everyone upstairs, and I thought you might enjoy it based on the appearance. Then who made it? He demanded, his tone suddenly shifting. I turned my gaze to a frowning Velgrind and an apathetic Azathoth. Azazel's demeanor quickly changed, and he took a step back. Tite made it? Yes. Azathoth and I collaborated on it. Governor of the Fallen Angels, Velgrind informed him, directing her dragon spirit hockey towards him, effectively freezing Azazel in place. Azazel couldn't move, let alone speak, in response to her question. I approached Velgrind and gently patted her head. Continuing might seriously harm him. So could you stop? I requested. I'd prefer not to deal with a mess in my house, either. Velgrind regarded me with a thoughtful look before huffing and canceling her skill. Azazel slumped to the floor and let out a sigh of relief. Dang, I thought I was a goner. True dragons are way too much for me, he muttered. Work on your cooking. You have the best chef in the world as your husband, for crying out loud. He'll send you better food as an apology. I called after him. You better, you wretched brat. Azazel shouted back before hastily departing the room. Time passed, and night had fallen. Azazel and the others were set to announce the tournament brackets for the main stage, allowing all the participating teams to learn when they would face their opponents. This would enable them to plan their rest, training, and other activities accordingly. I had informed everyone in my household about this, and we were now gathered in the living room, eagerly watching the supernatural news on TV. Up next is the tournament bracket for the main stage tournament. Everyone has been excitedly waiting for this, and we will now see it for the first time. The news reporter exclaimed, capturing our attention. The screen displayed the teams that would be pitted against each other, sparking various reactions in the room. However, the most profound reaction came from Rias and her team, who stared at the screen in disbelief. We were facing off against the champion? Rias muttered in utter disbelief. Sona, accompanied by her team, asked Aaron, who was responsible for choosing this. I replied honestly, me, prompting them to fixate their gazes on me. I thought it would be an interesting idea like to see everyone put in the effort to fight in these games. And hey, maybe certain people and teams may get rematches, right? I subtly implied that if Rias and Sona's teams emerged victorious against their initial opponents, they would face each other again. A rematch between Rias and Sona would serve as the culmination of Group A. Both of them grasped the underlying message and exchanged thoughtful glances. Winning against Dulio-san's team, and either a team full of super devils and grim reapers or gods and Indrasama himself. Sona murmuret. Daihazar-sama, Kurosagi, Vera, and the Shinto gods, a challenging path lies ahead of us, Rias whispered to herself. Deep in contemplation, they were likely already formulating strategies to defeat their formidable adversaries. The first game has been scheduled. The first teams fighting are Team Shinto and Team Moon Rabbits. The news reporter declared. Kurosagi and Vera, who were present with us, stared at the screen with wide eyes. The rest of us turned our attention to them. We'll be fighting first, huh? Against Hachiman-sama and Raijin-sama, Kurosagi mused. We've performed well so far. Let's remain optimistic. Winning this match will bring us even more recognition, Vera declared, offering a reassuring pat on Kurosagi's shoulder. The next game will be broadcast in 3 weeks' time, featuring Team White Dragon Emperor of the Morning Star versus Team Journey to the West. The news reporter continued. Vakun's team is up after Kuro-chan's. Lavinia exclaimed with evident excitement. Our younger brother was about to face son Wukong in battle. 2 thrilling games lie ahead. Prince Neza is also on their team. It will be an intriguing confrontation. Biko will likely square off against the first-generation son Wukong, as will Sha Wujing and Zhu Beiji. As for the rest of Alice's team, they'll have their hands full with Yulong, I speculated aloud. Following this announcement, both Sona's and Rias teams left the room. Kromkruch seemed eager at the prospect of facing these formidable opponents, and Vritra was likely determined to secure victory, granting him a chance to challenge Indra, assuming Indra's team triumphed over Zenus. In this universe, both Vritra and Kromkruch had awakened their devil traits, rendering them even more potent than the canon timeline. This promised to be an exceptionally engaging match. The following evening, around 9 o'clock, Gabriel, Griselda, Lint, Irina, and I prepared to depart. It was the long-awaited Angels' date night, and I had to attend for a couple of reasons. Firstly, I was asked to make a small speech, and secondly, Michael had contacted me earlier in the day, requesting my assistance with something that involved helping some angels. Essentially, I was going to be a matchmaker for the night, a role that intrigued me. At least I was being asked to do it this time, unlike the previous year, but I tried my best to forget about that experience since it made me cringe. Let's get going, then I began to say. Let's go. Lint interjected enthusiastically, unexpectedly grabbing my arm and hugging it. I was taken aback for a moment, but soon laughed it off as we headed for heaven. We arrived in sixth heaven, and just outside a big GS office, I could sense the presence of the other seraphs, including the 10 seraphs, Altaria, and Layla. Pushing the doors open, we entered the room, and they turned to look at us. Joe, so when's it starting? I asked casually. In 10 minutes. The event is going to be held in first heaven, so we'll make our way down there soon. But may I ask you to wear something else, Gene? Michael asked, his expression troubled. I blinked in confusion and glanced down at my outfit, which was my usual attire, my middleman clothes, as I like to call them. Michael had even given me the green light to wear them a few days ago, so I wondered what had changed. Not waiting for an explanation, I tapped my shoulder, instantly changing into a pure white three-piece suit with a blue tie. I ran a hand through my silver hair, slicking it back, and inspected myself. Will this do then? I inquired. They were taken aback by my swift transformation, but Michael nodded appreciatively. Yes, that will do. Thank you. If you're wondering why, I interrupted him, saying, Nah, it's fine. Probably something to do with angel attire or something, right? I then looked back at the angels who had accompanied me. They all wore dresses in various shades of white, silver, gray, blue, or gold. Most of them were in white, with Lint being the exception in her gray dress. She gave me a thumbs up. Gabriel, on the other hand, approached me and clung to my arm. She had been incredibly clingy and spoiled all day, which had led to a few clashes with Lavinia, although they usually got along. Yes. Shall we get going then? Michael suggested, gesturing toward the door. Can everyone else go ahead? I'd like to speak with Jean Sama, Altaria requested. The rest of the group agreed, but Gabriel insisted on staying, which seemed to leave Griselda with something on her mind. However, she eventually left with the others. As I began to ask Altaria why she wanted me to stay, she grabbed my tie and started fixing it, even though I had already ensured it was fine. Aaron Sama, Layla cooed, hugging me from behind. I wish I could visit you more often. Among my electa, these two were the ones I saw the least, as they resided in heaven. Besides accompanying Griselda, Gabriel, and Irina on their occasional visits, or meeting Michael for certain matters, I didn't ascend to heaven very often. In fact, I interacted more frequently with my guardians and guardians of balance. It might have been due to the allure of heaven itself. As someone who had grown up hearing numerous stories about it, finally being allowed entry, especially on my first visit, felt surreal. Should I bring Big G back to life again and make him rule? I joked. Father mentioned during Christmas that the world is functioning well without him, including the supernatural realm. So it would be pointless, Gabriel replied, conveying her father's words. However, the somber tone in her voice suggested her own dissatisfaction with his decision. This sentiment was shared by the seraphs and fallen angels present during that discussion, though they ultimately had to accept his choice. Like other gods, he had the option to return if he wished, as he still had many believers. He can always come back if he wants. He believes I'm here to fulfill his role, which can be a bit annoying, but he's not entirely wrong, I remarked. I don't mind the work. It's quite fulfilling, but it does get lonely at times. Although Layla, Gabriel, Irina, Griselda, Lint, Jessica, Marana, Dulio, Diethelm, Uriel, Raphael, and Michael visit me often, some of them only do it when there's an issue to be resolved. I suppose only the first 8 come to chat, while the rest do so out of obligation, Altaria explained with a sigh. She had finished adjusting my tie and stepped back, but I caught her wrist, preventing her from leaving. Reaching over, I cupped Altaria's cheek and said, You can always visit my home, you know? I've mentioned this before, but if any of my elected need a day off, they're more than welcome to ask me. I can send a shadow soldier or even an avatar or clone to cover for them. Altaria's face turned bright red. But before she could respond, I was pulled away by both Layla and Gabriel, who looked quite jealous. I chuckled at their reactions and patted their heads. Anyway, let's go join everyone. Oh, and Layla, this offer applies to you too. As I said, any of the Electa, I added before walking away. Upon our arrival in First Heaven, I was taken aback by the considerable number of angels present. It struck me that none of them had perished during the 666 war well, at least not in this heaven. In the books, many factions and pantheons had suffered significant losses, and given that the angelic population was already dwindling, the 666 incident had dealt them a devastating blow. While the war had spared First Heaven, I couldn't help but question if the overall outcome was better or worse. As I ruminated on this, Gabriel sensed my inner turmoil and gently tugged at my arm, silently inquiring, "Are you okay?" I offered her a comforting pat on the head, assuring her that I was fine. "Allow me to lead the way," Aransima, Altaria chimed in, guiding us towards an elevated platform backstage. In the background, I noticed the presence of Michael, Uriel, and Raphael. Michael outlined the plan. Altaria, Uriel, Raphael, and I will handle most of the talking. Jean Cohen, we'll leave the closing words to you. Feel free to say whatever you like, but please try to keep it positive. Understood, I replied. With a reassuring smile from Michael, I observed as Layla and Gabriel left to join the crowd. I stood to the side, allowing them to proceed with their speeches. Michael's words echoed through the venue, filled with praise for the Almighty and acknowledgments of my contributions in rectifying the system and implementing necessary changes. Following his address, Uriel and Raphael discussed topics such as the Brave Saint system and the resurgence of the angelic population. Finally, Altaria gestured for me to step up to the microphone. As I faced the audience, I couldn't help but notice the swelling crowd of angels, some of whom were already forming families, and even a few humans among them. Those who had accompanied me waved enthusiastically, and I reciprocated with a warm smile. "Hello, I'm Jean. As you already know," I began, gesturing behind me as I activated a magic circle that played a recorded message. "You're recording this, correct?" inquired a man with white hair. "Yes, I am. So you want to give the rest of your children a message?" I responded in the video. In the recording, he nodded. Facing the gathered audience once more, I explained that before the God of the Bible had temporarily withdrawn, he had entrusted me with a message to convey to the angels. To clarify, it wasn't entirely his decision. I had asked him, and he had eventually agreed. To everyone listening to this, I would like to apologize first and foremost. I may have left many of you questioning my decision, but please, I hope you come to understand my decision as I explain further. The war came at an opportune time, as it could also serve as a way for me to leave without much question. 666, or Trihexa, I discovered it after going through various realms and dimensions. As it was close to our world, I decided to use millions of forbidden seals to seal it. However, it came at the cost of my power and then my life during the war. At the time, I was a bit unsatisfied and also curious. I still love all of you as well as the humans I created, but they were going a certain way that I was unsure of, so I decided to see how everything would play out without me, but I couldn't simply disappear. I had to make it believable. The audience in First Heaven listened with rapt attention, some visibly shocked by this heartfelt confession. However, no one voiced their dissent or objections. However, a certain famous person you all know brought me back on Christmas Eve, and I'm sorry to say that I'm not yet ready to come back. However, perhaps in the near future, I will. But for now, it won't be happening. The God of the Bible, tears glistening on his cheeks, smiled brightly as he looked up at the camera. Perhaps I was too pessimistic, and as a god, I should be, but I am proud of all my children. Michael, thank you for carrying that burden after I passed. To the other great seraphs, too, you've done a good job at keeping everything running in my absence. I would like to thank everyone else, too. The rules I set were quite harsh, and after speaking to Gene about the changes he made, I can understand how I made it nearly impossible to continue your species. I would like to apologize for that, too. He said, bowing deeply. I have many things to say, but as I said, I will definitely come back, but for now, they'll leave it at that. I also support Jean's and the other leaders' plan on revealing ourselves to the supernatural. Perhaps before then, I will come back to aid in it. For now, though, please keep on living happy lives, and I love all of you. As the magic circle dissolved, I stepped away from the microphone. The seraphs who had joined me on stage seemed too stunned to react, prompting Altaria to regain control and continue with her speech, subsequently starting the event. Tears welled in the eyes of many angels, and some seemed disheartened after encountering their god once more. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope remained, fueled by the promise of his eventual return. My efforts in persuading the Almighty had been an uphill battle, primarily consisting of guilt tripping him about missing mine and Gabriel's wedding. In the end, though, it had proven successful, and I considered it a triumph. Amid the gathering, other angels and humans worked to lighten the mood, and gradually, the atmosphere began to shift as people engaged in conversation and laughter. Returning to our group, I received an immediate hug from Gabriel, her silence speaking volumes. Was that a bit too much? Did I bring down the mood? I inquired, surveying our surroundings. Well, you certainly brought the mood down, Jin Pei Peizen, Lin chimed in. But they're moving on from it quickly enough, so I think it's a good thing. See? She pointed toward a group of angels mingling and sharing laughter, underlining her point. Before I could react, a trio of male angels approached us, directing their attention to Irina, Griselda, and Lint. Irina-chan, are you seeing anyone? G. Griselda-san, are you free tonight? Lint-san, please become my bride. Drake interjected with a wry comment. Did they forget that those two proposed to you during their rating game? That one is quite the nerve, proposing marriage out of nowhere. Chimed in Albion. Irina responded with a slightly awkward smile. Yes, I am. Did you forget that I got engaged to Jean? The same goes for Boss Griselda. Griselda gracefully bowed and added, as Irina said, I am already in a committed relationship, so I will be unable to accept your offer. The two angels appeared momentarily frozen, their faces reflecting their embarrassment before they exchanged apologetic glances and hastened away. Lint, on the other hand, adopted a contemplative expression as she rested a finger against her cheek and studied the angel before her. It might be a bit premature to discuss marriage, especially when we hardly know each other. However, I don't mind starting as friends. With this declaration, Lint retrieved a piece of paper from her belongings and offered it to the angel. Erase my number, she said with a friendly smile. The angel accepted it with a polite bow. Thank you very much. I look forward to speaking with you from now on. The interaction appeared promising at first, but the angel promptly stashed the piece of paper in his pocket and continued to approach other female angels with similar propositions. Link couldn't help but comment, well, it seems he wasn't as serious as he initially appeared. Perhaps he's simply looking for a wife, she observed before turning her gaze to me. I was considering teasing you, Jean, with are you jealous now? But it doesn't seem appropriate given his intentions. I do wonder why he persists, though. Was that her plan all along? And what compelled her to take such an approach? Our interactions have been limited thus far, and I currently saw her as a more restrained version of Freed, with fewer profanities and a different gender. Strangely, Yumi seemed more mature to me than Lint at the moment, as odd as that might sound. I playfully flicked her forehead in response, and she countered with a playful tongue-out gesture. This exchange continued a few times until a more assertive angel approached, this time setting his sights on Gabriel. Gabriel-sama, I know this may be considered blasphemous, but I would like to request your hand in marriage, he declared, shouting his intentions before dramatically prostrating himself on the ground, leaving a dent. This spectacle captured the attention of those around us, and Gabriel appeared bewildered by the unexpected situation. She glanced at the angel and then at me, silently seeking guidance. Would having two husbands be an issue? He ventured, offering a strained smile as he looked up at us. It seemed this individual was determined to pursue this unconventional path. Chinsurado Gabriel-sama. Lint couldn't resist making a teasing remark. What a persistent fellow, isn't he? He vowed not to give up until Gabriel-sama relents. So, Jinshin-senpai, what's your take on this? Sighing, I scratched my head with my free hand, pondering the best course of action. He was an angel, and I had no intention of resorting to aggressive measures or confrontations. There wasn't a rule against pursuing someone already in a relationship. Societal norms and conventions held more sway. Unless there was some obscure law from another realm that I was unaware of. "Am not leaving Aaron," Gabriel muttered, her gaze fixed on the ground. "Very well, then I shall alter reality." "Isn't that taking it a bit too far?" "My God, this is really petty." "Heh, go for it. I wholeheartedly support the idea. I prefer to remain uninvolved, no need for that." "They'll discuss this with Brother Michael," Gabriel stated before releasing my arm and walking away. "I doubt he can exert any significant influence in this matter," I pointed out, but she continued her departure. Glancing behind me, I noticed Irina savoring some of the prepared food. Curious individuals approached her, but she simply pointed to her engagement ring, causing them to back off. It might come off as impolite, but it gets the job done. "Aaron, what were your expectations for this event?" Griselda inquired as she approached. Behind her, members of Team Trump Card of Heaven were gathered. "Hey there, we didn't anticipate seeing you, Leader San," Dulio chimed in, raising his hand. The remainder of his team stood beside him. "Surprised to see you guys here too. Most teams have intensified their training due to the bracket announcements," I remarked. "Haha, true. But our supervisor suggested we enjoy this evening before diving into rigorous training tomorrow. Speaking of which, is DXD on hold until the end of the tournament?" Dulio inquired, his expression tinged with uncertainty. "It's not precisely on hold, but my team will handle any terrorist activities that arise during the tournament, allowing most teams to concentrate on the competition. However, if DXD is needed, it'll promptly notify everyone," I explained. "So, it's like a paid vacation." "Yes, essentially. But if a significant event occurs, or when we're finally prepared to venture into the Phantasma or Eevee, you'll be in touch with your team." Dulio nodded in understanding before shifting his attention. "So, how's everything going here?" "Apart from the incident with Gabriel Sama, just now." I couldn't help but smirk at him. "I could pose the same question to you. It seems numerous angels have been vying for your attention, haven't they?" Dulio chuckled bashfully, averting his gaze. "WL, yes, I've had my fair share of admirers, but it's not like I'm actively seeking a partner right now. Besides, watching you juggle your busy social life with so many people for a few months made it seem quite exhausting. Keeping up with everyone, spending time with each of them individually, and handling other responsibilities, it's a lot of work, isn't it?" I shared a laugh with him. "You're absolutely right. It's like having another full-time job. But the chaos and excitement it brings to every day are completely worth it." Dulio pondered for a moment, his eyes scanning our surroundings. "Homansi. Oh, well, I suppose ID appreciates someone with culinary talents. Perhaps I'm secretly searching for a stay-at-home wife?" Irina joined our conversation, holding some food in her hands. She offered some to Dulio, who accepted graciously. "There aren't too many of those these days, Dulio-san." "Well, they still exist, but they're becoming increasingly rare. You might have to search for a while." Dulio took a bite of his food, contemplating. "True, but as you mentioned, there are still women out there who fit the bill. It just takes time. I suppose an angel who doesn't mind such a role would be ideal." Turning his attention to Diethelm, Dulio asked, "And what about you, Diethelm-san?" The queen of his team smiled, but shook his head. "While I am now permitted to marry, I am uncertain if it's the right path for me. We were once exorcists, and although starting families wasn't discouraged, it wasn't a common occurrence due to the enemies we faced. But times have changed." Nero Raimondi, one of their rooks, interrupted with enthusiasm. "Times have changed indeed. Don't hesitate, or you'll miss out on a wonderful opportunity." Diethelm responded with a thoughtful perhaps. Dulio then directed his attention to Ryu. "What about you, Ryu-san?" Ryu cleared his throat bashfully. "Well, I have a lover." Everyone present was taken aback by the revelation. "You're dating someone? Who is it?" Nero asked, becoming even more animated. He started patting Ryu on the back, prompting Ryu to gently stop him. "They're an exorcist I partnered with during an assignment from Razel Sama," Ryu explained. We continued working together on several missions, and, well, you can fill in the rest. Nero couldn't contain his excitement. Kayatora, did you hear that? Ryu is finally making strides in the world of romance. He grabbed Ryu's shoulders and gave him an exuberant shake. I'm genuinely happy for him, but perhaps you could refrain from shaking him so vigorously, the former exiled Shinra suggested. Like many members of the other 5 principal clans, after most of their archaic rules and systems were overhauled or abolished, exiled clan members were given the opportunity to return. This often involved confronting the remaining elders, executives, and the current clan head, if they were responsible for the exile. Some chose to reunite with their families, while others opted for continued contact without full reintegration. Kayatora Shinra, a devout believer in Big G, had chosen to rejoin his clan. He retained his position as a church warrior and also upheld his faith in both gods. Rako Shinra, the current clan head, had offered her blessings, and the other elders and executives couldn't object. Tsubaki, Suzaku, and Ryuta had informed me about this development a few weeks earlier. Unfortunately, I hadn't yet had the chance to meet with Kayatora after my meeting at home with Hirokazu and Dulio. Nero finally released Ryu, who appeared on the verge of nausea, and promptly rushed off to find a restroom. The boisterous male of our group then turned his attention to the last 2 members of their team, Jessica Lagerqvist and Marana Shadorova. Marana tensed up, while Jessica seemed on the verge of dozing off. Jessica approached me, practically enveloping me in a bear hug, which I didn't mind at all. She gradually drifted off to sleep. Diethelm chuckled and remarked, "Well, that's one way to resolve the matter." I wasn't entirely convinced that was the solution, but I decided to go along with it. However, all eyes were now on Marana, who appeared to be silently panicking. She began, but Gabriel returned and embraced her from behind, taking her by surprise. Mira-chan has a soft spot for Eren, Centuredo, as if she wondered whether she had done something wrong. That clarifies that, I suppose, Nero concluded sagely, nodding his head. Gabriel remained perplexed, so I quietly explained the situation to her once everything had settled down. Another hour slipped by, and everything continued to run smoothly. During that time, I observed several female angels approaching Uriel, Raphael, and Michael, which seemed to surprise them. A few also tried to interact with Altaria and Layla, but they politely declined. At the moment, we were in a shelter that appeared to house the souls of departed animals. Everyone with us was currently enjoying the company of these animals, most of which were cats, dogs, and the like. There were also a few more exotic creatures such as sloths, bears, lion cubs, ostriches, and other wild animals. Dulio, seated in a relaxed manner next to a llama, remarked, "I think I could spend the rest of my life with these 2 animals." A sloth rested on his shoulder, equally at ease. If someone who didn't know him saw Dulio with these animals, they might mistake him for a carefree hippie. But if they knew who Dulio truly was, they'd be even more astonished. However, Gabriel giggled cutely, exclaiming, "Stop, you can't." She was surrounded by an army of dogs, cats, and puppies, making it look like they were attempting to overwhelm her. I estimated that about 30 of the animals had gathered around her, while the rest were dispersed among everyone else. I would have brought out Shin, but he was with Lavinia this evening since she couldn't join us. Shin was quite sociable with everyone, but it seemed he had a stronger bond with the fated ones compared to the other girls. He primarily spent his time with Lavinia, followed by roughly equal attention to Suzaku and Danu, then Rosweiss, Velgrind, and finally Azathoth. Gabriel was the next most popular with Shin, likely due to the animal's affection for her. The others all received similar levels of attention. With Mom, it was a bit different, but a cow mooed beside me, and I glanced at it, patting its head. For some inexplicable reason, this cow had been fixated on me since we arrived. I could understand animal language, and, to put it mildly, this cow really liked me almost obsessively. "Moo, he's looking at me. Please look at me more. You're my favorite person. The second you came, my heart went queuing. If I were born human, we would have such a wonderful life together. She exclaimed to herself. See what I mean? Although I was the only one who knew about it. Do you like animals, Jean-san? Jessica asked lazily, holding a cat and approaching me. I was seated on a bench in the building, and the cow stood by my side. Jessica had been with the other brave saints a few moments ago, but it seemed she had come over here. I looked at the cat, and it appeared quite content, with only thoughts of milk and softness running through its mind. It was a rather mischievous cat. How these peculiar animals ended up in heaven was beyond me. In fact, even some of the animals crowding around Gabriel were questionable, but I had subtly sent them a bit of my aura earlier. If anyone else found out, they'd probably think I was crazy. I've never had a pet before, but Shin and I get along. The other animals I've been close to were okay, I guess. Poor Snuffles. Remember when you were depressed and scared the living daylights out of him? Now he hides from you whenever you pass by his house. Ugh, I regret that, okay? But that little dog got annoying, and I overreacted at the time I replied, though it didn't really excuse traumatizing the poor thing. Do you want to pet him? Jessica asked, extending the cat toward me. Sure, I replied, taking the cat from her. To my surprise, the cat immediately snuggled into my burrito. What a comfortable spot. All five of us were left speechless. This cat really had terrible manners with everyone. It was incredibly bold and shameless. Yeah, he's cute, I said, petting the cat. It looked at me in shock and began to squirm in my arms. With that, I handed it back to Jessica, who was bewildered by its behavior. I guess that one doesn't like me. Crazy jerk. My cheeks were going to be pinched. It hissed at me. No, I was just tapping them because they looked funny, I replied. After that, its face went pale and it wriggled out of Jessica's arms, running away. I ran away. Oh well, may I take a nap again? She asked, and I gestured to my lap. She climbed onto the bench and rested her head on my lap. Jessica Lagerqvist was an American-Swedish woman, born to an American mother and a Swedish father. She and her parents lived in Sweden, and she became involved in the paranormal after joining the church in her late teens. Although she had joined the group late and wasn't much of a fighter, Jessica possessed impressive defensive techniques and provided invaluable support. Her abilities have been further enhanced after her reincarnation as an angel. She specialized in creating light barriers to shield against attacks and possessed a modest ability for light-based healing. I expected the chair to be hard and uncomfortable, but it's surprisingly soft and nice, she mumbled, settling in. Thank you, I responded, taken aback. Compliments about the softness of my lap weren't something I had encountered before. This one was quite unexpected. Jessica giggled at my reaction, then turned her head to the side, looking up. Her nose twitched, and she remarked, "You smell funny. Maybe it's just Jean-san's scent?" Again, I had to deny that. It wasn't uncommon for Barato and a few other girls to come close to me from time to time, but usually not in that particular area. Probably just sweat, I casually replied. I hadn't been close to the girls earlier, so there shouldn't have been any lingering scents. Suddenly, Jessica took my hand and placed it on her head. I began to gently pat her head and looked around. No one seemed to have noticed, so I continued and looked back down at her. Jessica wore a contented smile as she gradually drifted off to sleep. In the novel, she had been described as sleepy, but Issei or Ichii Ishibomi hadn't delved much in her character, even when she died during the Yexi attack. It had been more like, oh, by the way, these people died. Some were relevant, some weren't, but Jessica's name had been casually mentioned. Having lived here and gotten to know these people, I couldn't simply dismiss them as nameless characters anymore. Even the side characters had lives and stories of their own. So, in a way, my actions had saved her and those characters too. Jessica fell asleep again? Marana inquired, joined by Irina and Dulio. Jessica-san is always like that, though, Irina remarked. That's true. For as long as I've known her, Jessica has always been sleeping, even back when she was just a regular exorcist. I've tried asking her about it, but she says she's just like that. What do you think, Jean-kun? Dulio asked. Glancing back at Jessica, I used observe on her again, but found no signs of illness or disease. She was simply naturally inclined to sleep a lot. Nah, she's just like that. It's not any kind of illness or anything like that. I guess you could say she was born this way, I explained. Forever a sleepyhead. Huh? Dulio mused before settling down on another bench, conjuring some food and beginning to eat. Marana crouched down and began petting Jessica's head without saying a word. Irina came over to my side and whispered. They've gotten even closer after joining Dulio-san's team. Marana-san acts like an older sister to Jessica-san, even though Jessica-san is slightly older. I replied, observing their interaction. It had seemed that way. Actions often spoke louder than words. Irina settled down beside me and teasingly asked, "So, when can I have a date, Aaron?" I stared at her for a moment, and her face slowly turned red. "Let's have one right now. We still have time. Would you like to hang out longer afterward?" Marana stopped petting Jessica and looked at me in stunned silence. Jessica also opened her eyes to gaze at me, and nearby, Dulio was coughing while laughing. If he didn't stop, he might choke to death. TTT, that's a bit too straightforward. Irina stammered, but didn't refuse my proposition. "You haven't given me an answer." "Irina," I reminded her, and her face grew even redder. A to date would be fine. We could talk about the personal stuff another time." She squeaked, burying her face on my shoulder. "Jean-san, you're very bold," Jessica remarked, staring at me. "It's all part of the job," I replied, and we shared a chuckle. "I want to join," the cow nearby exclaimed, but all it did was moo. From that point on, and for the rest of the night, coincidentally, Gabriel, Griselda, Jessica, and Marana joined us on our date. Surprisingly, it turned out to be a lot more enjoyable that way, and in the end, Irina was quite happy about it. Kurisagi's soliloquy at this moment. Aaron-sama was in heaven attending the angels' date night, accompanied by other angels from our group. As for me, Kurisagi, I had returned to my hometown within the Egyptian pantheon. When we saw the news about the brackets and our first matchup, I was taken aback. Our initial match was a make-or-break situation. A loss meant immediate elimination, and our opponents were the Shinto team. Based on our research during the preliminary rounds, Team Shinto consisted of 4 gods, with the remainder drawn from Raiko's special team, the Yamajin. The Shinto team frequently rotated its members during the preliminaries, making it impossible for us to predict who would be on their roster for our match. Moreover, team members weren't exclusively from the Yamajin. They could include powerful figures from history and their own realm alone. Tamamonome-sama was one such addition. She had served as the bishop, too, in one of their preliminary games. At the time, it was widely believed that all the gods and figures of the Shinto pantheon were participating. When they were questioned, they neither confirmed nor denied it, leaving open the possibility that even Amaterasu-sama might join the fray. Facing a chief god was no small feat, but after Aaron-sama's recent visit to the Shinto pantheon with Reiko, it seemed that positive developments had occurred between them and all the deities there. Perhaps the goddesses, including Raijin-sama, had received a morale boost similar to the Valkyries of Team Leisure of the Kings. "What are you doing out here by yourself, Kuro?" I felt a tap on my shoulder and turned to see Vera, her usual cheerful self, who seemed to grasp what was on my mind. "Geez, you're overthinking this. We just have to face whoever is on the opposing team head-on, right? That's how we've handled every challenge so far," she said, playfully smacking my back. "Is the Spear of RA getting nervous now?" "No, I'm just wondering who will be on the team tomorrow. They always change it up, so making predictions is tough, and no, I'm not scared," I replied, punching her shoulder. "Ow, I was just trying to lighten the mood. Why do you hit me so hard?" She protested, holding her shoulder. "I'm telling Aaron, you won't reach him tonight." "Boo, win or lose, let's just give it our all," she said while rubbing her shoulder. "I want to win and prove that Aaron-sama transforming us into goddesses wasn't in vain. He didn't do it because he expects anything from us. If anything, he did it because circumstances forced his hand. In my case, I willingly accepted the offer. Why don't we just ask him? Maybe, but it feels that way for me. I've spent the last few months trying to learn how to be a god. I hope I've made some progress, but at times, it doesn't feel real. Whenever I have time with him, he spoils me, and I don't want to hear about your love life." Vera exclaimed, cutting me off. Look, Aaron does whatever he pleases whenever he pleases. He saw you struggling against Halzaham, so he helped you by giving you a new body. Even though you're in a relationship, the way you're talking makes it sound like you don't know him at all. Let's forget these silly thoughts and focus on winning. And if we lose, so what? Well, show everyone that the two new goddesses can hold their own against seasoned gods, she declared, clenching her fist. At moments like these, I truly appreciated Vera's enthusiasm. Thanks to her, I started to laugh, leaving her puzzled. After a few seconds, I wiped a tear from my eye. Yeah, you're right. I may be overthinking things. Let's go out there and aim for victory. Does everyone else on our team agree with that? I asked, and she gave me an enthusiastic thumbs up. Absolutely. A broad smile adorned her face as she leaned forward eagerly. And if we lose, we can just ask Aaron to treat us to something nice, right? Hee. She seemed very excited as she said this, and I moved away from her. But I hadn't expected Vera to view it in that way. I knew she would give her all, but I guess she's looking at all the positive aspects of this. I suppose you're right. Fufu. Uhihu am always right about these things. Now let's go and get some rest. That's a really eerie laugh. It's reminiscent of Rise of Him. Don't compare me to that weirdo. It's time. The inaugural match of the prestigious Rating Game World Tournament's main stage, the Avetsa Cup, has arrived. Two transcendent god-class teams are about to clash. Team Moon Rabbits and Team Shinto. Raijin-sama, Hachiman-sama. Unleash the might of the Japanese gods. The crowd's enthusiasm was palpable. While the Egyptian pantheon and our humble village lent their support from afar, only a fortunate few could witness this spectacle in the grandeur of the stadium. The venue, located within the Grimmery territory of the underworld, bore the name Dragon Stadium, a tribute to Aaron Sama by the Grimmery family. At the stadium's entrance, Aaron Sama stood resplendent in his queen armor, helmet cradled in his arms, pointing it skyward. Accompanying him were Rias in her Switch Princess attire and Lavinia in her Witch Princess ensemble. Meanwhile, my team remained in our designated waiting room while the commentators engaged the live audience and viewers at home. Before my thoughts could drift any further, the familiar chime echoed through the air. It's time, I declared, rising from my seat. Let's set our sights on victory, everyone. Right? They chorused in unison. Emerging from the western entrance are two newly acclaimed goddesses hailing from the Greek and Egyptian pantheon. They've left an indelible mark on this tournament, claiming victory in the majority of their matches and showcasing remarkable versatility among their members. Join us in welcoming Team Moon Rabbits, led by the incomparable player and goddess Kurosagi. As we stepped onto the platform in the arena, a wave of applause and cheers washed over us. Even if it was an obligatory display, we cherished the support. Next in line, the crowd's cheers surged, drowning out the announcer's voice momentarily. A perennial fan favorite. Two of their players famously faced Jin Sama during the exhibition match, and they've gone on to secure victories in all their tournament games. With a roster brimming with gods and legendary figures, this team, led by the god of war, Hachiman Sama, needs no introduction. Welcome, Team Shinto. As Team Shinto made their entrance, the arena shook with an even more thunderous ovation, as if the entire stadium quivered in response. That's one of our teammates gasped in astonishment. The crowd roared, "Oh, Amaterasu-sama is competing!" Indeed, among their ranks stood the chief god herself, Amaterasu-sama, who gazed upon the crowd, her smile eliciting an even greater uproar. By the heavens, we're truly in for a formidable challenge, Vera remarked, her voice trembling with nerves. Hachiman-sama approached me, extending his hand for a handshake. Good luck, Kurosagi. May the superior team prevail, and may fortune favor us as fellow gods. I nodded, grasping his hand firmly. Likawise, Hachiman-sama. Please do not hold back against us. Of course not. As both kings exchanged their handshakes, let the first match of the main stage commence. After the handshakes and the announcer's proclamation, our respective teams were teleported to the battlefield. Team Shinto King Hachiman Queen Raijin Bishop 2, Amaterasu Rook 2. Raija Knight Miyamoto Musashi Knight Yoshitsun Minamoto Pawn 5. Oda Nabinaga Pawn 2. Benkei Musashibu Pawn 1. Yoichi Nazano Team Moon Rabbits King Kurosagi Queen Vera Bishop Tenadal Bishop Ir Rook Ilera Rook Sanura Knight Yasek Knight Xena Pawn 5. Taizetsu Pawn 3. Rindo third-person point of view. The battleground, where both teams found themselves transported, resembled a dazzling cityscape, reminiscent of New York. Towering skyscrapers loomed in every direction, while a myriad of buildings, cars, and structures sprawled across the landscape. The scene was bathed in the luminescence of a moonlit night, casting its vibrant glow upon the surroundings. To the east stood Team Moon Rabbits, while Team Shinto held their position to the west. As both teams prepared to make their moves, a colossal attack, manifesting as a purple sword slash, hurtled menacingly towards Team Moon Rabbits. Incoming attack. Taizetsu's voice rang out in alarm as he shoved his teammates out of harm's way, narrowly evading the deadly assault. In a move that mirrored Aurelia's opening gambit in previous matches, Raijin had chosen to replicate it in this showdown. The queen of Team Shinto has cleaved the game field. The very land has been split asunder, yet no one has been forced to retire. It appears Team Moon Rabbits managed to evade in the nick of time. That's quite the welcome, Yasek, one of the knights from Team Moon Rabbits, remarked. Kurosagi, Vera, shall we leave the king and queen to your capable hands? That was our intention from the start, responded Kurosagi, her hair taking on a rosy hue. They'll go meet with Hachiman-sama. We still have to contend with Amaterasu-sama and Raijin-sama, though. Sanura, one of their rooks, voiced her concerns. You'll figure out a way to overcome them, Yasek encouraged before soaring off. It's not an impossible task. That's easier said than done, Sanura exclaimed. Before she could react, an immense purple arrow whizzed dangerously close to her face. Vera acted swiftly, yanking her teammate out of harm's way. But Sanura had not emerged unscathed. Are you all right? Vera inquired, inspecting her teammate's condition. Darn it, Sanura muttered, clutching her injured left arm. Let's just regroup with them. We can sort out individual matchups later. Stay with the plan, Vera advised. Taizetsu and Rindo will take on Amaterasu-sama and Raijin-sama, since they can both ascend to queen. Focus on your adversary. She then touched Sanura's injured arm, conjuring a makeshift replacement. This should suffice for the game. We'll get your original arm reattached afterward. Thank you. Sanura expressed her gratitude before soaring towards the direction from which the arrow had originated. Vera watched her depart, then started making her way towards Raijin, her designated opponent. She had little insight into what the battle held in store, but she was acutely aware of her disadvantage as a wizard and support specialist pitted against Raijin, a powerhouse known for her combat prowess and technique. Nevertheless, Vera had dedicated herself to honing her 2-ki and martial arts skills, and she hoped they would prove sufficient against the formidable goddess. Aaron, you better keep your promise, she murmured under her breath, the determination burning in her eyes. Chapter 12, Part 2. Team Shinto versus Team Moon Rabbits. Vera's soliloquy the evening before our pivotal game. Kurosagi and I made our way to Aaron's residence. Despite Kurosagi being one of the inhabitants, her duties as an active goddess often led her to alternate between her 3 homes, unlike Hephaestus-sama, who was a more permanent resident. On the other hand, I only had 2 places to shuttle between since I didn't live here. As usual, we found Aaron engrossed in his office, meticulously sifting through a stack of documents, a task duly reported to us by Graphia. Knock, knock, I chimed in, lightly rapping on his office door. We could hear his chuckles from within, giving us the green light to enter. Upon stepping inside, we were greeted by a surprising sight. All the fated ones were gathered there, alongside Azathoth and Latia. Velgrind and Suzuku were locked in a game of chess by the couch and table, while Danu entertained Lyodin, and Lavinia had Shin in her company. Welcome back, Kuro, and hello, Vera. How can I assist you two? Aaron inquired, setting aside his work to focus on us. I glanced at Aaron, then at the fated ones, and back at Kuro, whose expression had shifted to one of utter mortification. I began, raising my voice slightly. This might not be the best timing, given the company, but Kuro and I have something to discuss, a personal request or favor. Most likely. Judging by Kurisagi's crimson hue, it's safe to assume it's of a personal nature, Latia remarked, her eyes locked onto us. Kuro attempted to clarify, but I swiftly covered her mouth, cutting her off. Pointing an accusatory finger at Aaron, I declared, Kuro wants to go to the moon. Although we're not sure if this is something we should bring up in case we win or not. The moon, you say? Aaron repeated, his smile widening. So, Team Moon Rabbits and the 2 rabbit Yukai goddesses wish to journey to the moon? I'm all for it. I've had an inkling to go there myself. Why not establish a supernatural city on the moon first, with the prospect of expanding it to accommodate humans in the future? He pondered aloud, turning his gaze to Latia. Can you even fathom the magnitude of such an undertaking? She questioned, her disbelief evident. Well, the workload wouldn't be too daunting if I were to oversee the initial stages, right? He replied. Latia remained unswayed, sighing, let me consider it. By all means, grant their request to visit the moon. Cinchureto, what conditions do you two have in mind? Or would you prefer to proceed without any conditions? I was about to enthusiastically voice something when Kuro smacked me on the head. By the time I turned toward her, she had already approached Aaron and whispered something in his ear. Her own ears twitched nervously, and he regarded her for a few moments before granting his approval. If you can make it happen, Kuro, then consider it done, he affirmed, sealing the agreement with a kiss. Kuro nodded rapidly before seizing my hand and pulling me out of the room. Wait, what? At least clue me in ITLLB to our advantage. Well, mainly for me, but he said he wouldn't mind including you as well. Wouldn't mind? Tell me something, for crying out loud, I demanded, bringing our impromptu march to a halt. Kira's blush intensified as she stammered. I asked him too. Third-person point of view Vera couldn't shake the memory of Kurisagi's candid revelation from the previous night, and a rosy blush crept across her cheeks. She let out a sigh before finally speaking up. I want 2 children. What? Raijin's voice cut through Vera's thoughts. Cinchureto momentarily stunning Raijin before the latter burst into laughter. He certainly has a knack for attracting peculiar women. Well, I suppose I'm one of them. But why not? 2 children, huh? I'd love to have a daughter, someone I can train in the same martial arts, techniques, and power alongside him, Raijin mused, Cinchureto. And we had a splendid time together. It was a very meaningful conversation, and he did say he'd consider it. Raijin blurted out before summoning a sword and appearing right in front of Vera. What an unusual conversation between 2 goddesses, and it revolves around an important proposal with the middleman. So, would you were both men, we can't have children with him. The commentators engaged in an equally bizarre conversation, but it was quickly cut short as the audience had no interest in hearing it. Raijin swung her sword upwards, attempting to strike Vera, but Vera utilized her magic to propel herself backward while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of ice and fire spells toward her fellow goddess. Raijin wore a confident grin as she thrust her hand toward the oncoming magical onslaught. Her arm became enveloped in purple lightning as she expertly dispelled most of the spells, though not without suffering burns and cuts from the fire and ice magic. Her clothing was slightly scorched, but she remained undeterred, quickly closing the distance between them once again. With a swift motion, she raised her arm, conjuring swirling tornadoes around Vera while shrouding them in crackling lightning and deafening thunder. She directed the tempestuous onslaught toward Vera, and the formidable forces surged forth. Without hesitation, Vera produced a wand, grasped it firmly with her right hand, pointed it skyward, and spun it in a circle. 8 tiers of intricate magic circles materialized in the sky, followed by numerous magical orbs, each adorned with multiple elemental rings signifying different forces. These orbs collided with the advancing tornadoes, generating a spectacle of elemental clashes that reverberated throughout the entire area. Winds, flames, lightning, ice, and arcane forces fused within the tempest, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated the surrounding environment, leaving nothing but a level, transparent terrain in its wake. Rajan-sama, we from Aaron's household witnessed your match against him. Please don't underestimate me and resort to that form, Vera cautioned, her wand trained on Raijin. Raijin smirked, then chuckled. Fufu, very well, Vera. Even though you're a new goddess, it'll give you everything I've got. Her body swiftly became enveloped in a dense, potent sphere of purple lightning, its expansion spreading to cover at least half of the battlefield. Other participants were forced to retreat to avoid being caught in the devastating attack, and subsequently forced into retirement. In the past few months, Raijin had undergone rigorous training. Having lost to Aaron Toole on 3 separate occasions, she craved another chance at a rematch. Aaron had agreed to a rematch during his visit to the Shinto Pantheon, albeit in a somewhat rushed manner due to his busy schedule that day. It had taken just a single punch to incapacitate Raijin. When she came to, she was shocked to learn what had transpired, and she realized that Aaron had been holding back even more than she initially believed. This revelation stirred conflicting emotions within her. She felt a brief surge of anger, but at the same time, she couldn't contain her excitement. She resembled a child who had uncovered a secret candy jar or a prematurely discovered Christmas gift. With Aaron as her new goal, she resolved to give her all, body and soul, to catch up to him. Like many other gods, Raijin understood that Aaron was an outer god. While he had spoken of their immense power, she yearned for tangible proof, and on that day, she had received it in the most straightforward manner possible. Once the lightning sphere erupted, it revealed a transformed Raijin. Behind her loomed a colossal, purple, hand-shaped cloud, her attire now a snug, light purple bodysuit. Behind the 7 purple orbs floated 2 massive hands adorned with twin Muzu Ishins. Well then, Vera, shall we commence the next round? Raijin inquired, grinning confidently at her opponent. Vera took a deep breath and surrounded herself with 10k energy. She raised her wand, causing millions of magic circles to materialize all across the battlefield. In victory or defeat, we'll make sure to leave a mark on your teammates, Rajan-sama. This competition thrives on teamwork, and I won't abandon my comrades easily, Vera declared. Let's put that determination to the test. Raijin materialized behind Vera in a bolt of lightning, but the rabbit Yukai had anticipated this move. She had already unleashed a barrage of magical attacks in various directions. Not knowing exactly where Raijin would appear, but ready for any possibility. Raijin commanded her enormous hands to intercept and disperse Vera's attacks. Those she couldn't reach, she targeted with her glowing purple orbs, neutralizing Vera's offensive. You'll need to do better than that I already have. Vera appeared behind Raijin as her counterattack unfolded. Her wand glowed brightly, infused with 10k, and she launched a point-blank strike at the goddess of lightning, thunder, and storms. Ha! TCH. Vera clicked her tongue as Raijin thwarted her attack. The floating orbs and giant hands formed a barrier, blocking and absorbing her assault. She tried to distance herself, but was surprised to find Raijin behind her. These things aren't glued to me, you know? Raijin remarked before delivering a swift kick to the back of Vera's head, sending her crashing to the ground. Vera swiftly rose from her fall, conjuring multiple layers of defensive magic circles as Raijin's lightning attacks rained down relentlessly. Each magic circle crumbled as Raijin's strikes inched closer. Raijin raised her hands, and her massive hands behind her followed suit. When her hands reached their zenith, the 2 small Muzu Ishin swords combined to form a mighty lightning pillar that pierced the sky. With a grin, Raijin brought her arms down. Desperately, Vera intensified her magic's power to counter the impending strike. Raijin's slash cut through all the defensive magic circles, resulting in a powerful purple explosion. A devastating attack from Rajan-sama obliterates everything in its path. Has player Vera survived? Her retirement announcement hasn't been made yet. When the smoke dissipated, All eyes turned to Vera's fate. She had lost an arm, but was otherwise mostly intact, and she wore a defiant grin directed at Raijin, who grinned back. She's still alive, missing an arm, but alive. Player and Queen Vera faced that slash as if it were nothing. Vera pointed her wand at her missing arm, conjuring a temporary replacement. However, maintaining this technique drained her magic and stamina further, on top of what she was already expending for Senura. Let's keep going, Raijin Sama. Hee, a cheeky new goddess indeed. Not many would press on after enduring an attack like that. Raijin advanced toward Vera. As she did, an immense surge of energy emanated from Vera and exploded outward, much like Raijin's earlier display. The energy pillar expanded rapidly before vanishing suddenly. Vera's white hair had turned silver, and her red eyes now bore a deep shade of gold. Raijin was taken aback by the power radiating from Vera. This sensation, it's like, Raijin's a dragon? Raijin wondered, staring at Vera. Well, you could say I have the blessings of two individuals, Vera replied, her grin widening. Scorch's affection and the blessing of the Amakroterk. A few hours after Kurosagi had taken Vera away, she returned to the Tool household and asked Aaron if there was a way to enhance her strength for the game. Initially reluctant, Aaron's conversation with Velgrind led to the idea of granting Vera a unique blessing tailored to Aaron's distinct powers, separate from the realms of DXD and the Cardinal World Central World in her universe. With both their permissions, Vera received Aaron's blessing, and in addition, Velgrind bestowed upon her the blessing of the Amakroterk and Scorch's affection. Aaron's original idea, the blessing of the Jinni Jin, was swiftly vetoed for sounding less than ideal. He ultimately settled on the current name. Vera and Tobio received different blessings from Aaron. While both provided a power boost when activated, Vera's version granted access to abilities spanning the Omniverse, whereas Tobio's blessing amplified his darkness, shadow, and flame-based abilities. In the blink of an eye, Vera materialized beside Raijin, who took a moment to register her presence. Wrapped in a silver, gold, and orange aura, Vera delivered a palm strike to the Shinto goddess, landing it squarely on her face. This time, it was Raijin who was sent hurtling backward. But before she could recover, Vera appeared above her, launching an enormous ball of scorching flames. Raijin's floating hands instinctively blocked the attack, but Vera followed up with a continuous stream of magic attacks, overwhelming the defenses. I'm not finished. Explosion! Vera screamed as a colossal mushroom cloud engulfed their battlefield. What incredible power! That explosion obliterated half the field. Vera had pushed her explosion magic to the limit, obliterating half of the battlefield. Few structures remained, and most vehicle replicas were destroyed. Despite the mighty attack, Vera still had half her magical reserves, ready to continue the fight. Others caught within the blast radius were shielded by their king's defensive magic circles or barriers, sparing them from harm. However, it disrupted many ongoing battles. Vera, are you okay? Ear, one of Team Moon Rabbit's bishop, called out in panic. I'm fine, but I guess defeating Raijin won't be that easy, Vera replied. When the smoke cleared, Raijin stood on the ground, catching her breath, badly wounded from the battle. Nevertheless, she grinned up at Vera. I heard you used a similar attack in the Greek pantheon a few months ago. This was close to that level. But I'm still in the game, she said, regenerating her orbs and hands. Raijin had survived Vera's assault by shielding herself within the giant floating hands. Layered lightning barriers from the orbs, and her own barrier. While Vera's amplified powers still broke through, they were significantly diminished by the time they reached Raijin, leaving her with these injuries. Well, I gave it my all this time, but you're still standing, Vera remarked, and silence enveloped the area as the two goddesses locked eyes. After a brief pause, both emitted a dense aura. I'm advancing further in the tournament, Goddess Vera, Raijin declared, leaping toward the rabbit goddess. I want my prize. Vera roared, flying toward Raijin with wand in hand. In the arena of divine confrontation, the two pawns from Team Moon Rabbits assumed their positions, confronting the formidable bishop and rook of Team Shinto. Here, the stage was set for a duel of extraordinary beings, as Taizetsu and Rindo squared off against two godlike entities, Bishop Amaterasu, the chief god of the Shinto pantheon, and Raijin, the formidable rook of Team Shinto. Rindo spoke Taizetsu, his voice resonating with determination. "Very well," replied Rindo, his resolve unwavering. "Raijin-sama, may I have the honor of facing you?" he asked, and Raijin, in silent acknowledgement, joined him as they left the center stage. "Amaterasu-sama, I entrust myself to your guidance," declared Taizetsu, his demeanor shifting as he assumed a combat stance, enfolding his form in the potent embrace of Tuki. "Of course," responded Amaterasu, her gaze fixated on the enigmatic young Yukai. Her tone bore a touch of intrigue as she continued, "Pawn, Kun, though you appear unconventional, I must confess am not a pure-blooded rabbit Yukai. Am a hybrid," Taizetsu explained, his voice tinged with humility, before launching himself toward Amaterasu. Yet she stood her ground, her expression a serene smile that belied her incredible power. She not moving? Chief gods must harbor immense confidence and power then. Taizetsu, in the midst of his charge, ascended to the status of queen. As he closed the distance, his attack took the form of a Tuki-infused uppercut aimed at Amaterasu. With fluid grace, she evaded his strike, stepping back, but Taizetsu pressed on. He unleashed a flurry of Tuki-enhanced punches and kicks upon Amaterasu, seamlessly interspersing them with standard blows. However, Amaterasu, with her unwavering smile, effortlessly sidestepped every assault. Taizetsu sensed no mockery in her actions, curiously leaving him neither incensed nor vexed, but rather bemused by her reactions. "You possess remarkable skill, Pawn, Kuin," Amaterasu commended. "I appreciate your praise, though my name is Taizetsu," he replied. She chuckled, her apology carrying a gentle tone. "My apologies, Taizetsu-kun. Shall we continue?" "Oh, but before that, do you possess a sacred gear?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. "While I am a hybrid, my human lineage stems from another Yukai. Not a human," he clarified before launching another assault on Amaterasu. Their intricate dance repeated, yet Taizetsu noticed an inexplicable phenomenon. Warm spots appeared across his body each time he delivered a punch or kick toward Amaterasu. Taizetsu, almost as if by a twist of fate, vanished from view, reappearing behind Amaterasu to land a punch, only to find his blow thwarted by a fiery shield that materialized behind her. A sense of astonishment washed over the young rabbit hybrid, compelling him to retreat while tending to his briefly singed hand, a result of contact with her fiery defense. Nodding to himself, Taizetsu enshrouded both arms and hands with protective ice guards and gloves. He surged forth once more toward Amaterasu, but just as he neared her, he vanished into thin air. Taizetsu reappeared to Amaterasu's right, throwing a punch at her. Yet again, it met a flaming shield, though this time he emerged unscathed. Swiftly, he withdrew, once more shifting his strategy. He covered his legs, shins, and feet in an intricate ice armor and charged towards Amaterasu anew. This time, a vivid streak of azure lightning enveloped the battlefield. Before Amaterasu could react, one of her shields came under a relentless assault. She turned to see Taizetsu disappear yet again. Her smile broadened as Taizetsu multiplied, appearing in rapid succession all around her. Each incarnation delivered punch after punch and kick after kick to her fiery shields, yet none could muster enough force to breach them. Weary but resolute, Taizetsu finally retreated, releasing a tired sigh. "It seems my current approach won't suffice. Are those shields automatic, Amaterasu-sama?" he inquired, his gaze locked on his slowly melting ice armor. "They are indeed, though initially I created them manually." Erogene, was the one who recommended this method. Demonstrating one of his Electa's defensive systems to me, she explained, her hand delicately resting on her cheek. "I see," Taizetsu remarked. He transitioned into another stance, a peculiar ice armor now enshrouding his entire body. Amaterasu pondered, clapping her hands together. "I see. You're a part Yukiana, aren't you? The convergence of a rabbit Yukai and Yukiana, a rare union more so, considering your male lineage." Taizetsu offered a wry smile and nodded. "As expected of a Japanese god, your keen insight is most impressive. Indeed, I am a miraculous child born of those two species, blessed with innate ice-based abilities in conjunction with my rabbit Yukai attributes and Tuki. I consider myself truly fortunate, and my parents watch over me today." In the complex web of power dynamics, Taizetsu was the solitary Satan-class rabbit Yukai on their team, a stark contrast to his comrades, who boasted ultimate class and high-class standings. The one currently confronting Raijin held ultimate class status, teetering on the precipice of a breakthrough. The team shared a tacit understanding that their chances of victory hinged on Kurosagi and Vera prevailing in their respective matchups against Hachiman and Raijin. "I sense it. Pardon me?" Taizetsu inquired, his confusion apparent as Amaterasu delivered her unexpected proclamation. "Sense what?" "You, Pawn, Kuin, embody what Jean refers to as Satan class. However, forgive me if my confidence appears audacious, but this alone will not suffice to overcome me," Amaterasu declared, her smile unwavering. "What lends you such confidence in your own abilities?" Taizetsu queried, his brow furrowing in contemplation. "The power of chief gods within various pantheons varies considerably. I must confess that I wasn't always this formidable, and while I might have engaged ultimate class opponents competently, encounters with Satan class and God class beings often yielded uncertain outcomes," she admitted. "But perhaps, Censuredo." The entire game field was cast in a resplendent hue of crimson, a sight that left everyone astounded and agog, their bewilderment magnified by the ensuing announcement. "One pawn of Team Moon Rabbits retire." The words reverberated through the arena, leaving spectators and participants alike utterly confounded. When the world just happened. Player Taizetsu was defeated before he could even react. The astonishment in the commentator's voice mirrored the collective shock of the audience. "Amazing! Amaterasu-sama has unleashed her overwhelming might. A solitary technique, a singular strike, and the formidable player Taizetsu, known for triumphing over numerous ultimate class opponents in the tournament, has been defeated." Eren had employed this very technique to vanquish Rubicant the previous year, leaving an indelible impression on Amaterasu. As the goddess of the sun, she possessed a formidable repertoire of techniques, abilities, and attacks. However, she had approached Eren with a casual request, a surefire method to dispatch her adversaries. In response, Eren had introduced her to the Akatsuki, or Crimson Moon, technique. Among the various techniques he had shared, this one held particular appeal for her. Its elegance lay in its simplicity. It demanded nothing more than the user's capacity to unleash an immensely potent fireball at point-blank range, capable of transmuting the surroundings into a vibrant crimson. With a subtle turn of her gaze toward Raijin, Amaterasu murmured softly, "I shall oversee your contest then." Hachiman expressed his desire for me to abstain from intervening in his duel against their fellow king. Regardless of today's outcome, let there be no lingering resentment among us. Seriously? I knew Amaterasu-sama was powerful, but to dispatch Taizetsu that swiftly... Darn it! Rindo's expletive burst forth, his frustration palpable. Amaterasu-sama doesn't often engage in combat, but her power is undeniable. She holds the position of our chief god for good reason, Raijin commented with a note of respect in his voice. Rindo's grin flashed. I never intended to underestimate her. I just hoped our super pawn could put up more of a fight, maybe even emerge victorious. That would have been a near impossible feat, even I, at my full strength, cannot surpass her anymore. Why is that? Rindo inquired, curiosity etching his features. Since Jean's recent visit, Inari, Jin, and Amaterasu have seen a substantial increase in their powers. Raijin, however, declined this boost, opting to attain her power through her own efforts, Raijin elucidated. With a sigh, Raijin cloaked himself in a divine aura. Enough Pleasant displayed no signs of possessing a sacred gear, but his innate abilities intrigue her. Without a word more exchanged, Rindo vanished from his initial spot, bringing his katana down upon Raijin. The dragon god met his advance with a calm demeanor, intercepting the blade. Yet, a sly grin played on Rindo's lips as multiple slashes seemingly materialized from all directions, targeting Raijin. Raijin deftly pushed Rindo aside and countered the attacks unleashed against him. "Are you curious?" Rindo inquired, his smile unyielding as he faced Raijin. Raijin brushed a shoulder and sighed. "Not particularly. You're pretty boring." "Oh well," Rindo muttered to himself before launching back at Raijin. His katana traced sparks along the ground, 10k discharging from it. His speed doubled, and he closed in on Raijin, calling out up as he swung his sword upwards. Raijin retreated briefly, but swiftly returned to block a strike from behind him. He employed his divine aura to counter a subsequent cut. Perplexed by the enigmatic workings of Rindo's powers, Raijin opted to observe for the time being. "Oh, right, I can't play around forever. Let's go all out." Rindo murmured to himself before grinning. His body underwent a remarkable transformation. Black hair gave way to white patches of fur on his hybrid physique, while thicker, denser 10k enveloped him. 2 additional arms materialized beneath his existing ones, and 2 more katanas manifested, grasped firmly by the extra hands. I was already a bit peculiar as a hybrid, and my rabbit side was somewhat of an anomaly. My father was taken aback by it, but he didn't criticize me. In fact, he trained me in it while my mother honed my magical abilities, Rindo recounted. "Let's go, Raijin-san." Harnessing his superior leg strength, Rindo instantaneously appeared above Raijin, wielding all 3 swords as he descended. 3-sword style, Equinox, Rindo proclaimed. His 10k enshrouded all 3 katanas, propelling them swiftly toward Raijin. Raijin caught the blades yet again with impeccable precision. Although a fraction of Rindo's assault found its mark, merely grazing him, it was an accomplishment of significance for the challenger, and he acknowledged it with a smile. "If you continue your training, you will undoubtedly grow stronger. However, this is as far as you go," Raijin declared before driving his hand forward, shattering Rindo's katanas and striking him squarely in the barato. The powerful blow sent Rindo hurtling through the air. Gasping for breath as he soared, Rindo's thoughts turned introspective. "My best isn't enough, huh? I took pride in being ultimate class, believing I could keep pace with Taizetsu. But perhaps we are merely significant figures in a confined arena." However, just as Rindo began to contemplate yielding, a resounding voice surged from the crowd. "Don't give up, Rin." "Rindo, if you give up now, I won't let you hear the end of it about that vacation." He couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment at their words, even as they filled him with renewed determination. Landing back on the ground with a crash, legs trembling, Rindo forced himself upright. "It might be wise to yield now," Raijin advised, taking his position before Rindo. "Even if the difference in our abilities resembles night and day, I won't give up so easily. I want to appear cool, maybe find a girlfriend." Rindo exclaimed, a touch of self-deprecating laughter in his tone. "And I have that vacation to look forward to." The vacation, a cherished plan conceived months ago, was set to precede the tournament. Rindo had eagerly accepted an invitation to join their team, unaware of the rigorous training and the formidable opponents they would encounter along the way. Initially, Rindo and his team had been considered deadweight, heavily reliant on the prowess of Kurosagi and Vera. However, with time and rigorous training, they gradually closed the gap, allowing them to keep pace with their formidable comrades and adversaries alike. Victory in individual battles became a regular occurrence. Among his teammates, latent powers began to stir, rendering them even more formidable opponents. Some demonstrated the capability to take on ultimate-class adversaries solo and emerged victorious, while others fought to draws or ascended to that very echelon of power. The tournament, a blessing for many, acted as a crucible, forging their strengths even if they didn't secure numerous victories or qualify for the main event. Simply participating, facing stronger foes, and learning from those clashes kindled the flames of their potential. Aaron had foreseen these transformative effects and planned for them to a certain extent. He knew that their strength would burgeon, but the exact extent remained uncertain. His aspiration was for most participants to attain high class or even surpass it during this crucible of a tournament. Raijin regarded the young rabbit Yukai before him with a smile. "Boy, state your name once more." Rindo tightened his grip on his primary katana, positioning it forward, while his two additional katanas formed an X behind the first. He inhaled deeply, releasing a surge of 2k and power. "I am Rindo, the eccentric hybrid who will etch his name in history by challenging you," he declared, offering a spirited smile to Raijin. Raijin chuckled, shaping a colossal blade composed of his divine and draconic aura, a massive blue and white cross-shaped weapon taking form in his hand. "Raijin Dragon, God of the Seas, I acknowledge your spirit, young Yukai. You remind me of my younger self and my daughters," he mused, retracting his immense blade. Without further exchange, Rindo charged towards Raijin, the two extra katanas whirling in his supplementary hands. Rindo possessed two distinct abilities. The current transformation and a touch of spatial manipulation were inherited from his mother, a practitioner of spatial magic. Her specialization revolved around storing objects in different dimensions and spaces, but with Rindo's birth, it evolved into an innate ability. Hailing from Japan, his name reflected his heritage. His father, another rabbit Yukai, exhibited slight anomalies. With a bulkier build and strength surpassing most, albeit weak leg strength, Rindo appeared ordinary at birth, but harbored this inherent mutation. He honed this mutation into a transformation technique, utilizing it as a trump card. With his natural leg strength, additional arms, and innate spatial manipulation, he crafted a unique fighting style. The slash his head unleashed upon Raijin earlier had been transported to his customized space, ready to emerge through portals. Over time, he had mastered the technique to multiply the stored slashes, granting him a significant advantage against opponents. Through relentless effort and unwavering determination, Rindo had overcome one challenge after another to reach this point. "Show me your full power," Rindo cried out, perplexing Raijin. He accelerated once more, appearing behind Raijin, who swung his blade downward. "Sensuredo," Raijin replied. Dispelling his blade, he conjured an immense spear of water in the sky, infused with his divine and draconic aura. "Well fought, Rindo." Bringing down the colossal watery spear upon Rindo, it gave rise to a gargantuan aquatic explosion that swiftly transformed into a vortex. Sharks and other aquatic creatures materialized through his water manipulation, swimming within the vortex before detonating from within. As the immense watery vortex dissipated, the announcement resounded. "One pawn of Team Moon Rabbits retire. The second pawn of Team Moon Rabbits has been taken out." He also put up a fight against one of the gods of the Shinto team, but fell short. Right now, Team Shinto is unstoppable. Does this mean they'll win this game? The two people responsible for fighting and delaying the two other gods of Team Shinto were knocked out minutes after the game started. What will Team Moon Rabbits do now? It seems like your two aces are down. It was inevitable if they faced Amaterasu-sama and Raijin-sama, remarked Oda Nobunaga. At present, he was embroiled in combat against both knights of Team Moon Rabbits, Yasek and Xena. The news of Taizetsu's earlier retirement had already rattled them, but the announcement of Rindo's defeat further fueled their frustration. "You don't get to decide that." Geezer, Xena's fiery temperament flared. She unleashed a relentless flurry of sword slashes at Nobunaga, who deftly parried each strike. In situations like these, maintaining composure is crucial. Turbulent emotions can impede one's performance, Nobunaga advised. Cinchuredo Xena had always possessed a short fuse, leading to frequent clashes with her peers and older rabbit yokai. She was part of the crowd that Halzaham bullied, but instead of cowering, she embraced a combative spirit, fiercely defending her friends against any form of harassment or bullying. Even after Halzaham's demise, her new personality persisted. Nevertheless, she retained close friendships because of her unwavering loyalty. She would confront anyone who dared to threaten or mistreat her friends. Prior to Kurosagi and Aaron's return to their pantheon, Xena had already harbored intentions of avenging Halzaham. And if she had succeeded, both she and those involved would likely have met their demise, as they were significantly weaker than Halzaham. Flow like a river, get lost. Xena screamed again, enveloping herself in Tuki before manifesting numerous clones and charging at Nobunaga. The countless clones swarmed Nobunaga, each wielding the same level of power as the original Xena. Anyone insufficiently skilled or prepared would quickly fall before them. However, Oda Nobunaga was no ordinary opponent. In reality, he surpassed Xena and Yasek's combined might. What the? Xena was taken aback as she witnessed her clones being effortlessly dispatched by Nobunaga. It appeared as if he hadn't moved, yet her clones were vanquished with a single strike. He's distracted. I can catch him off guard, Xena thought, grinning, as she accelerated to reach Nobunaga. She raised her arm. Cinchuredo. No, 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 no. What is happening? She screamed inwardly, flipping herself around and halting her descent with both feet planted firmly on the ground. Yasek rushed to his comrade's side, gripping her shoulder. You're hurt. It'll stop the bleeding, he said, quickly treating the wound. I told you, Xena, Oda Nobunaga is an exceptional warrior. You can't approach this half-heartedly. I want to give you a chance to regroup, interrupted the older man, suddenly appearing before them and driving his sword toward them. Yasek's pupils gleamed, accompanied by mechanical noises. In an instant, he and Xena disappeared, reappearing a few feet away. To Nobunaga's surprise, Xena's arm had been restored. Phew, I made it in time. Yasek exhaled in relief. Have you been targeted by any unsavory groups since the tournament began? Fortunately, no, but I appreciate your concern. Yasek replied before leaping toward the seasoned warrior, who offered a knowing smile. Yasek's eyes emitted a translucent glow, and this time, transparent clones of himself materialized and soared toward Nobunaga. An interesting trend. Both knights on your team seem fond of employing cloning techniques, Nobunaga mused. He then swung his sword horizontally, and a colossal aura surged forth, slicing through both Xena and Yasek. However, he also snapped his fingers, conjuring thousands of magic circles behind him. Countless magical attacks were launched toward the two knights. Don't lag behind, Xena shouted, dashing forward to shield Yasek. He sighed and followed her lead. Both warriors enveloped their bodies in blades and Tuki, deflecting and slicing through the magical assaults hurled by Nobunaga. They recognized that confronting the legendary warrior's aura slash would be futile, so they leaped over it, attempting to maintain their momentum. However, Yasek sensed something amiss and halted abruptly. Just as he tried to warn Xena, he fell to his knees. What's happening? Xena W8. He tried to shout, but in reality, it came out as a whispered plea. Nobunaga had concealed an illusion atop the slash attack he unleashed, causing it to appear larger both in height and width. This slash possessed an insidious property. It drained the stamina and magic of those it struck by at least 50. Currently, Yasek had seen his magical reserves and stamina reduced by half, but Xena remained unaffected, as Nobunaga had chosen to spare her from this debilitating effect. He knew he had to deal with Xena's recklessness first before contending with Yasek, as the latter's ability posed a more significant challenge. Xena thrust her sword toward Nobunaga, but he swiftly evaded her attack. She continued her assault, incorporating feints and aura slashes, but Nobunaga effortlessly discerned her intentions and began to counter. "What fuels your anger, young one?" he inquired, receiving no response. Instead, Xena unleashed a flurry of wild sword swings. One has to wonder how she made it this far in the tournament. Nobunaga opted to carefully observe her, drawing his own conclusions, knowing that extracting any meaningful information from Xena was futile. Every thrust, slash, and magical assault she launched was infused with raw emotion, leaving an impression on Nobunaga. As Xena summoned an elemental sword from the ground in an attempt to strike him, he leaped away, and she followed, executing a mid-air spin before descending with a foot strike. Nobunaga blocked her attack with his sword, allowing himself to be blown away. He landed gracefully on the ground, maintaining his watchful stance. Xena continued her assault, swinging her sword rapidly and generating a star-shaped aura slash. She added lightning attacks to the mix and stomped the ground, creating a miniature earth wave that disrupted Nobunaga's footing. To her astonishment, Nobunaga remained rooted to his position, calmly observing her attacks. He aimed his hand at the ground, levitating himself upward, then drew his sword back and, in a single thrust, dispelled the magic attack Xena had aimed at him. Next were her star-shaped aura slashes. Nobunaga coated his blade with his own 10k, then swung it downward, launching a singular aura slash to counter hers. "Huh, do you seriously think?" Xena began to retort, but was cut short as her aura slashes were obliterated. Before her thoughts and words could catch up with her, Nobunaga appeared in front of her, launching an attack. "Xena!" Yasek cried out, attempting to move but arriving too late. Xena was struck by Nobunaga's blade. The force of the blow sent her tumbling backward, but Yasek caught her. Struggling to breathe, she glanced at Yasek and managed a grin. "Well, that was an uncool way to go out, huh? Sorry, stuff happened last night, and it clouded my judgment for today. But aren't you always hot-tempered?" Yasek commented, looking at his teammate with a puzzled expression. Xena sneered in response. "Screw you. One night from Team Moon Rabbits retire. At least don't curse at me, you idiot." Nobunaga chuckled as he witnessed Xena's departure. Yasek stood up and faced Nobunaga. "He'll be in your care, Nobunaga-sama. I'm intrigued by your ability. Your friend carries a lot of baggage, but with you by her side, I know she'll be fine," Nobunaga reassured him, eliciting a blush from Yasek. "I'm not sure I understand what you mean, but we can discuss it when this is over," Yasek declared before charging at the former shogun. To Nobunaga's surprise, it appeared as if Yasek was blinking around, teleporting from place to place. However, he didn't let it perturb him, keeping a close watch on Yasek until he blinked to a specific location and swung his sword downward preemptively, forcing Yasek to block the attack. "What the? You're one terrifying old man," Yasek exclaimed, stunned by Nobunaga's instincts. "It comes with experience, young man," Nobunaga shouted before landing at the spot where Yasek had been moments ago. The young rabbit Yukai had moved aside, but after Nobunaga landed, a massive crater marked the spot. "What's with the absurd strength, too?" Yasek pondered, taking a step back as he surmised that Nobunaga's leg strength exceeded his. "Are you frightened?" the former shogun inquired. He advanced a step, and Yasek retreated one. "You are, aren't you?" "And no, why would I be?" Yasek replied, his unease palpable. He took a deep breath and composed himself, pointing his sword toward Nobunaga. "My body might think so, but my mind and spirit disagree." Nobunaga smiled at Yasek's words before charging at him and vanishing. Yasek immediately went on high alert, but before he could react, a powerful kick struck him in the back, sending him flying. When he turned around, he saw no one. However, another kick landed on his head from behind, and yet again, there was no assailant to be found. This sequence repeated several times until Yasek decided to utilize his innate ability, Rewind, which allowed him to revert to his state from 10 seconds earlier and return to his previous location. However, to his horror, Nobunaga was already there, striking his shoulder with his sword. What? How did you? Yasek stammered. A smile graced Nobunaga's face. It doesn't take a genius to figure out your ability. The only thing I needed to discover was the cutoff time for your ability to rewind. So I attacked you repeatedly until you were compelled to go back, and I began a small mental timer. 10 seconds. That's the maximum duration you can rewind, and my speed surpasses yours. Whether you go back 1, 2, 3, or 9 seconds, I can catch up and strike you, he declared with a smile. You're truly insane, Yasek muttered as he attempted to activate his rewind ability again. However, his other shoulder was pierced by Nobunaga's blade, causing him to groan in pain. I suggest you surrender. I refuse. Yasek tried to remove the blade from his shoulder, but failed. Nobunaga twisted it, intensifying the pain. Yasek eventually resorted to using both legs to kick Nobunaga off him, but he missed as Nobunaga leaped away. Yasek made another attempt to rewind, but this time he was struck down hard by Nobunaga's sword. Arg! Yasek screamed, collapsing. He continued to use his rewind ability, but was abruptly halted when Nobunaga struck a decisive blow to his torso. This is checkmate, young man, the former shogun declared. Yasek's bravado was gradually consumed by the retirement light, and he sighed. Darn it, were we outmatched from the start? The main stage is for well-rounded teams within a certain power range, as unfortunate as that may sound. Yasek clenched his teeth and fists. He didn't want to admit it, but deep down, he knew what Nobunaga said was true. Their only chance of victory hinged on their king winning her match against the opposing king, Hachiman, in a fair one-on-one duel, free from interference or assistance. That was their only logical path to victory. However, their previous games rarely unfolded as planned. Yes, they won, but more often than not, they relied on their king, queen, and pawns to secure the victory. Maybe we've come this far due to luck. Yasek mused. Your team's skills and abilities are genuine. However, the true challenges await in the main stage. You're meant to grow and evolve during the preliminaries, but if you don't progress sufficiently, you'll be the first to be eliminated from the main stage. Nobunaga explained. I see. Yasek finally faded from the field, feeling frustrated with himself. One night from Team Moon Rabbits retire. Well done, Oda Nobunaga, Amaterasu commended, landing beside him with Raijin. Nobunaga turned his attention to his chief god and nodded. It seems both knights of Team Moon Rabbits have their own challenges to face. I'd like to speak with them after this match. I see no issue with that. This is a game, and we should not hold grudges afterward. However, it would be wise to consult with Eren first, Amaterasu advised. Nobunaga nodded and turned his gaze in a specific direction. It appears another battle is nearing its conclusion. Indeed, Benkei Musashibu was plagued by a persistent case of hiccups, and to make matters worse, she was thoroughly intoxicated. Typically level-headed and astute, Iliora found it challenging to maintain her composure in the face of Benkei's exceedingly relaxed and nonchalant demeanor. The fact that she was being bested by a drunken, hiccuping warrior only compounded her vexation. SSSS. S what? Iliora snapped in irritation. Skill issue, ihiahaha. Benkei cackled, sending Iliora into a further fit of anger. What's wrong with this lunatic? Iliora demanded, but her question went unanswered. Iliora had commissioned custom armor for the raiding games, primarily covering her lower body, including her legs, feet, and thighs. Her inspiration had been Ruruko Nimura's counterbalance, a technique she had witnessed during the tournament. Iliora had sought to replicate a similar effect to enhance her leg strength and jumping ability. She propelled herself toward Benkei, unleashing a flurry of kicks. But the intoxicated warrior effortlessly evaded all her strikes, leaving Iliora baffled. Do you get stronger the drunker you get? Iliora bellowed in frustration. Oui? Benkei responded in an incomprehensible manner, further infuriating Iliora. Drawing her right leg back, Iliora unleashed an aura blade from it, sending it hurtling toward Benkei. The drunken warrior, who was shakily standing her ground, finally noticed the incoming attack. Just before it could reach her, She produced her staff and forcefully intercepted the assault. What? She blocked it? Eliora exclaimed. In her drunken stupor, Benkei applied even more force and shattered the attack. Eliora quickly overcame her shock and charged toward Benkei once more. She had performed admirably in the tournament so far, facing various formidable opponents, including Ultimate Class, Satan Class, and even God Class beings. She had never shied away from a challenge and always gave her best effort, even in defeat. However, today was proving to be an exception. The woman standing before her was not someone Eliora interacted with regularly. Her teammate, Xena, was another individual Eliora didn't particularly want to associate with, but their team membership required them to collaborate. While Eliora acknowledged Xena's strength and advantages, she struggled to form a personal connection. During training and meetings, Eliora maintained a friendly facade with Xena, but once they parted ways, she largely kept her distance or refrained from engaging with her. Xena had noticed this behavior and confronted Eliora about it, prompting Eliora to explain her reasons. Though Xena understood, she didn't necessarily like it but ultimately accepted Eliora's choice, thanking her for tolerating her. Benkei, on the other hand, presented an entirely different challenge for Eliora. She was an enigma that Eliora found herself unable to contend with during the match. Benkei stood still, hiccuping a few times before wobbling her gaze toward Eliora. Then, she abruptly vanished, taking Eliora by surprise. Before the young female rabbit Yukai could react, she felt the impact of a staff against her back, sending her sprawling. Recovering in midair, Eliora glanced behind her, but saw nothing. However, she was once again struck on the head by Benkei's staff, slamming her to the ground. The drunken warrior swiftly followed, attempting another staff strike, but Eliora rolled out of harm's way. Eliora couldn't fathom how Benkei's staff inflicted such significant damage despite her wearing armor. It defied logic unless Benkei's staff possessed special qualities they hadn't considered. Eliora concentrated an intense amount of 10k around her arms, forming transparent gauntlets. Similar to her armor, she had borrowed this technique from Jinchuru Saji, who she had observed using it in both his balance breaker and normal state. "Here I come, drunkard," Eliora shouted, utilizing her superior leg strength to propel herself with a single bound toward Benkei. With a clenched fist, she hurled it toward Benkei, who reacted swiftly, dodging her assault. Yet, Eliora's other arm followed suit, aimed straight at her opponent. Seeing this, Benkei, already evading another punch, used her free hand to graze the translucent gauntlet. She propelled herself out of harm's way, narrowly avoiding both attacks. What the heck?" Benkei exclaimed in disbelief. "He am amazing, right?" Eliora taunted with a cocky grin. Adding salt to the wound, Benkei conjured Shinto-style magic circles and unleashed fireflies, each the size of hand grenades, toward Eliora. Quick on her feet, Eliora activated her gauntlets just in time to block the attacks. However, the ensuing explosion sent her sprawling. Once they both landed on the ground, they locked eyes. Eliora inspected her arms, relieved to find no injuries but disheartened to see her gauntlets significantly damaged, enveloping more of her body in a dense 10k. She readied her right fist for the decisive blow when she was abruptly forced to leap away from her opponent. "TCH, I should have been faster," Eliora muttered in frustration, landing at a safe distance. A man with gray hair touched down beside Benkei. "Oi, you okay?" her teammate Sanura inquired as she joined them. "Zanura, I'm fine. I was about to retire her when he arrived." "But, are you okay?" Eliora asked, eyeing Sanura. Sanura looked worn and battered from a fight, covered in dust and scratches. She scratched her head, laughing it off. "I lost an arm earlier to him and ended up going head-to-head, only for him to add more holes, haha." Sanura, with her short green hair, fur, and red eyes, displayed a robust, athletic build. Eliora, with her long, wavy hair, white fur, and red eyes, possessed a slender frame. Both sported their team's tournament uniform and focused their attention on Yoichi, who was chastising the sleeping Benkei. "Oi, wake up, you stupid drunk. I'm not covering for both of us," Yoichi grumbled, annoyed. "Naiha, you know I can't drink any more," Benkei muttered in her slumber. Yoichi scratched his head in exasperation. "Shoot, she's in that kind of sleep, huh? She won't wake up anytime soon." He tapped his transceiver thoughtfully. "She won't wake up. Should I do it?" After a brief conversation on the device, Yoichi nodded and knelt beside Benkei, tapping her forehead. She began to glow. One pawn of Team Shinto retire. Eh? Did they just forcefully retire player Benkei? What a strange turn of events. Well, she'd be practically useless, so why bother keeping her around? She could have at least taken someone out before falling asleep. Yoichi muttered in frustration. Summoning his bow again, it emitted a purple glow. He fixed his gaze on both women before vanishing and reappearing beneath them, releasing a flurry of arrows. Senura reacted in time, creating a defensive magic circle that blocked some of the projectiles, but a few pierced through, forcing them to leap away. He's fussed. He's already been promoted to queen, so watch out. Also, think of him as an all-rounder. He can fight with his fists, use 2k, and wield a sword. Those arrows can pierce through anything I've used, so assume they'll pierce right through your gauntlets and armor, Senura cautioned. Yoichi sighed, forming armor around his shoulders, arms, hands, legs, and shoes. A visor materialized around his face as he focused on the two women before him. "2. Yoshitsun said Jinsen would give me a new bow if we won this as a gift. I can't afford to lose today," Yoichi muttered to himself. His excitement was palpable. Operation VV start. Operation VV is a go. Estimated time of charge completion, 1 minute. Current output, 100. A female voice echoed through his visor, accompanied by a lock-on user interface, targeting Eliora and Senura. Yoichi grinned and nodded to himself. "Just 1 minute, huh? That's fine with me." Yoichi Nazuno hardly needed this. The operation system he had developed alongside Azazel and Grigori stemmed from his Chinibu syndrome. The attack he intended to unleash on the two women before him was well within his capabilities without the system. Nevertheless, Yoichi reveled in the theatrics. It made him appear cool, and he was perfectly content with that. With a grin, he leaped back, drew his bow, and unleashed an even greater volley of arrows than before. Eliora and Senura dodged, but these arrows possessed tracking capabilities, relentlessly pursuing them. His arrows could do different things, so be cautious. Some traps are more powerful than others, while others are merely a nuisance. Senura warned. One of Yoichi's arrows blinked rapidly as it closed in on Eliora, who eyed it warily. However, before Senura could warn her, it detonated in a blinding burst of white light. "Curses! Eliora, can you hear me?" Senura shouted in desperation. Curses, she can't. I managed to break free, but can she? Within the luminous explosion, Eliora succumbed to an illusion. All around her stood a variety of handsome figures, each possessing a certain degree of attractiveness. They encircled her, Centuredo his tall, imposing figure standing at 65. "Eek! No! Get away! Come on!" The man growled, moving toward her. In the midst of the tumultuous battleground, the haunting echoes of Eliora's desperate scream pierced the chaos as she unleashed a point-blank magical attack upon her adversary, dispelling him like a wisp of smoke. A torrent of emotions welled within her as she realized the potency of her newfound abilities. Her actions became a mesmerizing dance of spell casting, the force of her gauntlet-enhanced punches and the grace of her well-aimed kicks. The illusions surrounding her wilted like fragile flowers in a storm, leaving her, as the sole figure, standing amidst the fading mirages. But in the aftermath of her victory, a disquieting question lingered, haunting her thoughts like a shadow. "Why am I not getting out?" she muttered, her voice a fragile echo in the enigmatic void. Then, an unexpected presence materialized before her, shattering her concentration and casting a veil of surprise upon her. The figure that manifested was one she knew all too well, yet its presence here defied logic and reason. Titaizetsu? She stammered, her voice trembling with disbelief. But no, you were eliminated from the game. You have to be an illusion. Driven by doubt and confusion, she launched her attack once more upon the illusion of Taizetsu, only to find her strikes effortlessly parried. Her wrist was ensnared by the illusion, and she was forcefully pressed against a wall that materialized out of thin air. The voice of her teammate, or so it seemed, pierced the surreal silence. In the real Taizetsu, Eli, did you forget? He inquired. His words became a haunting refrain. Caught in the tangled web of illusion and uncertainty, Eliora's face flushed with color, her eyes closing involuntarily as the illusion's image drew nearer. Inwardly, she struggled with the turmoil that raged within her, the clash between her rational mind and her conflicted heart. Darn it, what's wrong with me? Get a grip, she admonished herself, but her inner turmoil continued to swell. Just as she was about to launch another attack against the illusion, a sudden, searing pain erupted in her abdomen. Her gaze dropped to her stomach, where an arrow had found its mark. Arrow, darn it, I was too slow, she whispered, her voice tinged with despair. The illusion surrounding her fragmented, and she crumpled to the ground, clutching her bleeding wound. The ominous aura of retirement enveloped her, its cold light a cruel harbinger of her fate. Darn it all, she uttered in her final moments. Meanwhile, Yoichi, an observer of the unfolding drama, allowed a sardonic smile to grace his lips. Seems like she couldn't break out of the illusion on time, although dealing with her teammate took a little bit since she was persistent. One rook of Team Moon Rabbits retires. As Eliora's presence faded from the battlefield, her unspoken emotions and unfulfilled desires lingered like an echo in the wind. She had harbored romantic feelings for Taizetsu, her steadfast teammate, but the cold truth was that he harbored no reciprocal interest. Her questions about his romantic inclinations had yielded no response, leaving her to wonder if he held any sentiments for her at all. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Taizetsu had his own secret, one that weighed heavily on his heart. He was already engaged to another rabbit Yukai in their town, a bond he had meticulously kept separate from his life on the battlefield. Aware of Eliora's affections, he planned to disclose the truth to her, driven by a sense of responsibility and empathy for her unrequited love. The battlefield reverberated with shouts and cries, and Sanura, witnessing Eliora's departure, could not contain her frustration. "That's cheap," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with annoyance at Yoichi's tactics. Unfazed by her outburst, Yoichi calmly defended his actions, his eyes reflecting the icy determination that fueled his every move. Illusion magic was not against the rules, so using it was perfectly legal, he retorted, deftly sidestepping her punches and kicks. In the heat of battle, Yoichi's deflection of one of Sanura's punches was followed by a lightning-fast jab to her throat, an attack that left her reeling. His subsequent kick to her stomach sent her sprawling across the battlefield, where she tumbled and rolled before regaining her footing. She clutched her throat, feeling the residual pain and impact, but relief washed over her as she realized her injuries were not life-threatening. Nevertheless, her gaze bore into Yoichi with an undeniable sense of irritation. "Aiming for the throat, too? Do you actually play fair?" she demanded, her voice laden with disdain. Yoichi met her accusations with a stark admission, his voice devoid of emotion. "In a real fight like the war, anything goes. Complaining about things like that will only get you killed. I only want to get you away from me, not kill you. If I really wanted, I could have used more strength." Censuredo, a fleeting moment of respite in the midst of the tumultuous battle. "Lock on and begin the countdown," he instructed, his arrow aimed unswervingly at Sanura. Magic circles materialized around him, forming a protective barrier in anticipation of her potential retaliation. Perplexed by Yoichi's sudden change in strategy, Sanura questioned his motives. "Are you insane? I can easily dodge you. Why do such a simple move now?" she inquired, her confusion evident. Yoichi remained silent, his steely resolve unwavering. In a swift, decisive motion, Sanura leaped toward him, her leg poised to strike. However, before her attack could land, a multitude of defensive magic circles materialized, forming an impenetrable shield that blocked her assault. To further compound her predicament, a barrage of magic circles enveloped Yoichi, unleashing torrents of raw magic that forced her into a desperate evasive dance. Despite the odds stacked against her, Sanura refused to yield, drawing upon her unique skills and unwavering determination. As a high-class fighter, she was acutely aware of her limitations in comparison to the formidable opponents and gods that surrounded her. Nevertheless, she pressed forward with an indomitable spirit, embodying the very essence of resilience and courage. The countdown neared its climax, and Yoichi's countenance remained unshaken as he whispered, "This is my own finishing move, Verisant Victorious Shot." With these words, a colossal surge of energy surged from his bow, a breathtaking spectacle of vibrant purple and vivid green that enveloped the entire expanse of the battlefield. Sanura's expression contorted into one of pure panic as she desperately attempted to flee the impending cataclysm, her every instinct urging her to escape the inexorable maw of destruction. The formidable attack hurtled relentlessly towards Sanura, closing the gap between them with frightening speed. Its destructive power was indiscriminate, threatening not only her, but everything and everyone within its ominous path. Yoichi, the orchestrator of this relentless attack, spoke with calculated resolve. "You have two options: be hit or keep on running and accidentally take the rest of your team out," he declared coolly. "My team already knows about this attack and knows how to avoid it." Sanura bristled, on the cusp of retorting, but Yoichi had preempted her, leaving her with an irritated click of her tongue. She weighed her choices carefully, cognizant of the potential consequences of her actions. Dragging her teammates into the path of this devastating attack was not an option she was willing to entertain. Though her king and queen were formidable in their own right, she had no desire to burden them further, especially amidst the chaotic frenzy of battle that raged all around. With a resolute leap forward followed by a swift pivot, Sanura made her decision known. "Fine then, we'll take it head-on," she proclaimed, her determination radiating from her very core. She summoned her inner strength, enveloping her form in a brilliant pillar of white aura, the manifestation of her 10k. In the midst of this critical moment, memories of her journey in the tournament flickered through her mind, illuminating her resolve. She had faced adversaries of diverse backgrounds and races, forging bonds of friendship that would endure beyond the confines of the battlefield. Regrets were a distant notion to her. Every step in this tournament had been a testament to her courage and conviction. Charging headlong toward the oncoming energy beam, her right leg extended like a lance. She clashed with Yoichi's relentless assault. The clash was a spectacle of raw power and determination, but the disparity in their energies became increasingly evident. Fatigue and exhaustion gripped Sanura, her 10k waning rapidly. Meanwhile, Yoichi had not fully tapped into his reservoir of energy, preserving his strength for this crucial showdown. The force of Yoichi's attack pushed her inexorably backward, drops of sweat beading on her determined visage. Yet, even in the face of this seemingly insurmountable challenge, she refused to yield. With one final, defiant cry, she channeled the last vestiges of her energy and 10k, forming a tenuous barrier of resistance. "Aya!" Her voice resonated with determination as she expended the very last of her strength. The 10k aura, once radiant, dissipated, leaving her drained but unbroken. Her grin, though tinged with resignation, spoke volumes of her unyielding spirit. Dang it, Yoichi's relentless energy beam streaked across the sky, striking Sanura and carving a powerful path toward the barrier at the edge of the battlefield. The resulting explosion echoed through the field, a testament to the sheer intensity of the confrontation. One rook of Team Moon Rabbits retire. Down. Team Moon Rabbits is down another player. Only 4 members of their team remain on the field, while Team Shinto only lost one because Shi was too drunk. Both bishops, queen, and king remain for the rabbit-centered team. Amidst the chaos and aftermath, Yoichi allowed himself another sigh, his smile tinged with satisfaction. I took 2 down. Now all we need to do is beat the rest. Hachiman-sama can definitely win, right? His confidence in their remaining team members was unwavering, a beacon of hope amid the tumultuous battlefield. In the fierce battleground, the duo representing Team Moon Rabbits faced an unfavorable challenge, squaring off against the formidable duo from Team Shinto. The legendary samurais of Japan, Miyamoto Musashi and Yoshitsune Minamoto. Ear and Tenadil, the valiant combatants from Team Moon Rabbits, possessed unique strengths that complemented each other's abilities. Although not overwhelmingly powerful individually, their synergy was undeniable. Tenadil had demonstrated his versatility throughout the tournament, taking on roles ranging from pawn to knight. He was, in essence, the team's adaptable wildcard. Ear, on the other hand, excelled as a support, and they had joined forces for this pivotal battle, hoping to bolster Tenadil's chances. But the last few minutes had proven to be an uphill struggle against the 2 iconic figures of Japan. Yoshitsune, swift and graceful as the wind, made a lightning-quick advance toward Tenadil, her katana gleaming with deadly intent. With impeccable timing, the male rabbit Yukai blocked her strike using a remarkable shield bestowed upon him by his king, a gift originally passed down from Grigori. As a child, he had been captivated by a certain American superhero who wielded a shield with unmatched skill, sparking a desire to emulate such heroics. Yet, as a rabbit Yukai, his true prowess lay in the use of his legs and associated techniques. Ingeniously, he incorporated this unique style into his newly acquired shield. Rather than gripping it conventionally, Tenadil's shield adhered to magical binds on the sides of his legs, creating a distinctive signature move exclusive to him. Crafted with the aid of Eren, it possessed a mystical bond, ensuring that even if wrested from his grasp, it would eventually return to him after a certain passage of time. Tenadil had also developed a repertoire of distinctive attacks and techniques based on the innovative use of a shield, rendering him a formidable adversary. Intrigued by the shield's durability, Yoshitsune inquired, "That is quite a resilient shield." Tenadil Dano, "May I ask from whence it was obtained?" Grigori, "Well, my king received it from there, so I assume it was the handiwork of numerous fallen angels and other supernatural beings." Tenadil replied casually before deftly repelling Yoshitsune's assault. The acrobatic warrior executed a mid-air backflip, landing gracefully at a safe distance. "I see," Yoshitsune acknowledged, her body enveloped in Tuki. Without uttering another word, she charged once more, her movements now too swift for Tenadil's eyes to follow. Relying on his innate instincts, Tenadil attuned himself to the subtle shifts in the environment. In a fraction of a second, he detected a change and responded by executing a swift kick in that direction, propelling his shield away from him. A shiver coursed through his entire body. "You possess remarkable instincts and a natural aptitude for combat," Yoshitsune commended from behind him. She swiftly thrust her blade through his chest and then, with a fluid motion, drew it upwards, cleaving through his upper torso and shoulder. Tenadil, Ur's anguished cry pierced the air as she witnessed her fellow bishop fall to his knees, grievously wounded. With a burst of wind magic, she repelled Miyamoto Musashi and teleported beside Tenadil, immediately initiating the healing process. "Well, that was quite brutal, Yoshitsune," remarked Musashi as she joined her fellow knight. "But sending bishops against us, even if they're versatile, seems rather reckless, don't you think?" "I simply sought to retire him. It appears that Amaterasu wishes to conclude this contest," Yoshitsune replied resolutely. "I shall carry on." "Wait, what?" Musashi exclaimed, aghast, as Yoshitsune charged toward the 2 remaining moon rabbits. Tenadil's recovery was far from complete, and Yoshitsune summoned a series of Shinto-style magic circles, unleashing a barrage of fiery magic attacks upon the two rabbit yukai. Er's frustration was palpable as she clicked her tongue in irritation. Swiftly, she erected a protective barrier between them, warding off the majority of Yoshitsune's relentless magical onslaught. However, the relentless barrage of spells seemed determined to melt through her defenses. Her bishop position bestowed upon her a potent amplification of her magical abilities, yet the sheer intensity of Yoshitsune's assault threatened to overwhelm her barrier. With another exasperated click of her tongue, Ir took hold of Tenadil's shoulder and executed a teleportation spell, whisking them away from the perilous spot. As they vanished, her magical barrier shattered, and the area they had just occupied was engulfed in a blaze of fiery magic. These two enemies are relentless. How can we possibly keep up? Ir pondered. I'm all right, Ir, Tenadil reassured her as he rose to his feet. I can continue the fight. Thanks for patching me up. Tenadil's shield, once hurled in Yoshitsune's presumed direction, finally returned to him unscathed. He inspected it briefly before turning his attention back to Ir. You may be exasperating, but retreating isn't an option. This is our final stand. If we falter, we'll have no choice but to rely on Kurosagi and Vera once more, she declared, taking her place beside him. You're right, we can't make that a habit. Besides, the kings and queens they're confronting are formidable gods in their own right. It's anyone's guess who will emerge victorious, Tenadil replied. Very well, best of luck, Ir said, subtly nodding toward Musashi, who reciprocated the gesture. With coordinated precision, they leaped away to face each other. No offense, Yoshitsune-san, but I'm surprised you didn't just attack us together, Tenadil remarked, his curiosity piqued. Yoshitsune had observed them in silence after their hasty teleportation. She briefly closed her eyes, reopening them with an unspoken determination. I may seek a swift victory, but I still cherish my honor as a warrior. Amaterasu-sama and our fellow gods on this team understand that. With a decisive shake of her head, she leveled her blade at Tenadil, enveloping both her body and weapon in Tuki. Enough chatter. Let our duels reach their conclusion, Tenadil Dano. Yoshitsune Minamoto relied solely on her innate attributes, her Tuki, her magic, her swordsmanship, and her experience. Eren had offered to grant her additional power during his recent visit to their pantheon, but she had declined. She wished to rely solely on her own abilities, without external influences or assistance. The others had accepted this choice as something rare and admirable. Although she refused new powers, she embraced the potential for personal growth, pushing herself beyond her limits. As they readied themselves for their impending clash, Yoshitsune couldn't help but recall a brief exchange between herself and Eren, a memory that brought a faint smile to her lips. Under the veil of night, within the sacred confines of their pantheon, Yoshitsune Minamoto was entrenched in rigorous training. She knew that a mere day separated them from their final preliminary match, even though their place in the tournament was already secured thanks to their accumulated points. Still, they hungered for one more challenge to cement their dominance. Tonight was no exception. Yoshitsune found herself in her usual spot near her dwelling, tirelessly honing her skills. Her blade sliced through the air with unwavering determination, sweat streaming down her face and body as she repeated her precise strikes. A male voice pierced the tranquility of her practice. Yoshitsune's senses instantly sharpened, and she turned to face the source Eren tool. Jin-san, or would you prefer Eren-san? She inquired, finally lowering her sword to acknowledge his presence. Whichever you're comfortable with, Yoshitsune, Eren replied, rising from his spot and approaching her. He surveyed their surroundings with a contented nod. Nice home you have here. Do you share with Yoichi and Benkei? Yes, but they're currently out shopping for groceries. After we met, things just clicked, and we decided to live together right away. It was a bit awkward at first, but within a few days, we all harmonized. They'll be cooking after this. Would you care to join us? Yoshitsune offered. Nah, I'm good. I simply stepped out for a while. Jin has been pestering me all day, and Suzaku, Akino, and Rias want to prepare dinner for me tonight, so we'll keep my stomach empty, he explained with a warm smile. You hold them in high regard, don't you? Yoshitsune remarked, noting the affection in his words. Yep. Sometimes I feel they pamper me excessively, but I have various individuals within me who advise otherwise. So, I graciously accept their gestures and strive to reciprocate. By the way, are you certain about declining my earlier offer? Most of your team and the gods have accepted, Aaron inquired. Yoshitsune bowed her head and gently shook it. I appreciate the offer, but I must decline once more. I wish to confront my opponents in the tournament solely with my own strength. Aaron nodded and fixed his gaze on her as he prepared to speak. However, another figure arrived, prompting Yoshitsune to bow her head once more. Amaterasu-sama, welcome to my humble abode. How may I assist you? She greeted. Fufu, there's no need for formality, Yoshitsune. Raise your head, Amaterasu replied, her hand gently resting on Aaron's arm. Do you need me for something? Aaron pointed at himself, slightly bemused. Yes, you. I visited the inn where you were staying. It has gained quite the reputation since its renovation, thanks to your restaurant. So, I've decided to join you for dinner. If that's agreeable with you, Amaterasu stammered, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Yoshitsune silently observed the exchange between the two, a knowing smile on her face. Amaterasu-sama, your expression mirrors that of Suzukadano and Akinodano when they look at Jin-san. It's clear that you hold affection for him, unless you've already confessed. Is that so? I don't mind. Well, one of the girls sent you to fetch me, didn't they? Aaron inquired, though Amaterasu shook her head. No, I came to get you on my own. I saw that their meal was nearing completion, so I decided, by myself, she admitted, her voice wavering slightly. I see. Thank you, Amaterasu, Aaron said, patting her head. Amaterasu blushed, but accepted the affectionate gesture. Aaron then turned back to Yoshitsune. How about this, then? It'll enhance your potential. My potential? Yoshitsune repeated, her curiosity piqued. Aaron nodded, providing an explanation that spanned from his unique ranking system to the concept of inherent potential at birth. He explained that everyone possessed a predetermined potential that could be surpassed, but typically required great effort. He further informed Yoshitsune that she had already reached her limit, and that aligning her potential with that of others in DxD could unlock even greater strength. Yoshitsune pondered the proposition, weighing the advantages and drawbacks. Ultimately, she saw more benefits than downsides in accepting the offer. As she was about to consent, her chief god interjected. May I recommend that you accept, Yoshitsune? Earlier, Aaron adjusted our potentials, and we all sensed newfound possibilities, unlike the usual uncertainty that has plagued countless gods over the years. Hachiman, too, embraced this change with enthusiasm. He's now eager to resume training, displaying a childlike excitement akin to receiving a gift, Amaterasu explained. Even Hachiman-sama, Yoshitsune inquired, and Amaterasu nodded in affirmation. With conviction, Yoshitsune agreed, saying, in that case, please alter my potential, Jin-san. I will forever be indebted to you. Great to hear, Aaron exclaimed, approaching her and placing a hand on her shoulder as Amaterasu kept her hand on him. With a simple touch, he initiated the alterations. And it's done. See, that's it? I thought Yoshitsune began to speak, but her expression shifted to one of astonishment. She examined her hands and clenched them open and closed. I feel as though I can now grow stronger, and it's not as vague as before. Normally, she delved into her thoughts on the matter, describing the perpetual uncertainty she had grappled with. In her early days as a warrior, the sensation of growth had been palpable, evolving day by day, week by week, and month by month. As the years passed, it had dwindled to an annual occurrence, eventually ceasing altogether. However, Yoshitsune still retained the ability to refine her techniques and master her swordsmanship, providing her with a sense of progression. But even that had plateaued once she ascended to godhood. I apologize for rambling, she exclaimed, offering a quick bow. Thank you immensely for this opportunity. Don't mention it. In any case, Good night and best of luck, Aaron said, turning away with Amaterasu at his side. She watched them depart, Amaterasu drawing closer and embracing Aaron's arm. Aaron chuckled and, with his free hand, playfully squeezed Amaterasu's cheek. They act like they're already a couple, geez. I should also you shit, son. We're back. Benkei's voice resounded through the area. Ah, igriegajis. He'll be right there. You shit, son called out. She wiped away her sweat, sheathed her sword, and began her journey back to her home. A soft smile graced her lips as she whispered to herself, perhaps some other time. With a swiftness that left her opponent stunned, Yoshitsune closed the distance to Tenadil, her blade leaving a trail of vicious cuts across his body. Ugh, he groaned, managing to deflect the more lethal strikes that aimed for his joints and throat. Since the war, Yoshitsune had embraced more lethal combat techniques, a stark contrast to her previous fighting style that favored prolonged battles when defending her realm and people. However, in the confines of this raiding game, the need for fatal blows had dissipated, allowing her to ease her intensity. Without hesitation, Yoshitsune pivoted and unleashed a torrent of thrusting attacks at Tenadil. He responded swiftly, employing his shield to parry her strikes. Yet, to his astonishment, a single thrust punctured his formidable defense. What? Weren't these shields designed to withstand God-class attacks? Then why did? His thoughts were abruptly cut short as Yoshitsune sent him tumbling backward with a powerful kick to his shield. I simply needed to calibrate my strength to pierce through your defenses, she remarked, watching as the young Yukai gazed at his now inadequate shield in confusion. Or perhaps he possesses the ability to infuse it with 2k, necessitating further adjustments on my part. Undeterred, Yoshitsune charged once more, sword poised for another assault. Yet this time, Tenadil grounded himself by planting his right foot firmly, shield positioned at his side. Shield prison, he bellowed, conjuring 5 identical shields that surrounded Yoshitsune. They closed in swiftly, and she attempted to fend them off by swinging her sword in a defensive arc around her. However, much to her surprise, her attacks proved futile. Even her magic was rendered powerless, and her attempts to evade the relentless shields were thwarted as they tracked her every movement, ensnaring her within their barrier. Capture complete. Now, I simply need to keep her confined until her defeats the other night, he muttered, a hint of apprehension creeping in. If she fails, then I'm in trouble. Trapped within the confines of the shield prison, Yoshitsune fervently attempted to break free. However, her attacks were either deflected back at her or absorbed by the unyielding walls. While the prison had expanded enough to allow her some mobility, it remained more akin to a storage closet than a spacious room. This ability must be tethered to him in some way. There must be drawbacks. It can't be an ability without them, she pondered to herself as she settled into a seated position. Perhaps it's linked to his stamina or magic. If that's the case, this may take some time. I might need to rely on Miyamoto to aid in my escape. As she contemplated her predicament, Yoshitsune weighed her options. She could meditate, biding her time and conserving her energy, or brainstorm strategies for escaping this confounding prison. In the heart of her metallic confinement, Yoshitsune embarked on a journey of the mind. She settled into a meditative state, allowing her thoughts to ebb and flow like a serene river. While meditation was her anchor, her mind's relentless pursuit of solutions remained unabated. Within this ethereal sanctuary, myriad conversations on diverse subjects echoed through her consciousness. They were like faint whispers from distant realms, snippets of wisdom, and fragments of knowledge, each a potential thread that could weave the fabric of her escape plan. These whispers, like ghosts of forgotten voices, whispered hints of hope. Time passed in this mental labyrinth, where thoughts and ideas danced in harmony with her unwavering determination. Yoshitsune's mind was a wellspring of creativity, and she sought to harness that creative force to overcome her predicament. As the echoes of thought reverberated through her mind, a sense of clarity emerged, and she knew it was time to act. Rising from her meditative stance, she cast her gaze upon the metallic walls that held her captive. They were foreboding, seemingly impervious to her desperate plight, but she would not be deterred. With graceful purpose, Yoshitsune reached out and placed her hand upon the cold, unyielding surface of her prison. Her fingers traced the lines and contours of the metal, seeking any imperfection, any chink in the armor of her confinement. Yet, the walls remained resolute, offering no hint of weakness. Determination burned in her eyes as she shifted her approach. She would not be defeated by mere walls. She needed to test the limits of this imprisoning shield. Her katana, an extension of her very being, was her instrument of choice. "I shall test your mettle," she declared to her unseen adversary. Her voice, filled with resolve, was a testament to her unyielding spirit. Gripping her katana tightly, she readied herself for the imminent clash. Yoshitsune's next action was a testament to her years of discipline and refinement. She summoned her 10k, a wellspring of inner strength, and let it envelop her. It was as if the very air around her crackled with energy. But she did not stop there. Enhancement magic surged through her, further empowering her physical and mental faculties. Her form shimmered with newfound strength, and her senses sharpened to a razor's edge. Every fiber of her being resonated with purpose. With a flicker of movement, her blade sliced through the air. A singular, swift strike was unleashed upon the metallic walls that held her captive. The katana, an extension of her will, met the barrier with unwavering resolve. As anticipated, the attack was deflected by the invisible shield, its energy repelled like water against an unyielding dam. But Yoshitsune was not deterred. Her true plan was unfolding, like a meticulously choreographed dance. A protective circle of 10k, a technique born from years of training, manifested around her. It was not a mystical enchantment, but a physical manifestation of her incredible speed and precision. This circle was her sentinel, her warning system against impending danger. She repeated the process, each strike met with the same resolute defiance from shield. Attack after attack, the dance continued, her katana cleaving through the air only to be rebuffed by the invisible barrier. But Yoshitsune's resolve did not waver. Time and again, she sent her strikes towards the shield, like waves crashing against a mighty cliff. Each strike met with the same outcome. But Yoshitsune knew this was a battle of attrition, a test of endurance and limits. A triumphant smile graced her face as she beheld the revelation. The walls, initially resistant to her onslaught, began to absorb her attacks. The once impenetrable shield had shown its vulnerability, its finite capacity to withstand her relentless assault. Eyes aflame with determination, she concluded, "You can only reflect my attacks back at me 10 times before absorbing them." The realization spurred her into action once more. Her excitement was palpable as she unleashed a torrent of slashes in all directions. Her katana danced through the air, an extension of her will, each strike a testament to her indomitable spirit. With unyielding resolve, Yoshitsune deflected her own attacks repeatedly, forcing the shield to reflect them back before compelling it to absorb the onslaught. The dance continued, a relentless barrage that tested the limits of the shield's endurance. Inside her metallic prison, Tennadil's panicked voice shattered the stillness. What the? What's she doing in there? But Yoshitsune paid no heed to his confusion. Her focus was unwavering, her determination unshakable. She pushed herself beyond the limits, unleashing attack after attack, relentlessly testing the shield's capacity. Then, in a burst of brilliance, the shield's resistance crumbled. It could withstand no more. Yoshitsune had pushed it to its breaking point. "Impossible," Tennadil exclaimed, his voice tinged with horror. With the shield shattered, Yoshitsune wasted no time. Like a tempest, she dashed toward her foe. Her katana, an extension of her will, cleaved through the air with devastating precision. Thousands of slashes adorned Tennadil's body, and the telltale, light, of retirement soon enveloped him. Darn it, I shouldn't have relaxed at all. Thénardieu's voice echoed in defeat. Yoshitsune, victorious but humble, turned to face her fallen adversary. Her bow was a gesture of respect, her smile a sign of admiration. Your tactics held merit, Thénardieu. As you wisely said, one should never relax until victory is certain. I thank you for our battle. Thénardieu, weariness etched upon his features, returned her smile with a sigh. Yes, and to you as well. Another bishop from Team Moon Rabbits retires. The momentum remains firmly with Team Shinto. Only one bishop remains, and soon it will be down to the Queen and King of Team Moon Rabbits. This rating game has showcased the dominance and prowess of Team Shinto. Yoshitsune's attention shifted toward Musashi's location, but a powerful shockwave rippled through the game field, compelling her to shift her focus once more. Oh my goodness, Queen and Goddess Vera is duoed too. When the world is happening. Is this the end for Team Moon Rabbits? Chapter 12, Part 3, Power Within Experience, and a Lunar Journey third-person point of view. Welcome. That makes 7 of us, Xena exclaimed, her joy sounding entirely feigned. The members of Team Moon Rabbits had all regained consciousness within their infirmary room. Most of them had promptly been administered slime pills, swiftly mending their injuries and replenishing their stamina, allowing them to continue watching the remainder of the match they had been forced out of earlier. Thénardieu, his voice tinged with remorse, muttered, my bad, I couldn't best Yoshitsune. She was incredibly formidable, his gaze fixed on his disheveled bedsheets. A nurse approached, offering a slime pill to Thénardieu, who accepted it gratefully and swallowed it, feeling his injuries fade away and his vitality return. So it's the end of the road for us, huh? We did make it pretty far, Rindo remarked somberly. In response, Xena seized her pillow and flung it at him playfully. It ain't over until our king is out. As far as I'm concerned, Kurosagi is giving Hachiman a run for his money. Yeah, but it doesn't seem like either of them has unleashed their full power yet, so we can't be certain about anything. And as for our queen, Taizetsu's voice trailed off as he stared intently at the screen. Their queen, Vera, had been knocked out just moments ago. However, she had swiftly regained consciousness and now gasped for air, her gaze fixed on the opposing team's queen, Raijin. She'll win. She'll pull off some kind of crazy miracle, declared Xena confidently. She had always looked up to both Kurosagi and Vera, even before they became goddesses, but even more so after they did. Halzaham was a terror in their town, and he had power, so none of them could ever fight against him. However, Vera was also quite powerful and was chosen by their gods. The same with Kurosagi. Halzaham was ignored because of his foul personality. Well, we can only hope. It seems Ur is also struggling in her match. She may join us soon, said Yasek. If she wins, it'll be a miracle too, said Eliura. Miyamoto Musashi launched an unrelenting assault on her opponent, wielding 2 katanas with masterful precision. Her swordsmanship was flawless, and she displayed the same deadly prowess whether wielding a single katana or dual wielding. Her adversary, Ir, the last remaining bishop of Team Moon Rabbits, found herself struggling to keep up with the relentless onslaught. Ir's forte was primarily in support roles, and facing someone of Musashi's caliber put her at a distinct disadvantage. If she were up against an opponent of similar power, she might not have found herself in such dire straits. However, Musashi possessed years of combat experience that far exceeded her own, although Ir excelled as a support. She was also considered a versatile combatant to some degree. What's the matter? Aren't you going to fight back? Musashi taunted as she continued her relentless swordplay. You're not exactly making it easy for me, Ir retorted with frustration. Musashi chuckled before gracefully leaping away from her, pointing one of her katanas at Ir. Behind Musashi, a multitude of Shinto-style magic circles materialized, and they began launching attacks toward her opponent. Ir responded in kind, summoning her own magic circles and unleashing her own barrage of magical attacks. As each attack met and exploded, Ir seized the opportunity to dash, toward Musashi amid the billowing clouds of smoke. Closing the gap, Yer found herself face to face with Musashi, her palm aimed squarely at her opponent. From her hand, an immense ball of green energy erupted and hurtled toward Musashi. Musashi, rather than dodging, opted to see what her opponent had in store. After sizing up the attack, she flashed a grin and blocked it with her katana, infused with 10k. Although the impact knocked Musashi away, her swords and 10k remained unscathed. She clicked her tongue, and beneath her, an enormous katana materialized, upon which she began hovering in the sky. From her elevated vantage point, she gazed down at Ear. I've read about something like that in Chinese cultivation novels. But aren't you Japanese? Ear inquired, her curiosity piqued. It's not limited to nationality. Dang it. I just like the concept and decided to borrow it. Musashi retorted, stomping her foot on her giant sword. After her brief outburst, Musashi descended toward Ear, who promptly teleported to a different location. However, the determined samurai was hot on her heels. Musashi lunged forward and executed a cross/slash aimed at Ear, who swiftly summoned a defensive magic circle. She wore a triumphant grin as her barrier blocked Musashi's attack. However, Musashi had other plans. She kicked off the magic circle and laughed, bewildering Ear. Forward! Musashi shouted joyfully and landed right behind Ear. Before the rabbit Yukai could react, the flying sword upon which Musashi stood slammed into her stomach, taking her by surprise. It can hit me? Ear exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, Musashi affirmed. Without warning, Ear found herself hurtling toward Musashi, who had both her 10k-infused katanas at the ready. Ear enveloped her body in flames and lightning, then focused the energies into her legs. In midair, she executed a swift maneuver, kicking both feet toward Musashi with unwavering determination. Musashi held both her katanas aloft in front of her, seamlessly forming a cross with the blades. With focused intent, she channeled an even greater surge of 10k into the cross, causing it to undergo a rapid transformation. The 10k materialized into ethereal wings, their semi-transparent essence radiating an increasing brilliance as moments drifted by. Her lips curled into a triumphant grin as she swept both katanas behind her, all the while maintaining the cross-shaped formation. I witnessed Jin-san employ this very technique when he clashed with Kojiro-san, Musashi declared with unwavering determination. In a breathtaking display of swiftness, Musashi surged forward, hurtling toward Ear with an astonishing velocity that left onlookers in awe. As the two combatants closed in on each other, Ear couldn't shake a looming sense of dread. It was as if her entire life had unfurled before her eyes, a phenomenon she had heard and read about, often associated with the impending end of one's existence. In her case, this feeling of impending doom signaled not her imminent demise, but rather the likely loss of this battle. She couldn't help but harbor a pang of anger toward herself, though it was intermingled with a strange sense of relief. At least she wouldn't have to fight any longer. Initially, Ear had turned down Varys' invitation to join the team, primarily because she had no desire to engage in combat. She was fully aware that her abilities were better suited for a support role, but she also understood the high demand for support in the realm of raiding games. She had extensively researched them once the tournament had been formally announced. Supports were coveted by most teams, and yet they were also prime targets for opponents due to the immense utility of healing abilities and supportive talents. Ear possessed a healing ability of her own, but it paled in comparison to the likes of Phoenix Tears, Slime Pills, or Sacred Gears, such as Twilight Healing. Beyond her reluctance to confront others, Ear's personality was inherently non-confrontational. She found herself 8 years senior to her fellow team members and often earned endearing nicknames like Mom or Big Sister due to her natural inclination to care for and look after them. Despite this nurturing side, she occasionally displayed childlike qualities herself, a consequence of sacrificing her youth to care for her 12 siblings or parents. By contrast, were remarkably adventurous and unpredictable. growing up with a dozen siblings and parents who embarked on sporadic adventures. Ir shouldered tremendous responsibility from a very young age. Her parents' whimsical escapades often left her in charge for days or weeks at a time. Curiously, she harbored no resentment toward them. She admired their free-spirited nature. Nevertheless, her unique upbringing robbed her of a conventional childhood and teenage years. She never had the luxury of a boyfriend or long-term friendships, as many of her peers moved on to embrace their youth. Her siblings always came first, and she sacrificed even her own needs for their sake. When her parents did return, it was only for fleeting months before they embarked on another escapade. Even now, she knew they were likely watching this match from some remote corner of the human world. For the sake of participating in this competition, she had to entrust her younger siblings to daycare, a recurring necessity each time she entered a match, including the preliminary rounds. Ir's kick came perilously close to Musashi's face, but with uncanny agility, the formidable warrior evaded it in the nick of time, causing Ir to miss her intended target. Musashi's bravado curved into a satisfied smile as she silently bravado-ed. With this, it's over. Swiftly, she swung her swords in diagonal arcs and suddenly reappeared behind Ir. A delicate, light pink explosion erupted in the shape of two bird wings forming a cross. It grew exponentially, expanding to impressive proportions before vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a swirling flurry of ethereal pink feathers that danced gently through the air. Musashi turned to face the aftermath, but to her astonishment, Ir had not been retired from the match. The woman stood shakily amidst the remnants of the magical spectacle. One of her rabbit ears was missing, a large portion of her right leg had been badly injured, her tail teetered on the brink of falling, and she had lost an eye. Yet against all odds, she endured. Oh my goodness! Player Ir has survived such a devastating attack. Drawing a ragged breath, Ir replied, timing and luck. After missing her initial attack, Ir had expended every ounce of her power to shield her body with an array of protective magic circles and 10k, even resorting to enhancement magic to lessen the impact. Despite her valiant efforts, the attack still inflicted significant damage, leaving her in her current state. Nonetheless, her strategy had prevented her from retiring, even if only for a few fleeting moments longer. Well, you fought admirably. Rest up, Musashi commended her before launching herself toward her once more. Ir made no attempt to evade the incoming attack. Musashi arrived in front of her, swiftly seized her by the face, and with decisive momentum, drove her head into the ground. That hurt, Ir mumbled as the light of retirement began to envelop her. My bad, Musashi replied with a light and playful smack to Ir's head. One bishop of Team Moon Rabbits retires. Finally, only two members remain in Team Moon Rabbits, and they are the king and queen. What's wrong, Vera? Even with that new power-up, you can't beat me? Raijin taunted with a sinister grin. Give me 10 seconds, darn it. Vera gasped in response. However, Raijin showed no mercy, continuously unleashing lightning strikes upon her. Vera desperately attempted to dodge the relentless assault, but the shockwaves generated by each strike proved formidable, repeatedly knocking her off balance. In a desperate move, she had to stomp her foot into the ground to anchor herself, preventing herself from being thrust into yet another zone of impending lightning. The blessings Vera had received proved beneficial and effective, yet Raijin's relentless onslaught nearly led to her premature retirement from the match. Fortunately, she managed to endure the assault, only incapacitated for a brief moment. Now, she needed to find an opening to retaliate. Ora! Raijin continued her barrage of attacks, relentless in her pursuit of victory. Vera persisted in evading Raijin's strikes whenever possible, aiming her still intact wand at her foe and firing magic attacks. However, these attacks were swiftly countered by multiple lightning bolts, leaving Vera's magical prowess insufficient to breach Raijin's formidable defenses. Despite her struggle, Vera's magical assaults remained impressively formidable, a testament to her unwavering determination. As this high-stakes duel raged on, Raijin was plagued by an unsettling feeling that began to creep over her. She cast anxious glances around her, searching for any signs of danger, but found nothing amiss. Despite her unease, she chose to dismiss the nagging sensation and pushed it to the recesses of her mind. It appears that the two queens are locked in a deadlock. The one who manages to break free will gain the upper hand, the announcer's voice declared, reflecting the audience's anticipation. And that shall be me, Raijin proclaimed, her resolve unwavering. Raising both her arms, she repeated the same motion as before, commanding her two floating swords to converge into an even grander weapon. An electrifying surge of purple lightning emanated from her enormous sword, piercing the very heavens of the game field and manifesting a towering pillar of energy that was visible from all corners of the battleground. "This is the end, isn't it?" Vera interjected, her voice calm and resolute. Unexpectedly, small, translucent cubes materialized all around Raijin, leaving her momentarily stunned. Panic flashed in her eyes as she attempted to halt her devastating attack, but she had already initiated the motion of swinging the colossal sword, making it impossible to retract in time. The cubes emitted brilliant white lines that adhered to Raijin's body, an unforeseen occurrence that abruptly arrested the motion of her attack. What in the world? Raijin sputtered in bewilderment as her assault fizzled into nothingness. The majestic lightning pillar that had illuminated the night sky of the game field vanished, leaving only the black, moonlit expanse overhead. The once crimson world had returned to its normal state, a few minutes after Amaterasu's Akatsuki. "This should be sufficient," Vera murmured, her eyes unwavering. The cubes she had summoned were part of a technique she had methodically devised to counter gods and god-class beings in the tournament. In the wake of the war and her ascension to divinity, Vera had contemplated creating a technique capable of temporarily sealing an opponent's powers, granting her the crucial advantage needed to secure victory. After attaining godhood, she sought counsel from Aaron, honing her skills in the creation and use of these cubes. While their creation was relatively straightforward, making them invisible and undetectable posed a greater challenge. Those stronger than Vera could still sense their presence, but for those of equal or lesser strength, detection grew increasingly difficult. In the heat of battle, opponents often disregarded the faint, strange, or odd sensations they experienced. This unique advantage proved invaluable, especially against a god like Raijin, who thrived on combat. Vera had seized the opportunity to deploy the cubes discreetly, requiring careful and gradual execution to evade Raijin's notice. Once all pieces were in place, she set her plan into motion. Raijin, struggling against the cube's confinement, attempted to muster her divine aura and physical prowess, but found her efforts futile. All she retained was her enhanced physical strength as a god, insufficient to break free from the cube's ethereal bonds. With her wand aimed squarely at Raijin, Vera conjured 4 colossal magic circles behind her. Dragon heads emerged from each circle, channeling energy to form sizable elemental spheres before them. Each sphere bore a distinct color and elemental nature: green for wind, black for darkness, blue for ice, and white for light. After a few seconds of intense struggle on Raijin's part, Vera's dragon-headed constructs completed their charge. In tandem, Vera herself created an immense ball of flame, reminiscent of the sun itself, and directed it toward Raijin. "Check, mate," Vera murmured resolutely as she released the combined onslaught of elemental attacks upon her formidable opponent. A relentless onslaught of wind, darkness, ice, and light erupted from the dragon heads and surged toward Raijin, each element an unstoppable force of nature. Vera's own orb of elemental power followed swiftly behind, converging upon the beleaguered goddess. Raijin, ensnared and defenseless, seemed resigned to her impending fate, but her grim determination remained unshaken. When the combined attack struck Raijin, chaos ensued, creating a maelstrom of elements that radiated from the epicenter. The sheer force of the resulting shockwave sent Vera hurtling backward, and the other players on the field instinctively shielded themselves. Even the two kings temporarily halted their fierce battle to protect themselves from the cataclysmic aftermath. As a finishing touch, Vera's fiery sphere merged with the swirling elemental chaos, intensifying the already spectacular explosion. Oh my good! What a powerful attack! Surely, Raijin-sama won't survive that, exclaimed the announcer in awe. However, to Vera's astonishment, there was no announcement proclaiming Raijin's retirement. She scanned the battlefield, searching for any sign of the weakened goddess, and finally spotted Raijin, now free from her imprisoning bonds, but terribly weakened. Ha! 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 That was amazing, Vera. I'll give you that, Raijin mumbled weakly. The onslaught had stripped her of her divine form, reverting her to her mortal guise. Raijin's injuries were apparent, with only her left arm remaining intact while the rest of her body bore numerous cuts and bruises. My godly form served as a shield of sorts, absorbing much of the damage. Only Jean has ever surpassed it, and you came quite close. With a flick of her hand, Raijin conjured her Muzu Ishin sword, a sly grin on her face. Vera, realizing she was running low on magical power, created a few magic circles behind her, but her reserves were dwindling rapidly. She braced herself for hand-to-hand combat, an unusual situation for her. Raijin closed in, launching a flurry of sword strikes at Vera. Although Vera managed to evade the majority of them, the final 5 blows found their mark, leaving her with deep cuts and bleeding wounds. Martial arts and close-quarters combat aren't your strong suit, are they? Well, this should be easy for me, Raijin taunted as she advanced. Any last words? Your defeat. Raijin. Bold words, I like it. The outcome was all but sealed. Raijin pressed her attack, and Vera, with a wisp of Tuki enveloping her, evaded the initial strike. But Raijin's swift kick found its mark, sending Vera sprawling. Vera fell to the ground, making a desperate attempt to regain her footing, but Raijin appeared above her and slammed her back to the earth. Raijin then restrained Vera with crackling lightning around her wrists and ankles, rendering her immobile. You fought well, Vera, but in the one who emerges victorious, Raijin gasped for breath. She conjured lightning restraints, ensuring Vera's inability to escape. Stepping away, Raijin raised her sword. This attack mirrored her earlier godly technique, as purple lightning enveloped her blade, surging toward the heavens. Recognizing that excessive power was unnecessary, Raijin charged her attack briefly before unleashing it, obliterating everything in its path. I failed, darn it, Vera muttered bitterly as she was engulfed by the retirement light. One queen of Team Moon Rabbits retire. The victor of the queen's battle is Goddess Raijin. One intense clash. I couldn't predict the outcome. It seemed as if Goddess Vera would secure victory with her cunning tactics. Yes, but Raijin-sama had her own hidden strategies that spared her from defeat. Both goddesses demonstrated incredible prowess. Now all that remains is the showdown of the kings. Player Kurosagi versus player Hachiman. Kurosagi and Hachiman floated apart from one another, the battlefield echoing with the echoes of their fierce duel that had engulfed most of its expanse. They had skillfully navigated around the other combatants, yet there were moments when their clashes had nearly engulfed bystanders. Kurosagi had already assumed her most potent form, one she had dubbed End God Mode. Her once raven locks had turned as white as pristine snow, her eyes now a radiant shade of gold. In this form, she could tap into her divine aura and powers with unparalleled potency. Hachiman, too, had donned a distinctive attire befitting his status as a god. He hadn't worn these garments for centuries, and the nostalgia thrilled him. His attire harked back to the ancient samurai generals who had led their troops into battle. The silence between them was heavy with unspoken intent. It's just us now, Hachiman remarked. Yes, it's just us, Kurosagi replied. The decisive battle. Should you triumph, your team advances despite their losses. But if I emerge victorious, you advance and were cast out. Kurosagi was acutely aware that their chances rested heavily on her shoulders. Yet, she harbored concerns. Winning this battle would grant them a lifeline, but it also meant they'd likely face the same strategy in the next round of duel between the kings. She was uncertain if their next opponent would resort to the same tactics as Team Shinto. Hachiman desired a fair and solitary fight, shunning any interference or assistance. This selfish request had been granted by their chief god, and their teammates had wholeheartedly endorsed it. They accepted it despite knowing it would lead to their defeat and elimination if he lost. This was met with Hachiman's gratitude and appreciation. No more words passed between them. Like phantoms, they silently soared towards each other, colliding with a force that set off a cascade of phenomena across the field. Rain began to pour, thunderheads gathered, and the atmosphere chilled as their divine auras swelled, creating enormous radiant circles that obliterated all in their path. The few remaining structures from earlier battles were also reduced to rubble, a testament to the magnitude of their clash. A clash of gods, both unleashing their full power. Thanks to Jin-sama, this realm can withstand their might. Witnessing gods exert themselves in combat is a historic moment. After another surge of divine energy, they sent each other reeling and drew their weapons. Kurosagi wielded her spear, infusing it with her divine aura. Hachiman summoned his bow, creating arrows of divine energy. Hachiman drew his bow and unleashed a volley of arrows toward Kurosagi. She evaded them deftly, but her instincts pricked at her. She spun around just in time to deflect the divine arrows that had followed her. They track me even after missing? This will be troublesome, she thought, deflecting and dodging more arrows. With a swift motion, she twirled her spear, conjuring a wall of divine flames. The arrows homed in on her, but upon contact with the flames, they dissolved into nothingness, leaving Hachiman perplexed. Seriously? He muttered in bewilderment. All right, let's try a different approach. Hachiman raised his free hand, conjuring a swirling ball of wind that grew in size until it enveloped the entire sky. He then aimed a divine arrow at it and fired. The arrow pierced the swirling tempest and detonated within, causing a violent tremor that reverberated across the battlefield. The sky was illuminated by the brilliance of the divine arrow. The two techniques intermingled, and the swirling wind took on the form of a colossal humanoid figure in divine armor. It had arms, legs, armored boots, a samurai's helmet, and a katana crafted from divine aura infused with wind. Its eyes glowed crimson, and it landed on the ground with a thunderous impact. What Hachiman had conjured was a colossal samurai constructed from divine aura and wind, towering an imposing 984 feet. Kurosagi and the onlookers gazed in awe at this sight. While many had witnessed the Cow's Order's ability to create monsters over the past year, seeing a god perform such a feat was an extraordinary spectacle. I'm still stronger than it, but dealing with both it and Hachiman-sama will be quite a challenge, Kurosagi mused, readying her spear. But that's not all, Hachiman declared, tossing different elemental spheres into the air and shooting arrows into them. 3 more elemental constructs materialized a lightning entity, one of water, and the last wreathed in flames. Now I'm ready to go again. Let's go. Kurosagi-chan. The draconic rabbit goddess wore a frown as she readied her spear for the impending battle. Her flaming shield still enveloped her, though she doubted its utility in this particular confrontation, so she dispelled it with a wave of her hand. She swiftly maneuvered to evade a devastating strike from the fire samurai, who swung his colossal katana with such force that the resulting shockwave threatened to send her hurtling away. Kurosagi had to exert considerable effort to anchor herself firmly to the ground. The speed of her adversaries caught her off guard. They moved with the agility and precision of seasoned swordsmen, and it reminded her of dueling an accomplished warrior of the human realm. The velocity of their attacks matched that of a regular-sized samurai with supernatural abilities. Kurosagi refrained from underestimating her opponents for this very reason. As she pondered their capabilities, a deluge of thousands of arrows descended upon her, compelling her to evade once more. However, in the blink of an eye, the lightning samurai's blade materialized in her path, compelling her to instantaneously extend her spear to parry the incoming strike. The collision of their weapons sent shockwaves through the air, propelling Kurosagi and her adversary in opposite directions. She had no time to lament her predicament, as the earlier barrage of arrows now homed in on her with relentless intent. Reacting swiftly, Kurosagi swung her spear sideways, conjuring small bolts of lightning that streaked toward the divine arrows. Although they were fewer in number, each lightning ball carried potent destructive power. Upon impact with the arrows, a chain reaction ensued, stunning and obliterating them one by one until not a single one remained. Hachiman observed the unfolding spectacle with a sly smirk gracing his countenance. "She's certainly an intriguing one. I expected nothing less from your women, Jean," he remarked with a hint of amusement. Suddenly, the rabbit goddess shifted her focus toward Hachiman and bolted toward him. In a blink, she materialized beside him, her right fist cloaked in a divine aura, and she delivered a resounding blow to his face. The god of war was caught off guard, and the force of the strike sent him hurtling toward the earth below. Duon, Kurosagi lands a clean hit on Hachiman-sama. What an unexpected maneuver from the new goddess. One might have thought she'd continue evading the giant samurai's assaults and deal with them first, but she disregarded them completely and made a beeline for their leader. Although it's not unheard of to target the root of the problem and eliminate it to put an end to things. In a swift and mesmerizing display of skill and grace, all four elemental samurai turned their attention towards Kurosagi, their swords poised for a deadly strike. Unfazed, she summoned her divine aura, enveloping her body in a shimmering, otherworldly energy while channeling the power of 10k. With remarkable precision and speed, she intercepted their attacks, her fists and feet becoming formidable barriers against their razor-sharp blades. Two of the samurai were met with the forceful impact of her punches and kicks, sending them reeling back, their weapons rendered useless. The remaining two swords found themselves ensnared in her iron grip. With a display of unparalleled strength, she effortlessly propelled the two unfortunate samurai into the air, their bodies soaring like leaves caught in a powerful gust. Their swords, still trapped in her unyielding grasp, followed suit, adding to the breathtaking spectacle of her mastery over both martial prowess and the mystical arts. Kurosagi deftly summoned her spear once more. Then, with a single, fluid motion, she launched herself towards the airborne samurais. Her spear found its mark, piercing their chests with an unerring precision, causing them to disintegrate in a whirlwind of their own elemental essence. Swiftly, she redirected her attention to the remaining adversaries she had previously sent flying. With even greater velocity, she dispatched them in a similar fashion, driving her weapon into the heads of the two remaining samurai, swiftly and decisively extinguishing their fleeting lives. There was no respite for her. Without hesitation, she soared towards Hachiman, who had risen to his feet and unleashed a barrage of arrows in her direction. The god of war, while taken aback by her swift dismantling of his elemental samurai, wasted no time lamenting the loss. Instead, he remained resolute and carried on their intense battle. Kurosagi unleashed a rapid barrage of thrusts with her gleaming spear, her movements a blur as they sliced through the air. Hachiman, the formidable god of war, displayed his unmatched agility, effortlessly evading every strike with graceful precision. In a single, fluid motion, he summoned a katana infused with the essence of multiple elements and swung it towards Kurosagi. The collision of their divine weapons was a breathtaking spectacle. As steel clashed with elemental might, a colossal clash erupted, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the very fabric of the realm. The ground trembled beneath the ferocity of their duel, and even the heavens bore witness to their awe-inspiring contest. Hachiman's elemental sword crackled with power, each swing unleashing a tempest of elemental fury. A masterful choreography blending offense and defense. With unmatched fervor, they clashed, and the world seemed to hold its breath, captivated by the dazzling spectacle of their battle. Amid their relentless clash, the toll of battle became increasingly evident on both divine beings. A crimson line marred Kurosagi's cheek, a testament to Hachiman's precise strike. In response, Hachiman bore a deep gash along his arm, an indicator of Kurosagi's tenacity. Their brutal exchange left them with pronounced injuries. Hachiman's elemental-infused katana delivered a devastating blow. Cinchuredo, it manifested as an unrelenting slugfest, a relentless brawl between two divine entities. Each strike and wound served as an expression of their unwavering resolve, etching the narrative of their battle upon their divine forms. Despite the bloodshed and intensity, an eerie harmony prevailed. A brief pause in their ferocious bout arrived when Hachiman initiated a lightning-fast spin, his foot connecting solidly with Kurosagi's face, propelling her away with thunderous force. This violent expulsion generated sonic booms that reverberated through the surrounding air, shaking the very foundation of the battleground. However, Kurosagi refused to accept defeat. With remarkable agility, she adjusted her position mid-flight, countering the momentum of Hachiman's strike. Her indomitable spirit remained undiminished, and, as their gazes locked once more, an unspoken understanding passed between them. In that charged moment, as they hung suspended in the celestial expanse, the world seemed to hold its breath. The arena bore witness to their relentless combat, marked by scars etched into the very ground they fought upon. Their combat dance, a divine duet, painted an unforgettable portrait of power, determination, and camaraderie, all forged through the crucible of unyielding battle. In winning, Hachiman-sama, Kurosagi mumbled, her words a soft murmur in the charged air. A collision of wills that transpired at the epicenter of the battlefield, their fists and divine energies clashing in a tempestuous display. This time, though, the exchange lacked the ferocity of their earlier encounters. Both combatants teetered on the brink of exhaustion, their bodies bearing the weight of grievous injuries. With determination etched upon his face, Hachiman landed a punishing blow to Kurosagi's countenance, causing the rabbit goddess to briefly succumb to unconsciousness. Swiftly capitalizing on this opportunity, Hachiman unleashed a volley of elemental bullets toward his incapacitated opponent. The projectiles found their mark, sending Kurosagi hurtling to the earth below. "D-down. Is this the end?" The announcer's voice quivered with anticipation. Hachiman alighted on the ground near the fallen Kurosagi, his right palm outstretched, summoning a shimmering sphere of divine aura. "That was a commendable battle, Kurosagi," he remarked, his voice carrying a note of respect. "I look forward to facing you again someday." As Hachiman readied to release, Kurosagi sprang back to her feet with the agility and ferocity reserved for life-or-death situations. She thrust her spear at Hachiman, seeking to catch him off guard. Yet, to her dismay, Hachiman met her maneuver with a knowing smile, effortlessly sidestepping her assault. In a deft motion, he seized the very spear meant to strike him and sighed in rueful recognition. "I've encountered that move countless times, Kurosagi. Many of our foes in the past, especially during my time aiding Japanese samurai in war, employed similar tactics. In essence, I anticipated this." Kurosagi made a desperate attempt to strike with her free hand, but her movements proved sluggish, and Hachiman deftly neutralized her attack. With unwavering resolve, he unleashed his divine onslaught upon her. Kurosagi and her immediate surroundings were engulfed in a radiant burst of divine light as she vented her frustration. We lost," she lamented internally, a single teardrop escaping her eye as the light of retirement consumed her. One king of T-Moon rabbits retires. The announcer's voice echoed the somber announcement. TT, the winner of the first game of the main stage tournament, is Team Shinto. Hachiman-sama has emerged victorious in the Battle of Kings. The commentator's jubilant declaration rang out. A deafening roar of approval surged from the spectators, a harmonious chorus of celebration and approval that resonated throughout the arena. Finally, Hachiman sank to the ground, gasping for breath, the aftermath of the most intense battle he had fought in centuries. His teammates quickly assembled around him, offering their well-deserved congratulations. "Well done, Hachiman. I always believed in you." With this victory, Team Shinto advances to the next round, Amaterasu lauded, a radiant smile gracing her divine countenance. Impressive performance. Watching you two engage in such a breathtaking battle was a true privilege, added Raijin. Hachiman received words of praise and admiration from the rest of the team, while Raijin lent a hand to help him rise to his feet. "Where's my other arm?" Hachiman inquired, casting a glance around their immediate vicinity. "I have it." Hachimandano, Yoshitsun chimed in, presenting his severed limb. "Thank you," Hachiman replied as he took it from her and skillfully reattached it. "I suppose it'll require those slime pills to fully mend it," he mused, sharing a chuckle with himself. Gradually, an ethereal light enveloped them all, signaling their imminent teleportation back to the sanctuary of their waiting room. "I wonder who will prevail in the contest between Valis Team and Sun Wukong?" Yoichi mused aloud. "I believe the newer generation will triumph. I'd attribute my victory more to luck and experience," Hachiman opined. Yoichi nodded in agreement as they were whisked away from the partially ruined and desolate battlefield. The total duration of the game stretched to 48 minutes, well within the allotted 3-hour time limit. Yet for many it felt much longer, given the awe-inspiring battles they had witnessed, particularly the climactic clash between the kings. Aaron Toole's soliloquy, that was quite the spectacle, I remarked, breaking the silence that had enveloped the room I shared with everyone else. The tension of the game's final moments had held them captive, rendering them speechless. "Do you think we'll see more of these kinds of spectacles in the rest of the tournament?" Mom asked, her voice trembling slightly as she looked at me for reassurance. "More or less. Every game will essentially be a battle, and we can expect to witness magical spectacles in each of them," I replied as I rose from my seat. "Anyway, I'm going to check on the two teams. They've endured a lot of injuries, and I'll personally attend to their healing." "I'm coming with you," Lavinia exclaimed, embracing me from behind. The others, still lost in contemplation of the recent fight, responded with half-hearted nods or continued their silence. I couldn't blame them. What we had just witnessed was undeniably remarkable. Hachiman and Kurosagi had given their all, and Vera and Raijin's confrontation hadn't disappointed either. I had expected Vera to emerge victorious, but I hadn't anticipated Raijin's godlike resilience. Perhaps I had underestimated her during our duel last year. "Aaron?" Lavinia's voice brought me back to the present. "What promise did you make to Vera and Kurosagi?" Lavinia inquired, now walking beside me and holding my hand. "I promised to propose to them. Well, Kurosagi asked me to propose to her, but I took it as a proposal for both of them and to take them to the moon." "Yes, that would be great, Lavinia. It's happening in a few days, so let's keep it under wraps for now, all right?" I said, gently squeezing her hand. She giggled cutely and agreed. We quickly made our way to the waiting room of Team Shinto. Along the way, we encountered Yoichi, a now sober Benkei who appeared somewhat embarrassed, and Yoshitsun. "Hey there. Great match, by the way. And it seems you're no longer inebriated, Benkei." I greeted them, smirking at Benkei. Benkei covered her face with her hand, her cheeks flushed. "Please don't remind me. I mean, I did perform decently, didn't I? I almost won," she protested, attempting to salvage her pride. I agreed, accepting the bow with tears welling up in his eyes. "It's beautiful." The bow I presented to him had been meticulously crafted to meet his specific desires. However, judging by his reaction, it seemed I had exceeded his expectations, a fact that brought me immense satisfaction. Do you like it? I inquired, a chuckle escaping my lips as I observed his response. Yes, it's everything I asked for and more. Thank you, Jean, he exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the bow as if it were his own cherished offspring. This time, I directed my attention to Yoshitsun, who appeared puzzled. I know you didn't request anything, but consider this a congratulatory gift, I stated, conjuring a small instruction manual into my hand and offering it to her. So you'll have fresh techniques to master and incorporate into your swordsmanship, I explained, taking her completely by surprise. Yoshitsun promptly opened the manual and began perusing its pages. With each passing moment, her eyes widened until it seemed they might pop out of their sockets. She eventually stopped reading, her face radiating excitement. Thank you, Jean-san. This is an incredible gift, and I'll make sure to make the most of it, she exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Benkei turned her gaze from Yoichi and Yoshitsun to me, a quizzical expression on her face. Where is mine? Yours? But you lost your match, I remarked, flashing a smile in her direction. Her response was a visible blow to her pride, and she took a step back, sulking slightly. Sighing, I summoned some pills and handed them to her. Here, pills, she asked, studying them with curiosity. They're for sobering up whenever you get too intoxicated, I explained. Do you think Benkei-san could have defeated her opponent during the match? Lavinia inquired. Yeah, Benkei is quite skilled, and she possessed a few techniques that could have secured her victory. But, as we witnessed, she passed out due to excessive drinking, I replied. We swiftly made our way to their team's waiting room and pushed the door open. Inside, we were greeted by a few nurses, doctors, and the rest of the team, who turned to us and waved. Great match, and well done, I commended, and Musashi approached to high-five me. Yash texted me just now, she said, blinking her eyes rapidly at me, attempting to appear cute. Do I get a present? She inquired. Yash, did she mean Yoshitsun? It was an unusual nickname, but I didn't mind if she referred to her as Yoshi, although I had my reasons for that choice. A present, you say? Of course, here you go, I replied, presenting her with a box. A box? She questioned, her curiosity piqued. She shrugged and opened it. Huh? It's too early for us to be engaged, Jean-kun. To her astonishment, it turned out to be not a ring, but a necklace. During my recent visit to the Shinto pantheon, Miyamoto Musashi had stuck with us, guiding us to various shops within the realm. These establishments were now under the management and ownership of diverse races, including fallen angels, yokai, and members of other factions. Among the shops we visited, there was one that specialized in jewelry. On that particular occasion, I hung back as the girls browsed the jewelry on display, and I purchased the items they desired from there. I extended the same offer to Musashi, but she politely declined, and we left the shop. However, that very night, when I paid a visit to Yoshitsun, I returned to the shop just before closing time and bought the necklace that had captured her attention. It's a necklace, the one that had your gaze during our earlier visit, I informed her. Oh, she exclaimed, and a goofy smile appeared on her face. Could you assist me in putting it on? Before I could respond, Lavinia readily offered her help, and together they fastened Musashi's necklace around her neck. It featured a pendant shaped like a Pegasus with a radiant ruby gem for its eyes. Musashi touched the pendant gently and then looked at me. What do you think? She inquired, her usual confidence oddly replaced by a hint of nervousness. I nodded approvingly. It suits you. Okay, enough of your flirting, you too. Hachiman interjected. I could use some assistance here, if you don't mind. Musashi fumbled with the box briefly before nodding vigorously and dashing out of the room, leaving a few of us chuckling at her antics. I made my way over to Hachiman, while Lavinia went to have a conversation with Amaterasu, who was positioned near Raijin's bed. To cast occasional sidelong glances at me. I touched it and promptly reattached and healed it. Thanks. Well, she had more time to assimilate her divine powers compared to Vera, so it's logical that she had better control over them. Additionally, her transformation gave her an extra boost, further enhancing her abilities. Unlike Vera, I elucidated. By the way, who do you think will win in Group A and face us? Hachiman inquired. Between Team Babel Belial and Team Rias Gremory, I would confidently choose Rias' team. I say that with certainty. I informed she's already aware of his ability, and it can only take him so far. While he's not inept in hand-to-hand combat, a true veteran and master in that discipline would probably defeat Daihauser. Devils, or those overly reliant on their innate powers or sacred gears, would be rendered ineffective against him. However, most physical fighters might stand a chance provided they can get close to him. Hachiman fixed his gaze upon me, then shifted it downward thoughtfully. Could he render our physical forms utterly worthless if he harnessed his unique trait? Surely he comprehends that possibility, can't he? I considered his question carefully before responding. Are all of our bodies truly identical? They may appear similar on the surface, but the inner workings of most supernatural beings vary to some extent. My body and yours, for instance, differ significantly. I continued, the bodies of gods, dragons, devils, angels, fallen angels, yokai, monsters, and others, they all exhibit disparities, whether major or minor. So even if he comprehends the intricacies of your body, he won't necessarily grasp someone else's, especially if they've undergone significant alterations. Hachiman nodded in understanding. I see your point. Anyway, thanks for the insight. I think I'll rest a bit before departing. With that, he reclined on his bed. Of course, I replied, stepping away from him to join the three goddesses and Lavinia. Hey, I almost forgot to ask, where's Raijin and Oda Nobunaga? I inquired. Jin provided an explanation. Raijin left earlier. Apparently, something urgent cropped up in Dragon Mountain, and he wanted to address it promptly. I offered to accompany him, but he declined. As for Oda Nobunaga, he went to procure some drinks alcohol. I see, I said, mulling over the information. They'll send them some items later, then. So what's going on? Raijin, are you gloating about something right now? Kinda. She chuckled and shook her head. No, I can't really gloat when my opponent nearly defeated me. She obliterated my transformation, something you'd managed before. I only survived due to its peculiar functioning. I'm convinced she would have emerged victorious otherwise. This display of humility from Raijin was unexpected. Perhaps the near defeat had humbled her, or she had her own reasons. Regardless, I had a response ready. Nevertheless, you two had an impressive fight, deserving praise in its own right, I commented, and she smirked in response. Oh, in that case, I'd like to be your wife as a reward, she declared with a hint of haughtiness. I chuckled and replied, no, but let's continue to strengthen our friendship, Raijin. Turn down again? How would you prefer me to approach you romantically? Then, consult Aurelia or Scathack for advice on that. They should have better insights, actually. I'm surprised you haven't already. She pondered this for a moment before shrugging. I've refrained from bringing it up because I meet them to enhance my strength and techniques. Although now that you mention it, I might seek their guidance in the future, she said wisely, nodding to herself. Amaterasu interjected. Will you be visiting Team Moon Rabbits after this, Jean? Yeah, that was my plan. Centurado. But what's with the strange behavior? I asked the goddess. Don't worry about it. She muttered with a mischievous grin. After a bit more conversation, I left with Lavinia, Jin, and Amaterasu. Upon entering the waiting room of the illustrious Team Moon Rabbits, a group of valiant knights, we were met with a rather vexed Xena. She stormed out of the room, clearly in a foul mood, her anger palpable as she cast a furious glance in our direction before making her hasty exit. Wait, Xena, Yasek exclaimed, hurrying after her with visible concern. Catching sight of our presence, he offered a quick nod of acknowledgement. Ah, hello everyone. I apologize for Xena's outburst just now. They'll go find her. Excuse me. Without waiting for any response from us, Yasek dashed after the irate Xena. Youthful impetuosity, I muttered under my breath. You're still quite young yourself, retorted Jin and Amaterasu simultaneously. Their playful jibe drew a chuckle from me, though I refrained from explaining that I was significantly older than my celestial companions. Instead, We proceeded to enter the room, greeted by a palpable air of discomfort. Towards the back of the room sat Kurosagi, her rabbit ears drooping slightly. All the occupants appeared to be wearing expressions tainted with sorrow and disappointment. But it was Vera who seemed to bear the brunt of these emotions, with tears streaming down her cheeks. Exchanging silent glances with my companions, we intuitively agreed on our respective courses of action. I made my way toward Vera, while the others approached Kurosagi. Vera sniffled and looked up at me with a sorrowful expression. "We lost. I'm sorry." I gently patted her head and inquired, "Why are you apologizing, Vera?" "Because we couldn't fulfill the promise," she replied, her voice heavy with sadness. "Even if you couldn't, I still intend to keep it," I assured her, continuing to stroke her hair and then cupping her tear-stained cheek. "Although you'll need to wait a few days for me to do so, considering where we're going." Vera continued to cry, but her entire face flushed as she gazed up at me, attempting to nod in agreement. Her efforts faltered, however, as she suddenly became aware of some subdued chuckling emanating from those around us, causing her cheeks to turn an even deeper shade of crimson. In a wordless plea, Vera began to rapidly wave her hands at her sides, urging me to cease my teasing. It seemed that her initial disappointment at being eliminated from the tournament was slowly giving way to a different set of emotions. Although my playful antics served as a brief distraction for her, it was clear that her mood was lifting. I disliked seeing those around me in a state of sadness, and it appeared that my light-hearted teasing had also managed to brighten the atmosphere for others. However, as I began to withdraw my hand from her cheek, an impish impulse overcame me. With a flick of my wrist, I caused the curtains around us to close, taking Vera and everyone else by surprise. She regarded me with curiosity, tilting her head slightly in wonder. Smiling, I tapped her cheek gently with my index finger, then pulled back with a grin. Vera's face turned even redder as she blushed, clearly taken off guard by the unexpected turn of events. Just as she opened her barato to speak, I quickly offered her a small mint candy to calm her nerves. Vera froze, her expression shifting from surprise to relief. Before she could react, I whispered softly and pulled back, expecting her to laugh along with me. She paused for a moment, and I waited to see her reaction. To my surprise, as I began to withdraw my hand and chuckle, she gave my finger a friendly, playful tap in response. "Wait a moment, Vera. Cinceredo, you're blushing even more now." "Oh." I simply gave her a kiss as a small consolation prize, who was engaged in conversation with Lavinia and Jin. Amaterasu was engrossed in a discussion with other members of Team Moon Rabbits, evidently having an enjoyable time. I decided to leave them be for the moment. "Hey there. Excellent battle, Kuro. It's a pity Hachiman anticipated your final move," I remarked as I patted her head and restored her missing ear. "I should have seen it coming. He's a seasoned warrior and a god. Such a novice move must have been used against him countless times already. I should have planned ahead more," she lamented, her brow furrowing. "Oh, and thank you for healing my ear. I waited for you and declined the slime pills." I frowned and pinched her recently healed rabbit ears. "Please, just accept the slime pills. While it's flattering, it's not the wisest choice. But, well, I can't scold you too much. But you don't seem too distraught about the loss. Would it be overly pessimistic of me to admit that I was expecting to lose? The odds were stacked against us, and as I heard my teammates fall one by one, including Vera herself, my nerves got the best of me, and I faltered," she confessed. "Considering the new powers and techniques I had bestowed upon the Shinto gods, I had to agree that they were on the path to defeat, though that was never my intention. You could say I got swept up in the moment while visiting their realm. Many things transpired, including interactions between Roman and Shinto gods. It all became so chaotic that I simply went along with most of it, engaging in battles with individuals from both sides, sharing drinks with them and the girls accompanying me, and relishing our time there. They even had the opportunity to experience my restaurant in Uwabami's new inn, which had incorporated my culinary skills. Uwabami was overjoyed when I brought them there. especially when I joined the kitchen staff to prepare the food my companions also joined in. Although that occurred on the second night. On the first night, the girls insisted on handling it themselves. It would be. Nothing is set in stone, especially in this tournament. A comeback or a turnaround is possible if you keep fighting for it. Although you did give it your all, it just didn't work out this time. Hachiman was one step ahead of you, I reassured her, gently stroking her head. Will you consider canceling that request? She asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. No, I intend to proceed with it, but it will take a few days. Can you wait until then? I inquired, and she vigorously nodded, satisfied with my response. All right, that's settled. Now, please excuse us, Fjin said. Huh? I replied, puzzled. Shoo! Fjin exclaimed, gently ushering me away from Kira's bedside. I glanced at her and Lavinia, both wearing apologetic smiles, but offering no explanation for their request. Confused, I left the area and headed over to where Amaterasu was. She and Taizetsu, one of the pawns of Team Moon Rabbits, had just finished a conversation and turned their attention to me. Good job. I commended them, shaking Taizetsu's hand. I wonder. Lady Amaterasu defeated me swiftly, so I'm not sure if my actions had any significant impact on the game. Taizetsu chuckled. You entertained me for quite some time, Taizetsu-kun. Your family and lover should be proud of you. But most importantly, you should be proud of yourself, Amaterasu said. Taizetsu blushed and scratched the back of his head. Well, if you put it that way, I guess I can't argue. We saw the other team members had either gone back to sleep or were engrossed in their smartphones. Amaterasu's hand gripped my arm as she looked up at me. You mentioned that you plan to take Vera and Kurosagi somewhere. May I ask where? Glancing at the chief god beside me, I couldn't help but draw comparisons between her and Suzuku, Akino, and even Shuri and Kasumi to some extent. However, she reminded me most of Suzaku, with her gentle tone and expression. Yet, during my recent visit, I had seen another side of Amaterasu that was more reminiscent of Akino's, albeit slightly different. She was also a bit strict like Shuri, but accommodating like Kasumi. She seemed to embody the qualities of the Himejima women I had encountered so far, which felt a bit unusual. We planned to visit the moon. They had originally wanted me to propose to both of them if they won the game, but since they lost, I've adjusted our plans. Now, we'll be heading to Moon in a few days, where he'll propose to both of them, I explained. Amaterasu looked at me with a mix of curiosity and longing, her thoughts clearly visible. So, I asked, would you like to come with us? Is that all right? Want to be Amaterasu? I extended the invitation and am the one organizing this trip. Besides, why would you think like that? I didn't expect the chief god of the Shinto pantheon to be like this, I teased. She blushed and began mumbling incoherent words. Playfully poking her on the head, I added, I'm just teasing you. But yes, he'll contact you when we're ready to depart, so you can prepare. How's that sound? Amaterasu sighed with relief and nodded firmly. Thank you, Aaron. But I want to go. Fjin cried out, launching herself towards Amaterasu and me. I instinctively opened my arms to catch her. Can I join you? The exchange between Amaterasu and me had occurred in hushed tones, our words scarcely more than what. She closed the distance between us, a testament to her mastery over the element of wind. I recalled Dhanu's previous mention that she could glean information from the very air itself, depending on her proficiency with the element. If I were to accept this assessment of Jin's abilities, then she was far more formidable than I had initially assumed, despite her occasional displays of power in the preliminary stages of the tournament. At times, she assumed the roles of a queen, bishop, or pawn, showcasing a level of wind manipulation that even surpassed the feats exhibited by Hachiman and Raijin earlier today. You heard us? I inquired, my curiosity piqued by her sudden appearance. Yes. So take me too, she demanded, her grip on me unyielding. I attempted to pry her fingers away, but she clung to me with a stubborn resolve that left me with no choice but to relent. Fine, but can you release your hold on me already? Goodness, you're far more clingy than I remember, Fjin, I remarked with a hint of exasperation. Ignoring my comment, she fell into contemplation for a moment. Should we also invite Tsukuyumi? After all, he is the moon god, she inquired, turning her attention to Amaterasu. The chief god regarded Fujin briefly and then shifted her gaze to me, a somewhat uncomfortable smile gracing her lips. Sighing, I spoke up again. The more, the merrier, right? Fujin responded with a smile of her own and suggested, as a token of gratitude, as she continued to sulk and throw her little tantrum, I decided to intervene, grasping her once more to halt her theatrics. Chuckling, I planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, causing her to cease her protests. Her eyes widened in a mixture of shock, wonder, and amazement before her cheeks flushed crimson. TT, that's not fair either. I want to do over this time. Let's try something different. She squeaked, her voice barely above a whisper. Smirking, I replied, that's all you're getting. In response, she lightly bumped her head against my barato, continuing our playful exchange. This charming interlude persisted for a while longer before we departed for home. Later that very day, I found myself in my restaurant. Given that my avatar was currently pursuing a college education, I decided to drop by the restaurant and offer my assistance. Fortunately, everything was running like a well-oiled machine, and my contributions were only needed in the culinary department. On this particular day, I was pleasantly surprised to find Hestia present, accompanied by Elsha and Amaris. Interestingly, the two former wielders of the boosted gear and dividing seemed to have taken quite a liking to their new roles. Garrett and Belzard were also part of my workforce, though with a twist. Since their earlier involvement, they had relocated to the Shinto Pantheon, where they now resided. I had purchased some land and constructed a house for them there. During a recent visit to their new abode, they extended a warm invitation for me and my companions to stay. We appreciated the offer but felt it might be intrusive, so we graciously declined, opting instead to lodge at Uebami's Inn. As I immersed myself in my book, the door leading to the rooftop swung open, revealing two familiar faces, Artemis and Rias. Rias gracefully approached the railing, while Artemis joined me on the couch strategically positioned near the crackling fire pit. Good evening, I greeted them warmly. Rias acknowledged me with a wave without turning away from the view, while Artemis reciprocated my greeting. Good evening to you too. I'd like to discuss something, she began, reaching toward me. I set aside my book and welcomed her attention, inviting her to continue. What's on your mind? I inquired. She hesitated for a moment before responding, well, it's more of a report, I suppose. The archery center, or club, as you may prefer to call it, is thriving. I'm seeing around 30 to 50 visitors daily, averaging between 210 to 350 people per week. Some might argue that these numbers aren't monumental, but for the modest town of Kuo, it's a considerable achievement, don't you think? I nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it's quite an accomplishment. Moreover, Kuo is steadily expanding, and with my influence here and the support of the Citri, Gremory, and Bale families, it might very well transform into Kuo City in the future. Artemis appeared taken aback by this revelation. Kuo City? Are you planning to extend the boundary? And he's fully supportive of the idea. Soon, we'll engage with the Citri and Bale heads to initiate the process. Artemis gazed at me in silence, clearly astonished. I met her gaze and silently encouraged her to share her thoughts. I've heard from Suzaku and Lavinia that you may eventually move to a different residence. She began, her curiosity evident. So, why the desire to expand Kuo from a town into a city? I paused for a moment, reflecting on her question. You're correct. I want to always reside here. However, in the year I've spent in this town, I've forged countless memories and friendships. I'm certainly going to retain this house, perhaps as a vacation home. After all, I've made substantial additions to it in just a year's time, so selling it would seem like a waste. And, directing my gaze toward the night sky, I couldn't help but feel a sense of tranquility wash over me. The world seemed to be holding its breath, basking in the stillness of the moment. I'd like to create a world where my future children could live and experience the essence of our existence, however long that may be. My companion, clearly taken aback, questioned, You're already thinking about your future children? I nodded in response. Yes, I believe it's worth considering. We ought to contemplate the future, even though I haven't completely vanquished my adversaries yet. My avatars and their allies are gradually dismantling their ranks as we speak, I explained, turning to face her. But is that all? Surely, you didn't join me here just for this briefing. Before I could finish my thought, Artemis stepped closer and gave me a warm barato on the cheek, which left me momentarily surprised. She leaned in close, and for a few brief seconds, we shared an intense connection. She eventually pulled away, her eyes filled with affection as she gazed at me. I had intended to spend the evening with you, but it seems Rias required your attention, she remarked. With that, she bid her farewell, giving me one more tender kiss and a warm embrace before departing from the rooftop. She paused at the doorway, casting a final smile my way, and gracefully descended the stairs. Turning my focus back to Rias, I noticed she had remained silent during Artemis and my conversation. She stood by the railing, her gaze fixed on the serene night sky. Knowing that she had sought me out because of Artemis, I walked over and leaned against the railing beside her, patiently waiting for her to initiate the conversation. She finally spoke, her voice filled with gratitude. Thank you for persuading me to accompany you to the Shinto realm and for showing me the real tree, Aaron. I was quite stubborn, but you managed to convince me, and I truly enjoyed it. I nodded, ready to respond, but she interrupted with a slightly petulant tone. But did you really have to pit me against Daihazer-sama so soon? Caught off guard, I stammered, She stepped away from the railing, coming closer to me while maintaining her pouty expression. Well, she pressed, attempting to appear stern, but not quite succeeding. Her tone hinted at her reluctance, and I sensed that I couldn't predict how she would react. It's because of me, Aurelia declared, drawing our attention. Rias raised an eyebrow inquisitively. Because of you? What do you mean, Aurelia? Rias asked, her curiosity piqued. Aurelia glanced at me, her smile widening. Well, she began, for what I gathered, we were originally slated to face each other in Group A. However, it appears that Aaron-sama had a change of heart after glimpsing a particular future. So, he rearranged the teams in both groups, and instead of pitting my team against you and yours as the first match on the main stage, he placed us in Group B instead. Rias found herself utterly taken aback by the startling revelation from Aurelia. Her gaze remained fixed on Aurelia, her eyes unwavering, before she eventually turned back to me and asked, Aaron, is what she's saying true? You don't need to inquire of him, Rias. To clarify, I had two potential outcomes in mind for our impending match, Aurelia replied, successfully regaining her attention. Firstly, if I believed that you and the rest of your team, excluding Vasco Strata and Krumkruch, had met a certain set of criteria, my team and I would intentionally lose to you. However, if you fell short of those standards, we would proceed to defeat your team and advance. Rias furrowed her brows, her voice tinged with a hint of anger. So, you were planning to lose on purpose? Aurelia clarified. No, we wouldn't simply throw the match. We would fight to the best of our abilities. I would personally engage in combat with you, a true battle of king versus king. Nevertheless, I would simultaneously assess your performance during our duel. Should you fail to meet my criteria or requirements, I would then effortlessly secure victory. And if I did meet those criteria, Rias inquired, I would continue the battle until its conclusion, intentionally prolonging it until just before the time limit expired, at which point I would concede, granting you the victory. I still seek an enjoyable fight, of course, Aurelia explained. I see. Thank you for being upfront about this, Rias replied, offering a respectful bow before turning her attention back to the railing. I glanced at Aurelia, my amusement somewhat concealed, as it wasn't exactly the right moment for this revelation. However, she simply shrugged, showing no intention of stopping there. Considering ill likely face Valet Lucifer in our second round, assuming he triumphs against Team Journey to the West, I plan to follow a similar pattern. I want you to meet your criteria. I will simply defeat you in combat. Aurelia responded with a mischievous grin. If that's the spirit, then I eagerly anticipate our showdown, Rias Gremory. With that, Aurelia vanished from her spot. Rias redirected her gaze to me, her expression tinged with a trace of indignation. Is what she said true? With a sigh, I nodded in agreement. Yes, pretty much. After foreseeing how it would all unfold and realizing your dissatisfaction with that future, I decided to change the brackets to make it more enjoyable for everyone. If the two of you do end up meeting in the finals, it should be a better experience, right? Rias sighed again, then suddenly leaned back, and I steadied her. She looked up at me, her frown still evident. I'm not thrilled about this, but I understand why you did it. However, she paused, looking away. Cinchuredo. My eyes widened in surprise as I pulled away from her. And when do you? I started to ask, but she cut me off by pressing a finger against my bravado. Now, let's go. With a resigned sigh, I nodded in agreement. We left for my room, and we spent a few hours together, talking and catching up on everything we had missed. She seemed more content. Several days had passed, and the day before our scheduled journey to the moon, I found myself in a meeting with Ajuka, along with Latia and Velgrind. Our purpose was to discuss my ambitious plans for lunar colonization and the potential extension of these efforts to other celestial bodies, making them suitable for both humans and supernatural beings. We had gathered in one of Ajuka's well-appointed meeting rooms, patiently awaiting his arrival. He had informed us, via one of his servants, that he would be running late due to other pressing matters. Glancing around the room, I couldn't help but express my surprise. I expected a more scientific atmosphere. Well, everywhere, to be honest. The last time I visited one of his places with you, Latia, it didn't seem particularly research-focused either. Latia offered some insight. My uncle does have diverse interests, Aaron. While he does dedicate a substantial portion of his time to research, he also pursues other hobbies. However, he keeps most of the items related to those interests in his personal bedroom, which I've glimpsed a few times. That's interesting to know. I mused, realizing that it hadn't occurred to me that Ajuka would store his hobby-related items in his private space. My curiosity piqued about the nature of this mysterious hobby, but before I could delve further into my thoughts, the door swung open, and Ajuka entered the room accompanied by another individual. Ajuka began, I apologize for the delay. This is Miliani's person, a devil hailing from one of the 32 remaining clans, or should we say 57. In any case, this young man here is Jean, also known as the middleman. To his right is my niece, Latia, and on his other side, we have his dragon companion, Velgrind. Miliani's, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication, possessed long, luxurious brown curls that gracefully cascaded down her back. Her attire was impeccably chosen for the occasion, featuring a stylish white crop top that accentuated her slender waist, complemented by a flowing brown coat that draped her figure gracefully. A matching brown wrap skirt and chic high heels completed her ensemble, adding to her aura of sophistication. Golden accessories adorned her, with delicate shimmering earrings, a gleaming necklace adorning her neck, and fashionable sunglasses perched atop her head. She radiated timeless fashion and confidence. It's a pleasure to meet all of you, especially you, Middleman Kun, Miliani's remarked warmly, waving her hand. Imjean, nice to meet you, I replied, waving my hand. I couldn't help but notice the comfortable rapport between Ajuka and Miliani's, prompting me to exchange a knowing glance with him. He merely smiled in response, indicating that I should refrain from prying into their relationship. Latia, too, seemed to sense something and questioned her uncle with a curious look, but received no answers. Let's get to the matter at hand. Ajuka, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on my plan. I assume Miliani's is privy to the details? I inquired. Both of them took their seats, and Ajuka nodded in confirmation. Yes, she's well-informed and will be collaborating with us on the planning. The other leaders of DXD are in favor of this plan, Jean. All that remains is to discuss the finer details, and, as you might have guessed, we will be accompanying you to the moon tomorrow night, he explained. I more or less expected that, so it's fine. I made some preparations for the trip, which will render it invisible to human observers, even with their telescopes, I revealed. Their curiosity was piqued by my cryptic statement, but I shook my head, suggesting that it would be best to unveil the surprise at a later time. With that, we delved into a detailed discussion of our lunar colonization plans and the intricate preparations ahead. A day had come and gone, and now it was the dead of night. The group heading to the moon had grown significantly larger, encompassing not only my entire household but also the Slash-Dog team, a handful of individuals from Team DXD, along with the likes of Ajuka, Miliani's Azazel, Shiva, Jin, Tsuvimi, Amaterasu, and several other notable figures. As I surveyed my entrance hallway, it was evident that they were all set to embark on this lunar journey. However, just to ensure everything was in order, I inquired, "Is everyone fully prepared?" Impatient excitement bubbled up in Azazel, who blurted out, "Let's get going already. I can't wait to witness Earth from the moon." Amongst the entire assembly, he exuded the most childlike enthusiasm for this lunar adventure. I couldn't help but chuckle at his eagerness and shifted my gaze to the others, who all nodded in agreement. Satisfied that everyone was raring to go, we commenced our journey to the moon. Kanema's cry of surprise reverberated through the air the moment we reached our destination. The rest of the group shared in her astonishment, a reaction I had expected when I had planned a surprise for us before embarking on this journey. What surrounded us was an enormous, crystalline dome that encased half of the moon. What left everyone utterly speechless was the fact that we could breathe here without depending on my powers or their own magic. "We can breathe here? Is it because of this dome-like structure?" Shiva inquired, shifting his focus toward me. "Yes, I made preparations beforehand. Even the most advanced human telescopes won't be able to detect this. The dome also employs illusion magic to conceal our presence, so rest assured they won't discover us. However, I've only covered half of the moon with this, and I've already initiated something on the other side. Unfortunately, you won't be able to access it until it's completed, which should be soon," I explained. "Yeah? Why can't we?" Azazel whined like a child, earning himself a light smack on the head from Avetsa. "Think of it as a delightful surprise, all right? It's nothing overly extravagant, as I mentioned. It will be finished shortly, and it'll grant everyone permission to explore it. Oh, and if you attempt to check on it prematurely, you'll simply be teleported back here," I added, gesturing toward Earth. "You can also enjoy a breathtaking view of Earth from here, by the way. Anyway, explore to your heart's content. Just remember to be cautious of the altered gravity here." Their excitement erupted into cheers, and Natsum, being the first to leap into the air, began to scream like a banshee. Wait. What's happening? Help!" With a sigh, I leaped over to her and gently caught her, and we descended slowly to the ground. "You can adjust your weight using magic yourself. There's no need to panic, Natsum." The mark of Drake appeared on my right hand, and he chimed in, "Yeah, partner did the same thing," and started screaming, but out of joy instead of fear, "So I understand what you're going through, Natsum." Natsum's frown lessened, and she giggled at me. "I guess you still make mistakes, huh?" "I'm far from perfect," I replied, briefly squinting at her and shaking my head with a small smile. Once we landed on the ground, I set her down. "All right, be a bit more cautious, all right? And don't forget to have fun." She pecked me on the lips before turning away. However, as she began to run off, she glanced back and asked, "Can we bring my parents and grandparents here in the future? They already revealed that they know about me and the supernatural when we visited them, so why not? I'm sure they'll enjoy it. But let's do it once the construction for my little project is finished, all right?" She happily nodded before sprinting away, using her magic to adjust her gravity and weight, allowing her to run and jump freely. Once everyone had departed, the only individuals remaining were Kurosagi, Vera, and Amaterasu. The chief god of the Shinto pantheon engaged in conversation with Tsukuyami, appearing quite delighted to be present. However, as I approached them, he sensed my approach and promptly excused himself from their company. Upon my arrival, they were still gazing at Earth, and Amaterasu had turned her attention toward the sun. "This view is truly astonishing, isn't it? It reminds us of just how minuscule we are in the grand tapestry of the universe," I murmured to myself. "Fufu, you're an interesting one, Aaron. You can transform into a dragon that's even larger than our sun. So this sentiment doesn't quite apply to you. Vera chimed in, turning to face me and letting out a giggle. Touché, but you grasp the essence of what I mean, I conceded, sharing a laugh with her. Glancing at Kurosagi, I noticed her evident apprehension and restlessness. I wasn't the only one to observe this, as Amaterasu's gaze shifted toward her and she realized our collective attention. With a sigh, I walked over to the two rabbit yukais. Amaterasu stepped aside to grant us some privacy. Well, there's no time like the present, right? Both of you are already aware of my intentions, so let's not delay any further. Upon hearing my words, both of their faces flushed crimson. They began to mutter incomprehensible words under their breath. I regarded them for a moment before nodding. Turning to Kurosagi first, I gently took both of her hands, causing her to startle slightly. Kuro, we had a rough start. Rabbitfoot pun intended. I began, and she shot me an unamused but slightly amused glare. But after a lot of hopping around, we managed to overcome it all. Her lips quivered as she sighed. Is your proposal going to be filled with rabbit puns? She asked, barely suppressing a smile. Well, if you have any more complaints, I'm all ears, I replied, conjuring rabbit ears on my head and playfully wiggling them. After all, I'm all for love stories with a happy ending. Kurosagi's face contorted until she burst into laughter. Amalthea had previously mentioned that Kurosagi secretly enjoyed puns. I hadn't directly confirmed it before, but on a few occasions in her presence, I had cracked jokes that fell flat with others. Yet I consistently noticed a faint smirk on her lips. Amused by this, I glanced at Vera and Amaterasu. I'm feeling optimistic about this. Stop, Vera exclaimed, lightly tapping me on the head. Enough with the puns. Seriously, I don't understand you two, she said, exasperated. Sighing once more, I regained my composure and continued. Anyway, let's cut to the chase. Will you marry me? You try to say hair why me. I knew it. Did you just attempt to propose with a pun? Vera shouted, pointing at me in disbelief. She then turned to Amaterasu, who was actually giggling, leaving her momentarily speechless. I want absolutely no puns in my proposal, all right. Kuro, and I mostly disregarded her outburst as she stared at me, tears welling up in her eyes. I accept. I love you. I'm so happy right now. I chuckled at her pun, eliciting laughter from her as well, much to Vera's chagrin. What's going on here? Amaterasu-sama, would you be okay with a proposal like this? Vera asked in astonishment. Well, I wouldn't necessarily object to it, especially if it were with Aaron, she responded bashfully, her words stumbling out. Vera questioned. We shared a brief kiss, during which an unexpected transformation occurred in Kuro, triggering her end god mode, which took all of us by surprise. As we pulled away, she blushed even deeper, clearly not intending for this to happen. Sorry, I didn't mean to, she exclaimed, hastily attempting to reverse the transformation, but finding herself unable to. I can't revert. Confusion filled her golden eyes. After observing her for a few moments, I confirmed my suspicions. I understand now. It appears your transformation has become permanent. Regrettably, you can't reverse it. Standing there, as if awaiting a command to salute or something. Okay, Verbeer, let's get married, shall we? I declared, throwing up some playful hand signs. Vera was left utterly speechless, her mouth hanging open. That's the strangest proposal I've ever heard, she exclaimed, clearly baffled by my unconventional approach. Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill, and I quickly backtracked, pulling her into an embrace. Whoa, I was just joking. Most proposals are so serious, including my previous ones, so I want to make this a bit more lighthearted. I'm sorry if it came across as hurtful. I explained and pulled back to see that she had managed to hold back her tears, just sniffling a little. I wiped away the tears that still threatened to escape her eyes, and then kissed her, taking her by surprise, but she soon reciprocated, kissing me back. A few moments later, we broke apart, gazing into each other's eyes. When I first met you, I wasn't sure how to react. You were not at all what I expected. She pouted once again, gently bumping our noses together. I laughed and apologized once more. But I can't deny that you're a very dear friend to Kuro, and you never gave up on your friendship, which I've always admired. In response to this, Vera blushed even deeper, her eyes filled with anticipation. Finally, I spoke the word she had been waiting for, marry me. I don't want to lose someone like you. Vera took a deep breath, turned around, puzzling all of us, and then shouted, "Yees." She turned back to all of us with a satisfied grin and rushed toward me, giving me a warm bravado. Goodness gracious, what an exuberant young lady, Amaterasu remarked, chuckling to herself. Vera refused to let go of me, clinging to me closely. Seeing this, Kurosagi stepped in and pulled her away. Vera struggled the whole time, extending her arms and legs towards me as if craving more. "No, it's all right, isn't it? We're engaged now. Let me kiss Hayam," she cried out, her pleas echoing across the moon. "Are you all right?" Amaterasu inquired as she extended her hand to help me up. After some convincing, Vera finally managed to calm down, and she departed with Kurosagi, who also wished to explore the moon for a while. Amaterasu then joined me, and together we gazed at planet Earth. "Thank you. And yes, I'm all right. So, Sun Goddess-sama, what are your thoughts on our journey so far?" "I adore it. Tsukuyami is quite enamored with this place as well. He believes that other gods and goddesses associated with the moon might consider relocating here if you continue with your plans of colonizing the moon in the future," she replied, her cheeks turning slightly red as her hand found mine. Returning the squeeze of her hand, I concurred, "Yes, once my little project is completed, I'll invite a few others up here, and we can discuss our plans further. We can decide how many towns, cities, and other amenities we want to establish, or whether we should create one grand city to accommodate us all, with distinct districts. There are myriad possibilities." Subsequently, we settled into a comfortable silence, during which Amaterasu rested her head on my shoulder. "Will I have to wait long?" she inquired. Chuckling, I asked, "So we're moving forward quickly, are we? I've been alive for far too long. I'd prefer to marry right away." Contemplating this for a moment, I fell silent. However, a few seconds later, I gently squeezed her hand again. "Give me a little time. I want to make it special." As silence enveloped us once more, the screams of our friends and comrades drew nearer. When we turned to look, we were met with a sight that appeared otherworldly. Somehow, a ball of moon dust or sand had been formed and was currently chasing after a group of them, their cries echoing in the night. "What on earth? How do they manage that?" I asked, genuinely perplexed. Amaterasu giggled beside me and suggested, "Let's join them, Aaron." She started pulling me away, and I allowed myself to be led along. Chapter 13, Part 1. A Clotilde's past third-person point of view on a different part of Earth. Various factions had initiated their plans, each with unique intentions and strategies regarding Team DXD and their alliance. Among these factions was one known as the Malbrach. "Are we nearly prepared?" inquired Malakota, who held the esteemed position of leader among the Malbrach. "Almost," responded Barbaricia. "However, we must collaborate with the True Satan's faction and Zayaram Nibiros, as they intend to launch their attack on the same day as us." "Very well. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence, for the long-anticipated showdown draws near. The final adversary has been located and is already in motion. All 13 Longinus have been gathered, thanks to the efforts of the individual who has worked in our favor. We will incapacitate them within a week." "Understood. I will relay this information to the others," affirmed Barbaricia before departing from the room. A potent aura enveloped Malakota, accompanied by a malevolent grin spreading across his face. "Soon, very soon, we will demonstrate our superiority over the Longinus, whether they be old or new." The impending clash between the Evil Claws and the wielders of the Longinus sacred gears was rapidly approaching, and the stakes were higher than ever. Arentoul's soliloquy, I let out yet another sigh. A recurring expression that had escaped my lips at least 4 times in the past hour or perhaps even within the last half hour. I couldn't pinpoint the exact duration, but it had been approximately that long. "You're slowing down, Aaron," Scat Hack remarked, perched on my lap, her arms wrapped around my neck as I toiled away in my office. Afe had also been roped into this situation and was seated on the couch with the church trio, who had dropped by our place. "Well, you hanging on me isn't exactly facilitating my productivity," I retorted with a playful tone. She responded with a mischievous smirk and proceeded to pepper my face with kisses, eliciting yet another sigh from me. Suddenly, Zenobia rose from her seat, causing the table she had been stationed at with the others to violently shake. Snacks were scattered across its surface, but I had designed our glasses to be nearly impervious to tipping over, to prevent spills like this, so their beverages remained intact. "Shish," she declared, locking her gaze with Scat Hack, who returned her intense stare with equal determination. How can I assist you, Zenobia?" Scat Hack inquired, censurato. The two of them locked in a glaring contest. "I want to sit next to Aaron too," Irina blurted out. "Me too," Asia chimed in, clapping her hands excitedly. Afe, the odd one out in this scenario, surveyed the room, her gaze moving from one person to another. With a sigh, she remarked, "Is this how your life typically unfolds, Aaron?" I chuckled and nodded in affirmation. "Yes, it is, but I don't mind it. There's a certain chaotic joy to it, and I've grown accustomed to it. In fact, I seek it out from time to time," I confessed, prompting a look of horror from Afe. "Desiring such a chaotic life. I'm not sure if I could endure it," she admitted, shaking her head. "Foo-foo, you get used to it, Afe. Many things might seem overwhelming at first, but in the end, they become part of your everyday routine. You visited here from time to time, haven't you? Surely you've grown accustomed to it to some extent." Scat Hack inquired. "Well, there have been a few instances where I found myself less bothered by the happenings here, given that I've visited numerous times throughout the year. However," Afe paused and gestured to Scat Hack and me, "there are still aspects I'm not accustomed to." "Are you referring to my displays of romantic affection, Afe?" Scat Hack asked, tilting her head inquisitively. Afe nodded in confirmation. "Once you acquire a lover, Afe, you'll understand the occasional need for such attention. I, myself, don't require it too frequently, but when I do, I've realized that the desire is far stronger than I initially thought," the Queen of the Land of Shadows admitted. Afe pondered her sister's words for a moment before returning her focus to her snacks. However, Zenobia hadn't abandoned her earlier idea and suddenly appeared beside me, silently challenging Scat Hack with an intense stare. She turned my head toward her and pressed her barato to mine. Gasps escaped from a few onlookers, and Afe dropped her candy, which she had been about to eat. Zenobia and I shared a deep, silent moment together. Finally, she released me, her flushed face bearing a triumphant grin as she looked down at Scat Hack. "Try and beat that, shish," the blue-haired reincarnated devil boldly declared, provoking her teacher. "Quite audacious, Zenobia." "Very well, I shall raise the stakes," proclaimed the woman beside me. She turned to me and ordered, "Censurato, censurato, censurato, what, Asia?" Zenobia exclaimed in shock. "W, what are you doing?" Asia nuzzled her head against my chest and planted a chaste kiss on my cheek. "We're all part of this competition, Zenobia-san, except for Afe-san, of course." Irina had also appeared on my other side, her gaze expectantly fixed on me. It seemed that the church trio had launched a coordinated assault. This prompted Scat Hack to laugh at them and join Afe on her own couch. "Well, you could always join the competition, you know," Scat Hack teased, smirking at her sister. "Excuse me? I don't have those kinds of feelings for Aaron," she retorted and sighed. "What on earth made you think that?" Scat Hack stared at her sister for a moment before turning her gaze back to me. "Court her," she said, almost as if giving an order. "What?" I stammered, once again rendered speechless. What kind of request was that? Who in their right mind would ask someone? Censurato, it felt like he was turning into a villain at this point. "They'll consider it," I replied to Afe. This elicited a shocked stare from her, and her face flushed slightly. "WW, what are you talking about?" she shouted, addressing both me and Scat-Hack. Scat-Hack leaned in closer to her sister and continued, "Just imagine it, his gentle affection, his warm regard, and he might even treat you kindly, you know?" Perhaps even Afe immediately pushed Scat-Hack away, her expression a mix of mortification and deep embarrassment. She started shouting incoherently, switching between English and Irish, creating a blend I dubbed Iriglish. Afe was clearly seething when the door to my office swung open, and in walked Aoife, accompanied by Vita and the rest of the Milstein family. Right? Today was the day, wasn't it? The day when Vita Milstein or Vita Clotilde and Gasper Vladi would engage in a duel. "I brought some company, Aaron," Aoife announced dramatically, gesturing grandly toward Vita, Emma, Anastasia, and Rosalia. "I'm here, Jean," Vita stated, her gaze fixed on me. I nodded. "It's a bit early, so why don't you take a seat? Gasper's occupied until noon. But after that, you can proceed with your duel," I explained, to which she readily agreed. During my recent operation to apprehend Satinol, Vita had joined me, and afterward she had approached me about challenging Gasper, or more specifically, his sacred gear on Baelor, given her clan's historical connection to the evil god Baelor and Luft's battle centuries ago. "Fumu, Jean, your home is rather spacious," Rosalia inquired, her keen senses detecting the presence of powerful spells woven into the very fabric of the building. "Did you construct it using magic?" The interior seems even more expansive, suggesting the use of spatial manipulation. I nodded and replied, "Indeed, I did, but it's been a few months since I made any significant upgrades." Her nod of understanding acknowledged my response. Suddenly, a request for milk came from an unexpected source Emma's familiar, Celine. The sleek black cat, adorned with a delicate blue ribbon, had gracefully hopped onto my desk, taking care not to disrupt the scattered documents. Raising an eyebrow, I eventually agreed, conjuring a small bowl of milk. I handed it to Zenobia, who carefully placed it on the floor. Celine promptly left my desk and began sipping the milk from her newfound perch. Curiosity piqued, I turned my attention to our guests. "Is this your first visit to Japan?" I inquired as the Milstein family settled into their seats, some of them nibbling on the snacks adorning the table. Aoife, on the other hand, cast a questioning glance at the church trio before shrugging. "For me, no. I've ventured to this land on several occasions in the past, driven by personal interests and insatiable curiosity. Along the way, I encountered various factions of deities, each curious about my presence. After explaining my purpose, they graciously permitted me to continue my explorations," Rosalia explained, revealing a side of herself that Emma appeared surprised to learn. "I had no knowledge of these adventures, grandmother," Emma admitted, her eyes reflecting her astonishment at the recounted tales. Rosalia chuckled softly. "Well, there were few opportunities to speak of them, and you never inquired." Turning to Rosalia, Asia, perched comfortably on my lap, asked, "Have you ever visited Italy, Rosalia-san?" With the arrangement of seats, Asia occupied the space between my lap and Zenobia on my right, while Irina sat to my left. Our guests shared a moment of amusement at our seating arrangement before responding. "I have," began Rosalia, her tone contemplative. "The Roman gods were, well, let's just say they were a fascinating bunch of deities. For the most part, they were benevolent, with a few rather eccentric ones among them." She turned her attention to me, her curiosity piqued. "You crossed paths with them recently, didn't you, Jean? What is your impression of these divine beings?" All eyes in the room shifted towards me, and I nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I forged an alliance with them a few months ago, and I recently had the opportunity to meet with them again in the Shinto realm during a cultural exchange. I've heard that you were even challenged to a few sparring matches by various gods from both sides. Is that correct?" Rosalia inquired further, her interest evident. "That's correct," I confirmed. "Several of them approached me with the idea of a sparring match, and I willingly accepted their challenges. I even had a rematch with Raijin, although I chose to conclude it swiftly due to prior commitments within the Pantheon." Rosalia nodded in comprehension. then turned her gaze to Anastasia and Scat-Hack. Speaking of which, Anastasia, I recall you embarked on solo journeys to different countries, didn't you? And Scat-Hack, what brings you here today? Normally, you be immersed in your training. Anastasia exchanged a silent understanding with Scat-Hack before responding, I'm here because I wanted to spend time with my future husband. I found a balance now. My life isn't solely focused on constant training. Rosalia. She gestured towards the trio from the church who accompanied her. They are here because of me, she added with a playful chuckle. The conversation shifted back to us, and the three accompanying me couldn't hide their blushes. Asia, however, wore a warm smile as she looked at Rosalia and the others. Among the three, and sometimes Zenobia, Asia seemed the most at ease with our relationship and our affectionate displays. Cinchuredo, while we had shared more meaningful moments since then, they hadn't progressed beyond certain boundaries. Meanwhile, Asia and I maintained a consistent and fulfilling connection, much like my other partners. I turned the conversation towards Anastasia. So what about you, Miss Anastasia? I inquired, shifting the focus back to her. She rested her hand on her cheek, wearing a wistful smile. Well, let me think. It was before Emma was born, and I was known as a wandering witch. During that time, I traveled extensively throughout Ireland, the United Kingdom, France, Spain, and a few other European countries. I did have encounters with some Roman gods, and as my grandmother had foretold, they granted me their favor after discerning my intentions, she explained. Emma appeared even more taken aback by the revelation. I wasn't informed about this either. Celine offered a reassuring perspective. Emma, not every detail of your family's lives will be disclosed to you. Consider Vita's past, the very reason for her duel today. It implicates the rest of us as well. I mean, I've embarked on adventures with Rosalia and Anastasia a few times, and I've been on those trips mentioned too, you know? She glanced up from her bowl, addressing Emma with empathy. Emma was left momentarily speechless and slightly miffed. However, she swiftly acknowledged the reality of the situation and chose to move past her feelings on the matter. Perhaps Emma had a strong inclination toward family matters, desiring to grasp every facet of her family's actions, although I couldn't help but speculate on that point. My curiosity about her husband lingered, but I refrained from broaching the subject, recognizing its sensitivity. Remarkably, Anastasia seemed to sense my unspoken query and decided to address it herself. It appears that Jean is curious about my husband, she remarked playfully, her tone carrying a hint of humor. Don't flatter this old lady too much, or she might just bite, she added with a wink. I offered a wry smile in response, but remained silent. To put it succinctly, Anastasia continued. We parted ways long ago. I have no knowledge of his current endeavors. Like me, he possesses a longer-than-average human lifespan and remarkable magical talents. However, fidelity wasn't his strong suit. He couldn't remain faithful. That's the crux of it. An awkward hush descended upon the room, and no one dared to break it. Yet, Anastasia pressed on with her narrative. I might have considered a different path if he had expressed his desire for multiple partners up front. However, he chose to cheat and then attempted to backtrack, revealing his intentions afterward. At the time, I was too wounded to accept his explanation, so we parted ways. Of course, back then, Emma was merely a 1-year-old, blissfully unaware of the situation until I disclosed it to her in later years. A slightly awkward chuckle escaped my lips, leaving those present somewhat perplexed. It seems like all of us carry some sort of troubled past, don't we? I ventured, prompting them to ponder my question. Their gazes converged as they exchanged glances, and then Scat-Hack broke the silence with a laugh. That's indeed true, she agreed, and given that most of us have managed to overcome our pasts, it's often best to find humor in them. We continued our conversation in that room, the atmosphere becoming more relaxed. As I juggled my documents, the church trio provided assistance, all while they began inquiring about the Milstein family. Emma, in particular, showed curiosity about the details of our history, but as she sensed our collective reluctance, particularly from Aoife, she promptly backpedaled, offering apologies and steering clear of the sensitive topic. The moment for their impending duel was rapidly approaching, but before that, we gathered for lunch in the dining room. The laughter and chatter of my companions filled the air, save for Gasper, who remained secluded in his spare bedroom. I had sensed his arrival earlier, but he hadn't ventured out of his room. Furthermore, he had come alone, which meant I didn't need to be concerned about disturbing anyone else. With this in mind, I approached his door and knocked gently. "Come in," he responded with a tired murmur. Pushing the door open, I entered his room to find Gasper engrossed in his computer, fervently scouring the web. "Jayasuk, lunch is ready. You should come down," I informed him as I approached. I couldn't help but inquire, "What are you researching?" "I'm delving deeper into the lore surrounding the evil god Baylor. However, most of what I come across seems to be fabricated falsehoods or incomplete truths. I've attempted to question him in the past few days, but he's been quite reticent. All he mentioned was that this battle belongs to him, and I agreed to let him take control of my body," he explained, slumping back in his chair. Glancing at his monitor, I observe an array of open tabs, around 100 of them all dedicated to sites and forums discussing myths and legends about Baylor. He had clearly been tirelessly dedicated to this research, evident from the scattered coffee cups and empty food bowls around his room. "Do you not have faith in Baylor?" I asked, concerned. "I do, but I wish you would trust me more and share these details," Gasper replied with a hint of frustration. He continued, "But this battle holds more significance than just Vita San's desire for revenge, right? Indeed, it's a form of closure for her. She likely has her own questions about the past involving Baylor," I responded, locking eyes with Gasper, who appeared perplexed. I then offered a small pill to him. "Take this just before the fight. When the time is right, it will trigger pertinent memories, allowing you to understand the full picture. They'll also be on standby if you require assistance with Vita. She is, for better or worse, the most talented representative of her clan since its extinction, and latent powers within her might unpredictably awaken, potentially causing her to lose control." Determination overtook Gasper's expression. "I want to help. You're helping too, right, Aaron and I?" "Absolutely," I affirmed. After she made this request, I have a fairly good idea of what to expect, so they'll be there to support her. They'll also involve her new family, as they're undoubtedly the ones who can guide her through this. Let's make every effort to accommodate her, all right? That's what the Occult Research Club members do, isn't it?" Gasper replied, his confidence shining through in his smile. I couldn't help but chuckle and playfully tousled his hair. "Indeed, I'm glad to hear that those early teachings from last year have left a lasting impression on you. Now then, let's join everyone." Lunch had passed relatively smoothly. Vita and Gasper managed to maintain a cordial demeanor, though it was evident that an underlying tension lingered in the air. Nevertheless, I must emphasize that the atmosphere remained quite pleasant, allowing us to savor our meal while engaging in light-hearted conversation, sprinkled with a touch of chaos. Currently, we found ourselves within my meticulously designed training facility. Out on the field, Gasper and Vita positioned themselves at opposite ends, their gazes locked in an intense standoff. The responsibility of overseeing this match had fallen to me, a choice agreed upon by both participants. By my side stood Asia, who had volunteered to provide healing assistance in case of injuries that might arise after the duel. Earlier, as Gasper strolled toward his designated spot, he carefully ingested the pill, just to ensure he wouldn't forget. An odd expression washed over his face, and he cast a glance back at me, wordlessly inquiring whether it was supposed to have an unusual taste. I offered him reassurance, explaining that it was indeed meant to have a distinct garlic flavor. Third-person point of view, Gasper Vladi and Vita Clotilde stood at opposite ends of the expansive field, their eyes locked in anticipation, both awaiting the commencement of their forthcoming match. A voice, not of the physical realm, but one residing within Gasper's consciousness, inquired, "Once the match begins, I shall assume control of your body, my other half. I will also enact a transformation to alter our appearance. Are you in agreement with this arrangement?" "Unwavering," Gasper replied. "I am in agreement. all the while keeping his unwavering gaze fixed on Vita. With determination in her voice, Cornelia chimed in, "Do your best, Gasper." Tomo echoed the sentiment, exclaiming, "Fight on, Jayasuk." Both of his companions, Cornelia and Tomo, had come to lend their support, fully aware that Baylor would be assuming control of Gasper's body during the match. They had joined him after lunch, and word had spread, attracting the Bale team, who were eager to witness the battle. Aaron, presiding over the event, addressed both participants, casting a brief glance their way. Gasper and Vita nodded in response, signifying their readiness. Aaron swung his arm downward with deliberate force. "Begin." As if in response to the start signal, Vita summoned her staff, but a shroud of darkness swiftly enveloped the entire arena. Gasper's form underwent a profound transformation, emerging as a taller, more mature version of himself. His hair bore a unique blend of platinum blonde and black. His red eyes radiated a mysterious glow, and his attire had shifted into a sleek, jet-black suit. Vita's countenance betrayed a hint of concern, though she did not allow it to sway her focus. With determination, she raised her staff and summoned a multitude of intricate magic circles, each meticulously crafted over her lifetime. Each circle bore different, potent magics within. Without the slightest delay, Vita unleashed a relentless barrage of magical attacks directed at Gasper, now under the influence of the entity known as Baylor. Baylor extended his hand toward the incoming onslaught, and in an instant, all of Vita's formidable attacks were engulfed and devoured by the voracious darkness. The highly anticipated and formidable magical onslaught, honed over years of experience, was rendered utterly impotent by the evil god inhabiting Gasper's sacred gear. Baylor's gaze remained unwavering, fixed on Vita as if issuing a challenge. Undeterred, Vita conjured even more magic circles behind her and resumed her relentless assault on Baylor. However, each time her magical onslaught neared its target, Gasper's darkness would instinctively activate, generating impervious barriers that swallowed and absorbed Vita's magical projectiles. Vita's frustration mounted as she stared at Baylor in disbelief. "Shall we engage in discourse, Vita Milstein, or would you prefer that I address you as Vita Clotilde?" inquired Baylor. With a condescending smirk, Vita retorted, "So, you have not forgotten about my lineage, evil god Baylor? It would be discourteous and insensitive of me to disregard a formidable clan such as yours. Your clan supported the sun god Luff in our battle. After all, with their aid, he managed to swiftly defeat me." "Oh, pray, elaborate," Vita responded, her curiosity piqued. "Half of your fellow clansmen diverted my enslaved servant at the time, the evil dragon Crumb-Crutch. With him thus occupied, battling your clansmen, the other half, alongside Luff, confronted me. In the end, your faction emerged victorious, with many casualties to report. Crumb-Crutch was also liberated from my mind control and fled." Vita seethed with anger upon hearing this account, yet her thirst for knowledge compelled her to withhold her attack for the moment. Sensing her intrigue, Baylor continued to recount his memories. "Following that, my memories become hazy, but I found myself in the clutches of the God of the Bible, imprisoned within this sacred gear. Nonetheless, before Luff and the remnants of your clan took me away, my followers from bygone eras made a solemn pledge that they would eradicate any surviving members of the Clotilde clan. My grandparents would sometimes allude to that, but my parents hushed them, claiming that I wasn't ready to hear such things as a child. Yet, I overheard and comprehended that one day my life would be sought after," Vita responded. "Did it indeed come to fruition?" he inquired. Vita chuckled and extended her arms wide. "Can't you discern it? I am the sole survivor. Your followers kept their word and relentlessly pursued each remaining clan member through generations, including my parents. Thanks to my mother's quick thinking, I survived. She concealed me in a hidden compartment. After they killed them all, I heard their jubilant cries as they confirmed the extermination, unaware that I had endured. As a child, I simultaneously grasped and failed to comprehend why they committed such acts. But Vita shifted her gaze to her newfound family. She observed Emma's distress and couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow that Emma had to learn this harrowing history. Her adopted mother and grandmother also regarded her with sorrowful eyes, but Vita pressed on. After that, the Milstein family found me. They took me in, raised me, and imparted as much knowledge as they could. As I matured, I began to fathom the reasons behind the attacks and the identity of those responsible. Is that why you disappeared for several years, Vita? Emma exclaimed. Vita smiled and nodded, not turning to face Emma. Indeed, that's the reason for my absence. Like them, I hunted down all the surviving followers of yours who persisted to this day. Some of them hailed from the past, while others were from more recent generations. However, they were all aware of the facts and supported the deeds of their forebears. But I wasn't devoid of compassion, you know? I spared the children, I spared the innocent, and I spared those who didn't endorse the actions of the previous generations. Nevertheless, I made sure to acquaint the children and the innocent with the crimes and sins of their ancestors and convey that I was merely a woman on a mission of vengeance. That's why. Vita closed her eyes, and the surroundings began to tremble. An ominous green and blue aura enveloped her, rapidly expanding in both size and intensity. Even Baylor found himself taken aback by this display of power. I returned to my home during those years away. When she reopened her eyes, they radiated with a brilliant glow. Her environment underwent a dramatic transformation, and her familiar, Grianos, materialized by her side. Grianos, too, underwent a striking transformation, his power surging to new heights. I stumbled upon some long-forgotten techniques within my clan, a means to harness our unique power. I only briefly showcased this power during a recent mission with Jean. I'd like you to experience it firsthand, she explained, and suddenly, the entire room was bathed in a radiant green and blue light. As Vita observed her attack consuming everything around her, a heavy sigh emanated from in front of her. She was bewildered to discover that it came from Baylor. He raised his arm, and in an instant, his mastery over Gasper's darkness not only nullified her attack, but also engulfed the training facility in total darkness. Vita stood there, stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Well, what just happened? She uttered, still in disbelief. Without uttering another word, Baylor fixed his glowing eyes on Vita, activating the time-stopping ability inherent to Aeon Baylor. He proceeded to advance toward Vita, intentionally moving at a slow pace. As he drew nearer, terror surged through every fiber of Vita's being, triggering a profound change. It's starting, Aaron murmured, attracting attention from those present. What do you, Rosalia began to inquire, but before she could finish, an even more potent aura erupted from Vita, with a cyan hue that forcefully pushed everything back, including Baylor. Despite Baylor's evident restraint and his attempt not to harm Vita, he knew he had to act swiftly. However, he momentarily halted and fixed his gaze on Aaron. All right, let's get started, Aaron declared, causing further bewilderment. Huh? The crowd chorused in unison. Milstein family, you'll need your assistance in this endeavor, he announced, turning toward them. It's time for a deep dive into Vita's soul. Let's go. He snapped his fingers, and they all materialized in front of Vita. Aroni, Kasper palor mumblet. Are we going in? Yeah, let's go and help her, all right? She's carrying far more emotional baggage than she lets on. I'd like all of you to lend her a hand. If you yes, Emma exclaimed, interrupting Aaron. Vita is my sister. Blood doesn't define family for me. It was my fault that this happened, so we'll do whatever I can to assist, Baylor added. Everyone around Aaron shared their agreement. He glanced back at those remaining in the stands, and Graphia, along with a few others, began to exit the facility. All right, let's do this. Aaron raised his arm and guided them all into Vita's soul. Meanwhile, he stayed behind to encase Vita in a protective barrier to prevent any further harm to herself. As the group ventured into the depths of Vita's soul, a breathtaking spectacle unfurled before their eyes. Towering, majestic mountains soared high into the cerulean sky, their snow-capped peaks piercing the heavens. Beneath these colossal giants lay an expansive, enchanting forest, an emerald sea of towering trees that whispered secrets to the wind. The air was alive with an indescribable magic, a palpable sense of wonder that coursed through every living thing. Lush, verdant grass stretched out as far as the eye could see, inviting weary travelers to rest upon its soft embrace. Creatures of all shapes and sizes frolicked in harmonious unity, creating a symphony of life amidst this Eden-like landscape. At the fringes of this enchantment stood a solitary cottage, its chimney billowing gentle tendrils of smoke into the azure expanse. A beacon of warmth and comfort amidst the wild beauty that surrounded it, it beckoned the group to explore the mysteries of Vita's soul. His entourage stood in stunned silence, captivated by the enchanting environment Vita had crafted within her soul. The inner landscape of a soul varies for each individual. It's a canvas of their very essence. Despite Vita's emotional turmoil, the inner sanctum of her soul and heart, it's remarkably serene and tranquil, wouldn't you say? Aaron remarked, gesturing towards the cottage. Vita is currently located over there without hesitation, Emma exclaimed. Let's go then. She started moving towards the cottage when Aaron gently grasped her shoulder, halting her in her tracks. Why are you stopping me? Don't we need to help my sister? Vita won't allow us to reach her so easily. This awe-inspiring spectacle serves as a form of protection in its own right. Everything we encounter on our journey will attempt to obstruct us. It won't cause physical harm, but it will seek to sway us in other ways, Aaron explained, by showing us things we desire, correct? Gasper, for instance, has a fondness for the internet and computers. Will this forest cater to those preferences, even if it seems unimaginable? Baylor inquired. Exactly. In my case, it might present exotic ingredients for dishes I aspire to create, or even illusions of the women I hold dear. I urge everyone to exercise caution and not let this beguiling landscape deceive you. Stay close to me, and it'll ensure our safety. However, we must navigate through it gradually. You could say, Vita is also testing us in this manner, he elaborated. We'll rely on you to guide us through this forest, Jean. But once we reach Vita's cottage, we'll take it from there, Anastasia declared. Aaron chimed in. I'm okay with that, but I'll also contribute my insights. Baylor, you'll need to do your part, but let's avoid antagonizing the girl, all right? Baylor responded, I will do my best. Me too, Gasper added. Aaron nodded, satisfied with their responses. Then, follow me. He took the lead, and magically, the branches of the trees in front of them parted to allow their passage. Their group was soon surrounded by various elemental spirits that flew towards them, chattering excitedly. Hey, do you want to play? Let's have some fun. More and more elemental spirits gathered around them. But for the most part, they ignored the playful creatures. Emma, however, found herself slightly distracted by their antics. Aaron noticed and took her hand, gently pulling her away, helping her regain her focus, though she blushed slightly. Shortly afterward, they crossed a small bridge over a sparkling river. Below, fish-like creatures swam, and many of them attempted to entice their visitors. Do you want to be my familiar? Rosalia inquired. You can join our world, replied the fish-like creatures. This time, Rosalia was the one captivated, eager to make one of the creatures her familiar. You can't do that. They are part of Vita's soul. Although, Cinchureto asking, would this form be more to your liking? In a playful tone, Erin sighed and flicked her forehead gently. Let's save the jokes for when we're out of here. Okay? What? Am I still not cool like this? She protested, but they continued walking. My pride and confidence just took a hit, you know? You're the legendary dragon. How could you turn her away? Aaron awkwardly looked to his side, wanting to avoid further discussion when they had more pressing matters. Eventually, Emma managed to calm her grandmother down, and they resumed their journey. The next distraction came in the form of a river of milk. which prompted Celine to exclaim, "Meow, milk," and attempt to dive headfirst into it. Aaron caught her in time. "Why?" Celine asked with disappointment. Aaron smirked and explained, "That would upset your stomach. Vita probably knows how much you love milk and decided to play a little prank." Celine cringed and gazed back at the milky river, grimacing. That does sound like her. He'll be more careful next time." Her family playfully teased her as they continued their trek through the enchanting forest. However, the next obstacle proved to be challenging. Aaron asked Gasper, "You won't get distracted by that, will you?" In front of them stood a colossal tree with a desktop PC, equipped with the latest technology. Baylor remained composed, but Gasper stood still in awe, his eyes wide with excitement. "Really?" Baylor asked, bewildered by his counterpart's reaction. "I can't help it. Shoot, I have to save up for the next few months." Gasper mumbled, his eyes fixed on the tempting PC. They pressed on, Gasper stealing one last, longing glance at the computer, a single tear rolling down his cheek as if he had lost his true love. Aaron patted Gasper on the head and reassured him, "If you want, it'll upgrade your PC at home." "Oh, really?" "Yeah. Thank you, Aaron and I." In mere seconds, Gasper had overcome his loss and was looking forward to the upgrade. Their group had been walking for the past few minutes without a single distraction. However, their tranquil journey took a sudden turn when they found themselves just 5 minutes away from Vita's cottage. Before them appeared a man cloaked in tattered brown robes. "Now, that's quite troubling," remarked Rosalia, her voice tinged with concern. Perplexed by the reaction, Emma inquired, "Why is that, grandmother?" She couldn't help but notice her mother's sudden stillness, as Anastasia stood frozen, her gaze locked onto the mysterious man. I see." "Yeah," Aaron concurred, his eyes shifting from Emma to Anastasia. "I would assume that this man is your husband?" he ventured to ask. A look of sheer shock overcame Emma as she stared at the enigmatic figure before them. He stood there with an air of quiet mystery about him, his short brown hair tousled, as if perpetually ruffled by the wind's playful fingers. His deep blue eyes held a certain depth, as if they held a lifetime's worth of stories and secrets. A modest beard adorned his face, adding a rugged charm to his countenance. His frame was lean, suggesting a life marked by resilience and endurance, standing at a height of 5'11" with a presence that was both unassuming and intriguing. He was enveloped in a weathered brown cloak, a garment that seemed to have journeyed through time and seen its fair share of adventures. Its frayed edges and patched-up fabric whispered of countless tales etched into its fibers. In this enigmatic figure, one could sense a man shaped by life's unpredictable twists and turns, a living embodiment of tales waiting to be unraveled. "Clarence?" Anastasia's voice quivered as she uttered his name. "It's been a while, Anastasia. I never thought I'd meet you all here, especially you, Rosalia, and Celine. It appears you've brought 2 more acquaintances with you." Clarence acknowledged with a slight bow. Clarence, Anastasia's husband, or should I say, ex-husband? He chuckled softly. He took a step closer towards them, his tone carrying a hint of nostalgia. "How about we consider being a family again? I've wandered the world alone since then, you know? And I think Emma could use a father figure in her life, don't you?" Another step forward, but his progress was halted by Aaron. Such illusions can be rather troublesome for people, particularly those who haven't fully processed their past traumas. Considering there are unresolved matters even for Anastasia, this manifestation has taken the form of her unfaithful ex-husband. "The only ones remaining now are myself and Baylor," Aaron explained, pointing his index and middle fingers towards the illusion. Clarence appeared bewildered. "What are you talking about?" "I've been keeping a watchful eye on our adopted daughter, Vita, all this time," he argued. He took another step forward, but Aaron emitted a faint pulse from his fingers, causing Clarence's form to shift into mist. The illusion gazed at his dissipating body and sighed, only to look back up with a wicked grin. "If I could have touched you, you would have been trapped here forever." Regrettably, it seems that wasn't meant to be, he lamented before vanishing into thin air, a soft, eerie chuckle lingering in the air. Aaron cast a brief glance back at the group and offered reassuring words. As I mentioned earlier, everything here is a product of Vita's conjurations. These are her candid impressions of all of us, even your ex-husband. However, dwelling on this won't serve us well. With that, he began to walk ahead, prompting the others to catch up. "Mother, are you all right?" Emma inquired, a genuine concern evident in her voice. The unsettling encounter had left her equally shaken. She hadn't seen her father's face in years, as most of his photographs had been removed from their home. It was a strange feeling to finally catch a glimpse of him, even if it was just a mere illusion. Anastasia managed a composed response, though she was inwardly rattled. "I'm fine, Emma. Thank you," she assured her daughter. The encounter had stirred emotions she had thought she had buried long ago. It appeared that there were still traces of lingering affection for her ex-husband, no matter how faint. Rosalia observed Anastasia and Emma with a concerned expression, but opted to remain silent. Her attention shifted to Aaron, who was diligently leading them through the remainder of the forest. As she followed his confident stride, she couldn't help but ponder maybe their group arrived at the cottage with no other obstacles trying to stop them. The rest of their journey was silent but tranquil. They encountered the occasional animal that would come up to them, but for the most part it wasn't as hectic as their past encounters. Nestled amidst the lush expanse of Vita's soul, a tall and expansive cottage stood proudly, a cozy haven amidst the wilderness. Its sturdy wooden frame exuded an inviting charm, while a chimney sent plumes of smoke spiraling into the open sky. A large wooden fence enclosed the cottage, a sentinel guarding the secrets within. Nature had not forgotten this home, as vines and overgrowth gently embraced its walls, adding to its rustic allure. In the heart of the cottage's garden, a small, ornate fountain bubbled merrily, its waters glinting in the dappled sunlight. The windows, crystal clear and enigmatic, gave an ethereal quality to the cottage, almost as if it were a portal to another world. Within its walls, bookshelves adorned every available space, filled with volumes of knowledge and adventure. And there, amidst the literary treasure trove, stood the enigmatic Vita Clotilde herself. "Very well, I'll entrust this to all of you. He'll remain here," Aaron informed them. You're not coming with us, Aaron and I?" Gasper inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. "He'll be with you shortly. There's just something I need to attend to out here, all right?" Despite his reluctance, Gasper reluctantly joined the others as they made their way into Vita's residence. "Now then, what should I do about you?" Aaron mused, turning his attention to the entrance gates. Standing there was a blonde woman with sapphire eyes, gazing back at him. The illusion of Lavinia. "Huh? You're quite the devious woman, Vita." As Emma, Anastasia, Rosalia, Selena, and Baylor crossed the threshold into Vita's abode, they found themselves in a compact entrance hallway. To their right, a quaint wooden staircase beckoned them upwards, its steps promising a glimpse into the upper reaches of this mysterious domain. At the summit, a door stood ajar, inviting them to explore further. Turning their attention to the left, the group faced two doors. The first one stood open, granting access to the living room, where Vita presently dwelled. Soft light spilled from within, casting a warm glow on the space, and the muffled hum of conversation hinted at the presence of their enigmatic host. The second door led to the heart of the home, the kitchen and dining room. It remained closed, its secrets hidden behind its wooden facade, leaving the visitors with a tantalizing choice of where to begin their journey within Vita's sanctuary. With Rosalia at the forefront, the group moved in unison, crossing the threshold of the open door. As they entered the room, their senses were immediately overwhelmed by the sight of an abundance of books. Countless tomes lined the walls, stacked in haphazard piles, and arranged in towering bookshelves that reached for the ceiling. It was a bibliophile's paradise. Amidst this literary treasure trove, their eyes settled on Vita. Seated in an elegant chair, a book held delicately in her grasp. She appeared engrossed in her reading, her world defined by the words on the pages. Upon the sound of their arrival, Vita looked up, her eyes betraying a bittersweet smile. "Welcome, everyone," she greeted them with a hint of melancholy. "I didn't anticipate all of you making your way here. Is the situation outside as dire as it seems?" Her voice, tinged with concern, hung in the air, waiting for their response. "Vita, please reconsider coming back to us. Do you truly wish to persist with your quest for revenge?" Emma implored, her plea directed at her elder sister. Vita responded with a soft chuckle and a shake of her head. "I've long moved past the desire for revenge. I had already exacted my vengeance. All I sought was an explanation from Baylor regarding the fate of my clansmen and why his followers made such promises," she explained, casting a meaningful glance in Baylor's direction. "I must confess that my emotions did influence my decisions, but let's not linger on that," she added. All eyes in the room shifted toward the god, who let out a sigh. "I have various theories, but I never instructed them to engage in such actions. You're aware of how groups sometimes become fanatical, correct?" he inquired of Vita. She nodded in understanding. "So, you're suggesting that they acted of their own volition, driven by their deep reverence for you?" "That's my assumption." "Yes," Baylor confirmed. He briefly glanced out the window, where Aaron was engaged in conversation with a familiar woman, then refocused on Vita, the leader among them, someone you're likely familiar with, Barak. He was the first to pledge his allegiance to me. He had lived for many years before our paths crossed, and when my defeat occurred, he was the one who made the announcement, I believe. Vita narrowed her eyes, a simmering undertone of hatred and hostility gleaming within them. "Barak, huh? I remember him. He was the leader of that group when I sought my revenge. He had the audacity to tell me he had no regrets for what they did, claiming they believed it was what you would have wanted. They couldn't vanquish or kill Luff, the god of the sun. However, they thought that by eliminating those who aided him, the Clotilde clan, you might be compelled to return to life. They were unaware that you were sealed within a sacred gear," Vita elaborated. "Not many are privy to the events that unfolded after my defeat at the hands of Luff. Frankly, I never envisioned myself sealed within a peculiar artifact known as a sacred gear, but fate is a fickle thing. Now that we've cleared that up, is there anything else you'd like to inquire about?" Baylor inquired. "You engaged in battle with Luff, one of the leaders of my clan, if I understand correctly. Could you enlighten me about them?" Granny always refused to share any details whenever I tried to broach the topic, Vita inquired, her gaze briefly falling upon Rosalia, who took a step back and flinched. "I have my reasons." "Darn it," quipped the older woman. "Back then, I deemed it best to shield you from such knowledge, believing you weren't prepared to hear about them," she explained. "It will be a rather lengthy account, but are you prepared for that?" Baylor inquired. "I have the time. I trust Jean to safeguard me and prevent any harm from befalling us, so we can take it at our own pace," Vita responded. Harnessing her inner powers within her soul, Vita conjured chairs for everyone to sit on, and Baylor commenced his narrative. "Aaron Toole's soliloquy and illusion targeting me. I maintained my composure, unfazed by the ethereal image of Lavinia before me. With a measured tone, I addressed the apparition, well aware of the futility of its powers against my will. Lavinia's illusion bore the same disarming smile as the genuine article, but as it attempted to breach the boundaries of my cottage, I stood firm, blocking its path. The mimic's countenance shifted, a hint of frustration marring its features. Pouting, it tried to appeal to my emotions. "Aaron, it's me. Why are you being so harsh?" Her eyes welled up with tears, a convincing attempt to tug at my heartstrings. However, I couldn't be swayed. I honed my instincts through years of familiarity, and no matter how uncanny an imposter's imitation might be, there remained an innate recognition that set them apart. This, to me, was not the Lavinia I knew. With a resigned sigh, I locked my gaze onto the illusion. As I said, "You won't fool me. You're just another illusion. So what is it that you want? If you don't have something important to convey, they'll have to dismiss you," I declared, pointing my finger at the specter. It discarded its disguise at that moment and sported an evil grin aimed directly at me. It was a visage that Lavinia would never direct towards me or anyone she cherished. The only instance her countenance underwent any alteration was when she confronted her adversaries. The familiar warm smile of Lavinia vanished, replaced by the unyielding persona of the Ice Queen. However, this was an entirely different matter. The imitated Lavinia bore that sinister grin and mocked me. Wow, I never thought love-struck fools like you could resist, especially when this woman stands before you. I retorted, unyielding. When comparing something worthless to a sparkling diamond that defines my world, the distinction is abundantly clear. You'd have to be blind not to notice it. My response made her glare at me, but I stood firm in my resolve. She could no longer maintain her composure and facade, so she started hurling herself against the barrier I had erected around our home. However, her attempts were futile and only resulted in her injuring herself. Fed up with the situation, I directed the same pulse towards the fake Lavinia. My attack struck her, causing her body to transform into mist. She shot me a hateful glare before screaming, "I despise you. I should have never fallen in love with you. There were other men who were better. I regret ever loving you." My life has been a nightmare since then. Her words were abruptly silenced as she finally dissipated. I must admit, hearing Lavinia's voice perfectly mimic stung a bit, but I could find solace in the knowledge that she would never utter those words to me. Only a loathsome impostor would, though. I was surprised that Vita's soul used that as a weapon against me. Perhaps she was jealous? Drake pondered. Maybe, I replied. Satisfied that there were no more disturbances on the horizon, I turned around and stepped into Vita's home. Upon entering, I heard sobbing emanating from one of the rooms. I ventured inside and discovered the Milstein family, locked in a tight embrace, weeping. Even Celine was part of the hug, while Baylor, or rather Gasper in his original form, stood guard. Approaching Gasper, I rested a hand on his head. Did everything go well? It seems Baylor also found some closure on his end. But I think we should give them some space, Aaron and I, Gasper suggested. I agreed, and we returned outside, sitting down on the ground. I recounted an illusion of Lavinia materialized in front of the house, trying to keep the conversation flowing. Gasper let out a small chuckle. Yeah, Vitasin mentioned that her soul might have conjured something like that. She listed Lavinianae, Thotosin, Roswysen, Aquino-senpai, Velgrind-san, Azathoth-san, or Danu-san as possible manifestations. But since you confirmed it was Lavinianae, I found it somewhat surprising that so many individuals were involved in this peculiar situation. So I probed further, asking why. Gasper explained. Vita-san felt a sense of jealousy towards your close relationship with your close companions and the others. She saw the affection you shared with them and desired the same. Oh, and before you jump to conclusions, she still felt like an outsider within her new family, even after changing her name. I pondered on this. When a child is adopted into a family at a young age, there's usually no issue since they won't recall much from their earlier years. Eventually, the adoptive parents will reveal the truth. However, Vita was old enough to comprehend her own situation when she joined the Milstein family, and she had clear objectives in mind for when she grew older. Revenge. Once she achieved her vengeance, I wondered what her next step would be. Would she aimlessly drift through this world until her time came to an end? Such a life would likely be monotonous and lonely. Additionally, she probably felt like an outsider because she had been absent for several years. Jealousy. Huh? I mused aloud. Well, I do show affection to the girls quite often, although she never really saw me doing that regularly. I mean, I did visit them once or twice, and that was enough for her. Aaron and I, Gasper replied, gazing up at the azure sky above us. Well, she's finally moving on, so I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive her. I don't hold any grudges against her, I responded. I admit I was taken aback by the illusion, but ultimately, it's just a fleeting illusion that won't matter once we leave this place. Vita has had her own burdens to carry, and I won't judge her based on that. Besides, there's no reason for her to worry about me hating her. Oh, really? Vita's voice chimed in. Cinchureto, maybe another time. Vita. Anyway, I assume everything else is in order, right? Shall we get going? I'm ready, Vita declared, hugging my arm and ignoring my previous comment. Rosalia pointed at me and declared, "I've heard rumors of you attempting to court the females of the Gremory Devils. You won't make much headway with us, boy." She's not telling the truth. She's interested in you, although I suspect it's for different reasons, Vita explained, sticking her tongue out at Rosalia, who flinched back in response. Right. Let's get going then, I said. Everyone gathered around, and as we left Vita's soul, she gave me a peck on my cheek. "Vita," Emma screamed, surprised by her actions. We left it. In a more chaotic manner, the aura around Vita's body began to quickly diminish before her body slumped forward. I swiftly caught her. She didn't remain unconscious for long, and I deactivated the protective barrier surrounding us. Her eyes fluttered open and gaze lingered on me for a few moments before a mischievous grin played on her lips. Turning my attention toward the stands, I noticed the crowd my entire household had returned. Realizing this, Vita wrapped her arms around me once more, locking eyes with several of the girls. The most prominent figure among them was Lavinia, and then she gave me a brief bravado. The gesture was fleeting, but the impact was profound. A mixture of shock and surprise swept across their faces. Among the onlookers, especially Serorg, hearty laughter erupted at the sight of their reactions. "There she goes, acting like nothing just happened. Sheesh," Rosalia grumbled, drawing a chuckle from Anastasia. "Anyway, let's consider this a draw and get back to enjoying the day," I suggested, and they readily agreed. I shifted my focus to Gasper, playfully ruffling his hair. "Great job today, buddy. As a token of my appreciation, they'll upgrade your PC, both here and at your home." He beamed at me. "Thanks, Aaron and I. Best of luck to you too, Vita-san." With that, he dashed off to join his two close friends in the crowd. It seems like you'd be good with children," Jean, Anastasia commented. Her family turned their attention to her, intrigued by her remark. She rested a hand on her cheek, her gaze thoughtfully fixed on me. This left me momentarily speechless. How on earth was I supposed to respond to that? I might be the Great Dragon, inspiring the younger generation, but the idea of me being good with kids felt a tad peculiar, though secretly I hoped it was true. "Thanks," I replied hesitantly before walking away. I could still feel the lingering stares of the Milstein family as they followed me. Another connection made. We're on a roll, boys. You'll never get tired of saying that, will you? Nope. Later that day, as the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, the Milstein family still lingered at my home. I had suggested they stay for dinner, and they eagerly accepted the invitation. As the evening progressed, they continued to socialize with everyone present. Serorg and I engaged in a brief sparring match, a testament to his determination to stay in peak condition for his eventual confrontation with Hirokazu, whenever that would be announced. He recognized the formidable potential of the nascent dragon, and after the revelation about Kita, she posed an even greater threat than Hirokazu. Consequently, he and his team had intensified their training efforts, even though it meant Keisha spent longer periods away from my home. At present, I found myself in the library alongside the Milstein family. They had expressed a desire to explore the library, and upon their arrival, their astonishment was palpable. The sheer size and variety of books available left them utterly amazed. Emma and Vita, in particular, exhibited boundless enthusiasm as they scurried about, eagerly gathering a diverse selection of books to peruse. Anastasia, too, showed genuine interest in the library's offerings. Meanwhile, Rosalia wore an expression that hinted at her desire to challenge me, likely stemming from her previous boast about the vastness of her own library in their realm. However, it appeared that my collection surpassed hers in both size and quality, leaving her somewhat frustrated. "Fufu, it seems like they're enjoying it," Lisa whispered in my ear, her voice filled with amusement. She playfully pecked my cheek as we observed them scurrying around. Among them, Rosalia stood out, seated in a chair with books spread before her, her arms crossed in contemplation. I returned her kiss and responded, "Well, it's not surprising that they'd be eager to explore the library's offerings after I explained everything to them. However, I doubt they'll manage to read all of them before their departure. Would you consider lending the books to them if they wish to take them back?" Lisa inquired, her curiosity evident. Considering her question, I gestured towards the empty air in front of me, conjuring a blue, game-like screen adorned with various options. "What's that?" she asked, her intrigue piqued. "These are the settings for the library," I explained. "Just like in video games, I've designed it this way to facilitate adjustments and modifications. I plan to introduce a new feature. If they wish to borrow a book, the library will create an exact replica or copy, which will be bound to them. If it gets lost, it will teleport it back to them. If anyone else possesses it for an extended period, especially outside their family, the book will self-destruct. This measure is in place to prevent the wrong groups from acquiring these texts. Do you think it's fine to provide them with knowledge from different factions? Are they okay with it?" she inquired. "I've already informed them about it. Most of the more forbidden texts are in a separate section, and you're aware of them. The books they've gathered are accessible to everyone who visits those pantheons and factions. Besides, my home and my territories are essentially neutral grounds for everyone. If they want to engage in conflicts, they'll have to go through me first. And they wouldn't want to challenge you, would they?" She pondered, showering my cheek with more kisses. "Yeah, that's the gist of it. By the way, what about that thing you mentioned a few days ago?" Glancing at Lisa, I let out a sigh. "Yes, we need to prepare for that as well. It won't be long before they start, and they might involve the humans in this mess too. Actually, it's more accurate to say they don't care if their battles and schemes spill over into the human world because they're primarily concerned with their own interests. You'll prevent that from happening, won't you?" "Of course," I assured her. "Nia, what are you talking about, Naya?" Kuroka inquired, suddenly appearing out of thin air. I gazed at her for a moment, contemplating whether to disclose the impending situation. After all, one of the individuals involved in the upcoming attack bore partial responsibility for her family's downfall. It crossed my mind to prevent Kuroka and Chiron from participating in this ordeal, but I knew they were not so fragile as to be shielded from it. In fact, they might even take offense if I excluded them. "Yellow?" Kuroka prodded, poking my nose. Lisa joined in, and soon they were both poking and prodding my face. With a sigh, I halted their playful prodding and decided to brief Kuroka about the imminent events. Initially, I had conveyed this information when she was away with Lu Fei and the Gremory team for some reason. I must admit that I had timed it that way due to my prior concerns. Nevertheless, Kuroka listened attentively, her usual playful demeanor giving way to a more serious and focused expression. "Could you include me in the team or group assigned to confront Zayaram and Abiros?" she asked with utmost seriousness. "I also want to bring Chiron with me. I have this burning desire to deliver a powerful Nekashu punch to that old devil, if I can." "Is this driven by revenge?" I inquired, wanting to understand her motivation. "I want to deny it. There's definitely an element of revenge. I strongly believe that Nibiros has not only ruined mine Chiron's lives, but has likely inflicted pain on many others as well. I want to repay him by, well, let's just say I want to give him a taste of his own medicine," she replied, her voice laced with venom. Lisa and I exchanged surprised glances, momentarily taken aback by Kuroka's intensity. After a brief pause, Lisa burst into giggles, and I couldn't help but offer a wry smile. "Well, I'll discuss this with Rias, and if she's on board with it, we'll talk to Chiron about the idea. Does that work for you?" I asked. Kuroka responded with a nod and a hint of enthusiasm in her strange English, saying, "No problem, I'll go ahead and prepare some things for it then. Thank you for letting me know." With a newfound spring in her step, she left the room, appearing visibly happier now that she had a potential plan in motion. That was the right decision, wasn't it? I turned to Lisa for her opinion. Kuroka, much like yourself, is an adult. She's capable of making her own choices. However, I must acknowledge that Chiron is still a child, at least from a legal standpoint. "And am not even considering the time you spent in your alternate dimension," Lisa replied, providing her perspective on the matter. "Thanks. At best, it seemed rather questionable, but I was confident that Rias would eventually agree to it. Based on what I had gathered about Zayarama, he appeared to only possess a small, elite group of super devils that he had managed to assemble over the years. Beyond enhancing the powers of the Malebranche, he didn't seem to possess much more. Of course, he had his own abilities as well, but with the team I intended to dispatch to him, and with Kuroka and Chiron in the mix, he and his group wouldn't stand a chance. For the remainder of that time, leading up to dinner, Lisa and I kept a watchful eye on the Milstein family as they enjoyed their time in the library. Would like to participate in the operation, Jean, Vita declared, catching me by surprise. At that moment, I found myself in the open-air indoor bathroom on the second floor of our residence. Originally, the plan was for them to depart after dinner, but due to unforeseen circumstances during the meal, circumstances I had no control over, they decided to stay the night, postponing their departure until the morning. We had enough rooms to accommodate everyone comfortably, so that wasn't an issue. However, I had been on guard, suspecting that Vita might be up to something. After a few hours of nothing happening, I began to relax. Little did I know, she had been waiting for the perfect moment, and that moment had finally arrived. A magic circle materialized between us, and from it emerged Lavinia. She walked over to me and gave me a warm hug. We accept your offer, but did the others agree as well? Did you and your family discuss this beforehand, before you came to inform Aaron? Lavinia inquired, her demeanor calm and friendly. To an outsider, it might have seemed like ordinary conversation, but to me, there was an underlying message. It was as if she was silently asserting, "Don't overstep your boundaries with him, he's mine," or something along those lines. Perhaps she was attempting to get back at Vita for the thing that had transpired earlier? I could only speculate. Vita, seemingly amused, nodded her head. Yes, I've already discussed this with my grandmother, mother, and sister. They all agree with our participation. However, they prefer to play a supportive role rather than join the front lines. I, on the other hand, would like to be actively involved in the operation. And just so you know, we learned about this from Kuroka. The topic naturally came up in our conversation. We didn't pry into it, Vita added, providing some context. Lavinia nodded in agreement, releasing her grip on me and offering a satisfied clap of her hands. Well, that clears things up. Would you like to join us? She asked, extending the invitation. I found myself taken aback by the unexpected offer, as did Vita. Cinceredo, her head tilting in curiosity at our rather unusual gathering. Weren't you planning to spend time alone? Plans changed, I replied with a sigh, though I still welcomed them with a gesture. But the same goes for you three. You didn't mention you'd be joining us. It was a last-minute decision on our part. We hope you don't mind, Irina explained with a slight startled jump. Of course not, Asia added with a friendly smile. I gestured for them to come closer, saying, feel free to join us. After a quick wash-up, they joined our group. Zenobia promptly took a seat nearby, unintentionally creating a rather cozy situation. That reminds me, she began, looking up at me with her curious gaze. The school trip for the second years is coming up soon, isn't it? They're headed to Kyoto again, so they'll probably meet up with Yasaka and Kunu, right? I nodded, yes, that's likely. However, I already have plans for that time, and they'll be joining them with my group in Team DXD, because something else is happening. Irina chimed in, her eyes filled with hope. Can we come? Well, you'll need to ask the school's president, I replied, gesturing towards Zenobia. During that period, the gods of darkness had assembled their own small faction, plotting an attack on Kyoto. Their targets were twofold, the Longinus wielders and the members of the Alliance congregating in Kyoto. As for why they were targeting Kyoto, the exact motives remain a mystery, though I suspected it might be related to a desire for revenge against another god, King Enma. Earlier in the year, I had the opportunity to visit King Enma, and he was quite the intriguing god. However, his wife was an even more unique character, a blend of Sona, Rosweiss, Shuri, and Gabriel. To say the least, she was an intense individual. She exhibited the same strictness as Sona, Rosweiss, and Shuri, yet also displayed kindness and affection toward us and King Enma, like Gabriel. This affection only surfaced when King Enma wasn't engaging in his usual antics. He was a remarkably relaxed and laid-back god. It was a well-known fact that he enjoyed watching my show, and we often shared a good laugh about it. As a token of my appreciation, I had gifted them tickets to an upcoming show. This was one of the reasons I planned to be in Kyoto. Rias and Lavinia would undoubtedly accompany me to the performance. Zenobia took a few moments to contemplate the question before finally responding. You'll need to discuss it with both former presidents since they hold authority over me. It's essential to convey these matters to them since they approve absences. If they agree, then yes, we can proceed. We'll also need to remind the others. Irina enthusiastically pumped her hand into the air, brimming with excitement. But wouldn't you also need permission from the president of the Occult Research Club? I inquired, directing my question toward the eager angel. She froze and turned to Asia, her eyes pleading for help. A mischievous grin tugged at the corners of Asia's barato. She placed a hand on her cheek and playfully mumbled, I wonder if I should grant permission. President. No. Asia-sama, please. Irina implored, bowing earnestly before her. Asia couldn't keep up the charade for long. She chuckled and reassured Irina. I was just joking, Irina-san. I believe everyone would enjoy the little trip. However, it's possible that we'll need to take on more contracts to compensate for the time we'll be away. Of course, that applies to you too, since have your own responsibilities as well, don't you? Why, yes, I perform my angelic duties while you guys are under contract. That's what I report at the end of each week, Irina replied. Then that settles it. Asia clapped her hands, content with Irina's response. Irina couldn't contain her joy and hugged Asia, who warmly reciprocated the embrace. I nodded in agreement, remarking, That's wonderful friendships blossoming, huh? Zenobia chimed in with a mischievous grin, and their close bond growing stronger. Well, yes, that too, I conceded, sharing a laugh with Zenobia. Youth, isn't it a remarkable thing? Vita inquired, her voice filled with nostalgia. She had been sitting quietly beside me, with Lavinia on my other side. Lavinia had been attentively listening to our companions, silently nodding in agreement with everything they said. I chuckled at Vita's remark and added, You two are still young, you know? Meanwhile, I feel as old as the hills. A puzzled expression crossed Vita's face as she asked, What do you mean? I realized that she was unaware of my true age. I debated for a moment whether to share this secret with her or not, then glanced briefly at her. Vita responded with a warm smile and in a playful gesture. She lifted her arms in a gentle gesture. With a soft smile in response to her warmth, I allowed my eyes to slowly close. I felt Lavinia's tender embrace as she cradled my head against her shoulder. In that fleeting moment, I made a conscious choice not to linger on the uncertainties of the past. Instead, I harnessed my powers to peer into the future, our shared future, Vita's and mine. As I glimpsed into the yet-to-unfold years, I found a deep sense of contentment with the vision that lay ahead of us. So, I began, taking a moment to share my age and recount my life's journey. She was aware of my title as a god, but the intricacies of it had remained undisclosed. As I divulged this newfound knowledge, Vita's astonishment was palpable, prompting the rest of the group to erupt in laughter at her utterly surprised expression. Outer god, she mumbled thoughtfully, her curiosity piqued. You can do anything, right? Yes. I responded, somewhat intrigued by where this conversation was headed. So, why haven't you started a family with any of your partners? She blurted out, her question catching me completely off guard. That's what she wants to ask. I was prepared to answer almost any question, well, mostly anything. I would have gladly addressed many of life's mysteries for her if she had asked. But out of all the inquiries she could have posed, she chose this one. Glancing around, I could tell I wasn't the only one left dumbfounded by her question. The others in the room wore equally surprised expressions. Vita herself scanned each of our faces and tilted her head. What? Did I say something strange? Considering how close you all are, those were Barato-esque words. By the way, I'm surprised you haven't started a family with him. So again, I ask, why haven't you? Didn't Barato-san tell you? Asia interjected, breaking the silence. Tell me what? Vita responded with a puzzled expression. Asia grinned and went on to explain that I had used my power to make sure everyone stayed safe and comfortable around me. I see. That's why Barato mentioned you were so careful with everyone, Vita nodded sagely, as though she had just confirmed some bizarre piece of information. Once again, I found myself utterly speechless. Was Vita as boldly mischievous as Barato? I sincerely hoped not. My household already had its fair share of playful and spirited women. Cinchuredo, especially with Zenobia occasionally shifting her position near me, it made for an utterly surreal experience. Though the atmosphere was undeniably comfortable and relaxing, it was rather I realized someone else was already present. I communicated with the person I had arranged to meet there, asking them to delay their teleportation. I needed to decide whether to ask them to depart or allow them to stay. At that moment, I remained uncertain. Upon my arrival on the rooftop, I was greeted by the sight of Anastasia Milstein. She stood by the railings, letting the cool night breeze ruffle her hair. As she heard the door open, she turned her gaze toward me, offering a warm smile and beckoning for me to join. I don't mind, but wouldn't it be better if another woman accompanies you? I might not be the best person to show you around. Anastasia chuckled at my response. You're acting like you've never been on a date, Jean, or should I call you Aaron? She teased. Either name is fine, I don't mind. You can call me Jean or Aaron, or we can come up with a new one. How about Jaren or Ein? I suggested playfully. She softly laughed at my light-hearted jest before growing contemplative. You know, with my abilities, I can help you find your husband, I said, broaching a topic that had been on my mind since our earlier experience in Vita's soul. It was evident that Vita held a deep dislike for the man she depicted, but I decided to look it up to provide Anastasia with a general idea. What I discovered was intriguing, although not entirely shocking, considering his history of infidelity and disappearance. Clarence's life had been tumultuous, to say the least. After his divorce from Anastasia, although they reincarnated, I couldn't bring them back to life. Aware of this, I wondered how Anastasia and the other Milstein children would react. If they ended up despising me, they'll accept their right to do so. I can provide you with a condensed version, although it might not be pleasant. I warned her. Anastasia regarded me for a few moments before responding. Tell me. I've lived a very long life, Aaron. I believe I can handle some unsettling news. Having obtained her consent, I commenced recounting the entire tale, beginning from the very inception. It was apparent that she had clung to a glimmer of hope, perhaps nurturing the belief that he still existed, much like she had for several years, aimlessly searching for a reason to persist. Alternatively, she might have imagined that he had forged a new life elsewhere, possibly with a new family. The sudden revelation about Clarence's fate had evidently blindsided her. Thank you for divulging this, Aaron, but I think I need to retire for the night, she murmured. She turned away from the balcony railing and paused at the doorway. Good night. Yeah, good night, I responded softly. She was clearly grappling with the shock of this revelation, and I sensed she was contemplating her next step. Our preparations on our end are also complete, Aaron-sama. We have secured oversight over the underworld, heaven, France, Italy, Ireland, and Russia. The remaining 2 territories, America and Mexico, will be entrusted to Croatia and Antares, Alicia elucidated. The territories she enumerated were the impending targets of the Malbranche, the True Satan's faction, and Zayaramanabiros in the imminent offensive. Shadow soldiers, Electa, and the GOB were already stationed in these regions, poised for the upcoming developments. They maintained a vigilant stance, refraining from interference unless confronted with suspicious activities, in order to avoid prematurely provoking the impending attackers. Members of my group, are there any activities in any of those places? I inquired, curiosity tugging at my thoughts. Apart from minor activity among the place's regular members, there's been nothing significant so far. However, we have been keeping a close eye on some humans who have been displaying peculiar behavior. Explained Alicia, her voice carrying a note of vigilance. I also encountered some minor disturbances during my visits to those locations. They were mostly scuffles between local groups, feuds that have been brewing for years. Based on your usual approach, my liege, he envisions transforming the existing city within the dimensional gap into an even grander spectacle. His goal is to reconstruct the Emerald City, which once served as the base for the Wizards of Oz, elucidated Alicia, providing insight into Antares' ambitions. Nodding in understanding, I further inquired, will there be a network of highways or roads connecting the two locations, or does he intend to rely solely on teleportation? If it's the former, he'll deploy 666 as a guardian of sorts. That's one of the matters he wishes to discuss with you, Aaron Sama. However, he did mention that if both options are chosen, he intends to create a breathtaking landscape for those journeying between the two places, Alicia explained, revealing Antares' vision for the expansion. I found Antares' proposal intriguing, and I was open to exploring both options if it served our interests well. We delved deeper into our plans for the upcoming days, hashing out the details and considering every possible angle. Once we had thoroughly discussed our strategies, I brought our meeting to a close and gave everyone permission to leave. However, Alicia remained behind, her presence lingering in the area. It concerns our upcoming offensive in the Phantasma, scheduled for a few months' time. I offered her a reassuring smile. Of course, Alicia, you, as well as anyone else, are always welcome to come and consult with me. Her gratitude evident, she nodded and offered a polite bow before vanishing from the rooftop. After taking one final sweeping look around the rooftop, I released a quiet sigh, a subtle testament to my contemplative state. With that, I departed, leaving the elevated vantage point behind in favor of some much-needed rest. As the day neared its end, the Milstein family had spent most of it exploring Kuo alongside Lavinia, Shizuko, Aquino, and myself. I had consulted the three women, as they frequently embarked on girls' day outings together. The rest of our group had been occupied, and Rias had graciously granted Aquino a day off from her training duties. It had been an eventful day, to say the least, with Vita playfully teasing and provoking the other three. Even Shizuko, typically unflappable, had been slightly perturbed by the banter and had confided in me about it. I couldn't help but find it endearing, despite how that might sound. Her pleading expression was a rare sight, and I couldn't resist coming to her aid. As I mentioned, the day was drawing to a close, and we decided to take a break in Kuo Park. I had just returned with a parfait for each of us. The park, at this hour, remained bustling with families, couples, and children happily frolicking in the waning daylight. The signs of evening's approach were evident, with the sky painted in warm shades of orange by the setting sun. A gentle breeze rustled through the park, causing leaves to take flight. Laughter filled the air as the children nearby watched the whimsical dance of the leaves. "Sorry for the wait," I said, extending a parfait to each of them. They offered their thanks before indulging in their sweet treats. As I observed everyone around us, I couldn't help but notice that Anastasia had been stealing glances at me all day. This behavior had persisted throughout our outing, and every time our eyes met, she would quickly avert her gaze, a hint of fluster evident on her face. "Kuo isn't so bad. It's a shame we'll be departing soon. Perhaps we could come back here again," Rosalia mused after taking a bite of her parfait. "Well, ever since the alliance was formed, anyone can more or less visit here. Although, my barrier will discern your motives before allowing teleportation," I replied, and she nodded in acknowledgement. The rest of the Milstein family shared their agreement, and we promptly finished our parfaits. We strolled through the park for a few more minutes, and, as the daylight began to wane, the crowds slowly dissipated. Eventually, we found ourselves as the sole occupants in the dusky twilight, prompting the Milstein family to decide it was time to head home. "We'll be getting going now." Anastasia and I exchanged a few moments of silence. It was clear that she wanted to address our conversation from the previous night, given how she had been stealing glances at me all day. I decided to allow her to broach the subject. "About last night," she began, bowing her head. "Thank you for informing me about my husband. I can't imagine how difficult it must have been for you. However, please understand that, while you may bear some responsibility for his death, I don't blame you in the least." She continued, "He was an adult who made his own choices in life. While I feel a tinge of sadness, you should wear it more often. You might attract another admirer," I teased, trying to lighten the mood. "But thank you. I wasn't sure how you would react to that revelation, so I'm relieved to hear your perspective on the matter." Anastasia appeared taken aback. and her cheeks flushed slightly. "Why is that so, Jean? Even if I'm just playing a supporting role," Rosalia quipped, giving me a playful glare. She then clapped her hands, summoning a magic circle beneath them. As they began to teleport away, Vita seized my tie and pulled me toward her, giving me a quick friendly gesture before winking at me. "Take care of yourself out there," prompting a horrified exclamation from Emma. Before any further protests could be voiced, they had already disappeared. "Hey!" Beside me, both Lavinia and Aquino expressed their annoyance, tugging at my sleeve in protest. I attempted to soothe their irritation. The thought lingered that the third-to-last battle of the Draconic Dais was about to commence. After that, there were only 2 more battles before we moved on to the Phantasma. I felt a mix of excitement and concern about what lay ahead, and hoped that these challenges wouldn't weigh too heavily on their hearts. Chapter 13, Part 2, Showdown with Various Groups, Third-Person Point of View Zerama-sama. Everything is prepared and will commence once the Mal branch have been assembled. We have also reached out to the True Satan's faction, but they have yet to respond, reported a male super devil. Zayarama Nabiros sat behind his desk, engrossed in reviewing the latest reports on the performance of the new drug he had provided to his super devils. A self-satisfied smile played across it, but if they fail to respond within the next 2 days, we shall proceed without them. I suspect, however, that they may ultimately join us, as their desire for revenge against the underworld and middleman remains undiminished, he stated, a hint of condescension lacing his words. He chuckled softly, confident in his plans. "At once," replied the devil named Nevis. He promptly exited Zayarama's office, leaving the man to rise from his desk. Nestled near the Earth's molten core, the endeavor to create such a haven had consumed a considerable amount of his time, as it had been fraught with numerous obstacles. However, after departing from his previous laboratory, Zayarama yearned for something more sustainable, something that would be nigh impossible for anyone to discover. Thus began his quest to construct a base and laboratory near the Earth's core. The endeavor spanned centuries, demanding immense patience and tenacity, as he had devised a cunning scheme to ensnare 2 individuals, the enigmatic middleman Gene Skyward and the enigmatically titled Dreamer, a moniker bestowed upon them by the enigmatic Cow's order. To the casual observer, these 2 may appear as mere outer gods, but to Zayarama Nabiros, they were tools, conduits through which he could unlock the boundless potential of his relentless quest for research and development. Zayarama was no stranger to the perils associated with both Gene Skyward and the enigmatic Dreamer. He was acutely aware of the hazards that lurked in their wake. So what was his grand plan, you might wonder? Over the span of a year, he had been toiling in silence, crafting a device designed to manipulate the intricate web of emotions connecting the 2 targets. Zayarama possessed an intimate understanding of Gene Skyward's character, and he intended to exploit it to the fullest. Furthermore, he harbored the knowledge that Gene himself might not personally pursue him, so he set his sights on manipulating those who would be dispatched to capture him. He was well aware that the individuals sent for this task would likely share a deep connection with Gene, a weakness he planned to exploit with great precision, provoking Gene into action and goading him into confronting him directly. In his meticulous preparations, Zayarama had mapped out a multitude of contingency plans, a veritable arsenal of fail-safes in case of unforeseen complications. He was resolute in his determination not to fall into captivity. One such fail-safe involved a daring gambit temporary self-termination. By invoking Avets's previously conceived plans for resurrection, combined with the refined insights of Promestine and Satinal, Zayarama believed he could orchestrate his own revival after teleporting to safety and voluntarily ending his own existence. To Zayarama, it was foolproof. There was no need for self-testing, as he had meticulously crafted and tested his method on numerous failed super devils over the past year. Each time, it had succeeded flawlessly, alleviating any concerns of potential failure. Moreover, Zayarama had taken the initiative to enhance his own strength, elevating himself to the status of a super devil. Additionally, he had assembled a formidable team of super devils at his disposal. His intent was clear. He would employ them both for his defense and to eliminate anyone who dared to obstruct his grand plans. In addition to his formidable team, Zayorama had another ace up his sleeve, the Malebranche. He intended to deploy them strategically to divert the attention of Team DXD, allowing him the freedom to set his intricate schemes into motion. Furthermore, he was keenly aware of the deep-seated animosity harbored by many members of the true Satan's faction toward the current Satans and, by extension, the middleman. Hence, he patiently awaited the outcome of their inevitable clash. As Zayorama contemplated his calculated moves, the door to his office swung open once more, accompanied by the presence of a familiar aura. Turning to face the newcomer, he beheld one of his prized creations, an artificial super devil who held a special place in his esteem. Zayorama-sama, I have a request, spoke the female super devil with reverence. He raised an inquisitive eyebrow. And what might that be, Yevlunia? He inquired, curious about the nature of her request. With a respectful bow, she expressed her desire. I would like to engage in combat with the current Leviathan. She was responsible for defeating the original Leviathan alongside the middleman. I wish to test my abilities against her. Zayorama contemplated her plea, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He recognized the strength of Seraphal Leviathan, albeit without a precise measurement of her true power. Nevertheless, it was safe to assume that she might rival super devils of the caliber of Ajuka and Surzex, or perhaps even surpass them in strength. Considering this, he hesitated to risk Yevlunia, who possessed a unique trait cultivated with his guidance. In his estimation, her ability was comparable to Surzex Lucifer's mastery over his power of destruction and rivaled the capabilities of beings like Varine and Balberith. After contemplating for a few more moments, he nodded in agreement. Very well, I'll grant you permission. However, take the artificial Longinus I had created for you and utilize it to gain an advantage over the Leviathan. He instructed her, to which she promptly concurred. Thank you very much, she exclaimed with enthusiasm before dashing out of the room. A faint smirk played on his lips as he observed her childlike excitement. For better or worse, all the artificial super devils on his personal team were still in their infancy, having come into existence just a year prior. However, unlike the methods employed by Hades and the rest of the Chaos Order, he had chosen a different approach to nurturing them. He had taken it upon himself to educate them in the fundamental aspects of their existence. They learned how to harness their demonic powers, how to conduct themselves in the presence of others, and the importance of humility. Zayorama understood that arrogance, particularly in individuals of great power, often proved to be their downfall. He had witnessed this tragic pattern play out countless times during the clashes between other factions within his organization against the middleman and DXD. Zayorama was determined to see his super devils reach even greater heights, and prior to Aaron sealing off universal travel, he had dispatched them to the Phantasma and Evie to further enhance their abilities. While the influence of Nyarlathotep's blood was no longer present in them, it hardly mattered. The enhancements they had received from their other allies more than compensated for it in his eyes. Even if his entire team were to be wiped out in the pursuit of his goals, Zayorama considered it a victory if he could secure both outer gods. He was prepared to make the necessary sacrifices to achieve his objectives. Just a bit longer, he whispered to himself, a wry smile curling at the corners of his lips, and we'll be ready to embark on our journey through the vast expanse of the multiverse, Fufu. In a different part of Earth, deep within the heart of the Malebranche base, numerous members of their organization were bustling with anticipation. They couldn't contain their excitement at the prospect of confronting the wielders of the powerful Longinus sacred gears. In the midst of all the bustling activity, there was one figure who stood out prominently among their ranks. That figure was none other than Siriato, renowned and feared by many as the Wild Hog King. In a dimly lit room harbored an imposing figure, a humanoid hog of remarkable stature and strength. His long, menacing tusks protruded from his lower jaw, adding an air of ferocity to his appearance. Heavily built and adorned in thick, battle-worn armor, the clinks and clatters of metal plates spoke of countless battles endured. Central to his formidable presence was a distinctive feature, a circular eye embedded in the middle of his chest plate. This unblinking, all-seeing eye hinted at arcane secrets and enhanced his aura of authority. His hooves, sturdy and resilient, marked his terrestrial existence, while piercing yellow eyes gleamed with a calculated intelligence. Seated upon a rugged chair, he exuded an air of silent anticipation, a sentinel awaiting the arrival of his trusted comrades within the Malebranche ranks. In the midst of shadows and secrets, he embodied the enigmatic force that was the Malebranche. "Joe, sorry for the wait," another member of the Malebranche exclaimed as he strolled into the room. It was none other than Scarmiglione, known far and wide as the troublemaker, thanks to his mischievous nature. Scarmiglione, a striking figure in every sense, possessed a cascade of fiery red locks that flowed gracefully down to his waist, a vibrant contrast against his dusky attire. Draped in a black loose jacket adorned with subtle openings that hinted at mysteries beneath, his attire exuded an enigmatic charm. His sharp, piercing eyes were a striking shade of regal purple, captivating and intense, like the depths of a hidden abyss. Sprouting from his forehead were formidable black horns, which added an air of otherworldly mystique to his countenance. He wore sleek black clothing that complemented his dark, commanding presence, a testament to his physical prowess. Standing tall at an imposing 6'9", Scarmiglione's presence demanded attention and commanded respect. To complete his look, silver earrings adorned his ears, a glinting touch of elegance amid his dark, compelling allure. "It's rather surprising to find you here ahead of everyone else," Scarmiglione, Suriato remarked, arching an eyebrow at his fellow demon. Scarmiglione playfully tucked both arms behind his back and chuckled. "Oh, come now, Suriato, where's your sense of adventure? Arriving early won't do any harm, will it?" he quipped, though his lightheartedness was met with a stern and silent gaze from Suriato. Before Scarmiglione could offer a response, an imposing aura descended upon them, freezing both beings in their tracks. As the door swung open, a striking figure made their entrance. Their complexion was an unusual interplay of black and white, a stark contrast that lent an otherworldly aura to their presence. From their shoulders billowed a flowing cape, split evenly into contrasting hues of black and white, which trailed behind them like an ethereal shroud. White hair cascaded down their back, framing a visage adorned with curious black and white horns that jutted from their forehead. Amidst this stark dichotomy, a small, star-shaped golden symbol gleamed atop their head, a beacon of mysterious significance. Their most arresting feature, however, was their crimson-red eyes, radiating an eerie, mesmerizing glow that seemed to pierce the very soul. Jagged protrusions adorned their form, imbuing them with an unmistakable air of unfaltering authority, an enigmatic figure commanding attention in any room they entered. Standing before them was the formidable leader of the notorious Malebranche faction, none other than Malakota, the malevolent evil tale king himself. Surveying his surroundings, he inquired with a note of curiosity, "Where is everyone else?" Scarmiglione, with a touch of apprehension in his voice, replied, "They're still on their way here. Should I urge them to hasten their arrival?" "Yes," Malakota concurred, making his way to his seat and settling into it. As Scarmiglione commenced the formation of various intricate magic circles, he communicated with his comrades in hushed tones. Their leaders sat in silence, patiently awaiting the arrival of the rest of the team. Their gathering, convened to discuss the impending attack, was on the verge of commencing. In one of the clandestine bases belonging to the Cow's Order on Earth, a figure stood before a window adorned with screens, each displaying covertly placed cameras that offered glimpses into the underworld and various locations within the human realm, with a particular focus on the Vatican. This enigmatic figure was none other than the original Lucifer himself, His once formidable form had been grievously wounded, both in body and soul, at the hands of Aaron Toole. Since that fateful encounter, he had been engaged in a slow, arduous process of convalescence. A similar plight had befallen the other leader, the original Beelzebub, who found themselves in circumstances that forced them to seek aid from more potent entities. In their quest for recovery, they had each sought assistance from different quarters. Lucifer had turned to the Phantasma, while Beelzebub had sought the aid of the Evie. Through the benevolence of these superior beings, they had managed to mend their wounds, albeit only to a limited extent. Still, they had emerged from the ordeal with a modest augmentation in their power. As Lucifer gazed out of the window, his eyes narrowed in disdain at the scene unfolding before him. What he witnessed was none other than the current four great Satans actively engaged in a charity fundraiser for a hospital within the underworld. The sight of such benevolence and altruism from the devils filled him with an acute sense of revulsion. In Lucifer's eyes, devils were meant to embody malevolence and darkness, to wield authority with an iron fist. To observe their successors engaging in acts of kindness and compassion struck a dissonant chord within him. With a disgruntled click of his tongue, he turned away from the disheartening display. His thoughts drifted toward the elusive figure of the original Satan, whose absence had persisted since their creation. It had fallen to Lucifer and Lilith, the original Beelzebub, to assemble the first generation of devils in the underworld in their progenitor's absence. In the initial years following their creation, they had mounted extensive searches in a futile attempt to locate the missing original Satan. Despite their fruitless efforts, a glimmer of hope persisted among some, including Lucifer himself, that the original Satan might resurface when the time was right. However, Lucifer remained perplexed by the original Satan's refusal to participate in the impending operation. They had believed that their ideals aligned, as the original Satan had once reassured them, but his decision to abstain from their plan left them baffled. Nonetheless, they had refrained from exerting excessive pressure to change his stance and had continued with their preparations for the impending mission. The final touches had been added just days ago, and their forces were steadily gathering. While they were aware of the overtures from the other two factions, they had opted to disregard them. Lucifer had devised a plan to inform the other factions of their intent shortly, before midnight on the eve of their operation. For the time being, he yearned to address the assembly of devils, comprising resurrected beings with distinct souls, as well as his fellow Satans. With this, everything shall culminate, and we shall forge a new beginning. Reclaiming dominion over this tainted underworld, he declared resolutely before departing from his quarters. In swift fashion, Lucifer descended into a vast hall teeming with a throng of devils. By his side stood the original Beelzebub and Asmodeus, unwavering in their loyalty. The original Leviathan, their counterpart, had already been apprehended along with her followers. Plans were in place to release her once this arduous episode concluded, but her defeat would be etched into her memory. As Lucifer prepared to address the assembly, Asmodeus leaned in and asked, "Have you prepared speech?" Lucifer nodded, his regal demeanor exuding confidence. "Indeed, I have," he replied, his eyes scanning the room. "But first, where are descendants?" "They should be among the crowd," Beelzebub responded, his eyes scanning the throng of devils. After a moment, he spotted them and pointed, drawing the attention of both Satans. Lucifer acknowledged the find with a subtle grunt and made his way to the edge of the platform. As soon as his hands touched the stone balustrade, the bustling hall fell silent. All eyes turned toward their leader, awaiting his words. "Soon, we will go to war," he began, his voice carrying through the hushed hall. "Some of you will be dispatched to the human world to sow chaos, while the more elite among you will venture into the underworld, heaven, and deal with the middleman, who has been a thorn in our side for far too long." His gaze swept across the assembled devils, his tone unwavering. "We all share a common goal to rule this world. Once we have established dominion here, we will expand our influence, conquering other planets and universes in the vast multiverse. As devils, we stand at the pinnacle of all hierarchies. The new Satans of today and the younger generation of devils have disappointed us, but we will rectify that, and it all begins in a few days' time. Lucifer's proclamation ignited a thunderous roar from the crowd, the very foundations of the hall trembling with their fervor. These devils were loyal followers of the original Satans, some hailing from the past 2 generations, discontented with the current Satan's leadership. "We'll have our time," he declared, sparking another round of cheers and shouts that echoed in his wake as he walked away, his triumphant grin widening. "You certainly haven't lost your touch," remarked Asmodeus. "Though, I expected a longer speech." Lucifer shrugged nonchalantly. "This has been a long time coming. I don't need an elaborate speech. All I need is to ignite their fighting spirit, to make them willing to do anything to achieve our goal. I don't care if 90 of them don't make it. All that matters is victory in the end." With those words, he turned and walked away, his grin growing even more enigmatic. "Aaron Toole's soliloquy, it's this," Lavinia asserted, her gaze locked onto her friend's eyes. "No, I'm quite certain it's this," Suzaku replied, her own gaze unwavering as she met Lavinia's stare. Danu, standing nearby, felt a growing confusion as the tension between her friends escalated. She stammered, "But I thought it was this." Velgrind, the rational voice among them, chimed in, "Why don't we simply employ magic to settle this dispute?" Rossweiss, nodding in agreement, added, "I concur with Velgrind-san. It would be the most practical approach." With only 2 days remaining until the operation commenced, I found myself in the solitude of my room. My current task was to pore over the exam material, a directive from my avatar, who insisted that studying would help me perform better in the upcoming quizzes. He was adamant about not relying on my powers to cheat, and I had to admit there was an admirable quality in that decision. Well, it wouldn't really matter, as I can essentially remember anything after just one glance at it. This ability would certainly make things easier. Besides, I'm not the one taking the test. It falls on him to do so on the day of the operation. I stole a quick glance at the girls who had come with me, the fated ones along with Mom and Aoife. They were engrossed in a game, though I had no idea what the game was. It was clear, however, that tensions were rising between Suzaku and Lavinia, as they held opposing opinions about it. Danu tried to mediate between them, while Rose and Velgrind appeared to be the voices of reason. From a mere glance, it was evident that Velgrind sided with Suzaku, while Rose sided with Lavinia. If they were to express their true feelings, it would only add to the complexity of the situation. Just as I was about to address the group and attempt to defuse the situation, the door to my office was forcefully slammed open, causing all of us to turn our attention toward it. In the doorway stood Kuroka. "Aaron, Nia, come with me," she exclaimed, before quickly scurrying toward me and grabbing my wrist, pulling me away. Surprisingly, the others merely waved at me and continued their game, with the exception of Aoife, who decided to join us. "What's up, Kuroka?" I inquired, curious about her excitement. "Rias, I found time to talk to her, and Chiron is over there, so we can ask them now," Kuroka exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. I remembered the matter at hand. Kuroka had been trying to broach this topic with Rias for the past few days, but Rias had always been too exhausted after her rigorous training sessions, leaving no room for discussion. However, today was different. Rias had mentioned taking the day off since some of her team members would be involved in an operation in a few days. Together, we entered the entertainment room. A few people were present, but Rias and Chiron were waiting in one corner, offering snacks and drinks. We swiftly made our way over, settling into the available chairs. "So, Kuroka, you've been wanting to talk to me about something for the past few days?" Rias inquired, her attention focused on Kuroka. "Yeah, that's right. Nia." So Kuroka proceeded to relay the information I had shared with her a few days earlier. Rias and Chiron listened intently, their expressions growing more serious as Kuroka delved into the details that concerned them directly. As Kuroka finished explaining, Rias wore a frown, clearly deep in thought. Chiron, on the other hand, appeared visibly taken aback by the revelation. So, that's why I want to participate in this operation with Chiron. I understand it might not be a big deal for us, but I believe it would provide a sense of closure regarding that part of our lives. What do you both think, Naya? Kuroka asked, addressing both Rias and Chiron. As Rias pondered the situation, she stole a brief glance in my direction. I conveyed my thoughts to her telepathically, emphasizing that the decision rested with her and that I wouldn't make it for her. This unexpected communication seemed to surprise her initially, but eventually, she offered a smile and nodded in response. Meanwhile, Aoife fixed her gaze on me and playfully poked my cheek with her finger. I turned to acknowledge her, and she extended a potato chip toward me. I accepted the chip and opened my mouth to take a bite. Noticing this exchange, Kuroka decided to join in on the fun. She started poking my cheek with another potato chip while emitting a chorus of Nayas. Not wanting to be left out of the amusing spectacle, Chiron approached us and settled herself comfortably on my lap. She followed suit by poking my cheek with a potato chip. In the midst of all this, Rias couldn't help but feel a bit distracted as she watched the peculiar scene unfold. She seemed to be experiencing a mixture of stress and a sense of exclusion. However, she quickly shook her head, dismissing the oddity before her. After a moment of contemplation, she mumbled, "Let's see. Ultimately, it's Barato's decision, isn't it? Whatever choice she makes, I, as her king, will fully Barato it. She, along with everyone else on my team and in my peerage, is strong, so I have no qualms about her participating." With her words hanging in the air, we all directed our attention to Barato, who was seated beside me. She picked up a few potato chips, nibbling on them as she contemplated the situation. To offer her some comfort, I gently stroked her head and occasionally planted soft kisses on the back of her head. After a thoughtful pause, Chiron finally turned her gaze toward Kuroka and declared, "I want to go. Let's beat him up." "Shirani!" Kuroka exclaimed, her voice full of affection, and she immediately enveloped her sister in a tight hug. In turn, Kuroka extended her embrace to include me, as Chiron was still seated on my lap. "But make sure you stay safe." "Okay." Even though I know you can handle most adversaries in our universe, Rias emphasized, her concern evident. "As your king, an older sister figure, and someone who genuinely cares about you, please don't overexert yourself." Chiron nodded in agreement, acknowledging Rias' words. Kuroka chimed in, expressing her commitment to protect Chiron as if her life depended on a promise she had been faithfully keeping on a near-daily basis. With these concerns addressed, the atmosphere lightened, and we decided to spend some quality time in the entertainment room. Kuroka's anxieties had been resolved, allowing her to relax in the lead-up to the operation. However, beneath that sense of relief, there was also a palpable excitement, as both Kuroka and Chiron were about to put a significant part of their past behind them. Later that night, as I prepared to retire to my bed, an unusual disturbance in the vicinity of Kuo piqued my curiosity. I promptly made my way to the scene, and to my surprise, I wasn't the only one who arrived swiftly. Leanne and the stalwarter were already present when I reached the location. This as I mumbled, my eyes fixed on an unexpected sight before us. A frog yukai, battered and injured, lay in front of us. Without hesitation, I knelt down and employed my rapid healing abilities to tend to its wounds. The frog yukai's eyes flew open, and upon spotting us, he urgently stammered, "Tis, they wanted to give you this." With trembling hands, he handed us a letter and then hastily scurried away, his eyes filled with sheer horror. Intrigued and somewhat concerned, all of us eagerly turned our attention to the letter, which I opened with haste. The nerve! Duvali's voice dripped with venom as she reacted to its contents. Enya and Ines echoed her sentiments, but Leanne and I merely cast cold glares at the letter's vile message. In essence, the message was a threat, a not-so-unusual occurrence for me. However, what set this apart was its origin. It bore the unmistakable demonic energy of the original Satan Lucifer. In addition to threatening me, it also targeted my mother and Aoife. Oddly enough, They omitted Cindy, perhaps perceiving her as too formidable to engage. Regardless of their reasoning, the revelation incensed me. While I recognized it as bait, there was also a disconcerting kernel of truth buried within it. I crushed the letter in my hand and dispelled it with a flicker of fire magic. An ominous aura enveloped me as I clenched my fists. I won't play into your games, Lucifer, but it'll make you pay for threatening to take those two away from me. Erin Leanne mumbled, a hint of worry in her voice. I'm fine. I won't do anything rash. When the time comes, he'll make his life a living nightmare. However, I won't be the one to finish it. Scathack and Aoife will be the ones to bring down the leaders of the true Satan faction. I reassured her, offering a reassuring smile. Relief washed over her, while Duvalai simply rolled her eyes in response. Ignoring her peculiar attitude toward me, I began to walk back, with my comrades joining me. I decided to leave the remainder of the night watch to the Shadow Soldiers. The day of the operation had finally arrived, and all the participants had gathered at their designated locations. This endeavor would also have repercussions in the human world, so I had prepared a spell that would transport the humans to a different realm and put them into a slumber. However, I had refrained from enacting it, fearing that the enemy might alter their plans. So, I played a small game with the lives of these humans, which left a twinge of guilt in my conscience. But ultimately, they would remain untouched by these events, so it should be acceptable. Currently, I found myself above Russia, or more accurately, floating in the skies above the entire country. Only the fated ones had insisted on joining me, while Aoife had chosen to defend Ireland alongside Cindy and Mom. Still,